inspection. She lay in wait, ready to trap the women as they approached. At that moment, Dongfang Qiyin, moving lightly at the front, concealed her aura perfectly. She constantly used her spiritual energy to scan the area within 50 kilometers, coordinating with her sister, who was 50 kilometers away, acting as the team's eyes to scout ahead. Suddenly, a figure silently approached her from behind. Instinctively, she dodged quickly, but the figure's attack was too swift, leaving her no time to react. Swish! The Thuishin Ruichi flashed, and before she could even see her attacker, she lost her life. Yen Zirua quickly retrieved the Chen Kunlan Huatar and took her soul, fulfilling her promise to the double-headed whale shark. With that done, she vanished without a trace. The moment Dongfang Qian's demise was sensed by her sister, Dongfang Qiyu, she rushed to inform their father, Dongfang Baiyu, accelerating to her maximum speed. "Father, I've lost contact with sister. She's gone." Dongfang Qiyu's expression was filled with panic as she reached Dongfang Baiyu. Everyone, searched to the east. Dongfang Baiyu felt a sense of foreboding, but knew he had no choice but to push forward. The team quickly moved eastward, and half an hour later, Dongfang Baiyu stood before his daughter's corpse, his true god level 5 aura swelling with suppressed fury. "Damn it, I'll grind you to dust." He thought of his daughter, beautiful and well-raised, now dead in such a senseless manner. How could anyone bear to harm such a lovely girl? The atmosphere among the group was heavy, all aware that the enemy had declared war on them. "Everyone, proceed with caution. Report immediately if you find anything. That person must be nearby." Dongfang Baiyu's body trembled with rage, the loss of his beloved daughter too much to bear. Dongfang Qiyu stayed by his side, both to comfort her father and out of fear for her own safety. Her sister, stronger than her, had been eliminated before she could even send a warning. Dongfang Qiyu, far weaker, knew she was in grave danger. The entire team's mood was somber. Dongfang Xianxia's expression was sharp as he jinked teeth through Zhou, his instincts telling him that something was amiss. "Report to Second Master, we've found something." A disciple came to inform them. With bloodshot eyes, Dongfang Baiyu immediately turned and rushed toward the reported location, with the rest quickly following. Meanwhile, Yen Zirua led a dozen upper god level 3 experts, keeping a safe distance from them as she toyed with them. She was currently some distance away from Mai's Hen, deliberately drawing the intruders away to prevent them from disturbing Mai's Hen. Dongfang Baiyu, driven by rage, charged forward without hesitation. Dongfang Xianxia, however, did not act rashly. As the future hope of the Dongfang family, he considered his actions carefully. Following his instincts, he headed in a different direction, accompanied by a dozen upper god level 3 experts and a true god level 4, who were there specifically to protect him. This demonstrated his significant importance to the family. "Young master, are you sure you want to go this way?" Second master is heading in the opposite direction. The true god level 4, a family guest, asked, concerned for his safety. "There's a reason for my decision. Let's go." "Xianxia, you are the most promising man in the family. You must strive harder." Dongfang Xianxia, at a young age, had already achieved so much. He was the new hope of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Buddha was the biological son of the head of the Dongfang family, and at a young age, he had already reached the upper rank of the 3rd level of the true god realm. He was the best hope of the Dongfang family, but his premature death was an unavoidable tragedy. This was Dongfang Xianxia's moment to shine. Dongfang Baiyu had no sons, only 2 daughters. Therefore, Dongfang Xianxia, from a collateral branch, was the most cherished descendant of Dongfang Baiyu, almost like a half-son. The group advanced swiftly, with the search party rapidly closing in. 100 miles away, Yen Zirua sensed it immediately. This familiar feeling, it's the subsidiary flame of the Dongfang family. Humph, these guys are back again. It seems my previous lesson wasn't enough for them. Double-headed whale shark, protect Mieshan's safety, no mistakes allowed. The double-headed whale shark was summoned instantly, feeling quite annoyed. It hadn't even finished absorbing the previous soul energy when it was called out again. Don't look so resentful. This time, there are quite a few true god-level experts. The souls of those we kill will be yours. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the double-headed whale shark's expression improved significantly. Then, Yin Zirua's figure vanished. These troublemakers had come looking for a fight, so he decided to entertain them. With such a formidable lineup, it would be a challenging task to deal with them all. Using his eye of space-time, Yin Zirua assessed the composition of the opposing team. A powerful true god of the 5th rank led 10 true god-level experts, with the rest being upper-rank 3rd or 2nd-level experts. The total number was close to 50. Among the 10 true god-level experts, there were 2 at the 4th rank, 2 at the 3rd rank, 3 at the 2nd rank, and 2 at the 1st rank, both of whom were women. Among the 3 2nd-rank true gods, there was a young man, not yet fully grown, showing great potential. The rest were older, making them more difficult to deal with. Yin Zirua focused his attention on the 3 younger individuals, planning to deal with them first and resolve the situation quickly. His eyes sharpened, and he blended his aura seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The advancing speed of the team was swift. The 2 first-rank female true gods led the way, their sensitive soul perception scanning the surroundings. These 2 girls are using their heightened soul perception to locate me. Yin Zirua couldn't help but sneer. If they were so eager to find him, then he would meet them head-on. Primordial Divine Domain. Yin Zirua transformed his domain into a form that merged with the environment, making it difficult to detect unless one paid close attention. He lay in wait, patiently waiting for the women to step into his trap. At this moment, Dongfang Qiyin moved lightly at the forefront, concealing her aura perfectly. She continuously used her spiritual power to scan the area within 50 kilometers, while her sister maintained a 50-kilometer distance, acting as the eyes of the team, scouting ahead. Suddenly, a figure silently approached her from behind. She instinctively dodged quickly, but the figure's attack was too swift, leaving her no time to react. Swish! The Thlishin Ruyichur flashed, and before she could even catch a glimpse of her assailant, her life was extinguished. Yin Zirua reached out and took out the Chinkuan refinement tower, capturing her soul as promised to the double-headed whale shark. With that done, he disappeared silently. The moment Dongfang Qiyin's misfortune occurred, her sister, Dongfang Qiyu, felt it and rushed to inform their father, Dongfang Baiyu, at top speed. Father, sister has no signal. I can't contact her. Dongfang Qiyu, panic-stricken, ran to Dongfang Baiyu's side. Everyone, search to the east with me. Dongfang Baiyu felt an ominous premonition, but he had no choice but to press forward. The team quickly moved eastward. Half an hour later, Dongfang Baiyu looked at the body before him, his true god-level 5th rank aura brewing, the atmosphere heavy. Damn it, I will grind you to ashes. Thinking of his daughter, so beautiful and carefully raised, dying so mysteriously, and at such a young age, enraged him. No one spoke. They all understood that the enemy had declared war on them. Everyone, proceed with caution. If anything is found, report immediately. That person must be nearby. Dongfang Baiyu's body trembled with rage. The loss of his beloved daughter was too much for him to bear. Dongfang Qiyu stayed by her father's side, both to comfort him and because she was frightened. Her sister, with a higher cultivation level, had been killed before she could even send a warning. She, with her much lower level, stood little chance. The atmosphere in the entire team was heavy. Dongfang Zhengxiong's expression was sharp as he carefully surveyed the surroundings. An instinctive feeling told him that the situation was far from simple. Report to Second Master, we found something over there. A disciple came to report. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Baiyu, his eyes bloodshot, immediately turned and rushed in that direction. The others quickly followed. At this moment, Yin Zirua was followed by over a dozen upper-rank 3rd-level experts, who maintained a certain distance, not daring to approach rashly. Yin Zirua led them on a chase, keeping them occupied. His current position was still some distance from Maizhen. His plan was to draw these pursuers away, preventing them from interfering with Maizhen. Dongfang Baiyu, blinded by rage, charged forward without restraint. Dongfang Xianxia, however, did not act hastily. As the future hope of the Dongfang family, he considered things more thoroughly. Following his intuition, he moved in another direction, accompanied by over a dozen upper-rank, third-level experts and a fourth-rank true god, who were there specifically to protect him. This showed just how important he was to the Dongfang family. "Young master, are you going in this direction?" Second master went that way. The fourth-rank true god accompanying him was a family guest, specifically assigned to protect him. "There's a reason for my actions. Let's go." Chapter 470, Playful Tactics, Driving Someone Mad. The group took a different path, while Yin Zirua was fully focused on avoiding them. He hadn't anticipated that another team was already making their way toward the destruction of the gods. At this moment, Yin Zirua had successfully lured this group toward him, and he had prepared quite a few tricks up his sleeve. "You little thief, come out." Dongfang Baiyu could sense Yin Zirua's faint presence. His divine power, at the 5th rank of the true god level, erupted like a storm, sweeping through the surroundings. Yin Zirua squinted his eyes as sand and stones flew everywhere, nearly hitting his face. The old man's gone berserk. Not bad, not bad. Those following behind him were still unaware of what was happening. Everyone was on high alert, especially Dongfang Qiyu, whose speed was relatively slower under the group's full sprint. Yin Zirua's second target was her. Although it was somewhat cruel to harm a beautiful woman, the circumstances left him no choice. Like a ghost, Yin Zirua appeared beside her. Dongfang Qiyu's first reaction was to unleash the child flame of her heavenly fire radiance. This was the pride of the Dongfang family, their strongest offensive treasure, with an indescribable power of attack. However, attacking Yin Zirua was like scratching an itch. A flash of cold light, a gush of blood sealing her throat, and her soul was taken away. In a blink, he was gone. The disciples of the 3rd rank of the upper god level, following behind Dongfang Qiyu, felt a chill run down their spines. One went to report the news, while the others remained on high alert. Yin Zirua held the free will and wishful ruler in his hand. He struck again at this group, and in a few blinks of an eye, everyone except the messenger was killed, their souls taken. These were the middle-tier forces supporting the Dongfang family. Losing them here would create a significant gap in their ranks. For the already struggling Dongfang family, it was like adding insult to injury. At this moment, the disciple of the 3rd rank of the upper god level came to report. Dongfang Baiyu's mind was in turmoil. He slapped the disciple away with a single palm. He quickly returned, and the group followed, only to arrive at the scene of a sea of corpses. Dongfang Baiyu was overcome with anger, and he felt a surge of regret. He shouldn't have acted so rashly. The old patriarch, who wasn't a match for this enemy, made him realize his own arrogance. Losing the divine fire of the Dongfang family was an unfortunate but inevitable outcome. Dongfang Baiyu looked at his youngest daughter's body. Her unblinking eyes filled him with regret. But it was too late for words now. The others remained silent, knowing that speaking up would be tantamount to suicide. Yin Zirua hid in the shadows. "You bastard, come out!" Dongfang Baiyu brandished his blood demon blade, which emanated a terrifying blood aura, forged through the blood of countless lives. Yin Zirua appeared again, this time facing a true god of the 2nd rank. He launched his most powerful attack directly at the man. Thunder Flame Slash. With a step on the golden rock steps, he charged forward. The man, a middle-aged adult in his 50s, reacted instantly with his own attack. His long sword swung, clashing with Yin Zirua's divine power, drawing Dongfang Baiyu's attention. "Miaozi, I'll make you pay with your life." Dongfang Baiyu swung his blade and charged forward. Venomous Thorn Golden Bell. Yin Zirua immediately summoned his strongest defense. The clash of the blood-red blade against the venomous Thorn Golden Bell triggered dozens of venomous thorns, which absorbed Dongfang Baiyu's divine power and shot back at him. Those nearby were also affected, with 3 others injured by the thorns. The blood that flowed was black. "This thing's poisonous." Even Dongfang Baiyu had been scratched, and the wound turned black. Those injured immediately forced the poison out of their bodies. But Dongfang Baiyu, protected by the heavenly fire radiance, didn't worry about such minor injuries. Yin Zirua kicked the true god of the second rank away, then turned and swung his free will and wishful ruler directly at Dongfang Baiyu. The clash of their powers was earth-shattering. Yin Zirua was forced back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. Under the assistance of his primordial divine domain, Yin Zirua concealed his figure, disappearing from sight. You think you can escape? Not a chance. Domain control? Dongfang Baiyu wasn't about to let Yin Zirua get away. The thought of losing his two beautiful daughters like this pierced his heart like a knife. He controlled a range of 100 miles, and Yin Zirua, who had just hidden himself, reappeared in front of everyone. Ding! The host has spent 100,000 points to exchange for 10 smoke bombs. Exchange complete. Yin Zirua held 10 smoke bombs in his hand and threw them down. The crowd below thought they were dangerous weapons and immediately swung their blades. Boom! 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 The 10 smoke bombs exploded simultaneously, filling the area with thick smoke. Yin Zirua slipped into the crowd and attacked a true god of the third rank. The man reacted quickly, turning and thrusting his spear. But after the strike, Yin Zirua was gone. Instead, a true god of the second rank was injured. At that moment, another true god of the third rank stood still, his body suddenly covered by the venomous thorn golden bell, making him pause. He had a bad feeling. Yin Zirua, from a distance, extended the free will and wishful ruler, which struck the venomous thorn golden bell. Swoosh! A dozen venomous thorns shot out, one of which pierced Dongfang Baiyu's shoulder. You bastard! I'll kill you! Dongfang Baiyu's mind was blank with rage. He slapped toward the direction of the thorns. The upper god of the third rank, who had done nothing, was sent flying by the full force of a true god of the fifth rank, nearly costing him half his life. Don't attack! Dongfang Patriarch, you're hurting your own people. A voice came from the smoke. Dongfang Baiyu realized he had been tricked by Miaozi. He stomped his foot hard, and a whirlwind rose, with a flame burning above his head, burning away the smoke. The group's vision cleared, though many were injured, mostly by friendly fire. Dongfang Patriarch, Miaozi is trying to provoke you. Please stay calm. Despite his displeasure at being injured by the old man, he knew better than to provoke him. Dongfang Baiyu looked around but couldn't find Yin Zirua's figure. His heart was in turmoil. But now was not the time for rash actions. Losing his composure would only make others laugh. A true god of the fourth rank stood there, the only one uninjured. He had a premonition that he would be next. Chapter 471. Unexpected outcome, Wrath Unleashed. However, there was also the possibility of targeting the weaker ones first. His heart was uncertain, his hands sweaty with anxiety. The atmosphere was strange, and no one dared to act recklessly. Those who were injured had used healing elixirs, and their wounds were slowly recovering. Having lost so many people without even catching a glimpse of their target, the group's reputation was at stake. Ding! Killed 2 true gods of the first rank. Reward, 200,000 points. Ding! Detecting host's needs, recommending a throwable item package. Only 100,000 points. 2 grenades, 2 smoke bombs, 2 tear gas bombs, 2 poison gas bombs, and 2 flashbang grenades. Looking at the list of 5th-tier items, Yin Zirua was quite pleased. This was exactly what he needed. Exchange. With these items in hand, Yin Zirua felt even more elated. He stepped on the golden rock steps, swiftly appearing before the group, and launched a direct attack on a true god of the 4th rank. Thunder Flame Slash. The true god of the 4th rank was already prepared, swinging a spiked mace directly at him. Boom! Yin Zirua was sent flying, his blood surging, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. The old man had been prepared. However, that was fine. Yin Zirua's attack on him was merely a diversion. He threw out all 8 items: grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, and poison gas bombs. The smoke bombs obscured vision. The tear gas bombs made people weep uncontrollably, and everyone was affected, their eyes tightly shut, unable to see anything. "Careful, everyone," someone warned, but they had no idea Yin Zerua had changed his tactics this time. The poison gas bombs caused people to lose consciousness and fall unconscious. Those below the true god level collapsed to the ground, lifeless. 2 grenades exploded with a loud boom, and the unlucky ones were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The true god of the 4th rank had one arm impaled, blood gushing out, looking as if an artery had been severed. The 2 true gods of the 2nd rank, still huddled together, were blown apart, their backsides in tatters, utterly disheveled. Yin Zerua was quite satisfied with the results. Looking at the 2 true gods of the 2nd rank, Yin Zerua threw the flashbang grenades at them. The 2 widened their eyes, seeing the approaching objects, and hurriedly retreated, but they kept their eyes open, not daring to blink. Bang bang! The flashbang grenades went off, and their vision was instantly blinded. My eyes!" they cried out in agony, clutching their eyes and rolling on the ground. Even with their high cultivation levels, it would take some time for them to recover. "Damn it! Are you just going to rely on these trinkets? Have the guts to come out." Dongfang Baiyu referred to these items as trinkets. Yin Zerua was speechless. If these were really trinkets, wouldn't they have divine energy fluctuations? This old man's way of thinking was just different from everyone else's. Yin Zerua looked at the 2 true gods of the 2nd rank, itching to make a move, but Dongfang Baiyu was keeping a close eye on him. He had no choice but to change direction and charge towards the injured true god of the 4th rank. The true god of the 4th rank had a sharp gaze. Although the wound on his arm had been hastily treated, blood was still gushing out. "You scoundrel, I'll make you die. Thunder rumble heaven!" the true god of the 4th rank shouted, swinging his spiked mace charged with lightning directly at Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua quickly dodged, but the power of the lightning still penetrated his body. His leg went numb, and he nearly fell. Yin Zerua skillfully rolled on the ground and quickly retreated again. Looking at this group, each with rich combat experience and on high alert, it would be difficult to ambush them again. Yin Zerua hid behind a tree, his leg still numb, wondering if Mize-Hen had succeeded in breaking through. The roar of the double-headed shark whale echoed, and Yin Zerua's heart tightened. A bad premonition enveloped him. Among the people here, 1 true god of the 4th rank and 1 true god of the 2nd rank were missing. There was no sense of Mize-Hen breaking through, but instead, the roar of the double-headed shark whale. The situation was not looking good. Yin Zerua turned and quickly headed towards Mieshen's location. Dongfang Baiyu also sensed something was wrong and hurriedly led the group in a mad dash. When Yin Zerua arrived, he saw the double-headed shark whale smashing the group to pieces, but Mize-Hen lay on the ground, her breath faint. What happened? Double-headed shark whale. Yin Zerua bellowed at him in fury. "I'm sorry, that scoundrel ambushed us. I fought with him, but the true god of the 4th rank secretly interfered, disrupting her meridians. Now her meridians are reversed, and it's likely." The double-headed shark whale knelt on the ground. Such a low-level mistake on his part was unforgivable, even at the cost of his life. Yin Zerua rushed to Mieshen's side, gently lifting her into his arms. His expression was frantic. Mieshen's eyes fluttered open, her hand reaching out to touch Yin Zerua's face. She smiled faintly, but her reversed meridians caused her divine energy to disperse. Ding! Detecting host's needs, recommending a great recovery pill, worth 22 million points. Yin Zerua's points were only 20.7 million. He was still short by 1.3 million points. Yin Zerua turned to look at the approaching group. "Beat them half to death and hand them over to me. I want the results within an hour, or I'll detonate you." Yin Zerua had trusted his strength enough to leave Mize-Hen in his care. To end up in this situation, Yin Zerua had been more than calm by not detonating his soul already. Understood. The double-headed shark whale's aura surged wildly. He absorbed the souls of a true god of the 4th rank and a true god of the 2nd rank, along with a few upper-level god of the third-rank souls, which were just enough to fill the gaps. As soon as Dongfang Baiyu arrived, he sensed the overwhelming aura of the double-headed shark whale. "Retreat!" he shouted, and was the first to flee. The others turned and ran as well, knowing they were no match for this formidable opponent. "You think you can leave? All of you stay." The double-headed shark whale wielded the trident of the sea god, ruthlessly pursuing and slaughtering the group. The earth trembled, the sky seemed to collapse. Half an hour passed, and everyone lay on the ground. The Thuixin Ruyi Chi in Yin Zirua's hands dealt the final blow, extinguishing the last breath of the group. Ding! True God of the 5th rank, 500,000 points. True God of the 4th rank, 400,000 points. 2 true gods of the 3rd rank, 600,000 points. 2 true gods of the 2nd rank, 400,000 points. Total, 1.9 million points. 22 million points exchanged for the Great Recovery Pill successfully. A golden box appeared in Yin Zirua's hands. Feeling the aura of the pill, even the double-headed shark whale was tempted. Such a miraculous pill was something he had never seen before. He had a premonition that the pill could heal his soul, but he dared not act. Yin Zirua immediately fed the pill to Mize. Chapter 472. Wrathful Annihilation, not a single survivor. But Mize had lost all motivation to even eat. Yin Zirua, using her mouth, bit the pill and fed it to Mize, helping her swallow it. The double-headed tiger shark, who had just been fed a mouthful of couple's affection, also hoped that Mize would be fine. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. The Great Restoration Pill not only healed Mieshen's wounds, but also helped her instantly break through to the true God realm. As soon as she broke through to the true God realm, Mieshen's aura became extremely powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary true god. Seeing that Mize was all right, Yin Zirua's worried heart finally relaxed. Mize opened her eyes and, seeing Yin Zirua's smiling face, nodded at him. This man was a god who could do anything. She had thought she was going to die, but this man had somehow produced a pill that saved her from the brink of death. It was almost impossible, but this man had done it. Mize gave Yin Zirua a warm hug, using her tenderness to silence his lips that were about to speak. Hey, there's still someone here, the double-headed tiger shark said, then thought to himself, maybe he was just a single fish. Glancing at the heap of corpses, Yin Zirua selected a few decent weapons and integrated them into his Thuixin Ruyi Chi. He quickly skimmed through the remaining usable items, leaving everything else as it was. Since the Dongfang family is so lively, I should go take a good look. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. If it weren't for these old fogies causing trouble, the points he had worked so hard to earn wouldn't have disappeared, and Mize might have been in danger. Mize nodded and followed Yin Zirua, while the double-headed tiger shark was about to return to the Qingkuan Refinement Pagoda. Someone made a low-level mistake, thinking it's over like this? Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the double-headed tiger shark awkwardly turned around. Mr. Yin, what instructions do you have for me? The double-headed tiger shark knew he had an unshirkable responsibility. Get to work, kill people. The usual rules for true gods, Yin Zirua said coldly. Then the three of them set off towards Tiandu City. At this moment, Tiandu City was still as peaceful as ever. In the east of the city, the Dongfang family occupied 100 acres, with a grand and imposing atmosphere. But today, there was no trace of the usual tranquility. In front of the gate were 3 carriages pulled by exotic beasts, each more imposing than the last. Inside the Dongfang family's hall, the third master of the Dongfang family, a true god of the 5th rank, was seated. The 3 visitors were from second-tier forces in Tiandu City. But they were also genuine true gods of the 5th rank, and their factions had long been in conflict with the Dongfang family. Third Master Dongfang, it's time we settled the score. The head of the Zhao family looked at the third master of the Dongfang family. Back then, this third master had been quite generous to their Zhao family. What is the meaning of the 3 of you coming together like this? Third Master Dongfang, Dongfang Kuangya, glared at the 3 individuals with a piercing gaze. Nothing much, just discussing the marriage between Miss Dongfang Yixing and my son, Zhao Yi. 3 years ago, Zhao Yi had just glanced at Dongfang Yixing's thigh and was beaten into a cripple. The Zhao family had also been heavily suppressed by the Dongfang family. To this day, Zhao Yi was unable to have children. Now, proposing marriage to Dongfang Yixing was clearly meant to make her pay for her actions. Impossible. Dongfang Kuangya's eyes sharpened as he looked at the three. Impossible. Then let's see if you, Dongfang Kuangya, can defeat the three of us before you say such things. The three of them, each a true god of the 5th rank, unleashed their auras, while Dongfang Kuangya, also a true god of the 5th rank, seemed somewhat outmatched. The news outside says that the second master of the Dongfang family went to find the heavenly fire radiance and met with misfortune. Your Dongfang family is finished. The head of the Zhao family said triumphantly, and Dongfang Kuangya had also received this news, but he had no confidence in his heart. So, you three are here to cause trouble. Dongfang Kuangya's eyes sharpened. At this moment, the 3 elders of the Dongfang family who had been out on business also rushed back, each a true god of the 4th rank, and their auras also erupted. This is the territory of the Dongfang family. If you three want to cause trouble, be prepared. The 3 elders, facing these formidable enemies, also had ashen expressions. They had known about the second master of the Dongfang family's misfortune on their way back. The second master had been searching for the heavenly fire radiance for the family, but he couldn't return. This was a further blow to the already weakened Dongfang family. They had heard that someone was coming to cause trouble today, so the 3 elders had rushed back from 3 different locations. If their own territory was turned upside down, the Dongfang family would be completely finished. The Dongfang family is already at its limit. I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. The head of the Zhao family said triumphantly. 1 true god of the 5th rank and 3 of the 4th rank would not be able to stand against 3 true gods of the 5th rank. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense. At this moment, 6 figures simultaneously arrived at the door and stepped inside. Oh, the Dongfang family is quite lively. Yen Zirua, uninvited. Yen Zirua, Mai's hen, the double-headed tiger shark, and 3 commanders. Are you friends or foes? Dongfang Kuangya looked at Yen Zirua with deep caution. Me? I'm here today to take over the Dongfang family. You 3, if you want to make a move, do it quickly. If you're slow, you might not even get a corpse. Hearing Yen Zirua's words, Dongfang Kuangya's heart sank. Then he saw the 3 commanders. What is the meaning of the 3 of you? My Dongfang family has never offended the 3 major mercenary groups. The 3 commanders were all true gods of the 5th rank, battle-hardened, and their subordinates were all elite warriors handpicked from 100. Such a force would be unstoppable in annihilating the Dongfang family. 3rd Master Dongfang, don't misunderstand. We are here because of Mr. Yin. We are now his subordinates. Captain Huang said calmly. 3 true gods of the 3rd rank becoming subordinates to a mere upper god of the 3rd rank? You are the one who killed my elder brother, second brother, and my father. Dongfang Kuangya said, shocking everyone. It was this handsome young man who had driven the first family of Tiandu City, the Dongfang family, into such a desperate situation? Yes, you're quite quick-witted. So, congratulations, I hereby declare that the Dongfang family will be annihilated today, and I will take over. Yen Zirua's eyes were cold, and a surge of killing intent surged. Dongfang Kuangya's heart sank, and the 3 men's eyes darted around. Yen Zirua's intention was clear, to take them all down. The 3 of them had come for Dongfang Kuangya's daughter. But now? Since the Dongfang family has major business to attend to, we'll take our leave. The head of the Zhao family was quick-witted and turned to leave. The Dongfang family was about to be wiped out, and if he took away Dongfang Yixing, it would look like he was helping. It was better to just leave, as he had only wanted to humiliate the Dongfang family, but that opportunity seemed to have vanished. The 3 heads turned and left without a second thought. Chapter 473, Trials of Love, Inseparable. Dongfang Kuangya stared at Yen Zirua with sharp eyes. Are you serious about what you just said? Dongfang Kuangya's eyes gleamed with a sharp, murderous intent. Yes. Every member of the Dongfang family, none will be spared. Yen Zirua replied with a cold smile, revealing his sinister nature. The arrogance and dominance of the young master were evident. How dare you? This is the territory of the Dongfang family. How can you trespass here? The three elders unleashed their full power, but Yin Zirua just smiled faintly. Boom, boom, boom. A true god of the 5th rank and 3 of the 4th rank were instantly sent flying. Pathetic. You're all as weak as chickens, said the double-headed whale shark as it struck, its overwhelming aura crushing everyone. The 3 captains felt a shiver down their spines at the double-headed whale shark's presence. Just one Yin Zirua was terrifying enough, and now he had such a powerful subordinate. Fortunately, they had submitted, or they might have already lost their lives. At that moment, members of the Dongfang family outside also rushed in, all members of the guard squad. The 3 captains surround the Dongfang family and kill them all. Not a single one will be spared. Those outside too, kill them all. I want the Dongfang family to disappear. Yin Zirua commanded. Captain Huang fired a signal flare, and half of the 3 regiments surrounding the Dongfang family charged in to kill, while the other half remained outside to ensure no one escaped. The cries of battle echoed loudly, and the entire Dongfang family was plunged into chaos and despair. It was evident how poor the character of the Dongfang family was. When they were the top family, they constantly suppressed surrounding factions. Now, even as the battle raged on, no one came to their aid. Everyone just watched and even took the opportunity to strike. The double-headed whale shark had already beaten the true god of the 5th rank and the 3 of the 4th rank to near death, throwing them before Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua swiftly executed the 4 without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a true god of the 5th rank and 3 of the 4th rank. Reward, 1.7 million points. Hearing this, Yin Zirua felt a bit more at ease, though the others were far too insignificant. Even the double-headed whale shark couldn't be bothered to act, as it would be as easy as crushing an ant. At that moment, a group of people charged back in from the outskirts. It was the Dongfang family's hunting party. The lineup was impressive. 3 true gods of the 3rd rank and 3 of the 2nd rank. Here's your prey, Yin Zirua said to the double-headed whale shark. The double-headed whale shark wielded the trident of Poseidon and quickly took down the 6. Yin Zirua then finished them off with ease. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing 3 true gods of the 3rd rank and 3 of the 2nd rank. Reward, 1.5 million points. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was quite satisfied. At that moment, 2 true gods of the 1st rank erupted with energy, directly attacking Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua summoned the Sui Xian Rui ruler and blocked the attack. Boom! The floor beneath Yin Zirua instantly crumbled, flying shards scattering like spider webs. It was a pair of siblings, their eyes sharp as they looked at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua was slightly stunned by their appearance. The girl resembled his lover from his previous life. Yin Zirua suddenly unleashed his divine power, forcing the 2 back. Maizhen rushed to help. These 2 are mine. Go help with the others, Yin Zirua said sharply. As the world seemed vast and full of grievances, seeing the girl's face made him feel unsettled. You killed my father. I want you dead, the girl cried out, tears in her eyes. Yin Zirua's mind flashed with images of the past, of his youth. The young girl before him now was too similar to the one from his past. Maizhen, fighting against Miaozi, noticed Yin Zirua's gaze. Her attacks instantly became twice as fierce. Although she had just reached the true god level, her aura far surpassed that of an ordinary first-rank true god. Miaozi, in comparison, was lacking in both combat experience and skill. She seemed like someone who had never truly faced life and death, always well protected. Spatial slaughter. Mieshin's eyes gleamed as she launched a relentless assault on Miaozi. The sight of Yin Zirua looking at a cute girl with such admiration was not something she wanted to see. Was he thinking she wasn't as pretty as that girl? Who knows what a woman's mind can conjure up? If Yin Zirua knew, he'd probably be horrified. However, the fact remained that Yin Zirua hadn't been able to bring himself to kill the girl. This caused their fight to become increasingly intense, while Yin Zirua was lost in his memories. He knew the girl before him wasn't the one from his past, but the 8-part resemblance was too much. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as Mai's Hin killed her opponent. The shockwave of the battle reached Yin Zirua, who quickly dodged a large piece of flooring that nearly hit his handsome face. He looked over at Mai's Hin, only to meet a furious gaze. Yin Zirua's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling enveloping him. Mr. Yin, you seem to be in high spirits. Don't you see all the casualties around you? Are you planning to take the enemy's child as your own? Mieshin's cold voice echoed in his ears. Yin Zirua chuckled awkwardly, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Mai's Hin was displeased and directly attacked Dongfang Yisheng with her weapon. Dongfang Yisheng hurriedly dodged, but her body was instantly immobilized, unable to move. The Sui Xian Ru Yi ruler swung up, blocking Mieshin's attack. What? Can't bear to do it, Mr. Yin? Mai's Hin glared at Yin Zirua, her expression a mix of anger and grievance. No, it's just that Yin Zirua tried to explain but couldn't find the right words. If Mr. Yin can't do it, then I will. If you leave the enemy's child alive, you should know the consequences. Mai's Hin said sharply, her weapon poised to strike the girl. Yin Zirua quickly rushed forward to block her again. You really? Mai's Hin was furious and turned to leave. She wasn't a heartless person. On the contrary, she valued emotions deeply. But Yin Zirua's actions now left her unable to understand. The man who had once protected her life was now defending another woman, blocking her actions. This made her feel deeply disheartened. Dongfang Yisheng, now free from her immobilization, turned and slashed at Yin Zirua with her sword. Yin Zirua turned to defend, but was a beat too late, and his shoulder was cut. He didn't care about his injury, as Mai's Hin had already left in anger. Chapter 474. Taking over the East, Mai's Hin departs. Huang, take this person into custody. I want her alive. Yin Zirua commanded, then turned to chase after Mai's Hin. Huang, the regiment leader, had witnessed the scene just now. Being ordered to capture someone alive seemed like a rather casual command. Mai's Hin sprinted at her fastest speed, trying to leave Tiandu City. However, Yin Zirua caught up to her, grabbing her hand. It's not what it looks like. I don't like her. It's just that she resembles someone I know. I know she's not that person, but I couldn't bring myself to hurt her. Yin Zirua confessed his true feelings, seeing Zirua chase after him. Mai's Hin felt a surge of joy in her heart upon seeing Yin Zirua pursue her. But when she heard his words, her gaze turned icy. Young Master Yin, if you want to handle it yourself, then do so. What does it have to do with me? I also have my own matters to attend to. Please let go, young Master Yin. Mai's Hin was a woman who needed care and protection. However, Yin Zirua's actions left her deeply displeased. If she was so unnecessary, why waste time here? There were matters in her sect awaiting her return, and she would face punishment if she didn't return soon. For what reason was she lingering here? Yin Zirua wanted to explain but couldn't find the right words. He looked at Mai's Hin, hoping she wouldn't be angry. Mai's Hin shook off Yin Zirua's hand and swiftly departed from Tiandu City. Yin Zirua stood there, at a loss for how to stop Mai's Hin from leaving. Meanwhile, Mai's Hin arrived outside the city gates, where two formidable presences entered her perception. Young mistress, it's time to return. The sect master requests your presence. These two presences were at the 8th realm of True God. Even if Mai's Hin wanted to refuse, she couldn't. And even if she turned back to seek Yin Zirua's help, he wouldn't be able to resist two 8th realm True Gods. Understood, Mai's Hin replied, glancing back at Tiandu City, wondering if they would ever meet again. No, perhaps there would be no such opportunity. Mai's Hin closed her eyes and was taken away by the two. Yin Zirua returned to the Eastern family estate. Out of the 3,800 members of the Eastern family, 3,000 had been slain. The remaining 800 were either on missions or had yet to return from their training. If you encounter any of the 800, kill them. I want you 3 regiment leaders to complete the list of all 3,800 members. Yin Zirua's cold gaze sent a chill through the 3 leaders. Understood, young Master Yin, they replied in unison. What spoils did the Eastern family yield? Yin Zerua asked, looking at the three. Reporting to young Master Yin, the Eastern family has a treasury filled with valuable items. The Eastern family was wealthy and an old, established clan. Their collection was undoubtedly vast. Take me there, Yin Zerua ordered. Following regiment leader Huang, they arrived at the Eastern family's treasury, which was indeed filled with treasures. Yin Zerua sifted through the items, placing those he could use into the Qingkuan refining pagoda. Some were items that the twin-headed shark whale had taken a liking to, and others were things he thought Maizen might appreciate. However, he had no idea where Maizen had gone. Feeling a bit helpless, Yin Zerua decided there wasn't much else that caught his interest. Divide the spoils among the three regiments. You've all worked hard, Yin Zerua said, and regiment leader Huang felt a surge of joy. Thank you, young Master Yin. The treasures would make the three regiments even stronger. I plan to make this place my territory. Have the three regiments send people to renovate it and rename it Yin Mansion. Having been on the road for so long without a base, this place had good feng shui, a decent city, and abundant spiritual energy. With the three regiment leaders as his enforcers, this would be an ideal place to settle if he ever brought his family out. Understood, young Master Yin, regiment leader Huang responded. All right, handle the rest. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, Yin Zerua left, leaving the mess to regiment leader Huang. It seemed he trusted him quite a bit. Yin Zerua ventured outside the city, searching everywhere for Maizen but unable to find her. Even using his spiritual sense, he couldn't locate her. Just as he was puzzled, he spotted a dagger on the city gate. He recognized it. It belonged to Maizen. He pulled it down and heard a message left by her divine power. The sect has sent people to bring me back. Don't worry. The brief message left Yin Zerua feeling somewhat frustrated. It seemed she was still angry. Sigh, he thought, perhaps next time they meet, he'll explain everything properly. In the distance, a carriage pulled by exotic beasts approached, laden with goods. Did you hear? The ninth of the Bayang Demon sect has returned. Yeah, these supplies are for the Bayang Demon sect. I heard they also captured a girl. The two chatted back and forth. Yin Zerua frowned. Yao Jiuhong had returned to the Bayang Demon sect, and they had captured a girl. Could it be Yuan Lingdan? Yuan Lingdan was so powerful that even Yin Zerua didn't feel confident taking her on. How did those guys manage to capture her? With these doubts in mind, Yin Zerua didn't dare waste time and headed straight for the Bayang Demon sect's headquarters. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't let the two women come to harm. As he was about to leave the Eastern Star, Yin Zerua spotted two disheveled figures. One was a masked person, and the other was a half-human, half-beast creature. The same little creature from the auction. The two were locked in battle, and the situation seemed dire. Although Yin Zerua wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, he felt an unusual aura from the half-human, half-beast girl, similar to Yao Jiuhong. It was a mysterious, powerful presence. A hunch told him that the two might be connected, perhaps even from the same place. Given Yao Jiuhong's mission, Yin Zerua couldn't afford to miss any leads. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Zerua suddenly descended. The masked man was about to strike the little cat Yao, but Yin Zerua stepped in to block his attack. Clang! The masked man was at the fifth realm of true God, his aura powerful. Yin Zerua unleashed his full third realm over God's strength. Boom! The ground shook. The little cat girl widened her eyes, tears welling up as she watched Yin Zerua, uncertain if he was truly there to save her. I thought you were here to save her, but it seems I was mistaken, Yin Zerua said sharply, staring at the masked man. This creature was bought by me. I have the right to deal with her, the masked man retorted, glaring at Yin Zerua. A mere third realm overgod dared to meddle in his affairs. Chapter 475. Half human, half demon, with a child. Did you think your life was too long? This little one is a half beast, but she is still a life, Yin Zerua said sharply. From a young age, the little cat demon had been looked down upon by countless people, and this was the first time someone had acknowledged her as a living being. Oh, interesting. Let's see if you have the ability to take her away. Shadow kill. The masked man instantly transformed into hundreds of illusions, each wielding a sword and attacking Yin Zirua. Although these illusions were mere shadows, they carried substantial offensive divine power. Yin Zirua wielded her Sui Xian Rui Qi, imbued it with divine energy, and in a flash, the Sui Xian Rui Qi extended into numerous branches. Swish, swish. All the surrounding illusions were pierced and shattered. One of the illusions directly charged towards the little cat demon. Golden Bell Shield of Poison Spikes. Yin Zirua shielded the little cat demon. Clang. The masked man's powerful strike, with immense divine energy, caused the poison spikes to rebound, piercing through his shoulder. The masked man quickly retreated, glaring at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes. Fine. You've got some skills. Swift kill. The masked man charged again, this time with even greater speed. Eye of Space-Time. Yin Zirua used the Eye of Space-Time to observe the flow of his divine power. Her body quickly reacted, and the two figures crossed paths repeatedly, sparks flying. Inside the Golden Bell Shield of Poison Spikes, the little cat demon crouched, her eyes fixed on Yin Zirua's figure, filled with worry. Thunder Flame Slash. Swift kill. Boom. Crack. The two figures collided with immense force, spreading terrifying divine energy for thousands of miles. The masked man's sword was instantly broken, and his abdomen was torn open. In that split second, Yin Zirua seized the thousandth of a second opening and severely injured him. You have some skill, he said, pulling out two black swords and glaring at Yin Zirua. You're not bad either. Why do you want to kill her? What are you to her? And why do you have the right to decide her life or death? Yin Zirua questioned him word by word. It was too pitiful for such a young creature to be killed. She lost the item I entrusted her with. When I asked her where she lost it, she couldn't even tell me. What use is such trash? The masked man said sharply, his heart filled with resentment. It was a secret related to an important matter. You entrusted an important item to a child for safekeeping, proving your brain isn't much better. Yin Zirua retorted without hesitation. The masked man's eyes sharpened, and his twin blades glowed with dangerous light. My affairs don't concern you. Twin kill. The masked man roared, unleashing the aura of a fifth-rank true god. Void devouring divine technique. Two dark voids opened around Yin Zirua, perfectly defending on both sides. The masked man's speed was swift, and he instantly reached above Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua swung her Sui Xian Rui Qi to block. Clang. A terrifying surge of divine energy erupted, creating a 100-meter crater. The little cat demon, protected by the Golden Bell Shield of Poison Spikes, was unharmed. However, the massive surge of divine energy still knocked the little one onto her bottom. The two dark voids around Yin Zirua absorbed most of the masked man's divine power, reducing its potency by half. Is this your reliance? Even so, you still can't defeat me. He continued to unleash divine power to crush Yin Zirua. I dared to make a move, of course. I have my confidence. Just a fifth-rank true god. The Eye of Space-Time locked onto his figure, and the Origin Divine Domain enhanced Yin Zirua's attacks while weakening the opponent's strength. Combined with the two dark voids voraciously absorbing his divine power, the masked man's expression finally showed signs of unease. He quickly retreated, and a small tower silently appeared behind him. With a turn, he directly collided with it. Not good. The Xianxia refining tower unleashed its power, firmly absorbing his figure. The masked man was no pushover. He stabilized himself with his divine power. However, the power of the Xianxia refining tower was too strong. If this continued, he would be completely absorbed. Explode. The masked man took out a secret treasure and detonated it. Boom. A terrifying surge of divine energy spread, knocking the Xianxia refining tower aside. The masked man finally got a chance to catch his breath. Yin Zirua, stepping on the golden rock steps, quickly rushed to his side and swung her Sui Xian Rui Qi. Thunder Flame Slash. A powerful surge of lightning energy erupted. The masked man wielded his twin swords to block the attack. Boom! Divine energy clashed, terrifying beyond measure. Both figures retreated dozens of meters. This man's combat experience was rich, and his divine power was formidable, a formidable opponent. Fiery kill triple slash. Xianxia's heavenly fire radiance erupted with overwhelming force, and the power of the fiery kill triple slash far surpassed its previous manifestations. Feeling the immense divine energy, the masked man dared not underestimate. Seeing such terrifying divine energy from a third-rank upper god had already shaken his heart. Suddenly, he remembered the rumors in the city about the one who had destroyed the Eastern family. Twin shadow kill. The masked man unleashed everything, going all out, with the aura of a fifth-rank true god. A black figure and a fiery red figure collided. Boom! The heavens and earth rumbled, and half the sky turned red. 100 miles around were swept by a storm, leaving nothing unscathed, with flying rocks and sand turning to dust. Inside the golden bell shield of poison spikes, the little cat demon hugged her body tightly. Her instincts told her that the storm before her was very dangerous. In the storm, the two figures quickly separated. The masked man's injuries worsened. Xianxia was in better condition, only feeling some turbulence in her chi and blood. Miaozi, you are very strong. The masked man finally realized how dangerous the person before him was. You too. Xianxia smiled at the masked man. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted within the masked man's body. The masked man looked at his burning body, his eyes widening as he exploded into a sea of flames. The flames soared into the sky, reaching the highest heavens. Xianxia had infused the heavenly fire radiance origin into this man's body and detonated it. This was a very risky move. If the opponent had any treasures to suppress fire, they could seize the origin. Xianxia had taken a gamble. This man's speed and strength were too formidable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a peak 5th-rank true god, rewarding 600,000 points. Xianxia looked at the ground and saw a piece of black iron. Ding! Detected a mysterious black iron. Whether to refine. Refine. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. The black iron contained powerful and mysterious divine energy. After refining it, half was integrated into Xianxia's body, and the other half into the free will ruler. This mysterious force merged into Xianxia's flesh and blood, enhancing his physical body. His muscles and bones underwent a qualitative change, and his soul seemed to ascend. Xianxia took a deep breath, savoring the sensation. Meanwhile, a black mark appeared on the free will ruler, and its spiritual energy had grown immensely. Not bad, Xianxia praised, noting that the ruler was now more powerful than ordinary ascendant weapons. Turning, Xianxia looked at the small cat demon curled up inside the venomous spike bell. He released the barrier and extended his hand. It's all right now, no need to be afraid, he said gently. The cat demon timidly opened her eyes and looked up at him. In that moment, it felt as if a ray of sunlight had pierced through the darkness. With the battle over, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the chaotic battlefield. Xianxia, like a radiant angel, stood out magnificently. The cat demon timidly placed her tiny hand in Xianxia's large palm, which was only half its size. He pulled her up. At 1.5 meters tall, with fluffy ears and a long tail, she was quite adorable. Where are you from? Xianxia asked. The cat demon shook her head, not speaking. I'm Xianxia. What's your name? After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Lianai. I'm Lianai. Her voice was as sweet as candy. I'm leaving here. Where will you go? Xianxia asked. Hearing this, Lianai grabbed his hand. Don't leave, Lianai. I'm scared. Xianxia looked at her trembling hand gripping his finger. This little burden might be a risk to take along, but leaving her here would be equally dangerous. System, can I combine my treasures into a protective artifact capable of withstanding at least divine attacks? Ding! Detecting host's needs, dividing 108 treasures into groups for combination, creating an all-around artifact the Rainbow Jade Bracelet, capable of withstanding 3 full-power divine attacks and possessing autonomous protection functions. Additionally, considering Yin Zirua's paternal concern for children, it includes a positioning and sensing feature. Yin Zirua rolled his eyes. What did they mean by paternal? He wasn't old. He just cared like an older brother. He took out the exquisite bracelet and placed it on Lianai's wrist. From now on, you're my sister. This bracelet will protect you. Don't take it off. Hearing this, Lianai stared at him with wide eyes, tears streaming down her face. Mom, Lianai won't take it off. She jumped into his arms, tears and snot smearing on him. Yin Zirua awkwardly tried to shake her off but failed. She was quite clingy. Come on, let's go to a dangerous place. If there's real danger, I'll put you in my treasure. Be good then. Lianai nodded repeatedly, her face glowing with happiness. Yin Zirua led Lianai as they flew through the star domain. He heard the 100-Sun Demon sect was on a black planet near the Xianxia star domain, a place with scarce spiritual energy and no competition. Leaving the eastern planet, Yin Zirua entered the vast sea of stars, feeling minuscule amidst the countless celestial bodies. He headed outward, knowing the 100-Sun Demon sect liked to ambush travelers. Just as he was about to leave the Xianxia star domain, the expected ambush arrived. Halt, you there. 5 men surrounded him, 3 upper divine rank 3 and 2 upper divine rank 2. They were young and full of arrogance. Yin Zirua stopped and looked at them. Boss, the little loli is cute. We can keep her, one said, imagining how alluring the cat demon would become. Yeah, leave the girl, hand over your treasures and scram. The leader demanded, their eyes sharp and spiritual energy surging. Yin Zirua looked at these trash, disgusted by their intentions toward the young cat demon. Filthy scum, he spat, releasing his upper divine rank 3 aura and initiating the golden rock step. Thunderflame slash. In a blink, he saw 2 upper divine rank 2. Blood splattered on the remaining 3. Damn it, attack! The upper divine rank 3 leader roared, charging with their weapons, spiritual energy erupting. Void devouring technique. Time-space eyes. Their movements froze as shockwaves rippled through them. Swish, swish. 2 more were saw, and the last 2 were kicked into the black hole of the void devouring technique. Only 1 remained, trembling. You wanted to kill me? Yin Zirua's cold gaze bore into him. No, no. Spare me. The once arrogant upper divine rank 3 pleaded. Which faction are you from? Yin Zirua demanded. 100-Sun Demon sect, the man stammered, eyeing the free will ruler nervously. Yin Zirua put away the ruler and sealed the man's spiritual energy. Take me to the 100-Sun Demon sect's base. The man hesitated but nodded. With Lianai following, the 3 headed toward the demon sect's lair. After half a day, Yin Zirua sensed unusual spiritual energy and used the time-space eyes to scan. The man felt a chill as Yin Zirua stopped. Leading me into a killing array. Bold move, Yin Zirua said sharply, identifying the deadly trap. After refining, half of the mysterious force was integrated into Yin Zirua's body, and the other half was merged into the free will ruler. This mystical energy, when infused into Yin Zirua's flesh, enhanced his physical body. His muscles and bones underwent a qualitative transformation, and his entire being seemed to have been elevated. Yin Zirua took a deep breath. This feeling was truly wonderful. At the same time, a black pattern appeared on the free will ruler, and its spiritual energy had become far more powerful than before. This is quite impressive. Yin Zirua praised, noting that the free will ruler was now more powerful than ordinary spiritual weapons. Then, Yin Zirua turned around and looked at the small cat demon curled up inside the poison thorn bell. He released the poison thorn bell and extended his hand. It's all right now. You don't need to be afraid anymore, he said gently. Hearing Yin Zirua's soothing voice, the small cat demon timidly opened her eyes and looked up at him. In that instant, it felt as if a ray of sunlight had pierced through the darkness. The storm of battle had passed, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and sunlight bathed the chaotic battlefield. Yin Zirua seemed like an angel come to save her, dazzling and strikingly handsome. The small cat demon extended her tiny paw, placing it on Yin Zirua's large palm, which was only half its size. Yin Zirua helped her up. Standing at a petite 1.5 meters, with her fluffy ears and long tail, she was undeniably adorable. "Where are you from?" Yin Zirua asked. The small cat demon shook her head, remaining silent. "I'm Yin Zirua. And you?" The small cat demon hesitated for a moment. "Lien Ai. My name is Lien Ai," she replied in a sweet, milky voice that resonated in Yin Zirua's ears. "I'm leaving here. Where are you planning to go?" Yin Zirua asked. Upon hearing that Yin Zirua was leaving, Lien Ai quickly grabbed his hand. "Please don't leave Lien Ai. She's very scared," she said, her tiny hand trembling slightly as it clutched his finger. This was certainly a little burden, and while bringing her along might be dangerous, leaving her here seemed equally perilous. "System, can I fuse my treasures into a protective treasure capable of withstanding at least a divine-level attack?" Ding. Detecting host request. Dividing the 108 treasures in stock into multiple groups. Creating an all-around treasure, the Rainbow Luminous Bracelet, capable of withstanding 3 full-power Divine Level 9 rank attacks, with additional functions, including autonomous protection. Additionally, considering Yin Zirua's paternal feelings toward children, a positioning and sensing ability has been specially added. Yin Zirua rolled his eyes. What did they mean by paternal feelings? Was he that old? He was just like a big brother caring for her. Yin Zirua took out the exquisite bracelet and placed it on Lien Ai's wrist. "From now on, you're my little sister. This bracelet will protect you. Don't take it off." Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Lien Ai's eyes widened in surprise, and tears streamed down her face. Lien Ai will never take off this bracelet," she said, then jumped up and hugged Yin Zirua, her tears and snot smearing on his clothes. Yin Zirua flailed his arms, but he couldn't shake off the little girl. She was indeed quite clingy. "Let's go. We're heading to a dangerous place. If there's real danger, I'll put you in my treasure. You have to be obedient then." Hearing Yin Zirua's protective words, Lien Ai nodded continuously, her face filled with a happy smile, the expression of a little girl. Yin Zirua led Lien Ai as they flew into the star domain. He had heard that the 100 Young Demon cult was located on a black planet near the Xianxia star domain. It was a planet with scarce spiritual energy where no one would compete with them. Yin Zirua left the eastern planet and entered the vast sea of stars, gazing at the countless celestial bodies. In the grand scheme of things, a single person's size was negligible. Yin Zirua continued his journey outward. The 100 Young Demon cult often intercepted travelers along the way, and as long as they did, it would provide a lead. Just as he was about to leave the Xianxia star domain, the people he had been waiting for finally arrived. "Halt, you there." 5 men surrounded him, 3 at the upper-level god 3rd rank and 2 at the upper-level god 2nd rank. They were all young, exuding an air of arrogance. Yin Zirua stopped and looked at the 5 men. "Boss, that little lowly looks good. We can take her back and raise her." As they spoke, their minds wandered, imagining how enticing the small cat demon would become when she grew up. Not bad. Leave the little girl here and hand over all the treasures on your body. Then you can scram." As they spoke, all 5 pairs of eyes focused on Yin Zirua, sharp and filled with divine energy. Yin Zirua looked at these 5 trash, especially considering how young the small cat demon was, and these guys didn't intend to let her go. What a bunch of trash. Yin Zirua's upper-level god 3rd rank aura erupted, and with a golden rock step, he made the first move. Thunder Flame Slash. In the blink of an eye, he obliterated the 2 upper-level god 2nd rank individuals. Their red blood splattered all over the remaining 3. "Damn it, attack!" The upper-level god 3rd rank leader roared, and the 3 charged forward with their weapons, divine energy surging. Void Devouring Technique. Time-Space Eyes. Their figures were instantly immobilized, their hearts filled with waves of shock. Swish, swish. 2 more were instantly slain, and with a swift kick, Yin Zirua sent their bodies into the black hole formed by the void-devouring technique. Only one person remained, trembling in fear. You were the one who wanted to kill me? Yin Zirua's cold gaze fixed on the man. No, no, no. I dare not. Please spare my worthless life. The upper-level god 3rd rank, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now completely cowed. Which faction do you belong to? Yin Zirua questioned, staring at the man. I'm from the 100 Young Demon cult, the upper-level god 3rd rank stammered, his eyes glancing nervously at the free will ruler in Yin Zirua's hand, fearing it might end his life with a single strike. Yin Zirua put away the free will ruler and sealed the man's divine energy. Take me to the 100 Young Demon cult's base. Hearing Yin Zirua's command, the man hesitated but eventually nodded. Lien Ai followed behind Yin Zirua as the 3 of them headed toward the 100 Young Demon cult's stronghold. After half a day's journey, Yin Zirua sensed something unusual in the surrounding divine energy and used his time-space eyes to inspect the area. The man in front of him felt a chill down his spine as Yin Zirua stopped, his heart racing. You led me into a killing array. You have a lot of nerve. Yin Zirua's sharp gaze revealed a massive killing array. Chapter 477. One Man's Battle, Reaping Cabbages. Haha, you wanted to kill me? Now I'll make sure you all die with me. This is the 100 Slaughter formation of the 100 Young Devil cult. Let's see how you escape alive. The 3rd rank upper god laughed triumphantly, confident that even this formidable opponent would not be able to break the formation. The little Katyao's ears twitched, and she pointed towards a direction. We can leave from there, she said in her sweet, childish voice. Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. With his space-time eye, he glanced in that direction and confirmed it was indeed an exit. All right, let's go. To his surprise, the little Katyao had such a talent, able to see through a deadly formation at a glance. Even Yin Zirua would have needed some time to figure it out. This was indeed a valuable find. Before the 3rd rank upper god's smile could fully bloom, Yin Zirua swiftly tossed him into the Chinkuan refining pagoda and, with the little Katyao, made a beeline for the exit. The killing formation drew its power from the 5 elements, and the exit was the only way out. The 5 elements' powers interweaved and transformed endlessly, rushing towards Yin Zirua and the little cat spirit. Though it was the exit, it was still a perilous path. Whoosh! A fiery dragon surged forward. Yin Zirua wielded the Sui Xian Rui ruler and swung it upwards. The clash of divine power forced Yin Zirua to take 3 steps back. Beside him, the little Katyao faced a water blade attack. Be careful. Yin Zirua dashed forward, picked up the little cat spirit, and rolled 3 times to evade the attack. Golden lightning roared towards them. Yin Zirua swung the Sui Xian Rui ruler wildly, enhanced by his own heavenly fire radiance. Flame Rampage Triple Slash. The power of flames clashed with the golden lightning's divine force, creating a terrifying ripple of divine energy. Yin Zirua held the little cat demon in one arm, while skillfully deflecting the surrounding attacks. The little Katyao watched Yin Zirua, her pupils briefly transforming into a complex rune before vanishing. We're getting out. Yin Zirua stepped on the golden rock steps and burst out of the formation. Sun Ao sent a soul communication, yet someone actually escaped from the killing formation. The leader was a 1st-rank true god, looking down his nose at others, a tradition among them. Never thought there'd be barking dogs outside. Quite noisy indeed. Yin Zirua placed the little cat demon down, gripping the Sui Xian Rui ruler tightly as he coldly glared at the group before him. This guy's quite arrogant. I like it. Why not join the 100 Young Devil cult? I'll give you my deputy leader position. Hearing this, Yin Zirua's face turned ashen. The words felt oddly inappropriate. Get lost. Yin Zirua roared, stepping on the golden rock steps and launching an attack. The Sui Xian Rui ruler swung out, radiating spiritual energy, as the aura of a 3rd-rank upper god burst forth. What a strong aura. I'll handle him. No one else move. Xianxia, wielding a fiery red spear, charged forward. Clang, clang. The two figures clashed like lightning, their movements a blur. The onlookers cheered for their leader. The little Catyal watched Yin Zerua with worry in her eyes, but she knew he was the strongest. Thunder flame slash. Tidal wave. Both shouted, unleashing their killing moves. Boom. A terrifying explosion of divine energy erupted, sending everyone flying. The little Catyal's bracelet glowed, shielding her from the shockwave. She looked at the bracelet, feeling warmth in her heart. This guy's a third-rank upper god, right? Why does his aura feel so strong? The onlookers were stunned. He's a third-rank upper god, but incredibly powerful. Another was equally astonished. Their leader was a first-rank true god, yet it seemed he was being utterly dominated. Xianxia's eyes sharpened. This opponent was unnaturally strong. What realm are you exactly? Xianxia took 3 steps back, his palms aching. Yin Zerua's body had been greatly enhanced by previous divine energy, far stronger than a first-rank true god's. He was simply overpowering his opponent. Just a third-rank upper god, Yin Zerua said calmly, the Xianxia Rui ruler glowing brightly. His powerful aura dominated the battlefield. This guy's too strange. Everyone, attack together. Zhang San shouted, and his subordinates, ranging from third-rank to first-rank upper gods, charged forward. Yin Zerua looked at them, seeing only pretenders. The Xianxia Rui ruler glowed as he stepped on the golden rock steps, diving into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. Over 100 men were like cabbages in his hands, his overwhelming physical strength and powerful techniques reaping lives in waves. Zhang San swallowed a recovery pill to stabilize his energy, his eyes flickering. These men were his subordinates, all desperate souls, and he knew their limits. Even he would have struggled against this opponent, yet here it was like cutting vegetables. Zhang San's mind wavered. Should he fight or flee? Thud. The last man fell before Zhang San, who panicked. Damn it, just you wait. He spat out a threat and fled, disappearing in a flash. Heh, now you want to run? Too late. Yin Zerua looked in one direction, his golden rock steps propelling him to Zhang San in an instant. Still trying to run? Zhang San hurriedly stopped, looking at Yin Zerua and gritting his teeth. I'll fight to the end. Tidal wave slaughter. The first-rank true god's divine power erupted fully. Yin Zerua swung the Xianxia Rui ruler to counter. Flame rampage. Yin Zerua's heavenly fire radiance surged, releasing scorching red light. Boom. In the star sea, a brilliant spark erupted, adding a bit of liveliness to the desolate expanse. The divine energy shockwave forced Yin Zerua to take a few steps back, his face slightly pale as he stabilized himself, watching the chaotic center of energy. Zhang San stood still, glaring at Yin Zerua with unwillingness in his eyes. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed straight down. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a first-rank true god, rewarded with 100,000 points. Hearing this reward, Yin Zerua smiled faintly. However, he suddenly realized a problem. He had killed everyone, leaving no way forward. Standing there, Yin Zerua felt extremely awkward. Next time, I can't be so impulsive. I must leave at least one alive. As Yin Zerua muttered, the little cat demon, using divine power, walked over, her clumsy movements incredibly cute. Yin Zerua also noticed she was carrying someone, barely clinging to life. Chapter 478. Frenzied Battle, Shattering the City Gate. Yoho, this guy's still alive. Do you want him? The little cat demon looked at Yin Zerua with her adorable face, which was almost too cute to handle. Yes, I need him, Yin Zerua replied, gently rubbing the little cutie's head. The cat demon giggled, her eyes narrowing in delight. Yin Zerua found some medicinal herbs to treat the injuries of the upper-level god of the first rank, ensuring his survival. Take me to the Baiyang demon sect, and I'll let you go afterward, Yin Zerua said as the man regained consciousness, still groggy. He nodded in agreement. Despite his injuries, he led the way, guiding them eastward through the region for half a day until they finally spotted a pitch-black planet. At first glance, This black planet seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, almost as if it didn't exist. "This is indeed a remarkably dark planet," Yin Zirua remarked with a sense of awe. The man looked at Yin Zirua with caution, fearing that she might suddenly kill him in a fit of rage. "You've been quite cooperative. I won't kill you. Go, and tell Baiyang that I'm here to see him," Yin Zirua said calmly. The man shivered at her words. He knew he had to report this to the sect leader. This upper-level god of the third rank was bold indeed to demand such a direct message. He didn't want to stay by Yin Zirua's side any longer and quickly returned to the Black Planet. The planet was home to several powerful presences. A rough sensing revealed a true god of the fifth rank, one of the fourth rank, and several of the second and third ranks. There were no first-rank true gods, likely out on missions, like the team he had previously slain. The little cat demon looked at Yin Zirua, her heart fluttering with excitement. She trusted that Yin Zirua wouldn't do anything without a plan, so she followed closely behind. On the Black Planet, the landscape was barren. A black city stood amidst the desolation, with people strolling about, occasionally cracking jokes and laughing. Yin Zirua and the little cat demon approached the city gate, which bore the inscription, "Desolate Heaven." Indeed, it's as desolate as it gets. "A truly unique wasteland," Yin Zirua joked. The little cat demon giggled at his remark. The two reached the city gate, where the guards were still chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to their presence. This remote place rarely saw visitors, so their vigilance was minimal. "Hey, did you hear about what happened on the eastern planet of the Xianxia star domain?" "Yeah, it seems the powerful eastern family was wiped out, and even their ancestral flame was stolen." The two guards chatted enthusiastically, while Yin Zirua listened to their crude jokes below. The little cat demon, still innocent, didn't understand what the guards were talking about. Yin Zirua, feeling a bit embarrassed by their conversation, glanced at the little cat demon. Thankfully, she was still pure and innocent, unaware of the crude jokes. Unable to bear listening to more, Yin Zirua summoned his flexible and immediate ruler and launched a devastating strike, instantly killing the patrolling guards. Their blood stained the walls, and the world fell silent. Enemy attack. Only after the guards were dead did someone realize an intruder had arrived. Yin Zirua was almost impressed by their delayed reaction. The sound of footsteps filled the air as 100 men appeared on the city wall. Most of them were upper-level gods of the first to third ranks, mere small fry. A true god of the second rank descended at the main gate. "Who dares to kill at the doorstep of the Baiyang demon sect?" the fat man demanded, his sharp eyes glaring. With a body weighing over 200 pounds, his flabby flesh jiggled as he moved. Yin Zirua glanced at him, almost worried that the overweight man might collapse the gate. "Tell Baiyang that I've come for Yao Jiuhong. Hand her over, or I'll smash his head," Yin Zirua declared firmly. The fat man paused for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. "You, an upper-level god of the third rank, dare to challenge a true god of the fifth rank? You're quite bold," the fat man said, pulling out a massive hammer. "I am bold. His son was killed by me," Yin Zirua said without a trace of fear. The fat man remembered that Baiyang had previously led a group to the Tianguan sect to seek revenge for his son's death, resulting in heavy casualties. Now, this young man had come directly to their doorstep to cause trouble. Truly, the young are fearless. "Fine, you'll have to defeat me first." "Tremor of heaven," the fat man roared, unleashing his divine power as a true god of the second rank. He swung his hammer at Yin Zirua, creating 100 zhonglong blue hammer shadow that came crashing down with the force to split mountains. Thunderflame slash. Yin Zirua gripped his Thixin Ruyi Chi with both hands, unleashing his full divine power to confront the attack directly. The onlookers on the wall were excited, expecting to see Yin Zirua's blood splatter in the next moment. But things didn't go as they had hoped. The ground cracked as the massive hammer shadow was shattered, leaving Yin Zirua standing unscathed. The fat man staggered back 2 steps, his flabby body wobbling as his blood surged. He looked at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes, realizing that this young man indeed had some skill. "Tsunami of the seas!" the fat man bellowed, swinging his hammer with both hands, gathering all his divine power into a swirling tornado. The terrifying whirlwind surged, forcing the men on the wall to cling tightly to the battlements, almost blown off. Facing such a fierce storm, even Yin Zirua had trouble keeping his eyes open. The whirlwind rapidly approached, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. The little cat demon hid behind Yin Zirua, clutching his trouser leg tightly. "You should hide first." With that, Yin Zirua summoned the universe-refining pagoda and placed the little cat demon inside. Void devouring technique. 2 black portals opened around Yin Zirua, quickly absorbing a large amount of divine power. "Trickery won't defeat me," the fat man boasted, confident that Yin Zirua was no match for him. "Is that so?" Flame Rampage. Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed as he combined 3 techniques into one, infused with the absolute heat of the heavenly flame radiance. His Sui Xian Rui ruler turned fiery red, and Yin Zirua himself glowed with a radiant, fiery hue. "This is the heavenly flame radiance," the fat man exclaimed, his face slightly changing at the sight. The reputation of the heavenly flame radiance was indeed terrifying. "So it's really in your possession." The fat man's expression changed in the next moment. Yin Zirua swung his Daishin Ryi Chu directly at the whirlwind, creating a 100 zhonglong shadow that sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving the massive tornado in two. Within the massive whirlwind, countless divine powers were cleaved in two, and the wind attribute energy collapsed instantly. "No!" The fat man's expression changed as he realized it was too late to escape. The clash of the 2 divine powers caused a massive explosion, instantly reducing the city gate to rubble and causing the surrounding walls to collapse. Chapter 479. One-sided domination, terrifying strength. Dust swirled, and the casualties were numerous. Those on the city wall were affected as well, either dead or severely injured. At this moment, the obese man lay on the ground, his internal organs damaged by the shockwave, his breath faint. Yin Zirua pointed the Sui Xian Rui ruler at his head. Just as the obese man was about to speak, Yin Zirua swiftly swung the ruler, and blood splattered, a round object rolling onto the ground. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a true god of the 2nd rank. Reward, 200,000 points." Now, the city before Yin Zirua was revealed. He looked at it with disgust. It was filthy and chaotic, with men and women indulging in all sorts of vices. Had these people all gone mad? It seemed that in a large forest, all kinds of birds could be found. Such a chaotic place held no interest for Yin Zirua to step into. However, he had to find someone, Yao Jiuhong and the Yuan Lingdan. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue forward. The people here lived in a state of drunken stupor, mostly disabled, survivors of battles. Most had lost their will to fight, kept alive by the group, barely clinging to their miserable lives. Yin Zirua walked through the chaotic streets until he finally saw a proper building. The city lord's mansion, 3 imposing words, stood out. In his hand, he held the Sui Xian Rui ruler, radiating a murderous aura. He swung the ruler at the massive plaque, and with a crack, the entire plaque shattered, pieces falling to the ground. "Who dares to cause trouble at the city lord's mansion?" A group appeared, looking flustered, and among them, a true god of the 3rd rank caught Yin Zirua's attention. Yin Zirua couldn't be bothered with words. With a step of the golden rock pace, he was by the man's side in an instant, swinging the Sui Xian Rui ruler down. The man, holding a linked greatsword, reacted quickly, blocking with his weapon. Clang, 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 clang. Yin Zirua's reinforced body was incredibly powerful, and even just the clash of divine power gave him a slight advantage. The true god of the 3rd rank, Huazi, had sharp eyes. Being pushed back by an upper god of the 3rd rank was something he couldn't have imagined before. Even for a genius capable of crossing ranks in battle, this was beyond belief. Yin Zirua didn't stop. He launched another attack, and Huazi, not one to be trifled with, swung his greatsword. Clang, clang, clang. Their figures interwove like lightning, and Hua Zi, a battle-hardened veteran, was inwardly shocked. This kid's combat experience was incredibly rich, his physique formidable, and his divine power terrifying. Was he even human? Just as Hua Zi's mental state began to crumble, Yin Zirua activated the eyes of space-time, freezing his movements. Space-time divine art. Hua Zi's mind broke. Who was this freak out on a trial? The future achievements of such a person would be unimaginable. The Sui Xian Rui ruler swiftly sliced through, a powerful aura erupting, barely managing to block most of the divine power. Yin Zirua turned, and a woman appeared, dressed in blue, her eyes sharp. Let my foster father go. The woman was about the same age as Yin Zirua, her realm also at the upper god of the third rank. Lianhua. Huazi looked at his foster daughter and felt much more at ease. The woman stood by her foster father's side, and the effect of the eyes of space-time ended, allowing Huazi to resume his divine power. Lianhua fed Huazi a pill, and his complexion improved slightly. Not bad. A filial daughter indeed. Come. Yin Zirua swung the Sui Xian Rui ruler, not wasting words. Lianhua's eyes were sharp, and without a second word, she charged forward, her fiery red whip swinging toward him. Yin Zirua's Sui Xian Rui ruler also began to wildly change forms, intertwining with the fiery whip. Clang, clang, clang. Brilliant sparks scattered in all directions, and the divine power of the two clashed at the intersection of their weapons, bursting into dazzling sparks. Thousand Leaf Slash. Thunder Flame Slash. Both unleashed powerful divine power, their figures crossing at lightning speed. Yin Zirua's overwhelming strength forced her back, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. Yin Zirua stood still, unmoved. Damn, this kid is ruthless. He even has the heart to harm such a beautiful woman. If it were me, I couldn't do it. What a pity. The subordinates of the Bayang devil cult beside them were all on edge, afraid that Yin Zirua might turn and kill them all. Good kid, quite ruthless. Hua Zi's face darkened as he held his linked greatsword, assuming a stance. Although I'm injured, I can't let a junior look down on me. Watch my linked greatsword. Boom. Hua Zi stomped the ground forcefully, charging with a gust of wind. Yin Zirua held the Sui Xian Rui ruler with both hands, gathering divine power. Great wave overturning heaven. Flame rampage. Two powerful divine powers erupted simultaneously, divine energy surging like a relentless tide. A powerful flame also spread, turning the surrounding 100 meters into a sea of fire. Yin Zirua stood in the fire like a demon. You. Pooh. Hua Zi looked at his blackened chest. His body immobilized the moment of contact. This kid was too vicious. Foster father. The woman saw her foster father killed, her eyes bloodshot, and she charged at Yin Zirua again. Eyes of space-time. Yin Zirua fixed her in place, and with a flick of the Sui Xian Rui ruler, she was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a true god of the third rank. Reward, 300,000 points. Convert 300,000 points into cultivation. After 3 consecutive battles, even Yin Zirua's powerful body began to feel fatigue. Ding! 300,000 points converted successfully. Instantly, Yin Zirua's depleted divine power was fully restored, and it became even stronger than before. Yin Zirua moved his neck, putting the Sui Xian Rui ruler away. Today, he was going to break through this place. Why can't I see Bai Yang? Yin Zirua looked at the people surrounding him, trembling and hesitating to approach. The Bayang cult leader and the deputy cult leader went to intercept a batch of important supplies. They should be back soon. The man answered honestly. Where is Yao Juhong? Yin Zirua asked again, and the man hesitated. In the underground prison, the man was indeed very honest. You people, I can't be bothered to lift a finger. Those who don't want to die, stay out of my way. Now, take me to see Yao Jiuhong and the other girl." Among the group around him, there were a few upper gods of the third rank, the rest with even lower realms. Seeing a true god of the third rank killed before them, they were deeply shaken, knowing they couldn't afford to offend this powerful figure. "Qinggu, what do you think?" The few beside them all looked to Qinggu, the one with the highest realm here. This man, with a sharp-nosed, monkey-like appearance, seemed very cunning, but such people were exceptionally cautious about their lives. "All right, I'll take you there." Qinggu gritted his teeth and led Yin Zirua to the underground prison. Here, Yin Zirua saw many prisoners. Chapter 480. The sect leaders return, and a fiery battle. These individuals were all at the level of true gods, but now, they were either crippled or rendered useless. The 100 Young Demons sect had indeed been merciless in their attacks. Yin Zirua, confined in the final prison, caught sight of Yao Jiuhong, who was now covered in wounds. 7 of her bones had been broken, leaving her on the brink of death. "Jiuhong!" Yin Zirua called out, and Yao Jiuhong opened her eyes, seeing Yin Zirua, whose presence brought a glimmer of light to her gaze. Yin Zirua glanced at Qinggu, who quickly went to unlock all the chains binding Yao Jiuhong. Yin Zirua then carried Yao Jiuhong outside and administered some healing pills to stabilize her life. "Where is the other girl?" Yin Zirua asked sharply, and Qinggu pointed to an adjacent cell. Yin Zirua took a look and realized this was not Yuan Lingdan. "Who is this?" Yin Zirua was momentarily puzzled. He knew Yuan Lingdan wouldn't be captured. That girl had more survival tricks than he did. "This is Jiang Yin, my good friend. I separated from Yuan Lingdan to look for you, and then I met her. After that, we were pursued. She came to inform me, but we still couldn't escape," Yao Jiuhong said weakly. "Unlock her chains and bring her over," Yin Zirua ordered, and Qinggu complied, bringing the girl over. Yin Zirua also gave her some healing pills. Seeing both girls severely injured, it was clear that the old man had vented his hatred for him on these two girls. That old bastard! Yin Zirua clenched his fists, his killing intent surging. Qinggu, standing nearby, shivered and kept his head down, not daring to speak. Yin Zirua then brought out the Chinkuan refinement pagoda. The little Katyal leaped out, overjoyed to see Yin Zirua, but then noticed the two injured sisters lying on the ground. "They are injured. Here are some medicines. Can you handle treating their wounds?" Yin Zirua asked the little cat demon. After a moment's hesitation, the little Katyal took the medicines and nodded. Subsequently, Yin Zirua placed the 3 of them inside the Chinkuan refinement pagoda. At that moment, a powerful aura returned. "The old bastard is back," Yin Zirua said as he burst out from underground, while Qinggu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, Bai Yang and the vice sect leader, both at the levels of True God 5th and 4th grade respectively, returned to find their town utterly destroyed. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Bai Yang's eyebrows shot up in fury. "Old bastard, do you remember me?" Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes piercing. Seeing Yin Zirua, Bai Yang's eyes turned bloodshot. "It's you, Miaozi. Heaven has a path you don't take, but you barge into Hell's Gate." Bai Yang brandished his newly acquired weapon, a halberd with thick spiritual energy, a fine piece of equipment. "You hurt my subordinates. You're asking for death, old bastard." Yin Zirua was also filled with rage, wielding the Sui Xian Rui ruler and charging forward with the golden rock step. A True God 5th grade aura erupted, but it was weak, suggesting he had just returned from a fierce battle. The True God 4th grade vice sect leader below watched the two, continuously consuming recovery pills. He was aware of what had happened. This Miaozi was extraordinary. He and the sect leader had just fought outside and had yet to recover half of their divine power, making the situation unfavorable. Thunder flame slash. Break the sky. The two clashed, Yin Zirua unleashing all his divine power, while Bai Yang, his eyes bloodshot, poured out his strength recklessly. Boom! A terrifying surge of divine power erupted, forcing both to retreat. The shockwaves of their battle sent everyone around them flying. Such a fight was beyond their ability to participate in. It was best to quickly avoid it. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. After retreating, the two clashed again, each impact echoing thunderously across the sky. Bai Yang's mind was in turmoil. The last time he encountered Miao Zi, the latter was at the Upper God 2nd grade, and now, in a short time, he had reached the Upper God 3rd grade. Moreover, his powerful physique and formidable spiritual power far exceeded those of a true god. If this boy grew up, he would surely defy the heavens. If he couldn't kill him today, his own death would be even more tragic in the future. Bai Yang infused his divine power into the halberd, and 100 Zhang shadows stood tall between heaven and earth. Split the mountains and rivers. Bai Yang shouted, his momentum shaking the heavens and the earth. Flame rampage. Yin Zirua stood firm, unleashing the heavenly flame radiance from within him. 100 Zhang fiery shadows stood tall between heaven and earth, carrying an aura of incinerating everything in its path. At the moment when the Sui Xian Rui ruler and the halberd shadows crossed, the heavens and earth changed color, and half the city crumbled instantly. 100 li divine pits suddenly appeared, the ground trembling, and everyone desperately fled. Many were swallowed by the divine power waves and the erupting flames. In an instant, 100 perished and 1,000 were injured, with half of the 100 Yang sect reduced to ruins. In the middle of the battlefield, Bai Yang was in a sorry state. His clothes burned to tatters, his body severely scorched. He nearly turned into a roasted pig, holding the halberd, half kneeling on the ground. On the other side, Yin Zirua stood, protected by the poison thorn golden bell cover during the explosion, his clothes pristine, a stark contrast. Good Miaozi, forcing me to use this move is your skill. Blood sacrifice, offer to heaven. Bai Yang shouted, his blood vessels burning, a powerful aura sweeping across the heavens and earth. Yin Zirua's expression slightly changed. Ding! 90,000 points exchanged for cultivation, restoring divine power. In a breath's time, Yin Zirua's divine power recovered, becoming even stronger. This subtle change caught Bai Yang's attention. In his eyes, this was no longer a human, but a monster. Break the sky. Bai Yang shouted, pouring his divine power into the halberd, which now glowed with divine runes, exuding immense power. Flame rampage. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp, injecting all his divine power into the Sui Xian Rui ruler, which lit up with ancient texts. The heavenly flame radiance within him began to pour out frantically, the scorching temperature and terrifying divine power reaching the limits of Yin Zirua's physical endurance. The two, one burning with blood energy, the other engulfed in terrifying flames, clashed like two blazing figures in a flash of lightning. Boom! 1,000 miles collapsed, 10,000 miles breached, and one side of the black planet seemed to have been struck by a giant hammer, sinking deeply. Those who had fled thought they were safe, but unexpectedly, a wave of fiery flames and a deadly divine power swept over from behind. Chapter 481. Overwhelming Strength, Ancestor Save Me. The entire 100 Yang Devil cult had turned to ashes in the sea of fire, including their deputy leader, a true god of the 4th rank, who was barely clinging to life with his tattered body. Witnessing the destruction of the world around them and the battle between the two figures, especially Yin Zirua, Bai Yang's blood was nearly burned away. In that split second, Yin Zirua had unleashed all his divine power, leaving him completely drained. Haha, Miaozi, how do you plan to fight me now? Bai Yang pointed his halberd in Yin Zirua's direction. Ding! Detecting host's desire. Exchanging 1,200,000 points for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zirua's divine power was restored, his cultivation surged, his body was strengthened, and his soul power also improved. Bai Yang was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? How could he recover so quickly? What was the point of continuing? What kind of secret technique is this? How did you do it? Bai Yang stared at Yin Zirua as if he were a ghost. Do I need to tell you about my survival methods? Old turtle, are you a bit slow? Although he said that, Xianxia felt a pang of regret for using up his hard-earned points. Still, it was worth it. His cultivation was rapidly advancing, and he was progressing exceptionally fast even among the upper ranks of the third-rank true gods. In the sky, the deputy leader of the 100 Young Devil cult, a true god of the 4th rank, saw Xianxia regain his combat power and was utterly devastated. This was a battle they were destined to lose. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe you. Miao Zi are invincible? Bai Yang's eyes sharpened, his resolve firm, as he began chanting ancient incantations. A dark aura rose from his skull. Xianxia frowned slightly. What kind of move was this? Sacrifice my soul. Call upon the immortal to descend. Bai Yang's soul became the offering, and a golden aura descended upon the world. The person's aura was incredibly powerful, at least at the 8th or 9th rank of the true god realm. His true form was likely at the celestial god level, but such a method of summoning power through soul sacrifice had to consider the vessel's capacity. Bai Yang's body could only handle so much, but he was determined to die trying. You dare sacrifice my disciple's soul to summon my power? Miao Zi, you are indeed strong. The golden light, the aura of a peak 9th rank true god, was overwhelming. Time to get to work. Xianxia shouted. From the Qingquan refinement tower, the two-headed tiger shark, hidden in the shadows, devoured the souls of the 100 Young Devil cult, restoring its own soul. But its combat power was still insufficient. My young master Yin, this guy is strong, and I might not be able to defeat him. You'd better be ready to run. The two-headed tiger shark descended into the world, devouring countless souls, its aura growing stronger, reaching the 8th or 9th rank of the true god realm, though somewhat unstable. There's another powerful soul here. Perfect. I was just in need of a celestial god-level soul to refine into pills. You'll do nicely. The old man in golden light, stroking his white beard, said. The two-headed tiger shark frowned, holding the trident of the sea god. Nonsense. You think you can use me as a pill? Who do you think you are? Even the 10 great devil cults have to give me 3 points of respect. The trident of the sea god glowed, unleashing a torrent of divine power as it charged toward the old man in golden light. The old man, controlling Bai Yang's body, charged forward as well. Every clash between the two caused catastrophic damage to the planet. Xianxia, standing to the side, protected himself with the poison thorn golden bell cover. This was a battle beyond his level. The celestial god realm was already at the limit of what he could handle. Even for a freak like him, there was a limit. Is there any pill that can double spiritual power without side effects? Ding. Detecting host's request. Recommended. Soul Great Restoration Pill, 1 million points, can increase soul power 10-fold. However, side effects are severe, so a recommended bundle includes the 3 Gods Poria pill, which repairs the soul, also 1 million points. Xianxia watched the battle between the two-headed tiger shark and hesitated. The old man in golden light was exceptionally powerful, his celestial god-level aura undeniable. If the two-headed tiger shark failed, how would he escape? Exchange. Xianxia made up his mind and spent all his points, starting over once again. With a step on the golden rock, Xianxia rushed into the center of the battle, throwing the 2 pills to the two-headed tiger shark. The old man in golden light struck at Xianxia, who swiftly activated the poison thorn golden bell cover and positioned the Fleishing Yi Chur in front of him. All of this was executed instantaneously. Even so, he was sent flying, the Fleishing Yi Chur shattered, and the poison thorn golden bell cover, having absorbed an excessive amount of divine power, exploded. Xianxia crashed to the ground, barely clinging to half his life. That was the power of a celestial god slap. Upon realizing the effects of the 2 pills, the two-headed tiger shark's expression changed as he saw Xianxia half dead. He was furious. Damn it, this is my young master. How dare you touch him? The two-headed tiger shark knew Xianxia had given him these pills in hopes of victory. Without hesitation, the two-headed tiger shark swallowed the pills. In the next moment, his soul underwent a dramatic transformation. The old man in golden light's eyebrows twitched, a bad feeling enveloping him. The two-headed tiger shark transformed into its true form, a 100-jong giant, charging at the old man in golden light with an overwhelming momentum. His soul power had recovered to the celestial god level. This can't be good. The old man in golden light realized that his divine power contained a fragment of his soul. If it was devoured, his own strength would be affected. Roar! The two-headed tiger shark roared, its massive tail slamming the old man in golden light to the ground. Like Yin Zerua before him, he was left with barely half his life. A peak 9th-rank true god clashing with a celestial god was no joke. Roar! The two-headed tiger shark roared again, its giant mouth tearing the old man in golden light in half, devouring his soul power. Release me, you beast! The old man in golden light cried out, but it was too late. His spiritual power was rapidly draining, leaving him increasingly weak. When he was down to his last breath, the two-headed tiger shark struck him with its tail, sending him crashing next to Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua, despite being gravely wounded, mustered the strength to pierce the old man's heart with the Thlishin Rui Chi. The old man in golden light, seeing Yin Zerua's sinister smile, felt only hatred. Ding! Congratulations, host! Super tier combat achievement unlocked. Defeated a celestial god soul fragment. Reward, 10 million points. Yin Zerua was left with barely half his life, all thanks to that old man. Chapter 482. No mercy for the wicked, none shall survive. Ding! Detecting host's need, 5 million points exchange for cultivation, enhancing strength. Yin Zerua's injuries instantly healed, and his power returned to its peak, 10 times stronger than before. At that moment, something in his embrace began to glow, and the same light emanated from the old man's lifeless body. The mysterious half of a peachwood talisman in his possession began to radiate light, while the other half was in Baiyang's hands. As the two halves of the talisman glowed, a peculiar divine energy slowly spread out. Within the Qingquan Refinement Tower, the little Catyao's golden and blue heterochromatic eyes also began to shine with an unusual light. She then leaped out of the tower's range and extended her hand to catch the two halves of the talisman. "Is this yours?" Yin Zerua asked the little cat demon, surprised by the coincidence. "It's not mine, but it's connected to me. However, I can't recall anything about it." The little Catyao gazed at the two halves of the talisman in her hands, her expression tinged with sorrow. "It's okay. If you can't remember now, take your time. You'll recall it eventually," Yin Zerua comforted her. Hearing Yin Zerua's encouragement, the little Catyao smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart. Hearing Yin Zerua's encouragement, the little Catyao smiled, feeling warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, the double-headed shark whale observed from above, as Yin Zerua instantly recovered from his injuries. Relieved, it noticed Yin Zerua's recovered strength now rivaled that of a true god, causing its fur to stand on end. This guy was truly not human. Yin Zerua glared at the true god of the 4th rank above him, his eyes sharp. He had no intention of sparing anyone from the Baiyang demon sect. Feeling Yin Zerua's killing intent, the true god of the 4th rank shuddered, his hairs standing on end, and he became visibly uneasy. "Young friend, this is between you and Baiyang. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me." Yin Zerua looked at the man, knowing he was part of the Baiyang demon sect. Being his subordinate is already a crime. Yin Zerua decisively attacked. The vice leader of the 4th rank, shocked by Yin Zerua's ruthless nature, quickly tried to justify himself. "Creating too much bloodshed isn't a good thing. Please reconsider." But Yin Zerua's flexible ruler, the Thlishin Rui Chi, was already swinging toward him. "You're too arrogant, brat." The vice leader drew his sword to counter. "I'm arrogant. What can you do about it?" Yin Zerua wielded his Thlishin Rui Chi with explosive divine power. The vice leader barely managed to block, but Yin Zerua's physical strength far surpassed his own. Under the brutal onslaught, he could only retreat. This kid is too monstrous. I can't keep up this fight. Realizing the danger, the vice leader turned and fled. Did I say you could run? Without the heart for battle, you're already defeated. Using the golden rock steps, Yin Zirua burst in front of the fleeing man and struck with a thunder flame slash. The vice leader hastily defended, only to be knocked back again. You're too reckless. Yan's wrath. The fourth-rank true god unleashed a powerful divine force, slashing toward Yin Zirua. Now that's more like it. Flame rampage. Yin Zirua summoned the heavenly fire of radiance, engulfing his body and transforming into a flaming figure that charged forward. Boom! In the sky, divine energy waves spread, and the heavens burned with flames. The fourth-rank vice leader, covered in flames, quickly retreated, looking utterly disheveled. Although his divine power was stronger, the secondary damage from the heavenly fire of radiance was too overwhelming. Even his mustache was singed, making him look utterly pathetic. You're going too far. I never intended to fight you. The vice leader shouted, but Yin Zirua remained unmoved. Void devouring technique. Two dark voids opened beside the vice leader. The Baiyang demon sect was notorious for its slaughter and evil deeds. This old man didn't seem like a good person either. The vice leader felt his energy rapidly draining, his soul seemingly being sucked into the voids. Blood done. With a blink of an eye, the vice leader escaped 1,000 miles away. Not bad speed, but you're not getting away. Yin Zirua pushed the golden rock steps to their limit, catching up in a flash. Seeing Yin Zirua, the vice leader gritted his teeth and charged forward. You're courting death. He activated a secret treasure and detonated it. Yin Zirua summoned the poison thorn golden bell cover, absorbing the explosion's divine energy. The golden bell transformed into a spiked ball, floating in the air, as Yin Zirua avoided the blast, consuming a significant amount of energy. The vice leader, now on the other side, looked at Yin Zirua like he was a demon. Yin Zirua watched the old man flee, unmoved. The Baiyang demon sect was infamous, and this vice leader had undoubtedly committed many atrocities to rise to his position. Die! The vice leader burned his essence, unleashing extraordinary combat power, determined to fight to the death. Heh, that's what I was waiting for. Void devouring technique. Time-space eyes. In an instant, the vice leader was immobilized, his energy being devoured by the voids. Already weakened, his body became even more fragile. Swish. Yin Zirua's figure flashed past, and blood splattered as the battle concluded. Ding. Slaying a fourth-rank true god rewards 400,000 points. Ding. Detecting host's need, converting 400,000 points into cultivation. Glancing around, Yin Zirua saw no one else and turned to leave the area, still uncertain about the whereabouts of the Yuanling pill. Yao Jiuhong's injuries also needed healing, so he decided to first find a safe place to recover. Near the Xianxia star domain was a shattered star domain, with the remnants of a massive battle, filled with shattered star fragments. Yin Zirua traversed this area, originally intending to find clues about Yao Jiuhong's past. However, given how Baiyang treated her, even if he asked the old man, he wouldn't reveal anything. Instead, Yin Zirua decided to search on his own. After crossing the shattered star domain, a small star domain caught his attention. Though it only had a few stars, it was still a small domain, with abundant spiritual energy, a good place to recover. Yin Zirua headed straight for this small star domain. Upon reaching the outer perimeter of the stars, a group of people intercepted them. This is the Blue Sea Star Domain. Who are you? The patrol leader was a first-rank true god, clad in armor, leading a 10-man squad. Chapter 483. Cheerful Girl, Mysterious Nation. I am a wandering cultivator, and I've come to visit this star region. The leader conducted a routine inspection on Yin Zirua. The star region has been quite chaotic recently, so I must be cautious. I hope you don't mind. Yin Zirua nodded, understanding that such precautions were necessary. Please proceed. After the inspection, Yin Zirua was cleared of any suspicion and allowed to pass. Yin Zerua chose the blue planet with the most abundant spiritual energy. From the skies above, the entire planet appeared lush and green. Yet there were no signs of cities or towns, which surprised Yin Zerua slightly. He had expected to see towns here, given the patrols outside, but instead, there was no trace of human habitation. Once on the surface of the planet, Yin Zerua took a deep breath, savoring the rich spiritual energy. He then released Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin from his storage. The two women had recovered significantly after some time, but they still needed rest. The spiritual energy here is very abundant. Let's rest here for a while, Yin Zerua said to the two women, who both nodded in agreement. By a clear stream, fish were playing. Yin Zerua quickly caught a few and started grilling them. At that moment, a strange beast burst out, a red-eyed spotted leopard, moving at incredible speed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Sounds came from the forest as several figures dashed out, their clothing peculiar and their movements swift. Aining, hurry up. These hunters were all women, armed with bows, arrows, and short knives. They relied on their legs and teamwork to hunt the red-eyed spotted leopard. One woman charged ahead, two surrounded from behind, and another relentlessly pursued the leopard. Even Yin Zerua had to admire their stamina. He wasn't sure he could match their performance. The red-eyed spotted leopard, driven to desperation, turned toward Yin Zerua and charged directly at him. Danger! Aining shouted, raising her bow and firing an arrow at the leopard. Swish! The arrow cut through the air with formidable force. Feeling the danger, the leopard dodged the arrow and charged toward the kitten demon instead. Yin Zerua summoned the Xianxia Ruai ruler, extending it to strike the leopard's head. Roar! The leopard let out a painful howl as a deep gash appeared on its body. It turned and fled in another direction. Block it! Aining shouted, and her two companions began to encircle the leopard. The four women cornered the leopard, and Aining rushed forward, swiftly cutting it down with her short knife. Yin Zerua merely watched the four girls, impressed by their vigor. I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you weren't hurt. Otherwise, the queen would punish us. The girl approached, and Yin Zerua sensed a faint aura of danger. The girl's cultivation was at the true god first rank, making her quite powerful. The other girls were also at the upper god third rank. What kind of place was this? I've come to this star region to rest. My friends are injured. I'm curious, why can't I see any cities or towns on this planet? Yin Zerua voiced his doubts, hoping the girl could provide an answer. This is the Simu star source of the Blue Sea Star region. We have our own country, and our nation is hidden within this forest. Aining gazed at the forest, her eyes filled with a sense of wonder. Yin Zerua looked at the vast primordial forest, with towering trees. A closer inspection revealed many powerful auras. Initially, Yin Zerua had thought these were from beasts, but now he realized they must belong to the powerful individuals of this nation. Living in harmony with the trees and avoiding the construction of towns, this was indeed a unique star region. However, something about it felt hidden. I sense your aura is quite powerful. Why don't you use divine power to hunt beasts, but instead rely on physical strength? The girls were busy cutting up the red-eyed spotted leopard, packing it up to take back. This is an annual hunter's ritual. Whoever can kill a beast using only physical strength becomes the new guardian of the nation. As she spoke, the group finished packing and prepared to return. That man is so handsome. The other three girls whispered to each other, ogling Yin Zerua. Just as Aining was about to leave, Yin Zerua noticed the bracelet on her wrist. It was made of Yuanling Dan. Wait, where did you get that bracelet? Yin Zerua grabbed Aining's hand, urgency in his voice. This? A friend gave it to me. Why? Aining looked at the bracelet, puzzled. Was it a young girl, like me, from another region? Yin Zerua pressed, his tone anxious. Yes, she's currently recovering at my home. She seems to have been injured by a cosmic spatial turbulence. Can you take me to see her? Yin Zerua asked, looking at Aining. Of course, let's go. Aining agreed without hesitation. Yin Zirua felt a growing sense of goodwill toward this girl. If it had been someone else, they might have been suspicious, but this innocent and warm-hearted girl had no reservations. The group followed Aining into the primordial forest. The forest was filled with a mysterious aura, and Yin Zirua sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Yao Jiahong, Jiang Yin, and the kitten demon followed behind Yin Zirua. There are many powerful beasts in the primordial forest, so it's best not to provoke them. And the forest itself has its own mysterious powers, so be careful. Aining began explaining some precautions, knowing these were all outsiders. If they offended the forest's inhabitants, it could be troublesome. Do you live here without conflict with the beasts? Yin Zirua asked, looking around at the thick, natural aura. No. The Queen's barriers protect the entire nation and its people. As long as we stay within the safe zone, we're fine. After walking for about an hour, they finally saw signs of human habitation. Before them was a cluster of 100-year-old trees, each with a circular treehouse. The design was not only aesthetically pleasing but also provided excellent concealment, wind, and rain protection. What beautiful houses! Yao Jiahong couldn't help but exclaim, finding the treehouses quite charming. Aining's back. An old woman approached, carrying a basket filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. Granny, these are our new friends. Upon hearing they were outsiders, the old woman's expression changed immediately. Since you've brought friends, take good care of them. These are freshly picked. Take them. She handed the basket to Aining and then quickly turned to leave, her steps unusually brisk. Chapter 484. Strange Atmosphere, Midnight Investigation. Don't you like outsiders here? Yin Zirua asked curiously. No, we welcome outsiders, but after that incident, everyone became very afraid of them, the local replied. This is my house ahead. I'll take you there, and then head to the end of the ceremony. As they quickly passed through the town, Yin Zirua noticed that the locals were extremely wary of outsiders. She wondered what the incident mentioned by Aining was. Entering the house, Yin Zirua saw Yuan Lingdan lying on the bed, unconscious and bandaged, with a weak and chaotic breath. She took out a medicinal pill from her pouch and fed it to Yuan Lingdan to help her recover. The group decided to stay here temporarily. I'll go to the streets to see what's going on here. Since they are hostile to outsiders, you all should avoid wandering around, Yin Zirua said before heading out. On the streets, the locals were visibly on guard upon seeing outsiders. Yin Zirua continued walking through the town. If not for the tense expressions of the locals, this would have been a great tourist spot. After a while, she reached a large open area where a grand ceremony was taking place. Tens of thousands of people were seated, and in the center, a prize-giving ceremony was underway. Aining stood at the highest position, receiving blessings from the crowd. In front of a centuries-old tree, there was a large, solemn treehouse where a woman dressed in luxurious attire sat, holding a scepter symbolizing royal authority. The champion of this year is Aining, the queen announced, and the crowd erupted in applause. The atmosphere was electric, and Aining looked genuinely happy. After the ceremony, the crowd dispersed. Aining noticed Yin Zirua and approached her. You really have guts. Everyone around here is so wary, yet you still dare to come out? Aining said, feeling a sense of trust towards Yin Zirua. I think in this country, only you would accept outsiders, Yin Zirua replied, glancing at the medal made of spirit stone that Aining wore, a high-quality item. I can take care of you for 3 more days. After that, I'll enter the secret realm. Aining said with a smile, clearly looking forward to it. What's the purpose of entering the secret realm? Is it a mission? Yin Zirua asked casually. In this country, there are many disasters. To protect everyone, a talented female warrior is selected every month to enter the secret realm. They use their own strength to stabilize the barrier. It's a noble mission. Yin Zirua's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Entering the secret realm? A noble mission? And then what? When do you return? Aining only smiled faintly and didn't answer, walking ahead while Yin Zirua followed. As they walked, they talked about many things from the outside world. Hearing about Yin Zirua's experiences, Ning became excited and longed to see the outside world herself. However, her circumstances didn't allow it, and she would soon have to fulfill her mission. When Ning returned home, she found that Jiang Yin and the others had already prepared the meal, giving the house a homely feel. "Welcome back," Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin greeted, and even the little cat Yao shyly muttered something cute. Ning patted the little cat demon's head, enjoying the softness of its ears and the creature's overall adorable appearance. After a pleasant dinner, everyone went to bed. In another room, the queen's expression was sharp. "Outsiders are at Ning's house," she said with obvious displeasure but also resignation. A kneeling subordinate with sharp aura replied, "Yes, your majesty. Go tonight and see if those outsiders are up to anything." "We can't let Ning get hurt," the queen said, seemingly concerned, but her eyes held no warmth, only a cold, murderous intent. "Yes, your majesty." The subordinate disappeared on the spot, and the queen turned to enter a secret chamber. Inside, blue flames burned with an eerie aura. "Is everything ready?" a deep, oppressive voice asked. "Yes, everything is prepared. Ning will enter the secret realm in 3 days," the queen replied, kneeling. "You've done well. Be more careful with the outsiders. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble," the old voice said with displeasure. "Yes, your excellency." In the dead of night, with twinkling stars and a silent atmosphere, Yin Zirua opened her eyes, sensing an aura of Sa-Chi around her. In a flash, she vanished. Outside, a masked intruder spotted Yuan Lingdan, Jiang Yin, the little cat Yao, and Yao Jiuhong within. At the sight of Yao Jiuhong, the intruder froze in fear. "Is there something you need, sir, at this late hour?" Yin Zirua's voice startled the intruder. He believed his concealment skills were excellent, yet this man had discovered him. Moreover, he hadn't even noticed when Yin Zirua had appeared behind him. The intruder's mind was on edge upon seeing Yao Jiuhong. He turned and vanished into the night. Yin Zirua did not pursue, sensing no malicious intent from the intruder. Just arrived in unfamiliar territory, it was natural for locals to be cautious. As long as no one made a hostile move, Yin Zirua had no reason to act, especially since they were guests in someone else's domain. As the night quietly passed, the next morning, sunlight pierced through the dense forest, reaching even the treehouse. Ning was the first to rise and prepare breakfast, with Jiang Yin and Yao Jiuhong helping. The 3 girls chatted and laughed merrily. The little cat, being young, was still asleep. Yin Zirua was awakened by the aroma of the delicious meal. Seeing the 3 girls enjoying themselves, it was a sight to behold. In a moment of reverie, Yin Zirua thought of his family, and the image of Mie Shan flashed in his mind. "Let's all have breakfast first. After that, we'll go hunting. But remember, no using divine power, only physical strength," Ning said enthusiastically, clearly eager to test her physical abilities against Yin Zirua and the others. The joyful breakfast ended with laughter, and Ning formed a team with her 3 sisters, Ming Shui, Ming Jiao, and Yulan. Yin Zirua's team included himself, the little cat demon, Jiang Yin, and Yao Jiuhong. The 8 of them ventured into the dangerous part of the forest, where powerful beasts often roamed. The team that hunts the strongest beast wins. "Let's go," Ning declared, leading her team into the forest. Chapter 485, Forest Restriction, A Century of Changes. Yin Zirua, Yao Jiuhong, Jiang Yin, and the kitten Yao exchanged glances and decided to team up and set off together. The kitten Yao, being half human and half beast, had a naturally keen sense for detecting other beasts. There's a powerful aura to the east, at the level of a true god's 2nd rank. "Should we go check it out?" The kitten Yao sniffed the air and asked Yin Zirua, twitching its little ears. "Sure, let's take a look," Yin Zirua replied, intrigued. The 4 of them quickly headed east. After running for dozens of miles, they stopped at a tree hollow where the kitten Yao halted. Inside the hollow, a pair of sharp eyes stared back at them. "Humans, dare to set foot in my territory? You're asking for death." A red figure emerged from the hollow. It was a magnificent nine-tailed red fox, its bright red fur and 9 tails catching the eye. What a fine fur coat. That's what I'll take, Yin Zirua said without hesitation. Hearing Yin Zirua's intention to turn it into a fur coat, the nine-tailed red fox was furious. Humans, you're too arrogant. In an instant, the fox transformed into a Tinjiang beast, its true god's second-rank aura erupting. However, it did not use its divine power, instead restraining it, which piqued Yin Zirua's curiosity. Just now, you wanted to use divine power but held back. Why? Yin Zirua asked. Since the human didn't explain, he turned to the beast. Humans, do you not know the rules of this forest? The nine-tailed red fox glared at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes. I'm a newcomer, but I'm curious why both humans and beasts here rely on physical strength to survive, even if they possess powerful divine power. The nine-tailed red fox stared at Yin Zirua, its eyes glinting with something unusual. Humans, if you want to know, why not try using your divine power yourself? Yin Zirua glanced at the nine-tailed red fox and summoned the Thuixin Rui Chi, but he didn't use his divine power. Instead, he charged forward with his physical strength. The fox wasn't talking, so Yin Zirua decided to test it himself, though he wasn't about to take unnecessary risks. The spotted leopard hadn't used its divine power before dying, proving that using it here was extremely dangerous. Seeing Yin Zirua attack, Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin also joined in, while the kitten Ya stayed on the sidelines, anxious but waiting for the right moment. Yin Zirua and the nine-tailed red fox clashed, the Thuixin Rui Chi changing length and size to trap the fox's movements. Yin Zirua swung his fist toward the fox's head, while Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin attacked its long tails. The 3 humans and 1 beast battled fiercely for a long time. Roar! The nine-tailed red fox roared in anger as its tails were wounded. Humans, you're seeking death. The fox's 9 tails grew larger, breaking free from Yin Zirua's Sufu and launching a counterattack against the 3. The kitten Yao grew anxious. Its blue and gold eyes gleamed sharply, its fangs extended, and its body began to grow. A Tinjiang striped tabby cat appeared, slapping the nine-tailed red fox with a single paw. Smack! The fox was knocked to the ground, looking quite disheveled. Meow! Yin Zirua smiled at the sight of the Tinjiang tall striped tabby cat. The little kitten Yao's true form was quite formidable. The nine-tailed red fox glared at the striped tabby cat, its 9 tails sweeping toward it. Meow! The striped tabby cat stood up, its front paws striking lightning fast. Smack! Smack! Each paw strike sent clumps of fur flying from the fox's beautiful tails, stained with blood. Roar! The nine-tailed red fox cried out, both heartbroken and helpless over its damaged tails. Meow! The striped tabby cat roared and charged, engaging in a fierce battle with the fox. Claws scratched, teeth bit, and black, white, and red fur flew everywhere, even landing on Yin Zirua. The 2 Tinjiang tall figures fought fiercely. The striped tabby cat bit into the fox's leg, spilling blood. Roar! The nine-tailed red fox retaliated, but Yin Zirua flung the Thuixin Rui Chi, cutting its neck and spraying blood. Roar! Severely injured, the nine-tailed red fox shrank to a size of 1 zhang and tried to flee. The striped tabby cat quickly blocked its path. What do you want? You just come and beat me up, and now you've ruined my fur. The fox, cunning by nature, looked at the group, pretending to be pitiful. Nothing much, just want your fur, Yin Zirua said, approaching with the Thuixin Rui Chi. Hearing this, the nine-tailed red fox was furious. This forest has a jinzhi. If you use divine power, you'll be struck by divine punishment, and your soul will be destroyed. Also, the humans here are no longer the same as before. You newcomers should leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't end well. The nine-tailed red fox revealed what it knew, hoping to gain Yin Zirua's attention and be spared. What do you mean the humans here are no longer the same as before? Yin Zirua focused on the key point. Seeing Yin Zirua's interest, the nine-tailed red fox saw hope. If I tell you, will you let me go? The fox looked at Yin Zirua, its life hanging on his decision. Fine, Xianxia agreed. He had felt something strange about this place, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. 100 years ago, humans and beasts here lived in peace. They mainly ate vegetarian diets and rarely hunted beasts. But then, a force attacked this place, slaughtering the original humans. The current humans are just puppets, blood-providing puppet humans. The nine-tailed red fox spoke carefully, as it was a true god's second-rank beast. It had once curiously watched that great battle, which was truly horrific. A once beautiful land was utterly destroyed, with mountains of 1,000,000 corpses and the stench of decay everywhere. This forest has a Xianxia. How do the invaders fight here? Xianxia asked again. The Xianxia of this forest was set up by the invaders 100 years ago, apparently to prevent any remaining humans from mutating. The nine-tailed red fox felt very wronged, unable to use its divine power, showing how powerful the Xianxia was. Aren't there any beasts powerful enough to break this Xianxia? Xianxia asked. Beasts at the heavenly god level have already left this place. Who would want to stay in this fake puppet world? Those who haven't broken through to the heavenly god realm are just barely surviving here. The nine-tailed red fox said this, lamenting that everything here seemed so beautiful but was all an illusion. The kitten, being half human and half beast, possessed a naturally keen sense for detecting other creatures. There's a powerful presence to the east, at the second rank of true god. Should we check it out? The kitten Yao sniffed the air and looked at Xianxia, its small ears twitching. Sure, let's check it out, Xianxia said with interest. The four of them quickly headed east. After sprinting for dozens of miles, they came to a halt at a tree hollow where the kitten Yao had detected the presence. Inside the hollow, a pair of sharp eyes stared back at them. Humans, dare to set foot in my territory? You're looking for death. A red figure emerged from the hollow. It was a stunningly beautiful red-furred creature with 9 tails that immediately caught everyone's attention. What a fine fur coat. That's what we're after, Xianxia said without hesitation. Hearing that Xianxia wanted to turn it into a fur coat, the 9-tailed red fox was furious, its nose almost twisting in anger. Humans, you're too arrogant. In an instant, the fox transformed into a Tinzhonglong beast, radiating the aura of a second-rank true god. However, it didn't use its divine power, instead keeping it restrained, which piqued Xianxia's curiosity. Just now, you wanted to use your divine power but held back. Why? Since the humans weren't talking, Xianxia decided to ask the beast directly. Humans, don't you know the rules of this forest? The 9-tailed fox glared at Xianxia with sharp eyes. I'm an outsider, but I'm curious. Here, both humans and beasts seem to rely on physical strength to survive. Even if they possess powerful divine power, they don't use it. The fox stared at Xianxia, its eyes sharp and seemingly flickering with a different light. If you want to know, why not try using your divine power yourself? Xianxia glanced at the fox and summoned the flexible ruler, but he didn't use his divine power. Instead, he charged forward relying solely on his physical strength. The fox wasn't talking, so why should he take the risk? The red-eyed spotted leopard had died without using its divine power, proving that using it here was extremely dangerous. He had no intention of courting trouble without reason. Observing Xianxia's action, Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin also moved in tandem, while the kitten Yao remained on the side, anxious yet patiently waiting for the opportune moment. Xianxia clashed with the 9-tailed fox, his Daishin Ruyichi flexibly altering its length and size, effectively ensnaring the fox's movements. He swung his fist, aiming for the fox's head. Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin also joined in, targeting the fox's long tails. The 3 humans and 1 beast fought fiercely for a long time. Roar! The fox's tails were slashed, and it became furious. Humans, you're asking for it. The fox's 9 tails grew wildly, breaking free from Xianxia's restraints and launching a counterattack against the 3. The kitten grew anxious. Its blue and golden eyes glowed sharply, its fangs extended, and its body began to grow. A Tinjiang-long striped tabby cat appeared on the scene, slapping the fox with a single paw. Slap! The fox was knocked to the ground, its figure disheveled. Meow! Yin Zirua smiled faintly at the Tinjiang-sized striped tabby cat. The little girl's true form was indeed formidable. The fox glared at the cat, its 9 tails sweeping toward it. Meow! The striped tabby cat stood up, its front paws striking rapidly like lightning. Slap! 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 With each strike, the fox's beautiful tails lost large clumps of fur, stained with blood. Roar! The fox roared in anger, both heartbroken and helpless about its tails. Meow! The striped tabby cat charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the fox. Claws slashed, teeth bit, and black, white, and red fur flew everywhere, landing on Yin Zirua as well. The two Tinjiang tall figures fought fiercely, the striped tabby cat biting into the fox's leg, blood splattering. Roar! The fox retaliated, biting back, but Yin Zirua hurled his Thuishin Ruichi, slashing the fox's neck. Blood sprayed. Roar! Severely injured, the fox shrank to a size of 1 zhong and turned to flee. The striped tabby cat quickly darted forward, blocking its path. What exactly do you want? You just come in and start beating people up, ruining their fur. The fox, being cunning by nature, began to feign weakness, looking pitiful as it gazed at the group. Not much, just want your fur, Yin Zirua said, approaching with his Thuishin Ruichi. Hearing this, the fox was furious. This forest has a restriction. If you use divine power, you'll be struck by divine punishment, and your soul will be destroyed. And the humans here are no longer the same as before. You outsiders should leave quickly, or you'll meet a bad end. The fox revealed what it knew, hoping to catch Yin Zirua's attention and secure its own survival. What do you mean the humans here are no longer the same as before? Yin Zirua picked up on the key point of the fox's words. Hearing this, the fox saw hope. If I tell you, you have to let me go. The fox looked at Yin Zirua, its life hanging on the man's decision. Fine, Yin Zirua agreed. He had felt something was off about this place, but he couldn't pinpoint what. 100 years ago, humans and beasts lived in harmony here. They mainly ate vegetarian diets and rarely hunted beasts. But then, a force attacked this place, slaughtering the original humans. The current humans are just puppets, blood-providing puppet humans. The fox spoke slowly, detailing what it had witnessed. After all, it was a second-rank true god, and it had been curious enough to watch the battle that unfolded, which had been truly horrific. A once beautiful realm had been utterly destroyed, with millions of corpses piling up into mountains, the stench of decay filling the air. If this forest has a restriction, how do the outsiders fight here? Yin Zirua asked again. The restriction of this forest was set up 100 years ago by the invaders, apparently to prevent any remaining humans from causing trouble. The fox said this with a hint of grievance, unable to use its divine power, which showed just how powerful the restriction was. Are there no beasts powerful enough to break this restriction? Yin Zirua countered. Beasts at the celestial god level have long since left this place. Who would want to stay in this fake puppet world? Those who haven't broken through to the celestial god level are just barely surviving here. The fox spoke bitterly, as everything here seemed so beautiful but was ultimately an illusion. Chapter 486. Crisis detected, cannot enter. Those who had already reached the level of a heavenly deity had long since left this place, and even those who hadn't were diligently cultivating to leave. Why do you call them puppets? I see these people as good-natured, with no traces of being puppets. Yin Zirua felt an ominous premonition in her heart. The traditional dynasty has fallen, and the current one is fake. Everything the dynasty does is a sham, a conspiracy. I am an exotic beast, but I can't see clearly. I've explained it so plainly. You, a human, should understand by now. The nine-tailed red fox spoke disdainfully. Yin Zirua's heart sank. If that was the case, then everything Aining did was fake, a deception, a scheme to lure her into a dangerous place to fulfill a mission of guarding this realm. Yin Zirua's mind was in turmoil. The smart and adorable little girl hadn't even seen the outside world yet, and she was already being sent on such a mission. What mission of the devil? Yin Zirua exclaimed, then turned to find Aining. The nine-tailed red fox had just relaxed a bit. If even a single word you said is false, I'll make sure you die a painful death. Yin Zirua left with a stern warning. The nine-tailed red fox was speechless. It was on the verge of being killed. What was the point of bad-mouthing anyone? Meanwhile, on the other side, Aining's team had slain an exotic beast and returned with a bountiful harvest. Yin Zirua anxiously found her. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Yin Zirua's panicked expression, Aining thought something had gone wrong. Yin Zirua reached out and grabbed her hand. Can you not go? This scene was witnessed by Aining's companions, who were astonished by the boldness of this man. Aining, having grown up, was experiencing her first time being grabbed by a man's wrist, her mind completely blank. Ah! Aining was momentarily stunned, then looked at Yin Zirua. Can you not go on that mission? It's a trap? Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Aining was taken aback. The noble mission she believed in was seen as a trap by others. She angrily shook off Yin Zirua's hand and looked at him. This is my mission, not a trap. For everyone's sake, I am willing to sacrifice. I don't know what you've heard, but I will not regret it. With that, Aining left. Watching her retreating figure, Yin Zirua was at a loss. He had overlooked the deeply ingrained beliefs of these people. 100 years of indoctrination had made them believe this was the natural order of things. But behind this so-called natural order lay the sacrifice of young girls like flowers. At that moment, Yao Jiuhong and the others arrived, seeing Yin Zirua standing there in silence. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Young Master Yin. Yao Jiuhong whispered softly. Yin Zirua's mind was in turmoil. Ding! Detecting the host's wish, triggering a mission. Protect the girl Aining, destroy the puppet dynasty. Reward, 10 million points. A faint smile appeared on Yin Zirua's lips. This was what he wanted to do. Xiaoling, go investigate the method to enter the secret realm. Yao Jiuhong, you and Jiang Yin keep an eye on the dynasty's forces. We can't just watch someone go to their death. The entire dynasty was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, a feeling that was truly unbearable. The kitten went to gather information, and the group returned to their lodgings. Aining saw Yin Zirua return and wanted to speak, but hesitated, eventually retreating to her room to rest. Everyone else also went to their respective rooms. Yin Zirua sat on his bed, and after a while, the kitten's spirit returned. Young Master Yin, they said the trial site is in a hollow under the Queen's great tree. At that time, 3 guardians will open the door to send her in. What are your plans? The kitten Yao looked at Yin Zirua, unsure of his intentions. I need to go in and find out the truth. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. The truth lay beneath that hollow. Without uncovering it, there was no way to bring Aining back. I want to go with you, Master Yin. The kitten Yao chirped, raising a tiny paw cutely. Yin Zirua patted its head. All right, let's go together. On the third day, Aining prepared breakfast. Everyone ate in quiet harmony, no one speaking out of turn. Aining looked at the group and hesitated before saying, You all stay here. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and grabbed her weapon, heading out. The group stood at the door, watching her disappear into the distance. As soon as her figure vanished, Yin Zirua moved. Along with the kitten Yao, Yao Jiuhong, and Jiang Yin, they set off at top speed towards the queen's residence. Who goes there? The guard spotted Jiang Yin, who had no choice but to step forward. I'm just taking a stroll. What's the problem? Jiang Yin said playfully. The suspicious guards attacked immediately. Yin Zirua was about to intervene when Yao Jiuhong stopped him. Now's our chance. She'll be fine. With the guards distracted, it was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. Yin Zirua burst into action, leading the 2 of them into the queen's tree hollow. The cavern was vast, stretching hundreds of feet in length and width. At its center, 3 figures were chanting incantations, activating a mysterious array. For some reason, the ancient rune seemed oddly familiar to Yao Jiuhong, though she couldn't say why. Ning stood before the array, her heart calm. This was her sacred duty. The queen watched from above, her gaze filled with pride. This was the person she had raised. As the array glowed, Ning leaped into it. Seeing this, Yin Zirua, Yao Jiuhong, and the kitten Yao jumped in as well. Stop them! The sudden intrusion infuriated the queen. Surrounding guards moved in, but Yin Zirua ignored their attacks, sprinting at full speed. The kitten Yao was injured in the hind leg and had to stop. Master Yin, go ahead, it said, transforming into a Tinjiang-long striped leopard cat. With a massive paw, it swept away all pursuers, blocking their path. Just as the array was about to vanish, Yin Zirua and Yao Jiuhong jumped in. If time had allowed, Yin Zirua would have knocked them all out, but he trusted his subordinates to handle it. Arriving in this dark world, Yin Zirua and Yao Jiuhong cautiously surveyed their surroundings, but Ning was nowhere to be seen. Despite the short time gap, they should have been close, unless the array had separated them. Time-space eyes. Yin Zirua focused on the surrounding changes. I need to go in and find out the truth. Yin Zirua's gaze was sharp. The hollow held the truth to everything. Without uncovering the truth, there was no way to bring Ning back. I want to go with you, young Master Yin, the kitten excitedly said, raising its little paw cutely. Yin Zirua gently patted its head. All right, let's go together. On the third day, Ning prepared breakfast, and everyone ate in silence. Ning looked at everyone and said, You all stay here. I'm setting off. With that, Ning turned and took her weapon, heading out. The group stood at the door, watching her leave until her figure disappeared. Then, Yin Zirua acted. Along with the kitten Yao, Yao Jiuhong, and Jiang Yin, they set off together, reaching the queen's residence at the fastest speed possible. Who goes there? The guards noticed Jiang Yin's presence. Jiang Yin, feeling helpless, stepped forward. I'm just strolling around. What's the problem? Jiang Yin said playfully. The guard found her suspicious and attacked directly. Yin Zirua was about to intervene, but Yao Jiuhong stopped him. Now's the time to go. She'll be fine. At that moment, the surrounding guards were all drawn over, creating a perfect opportunity for infiltration. Yin Zirua sprinted at his top speed, bringing Yao Jiuhong and the kitten Yao into the queen's tree hollow. The hollow was vast, spanning hundreds of feet in width. In the center of the hollow, 3 people were chanting incantations, opening a mysterious array. For some reason, the ancient symbols caught Yao Jiuhong's attention. They seemed familiar, though she couldn't place why. Ning stood in front of the array, her heart calm. This was her mission. The queen stood above, looking at Ning with a satisfied gaze. This was the person she had cultivated. The array glowed, and Ning jumped in. Seeing this, Yin Zirua, Yao Jiuhong, and the kitten also jumped in. Stop them! The sudden turn of events infuriated the queen. The surrounding guards attacked, but Yin Zirua ignored their assaults, sprinting at full speed. The kitten's hind leg was injured, forcing it to halt. Young Master Yin, go ahead, the kitten said, then transformed into a Tinjiang-tall striped cat with black and white fur. It blocked all the guards with its massive claws, sending those trying to stop Yin Zirua flying. Just as the array was about to disappear, Yin Zirua and Yao Jiuhong entered. If time hadn't been an issue, Yin Zirua would have knocked everyone out, but he trusted his subordinates to handle things. Yin Zirua and Yao Jiuhong arrived in this dark world, where it was pitch black and they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces. They cautiously observed their surroundings, but couldn't see Ning. Despite the short time gap of less than a minute, they should have been close. Unless there was some array separating them. Time-space eye. Yin Zirua focused on the changes around him. Chapter 487. Terrifying Doppelganger, True God 5th Rank. The divine power was all converging towards one place. He was an outsider and had not been guided by the forces here, but he could follow the flow of divine power to find Ning. Let's go, Yin Zirua said, leading Yao Jiuhong towards a direction. After walking for a while, they saw 10 blue flames hanging in midair. In front of them was a massive, black hall suspended in the air. Xianxia saw Anning following the blue flames, ascending the heavenly staircase, where each step appeared as she took it and then disappeared behind her. This is quite sacred. Old thing in the dark, where are you leading Anning? Xianxia shouted loudly into the void, feeling a powerful force lurking in the shadows. At least a true god of the 5th rank. How bold of you, brat, to dare cause trouble in my territory. A middle-aged man in ancient blue robes appeared before Xianxia and Yao Juhong. Upon seeing Yao Juhong, the middle-aged man was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the master of an ancient power from a century ago. Where did you find the girl behind you? The middle-aged man's divine power began to surge, as if brewing a terrifying force. Picked her up, Xianxia casually replied, not finding Yao Juhong particularly special. Haha, heaven is on my side. I've been sealed here for 100 years just to break through the heavenly secrets. Now you bring Jiang Tianji to me. I truly must thank you. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful surge of divine power directly pressed down on Yao Juhong. Yao Juhong gripped her sword, on guard. Old man, do you think I'm just air? Xianxia summoned the thorned golden bell to protect Yao Juhong. Dong! The divine force clashed with the thorned golden bell, causing the thorns to ricochet 800 meters. An invisible barrier before the middle-aged man halted the thorn's trajectory. Impressive treasure, brat. The middle-aged man praised, looking at the thorned golden bell. Old man, this is just a projection of your doppelganger, isn't it? It only carries the aura of a true god. Xianxia's eyes were sharp. This projection was of the 5th rank, but the real old man inside must be even stronger. This is indeed my projection, but it's more than enough to kill you. A vast surge of divine power pressed down on Xianxia. True God Domain. Void Devouring Technique. Instantly, Xianxia unleashed 2 divine techniques. The True God Domain enhanced his divine power while weakening the opponent's. The Void Devouring Technique greedily absorbed the opponent's divine power, reducing the intensity of their attack. The remaining divine power was met with Xianxia's Thuixin Rui Chi, and upon impact, it dissipated into nothingness. Oh, interesting. Seeing his attack neutralized once again, he had underestimated this young man of the 3rd rank. Finger of Extinction. A black finger pointed at the top of Xianxia's head, carrying a terrifying momentum. The black finger, though seemingly simple, held the power to extinguish his soul. Flame Rampage. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, and the heavenly flame of radiance within him erupted with terrifying power, amplifying the flame rampage 100-fold. A burst of crimson light erupted, clashing with the black finger. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided, unleashing a rolling wave of fire. The intertwined divine powers raged on, their might lingering. Impressive, brat. I have a mind to take you as my disciple. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp. A 3rd-rank true god managing to withstand 2 of his attacks was quite remarkable. Do you even deserve it? Xianxia's eyes were sharp. Anning had already entered the hall, and now was not the time to waste with this old man. Bold brat. Freeze. A powerful surge of divine power trapped Xianxia. Time-space eye. Xianxia instantly analyzed the situation. The surroundings were sealed with powerful divine power. Old man, don't think this can hold me. Void Devouring Technique. Xianxia found a gap and the Void Devouring Technique greedily absorbed the divine power, instantly breaking the seal. In an instant, Xianxia executed the golden rock steps, appearing beside the middle-aged man, and swung his Ishinri Chi downward. The doppelganger's divine power surged forth. The clash of the 2 forces was intense. This old man is unreasonably strong. I've bitten off more than I can chew. Such a fine-souled doppelganger. Aren't you going to make a move? Xianxia said, and within the universe smelting tower, the 2-headed shark whale opened its eyes and swallowed the doppelganger in one gulp. Indeed, a fine supplement. Young Master Yin, the old man inside is a being that rivals the heavenly god realm. Dealing with him is quite troublesome for my current strength. The two-headed shark whale said, realizing they had underestimated the situation. Keep the old man busy for a while. I'll take the person and leave, Yin Zirua said sharply. I won't be able to hold him for long. Please hurry. The two-headed shark whale transformed into its true form, carrying Yin Zirua and rushing into the black hall. Yao Juhong was tossed into the universe smelting tower. Yin Zirua had thought that the strongest here would be a fifth-rank true god, but now it seemed the situation far exceeded his expectations. A foe above the fifth rank was a fundamentally different challenge, not something that could be overcome by mere cross-rank combat. As they reached the entrance of the hall, what they saw shocked Yin Zirua. Countless first- and second-rank true gods stood within the hall, all devoid of life, their vitality drained. These were essentially living corpses, and what was infuriating was that they were all young girls. This old bastard, absorbing the vitality of young girls to pave his path? This man was likely trying to break through to the heavenly god realm, using the array here to enhance his cultivation, a path built on extreme evil. Using the vitality of the living to forge his way to the heavenly god realm. The two-headed shark whale was also shocked by the sight of so many living corpses. To rescue them, we must first clear a path through this sea of adversaries. Yin Zirua's eyes narrowed, and he brandished his Thuishin Ruichi. Facing first- and second-rank true gods, he had no choice but to charge in. Their vitality has been drained, but their souls remain. Excellent. I'll make the move. The two-headed shark whale transformed into its true form, absorbing their souls to replenish its own soul power. Without their souls, the living corpses were even more vulnerable, like mindless zombies. Yin Zirua, holding his Thuishin Ruichi, rushed forward, unleashing a frenzy of slashes against these creatures. While they were still unconscious, he would eliminate as many as possible. Chapter 488. Pitiful Maiden, Frenzied Slaughter. Roar. The two-headed orca shark opened its massive jaws, absorbing all 3 million souls in the area, causing its soul energy to surge rapidly. It was now almost on par with a peak true god level 9. Yin Zirua, on the other hand, was equally relentless, with constant notifications ringing in her ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 10 true god level 1 beings. Reward, 100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 10 true god level 2 beings. Reward, 200,000 points. As the two engaged in their frenzied battle, other barely living creatures, though undead, still possessed some instinct for combat, charged at them. Thunder Flame Slash. Seeing the pale-faced maidens, their youth like flowers withering here, an indescribable fury burned within Yin Zirua. Boom, boom, boom. Her divine power erupted wildly as she swept through these beings like reaping cabbages. Dozens of them rushed at Yin Zirua, their swords still gleaming with past glory. For their convictions, for their protection, they willingly offered themselves, only to meet such a fate. Yin Zirua's mind flashed with the image of a Ning. She imagined that all the girls who came here must feel the same way. They all came here for their families, to protect the kingdom in their hearts. Yet, they met such a cruel fate. It was all a brainwashing trap, and they became stepping stones for others' cultivation. Flame Rampage. Yin Zirua's eyes turned blood-red as her Sui Xian Rui ruler unleashed a blinding light. Terrifying divine power instantly slew 10 enemies. A swarm of them charged again. Void devouring divine art. Facing such a multitude, Yin Zirua's heart was filled with boundless resentment. She wanted to grind the old turtle to ashes, but their realms were too far apart. However, she could accumulate points to restore the two-headed orca shark to a heavenly god soul level. Yin Zirua fought ferociously. Ding! Detected that the host's divine power is depleted, exchanging 100,000 points to restore combat power. In a single breath, Yin Zirua's exhausted strength was instantly restored. Qingkuan Refining Pagoda. After the two-headed orca shark absorbed the souls, its body would also attack. Xianxia absorbed these bodies into the Xianxia refining pagoda, refining them to convert into her own points. Xianxia killed, and the souls were absorbed by the two-headed orca shark. The two worked in perfect harmony, each reaping their own benefits. The two-headed orca shark's soul power continued to recover. It only needed to open its mouth to absorb, without lifting a finger. All the fighting was left to Xianxia, and the two swept through the enemies relentlessly. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the old man had also sensed their actions. A bunch of ants. Once I absorb this person's pure vitality, I'll deal with you. The old man was naturally more concerned about the powerful presence of the two-headed orca shark. As for that Miao Zi, if she submits and becomes his disciple, he would be quite pleased. If not, killing her would be no big deal. At this moment, Ning had reached the depths of the palace. Looking at the dark hall, what kept her going was her unwavering belief. You're here. On the throne in the hall, a middle-aged man sat, gazing at Ning. Over the past century, he had seen many women. But this one in front of him was also quite exceptional, brimming with vitality, a promising seed. Ning stepped forward, looking at the middle-aged man, and could feel an ocean-like surge of divine power. In front of such a figure, she couldn't even move. Senior? Ning looked puzzled, unsure of what would happen next. Step into the array, and everything will become clear. The middle-aged man said, and Ning hesitated for a moment. Her mind flashed with Xianxia's words, that this was all a trap. No one had mentioned encountering such a person after entering the secret realm. Senior, may I ask what exactly I need to do? Ning's heart trembled with fear, and she began to feel that Xianxia might have been right. Step into the array, and you will understand. The middle-aged man looked at Ning, his eyes glinting with a hint of fervor. Ning's heart skipped a beat. She was extremely nervous. Gazing at the array in front of her, her woman's intuition was sharp. This array was not something she should enter. The middle-aged man saw that Ning hesitated. It seemed this little girl was quite clever. I have little patience. The middle-aged man stood up, waved his hand, and Ning was forcefully pushed into the array. The array began to activate, and her body was fixed in place. Her consciousness grew increasingly faint. In her fading awareness, she looked toward the doorway, as if seeing that person's figure. At this moment, outside the palace gate, Xianxia's Sui Xian Rui ruler was soaked in blood. After fighting until now, her divine power had been restored 100 times, consuming 1,000,000 points. The number of enemies had dwindled, but there were still countless more. Xianxia looked into the dark beyond, wondering how Ning was faring. The two-headed orca shark's aura had reached the peak of true god level 9, and it looked satisfied with the current bounty. Xianxia checked her villain points, now totaling 1,000,000, then 10,000,000. Is there anything that can restore this guy's soul to heavenly god level? Ding! Detected the host's need. Recommended, Heavenly God Soul Origin Pill. Restores soul power, cost, 25,000,000 points. Xianxia checked her points, only 10,000,000. Guess we'll wait a bit. Xianxia's eyes sharpened. Thunder Flame Slash. Void Devouring Divine Art. Xianxia Refining Pagoda. Xianxia unleashed wave after wave of powerful attacks, causing her points to skyrocket. The energy wave spread out, and the two-headed orca shark soul power recovered to mid-tier true god level 9. A vast amount of soul power was continuously absorbed, and it was extremely excited. Ding! Detected that the host's divine power is depleted. Exchanging 100,000 villain points to restore combat power. Xianxia took a deep breath. Heavenly God Domain. Thunder Flame Slash. Xianxia brandished her Thuishin Rui Chi, charging forward with full force. The divine power surged like waves, spreading wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Divine power erupted. Wave after wave of enemies were wiped out, and points soared. Ding! Slayed 38 true god level 1 beings. 3.8 million villain points added to the account. Xianxia checked her account. Points had reached 26 million. After prolonged combat, repeatedly restoring her divine power to fight. Although her divine power could recover instantly, the physical damage and fatigue wouldn't heal so quickly. Exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 25 million points to exchange for the Heavenly God Soul Origin pill. Xianxia tossed the pill to the two-headed orca shark. This time, you can take down that old guy. Remember to leave the final blow for me. The double-headed orca shark didn't understand Xianxia's words at first, but after taking the pill, he understood. Even if he absorbed all the souls here, it would be like trying to quench a thirst with a cup of water when dealing with a soul from a true god level 9 to a celestial level. However, Xianxia gave him a pill that restored his soul power to the celestial level. He was originally a celestial level expert. Feeling the strength in his hands, the double-headed orca shark smiled. Good. That old man isn't at the celestial level. It'll be a piece of cake to finish him off in an instant. The double-headed orca shark transformed into its true form and pushed everyone into Xianxia's Qianquan refinement tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1 million true god level 1 and 500,000 true god level 2. Gained 110 million villain points. The double-headed orca shark placed Xianxia on its head and charged through the inner hall's wall with Xianxia. Boom! The entire wall collapsed instantly, startling the middle-aged man. Feeling the pressure from the double-headed orca shark, he was stunned. How is this celestial level pressure? Just a moment ago, it was at true god level 8. He had spent his entire life without finding the threshold to reach the celestial level, and in the blink of an eye, a soul had reached the celestial level? The middle-aged man's mind was in turmoil. Xianxia's first glance fell on Ani within the array, whose vitality was rapidly dissipating. Damn it! Xianxia was furious, swinging the Thlishin Ruyi Chur at the array. Not happening. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp, and he waved his hand, sending a powerful divine force towards Xianxia. With me here, do you think you have a chance to attack? The double-headed orca shark transformed into a robust man. Holding the trident of the sea god, he threw it, breaking the middle-aged man's divine force attack, shattering his divine force defense, and piercing through his body. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the trident of the sea god in front of him. This was a true celestial-level weapon. Clang! Xianxia's attack hit the array, causing it to shatter piece by piece. In Xianxia's eyes of temporal laws, such an array was nothing. Ani fell to the ground, and Xianxia caught her. Ani opened her eyes, looking at Xianxia with a bitter smile. You were right about everything. It was all a lie. I saw the painful memories of the sisters who left here. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you, Ani said, her breath extremely weak. Xianxia could see that most of her vitality had been absorbed, leaving her in a near-death state, not much different from the living dead outside. Is there any way to save her? Xianxia anxiously asked in his mind. Ding! This system warmly recommends the life recovery pill, the spirit pill. Discount price, 60 million points. Hearing this figure, Xianxia's mouth twitched. Cheaper. Sorry, no price reduction. Considering the host's current situation, we recommend the hibernation pill, which can maintain a person's vitality for 3 years. Exchange points, 10 million. Exchange. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. He couldn't watch this lovely girl disappear from the world. The pill appeared in Xianxia's hand, which he fed to Ani. Take it, everything will be fine. Believe me, Xianxia said. Ani knew her life force was disappearing. Thinking Xianxia was just comforting her, she swallowed the pill and then fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia placed her in the Qianquan refinement tower and stood up to look at the middle-aged man pierced by the trident of the sea god. It was this man who, for his own cultivation, had harmed so many young girls. He was a demon. Seeing the cold, murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. You can't kill me. I'm a protector of the Three Peaks evil sect. If you kill me, The Three Peaks evil sect won't let you off. Yin Zirua's eyes were cold. He didn't know or care about the Three Peaks evil sect. You're trash, you must die. The Thuishin Ruyichi swung, and the head fell. The double-headed orca shark Halbukurichi de Tunsur, the still cursing soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a peak true god level 9, rewarding 90,000 villain points. The old man's collection was quite rich, with various treasures and weapons, countless. If it weren't for the double-headed orca shark's overwhelming combat power that instantly killed him, the matter wouldn't have been resolved so cleanly. Without his divine power support, everything around stopped operating, as this was a space created separately. At this moment, Yao Jiuhong walked out from the Qingkuan refinement tower. Her expression was serious, with a flower mark on her forehead, looking quite divine. Yin Zirua glanced at her, and noticed the mark resembled the patterns on the peachwood token. Yao Jiuhong walked to the array where Ani had been refined, touching the array with her hand, and an ancient aura began to circulate. The peachwood token on Yin Zirua's body also flew to her side, releasing magical power in ripples. Memory fragments in Yao Jiuhong's mind began to float. You must survive, Jiuhong. A woman Baljaga girl, desperately running, the woman already heavily injured. Behind them, battles raged everywhere, corpses littered the ground, a scene of blood. Don't let these two escape, kill them. Two celestials swung their swords at the woman, who held her daughter tightly. Run! A man rushed over, wielding a hammer, blocking the two celestials' attacks. Qingge! The woman called out, her eyes misty with tears. Run! Behind the woman, the man spat out blood, burning his soul to fight. The woman seized the opportunity to balja her child and run desperately, the battle behind her ongoing. Reaching the gate, just about to escape, someone appeared, piercing through her chest. Madam! A robust man rushed over, wielding a large blade, killing the person, who was also a celestial, but heavily injured. Yaoji, I entrust my daughter to you, the bloodline of the Qingyuan clan. I entrust to you. Yaoji held Jiuhong, his eyes sharp. The girl had a piece of peachwood on her chest, with ancient characters. Qingyuan Jiuhong. The man held the child tightly, escaping with a few trusted subordinates, pursued by powerful celestials. Yao Ji and his subordinates boarded the fastest warship, fleeing the star domain with the young Qingyuan Jiuhong. However, even after fleeing several star domains, they were still pursued by celestials. A fierce battle ensued. Yao Ji hid Qingyuan Jiuhong and perished with the enemy. The double-headed orca shark didn't understand Yin Zirua's words at first, but after taking the pill, he did. Even if he absorbed all the souls here, it would be like trying to quench a thirst with a cup of water for a soul that was originally between the divine god level 9 and the heavenly god level. But with Yin Zirua's pill, his soul power had been restored to the heavenly god level. As someone who had once been a master of the heavenly god level, the double-headed orca shark felt his strength return and couldn't help but smile. Great! That old man isn't at the heavenly god level. I can finish him off in an instant. The double-headed orca shark transformed into his true form and shoved everyone into Yin Zirua's Qingkuan refinement pagoda. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1 million divine god level 1 and 50,000 divine god level 2. Gained 1 million and 100,000 villain points. The double-headed orca shark placed Yin Zirua on his head and charged through the inner hall's wall, smashing it to pieces. Boom! The entire wall collapsed, and the sudden change startled the middle-aged man. Feeling the pressure from the double-headed orca shark, he was completely stunned. How can this be the pressure of a heavenly god level? Just a moment ago, it was still at the divine god level 8. He had spent his entire life without finding the threshold to the heavenly god level, and in the blink of an eye, a soul had reached that level? The middle-aged man's mind was in turmoil. Yin Zirua's first glance fell on Ani, who was trapped in the array, her life force rapidly fading. Damn it! Yin Zirua's fury erupted as he swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler at the array. Not so fast. The middle-aged man's eyes sharpened, and he waved his hand, sending a powerful divine force toward Xianxia. With me here, do you think you have a chance to attack? The double-headed orca shark transformed into a robust middle-aged man. Holding the Poseidon's trident, he threw it, breaking the middle-aged man's divine force attack, shattering his divine force defense, and impaling his body. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the Poseidon's trident in front of him. This was a true heavenly god weapon. Clang! Xianxia's attack struck the array, causing it to shatter piece by piece. In Xianxia's eyes of temporal laws, such an array was nothing. Ani fell to the ground, and Xianxia caught her. Ani opened her eyes, looking at Xianxia with a bitter smile. You were right about everything. This was all a lie. I saw the painful memories of the sisters who left here. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you. Ani said, her breath extremely weak. Xianxia could see that most of her life force had been absorbed, leaving her on the brink of death, not much different from the living dead outside. Is there any way to save her? Xianxia anxiously asked in his mind. Ding! The system warmly recommends the Life Restoration Pill, a pill that restores vitality. Special price, 60 million points. Hearing this number, Xianxia's mouth twitched. Cheaper. System, sorry, no discounts. Given the host's current situation, the system recommends the hibernation pill, which can maintain a person's vitality for 3 years. Exchange points, 10 million. Exchange. Xianxia didn't hesitate for a moment. He couldn't let such a lovely girl disappear from the world. The pill appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he fed it to Ani. Take it, everything will be fine. Trust me, Xianxia said, and Ani, knowing her life force was fading, thought Xianxia was just comforting her. She swallowed the pill and then fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia placed her in the Xianxia refinement pagoda and stood up, looking at the middle-aged man impaled by the Poseidon's trident. It was this man who, for his own cultivation, had harmed so many young girls. He was a demon. Seeing the cold-killing intent in Xianxia's eyes, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. You can't kill me. I'm a protector of the Three Peaks cult. If you kill me, the Three Peaks cult won't let you off. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He didn't know or care about the Three Peaks cult. You're trash and you must die. The Xianxian Rui ruler swung, and the head fell. The double-headed orca shark didn't hesitate to devour the still-cursing soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a peak divine god level 9. Rewarded 90,000 villain points. The old man's collection was incredibly rich, with countless treasures and weapons. Were it not for the overwhelming combat power of the double-headed orca shark that allowed him to instantly kill the enemy, the situation wouldn't have been resolved so swiftly and decisively. With his divine force gone, everything around stopped functioning, as this was a space created separately. At that moment, Yao Jiuhong walked out from the Xianxia refinement pagoda. Her expression was serious, and there was a flower mark on her forehead, exuding an aura of divinity. Xianxia glanced at her and noticed that the mark seemed similar to the patterns on the Peachwood token. Yao Jiuhong walked to the array where Ani had been refined, touched it, and an ancient aura began to circulate. The Peachwood token on Xianxia's body flew to her side, and a miraculous power spread out in ripples. Memory fragments in Yao Jiuhong's mind began to dance. You must survive, Jiuhong. A woman held a girl, desperately running. The woman was already severely injured. Behind them, battles raged, and corpses littered the ground, a scene of blood and chaos. Don't let them escape. Kill them. 2 heavenly gods swung their swords at the woman, who hugged her daughter tightly. Run! A man rushed over, holding a hammer, blocking the 2 heavenly gods' attacks. Qingge! The woman called out, her eyes filled with tears. Go now! Behind the woman, the man spat out blood. He was burning his soul to fight. The woman seized the opportunity to run with her child, the battles behind them continuing. They reached the gate, almost escaping, when someone appeared and pierced through her chest. Madam! A robust man rushed over, swung his blade, and killed the attacker. This man was also a heavenly god, but he was covered in wounds. Yaoji, I entrust my daughter to you. The bloodline of the Qingyuan clan. I leave it to you. Yaoji held Juhong, his eyes sharp. The girl's chest had a piece of peachwood with ancient characters. Qingyuan Jiuhong. The man held the child, escaping with a few trusted subordinates. They fled through the star domain, pursued by powerful heavenly gods. Yaoji and his subordinates boarded the fastest warship, fleeing with the young Qingyuan Juhong. But even after crossing several star domains, they were caught by the pursuing heavenly gods. A fierce battle ensued. Yaoji hid Qingyuan Jiuhong and perished together with the enemies. Chapter 490. Fury rises, battle begins. The team led by the heavenly god retreated after failing to find Qingyuan Jiuhong. Soon after, Baiyang arrived with reinforcements to the area. Hearing Qingyuan Jiuhong's cries, he took her away. Yao Jiuhong opened her eyes, her vision blurred by endless tears. She gazed at the formation, recognizing it as part of her family's star domain. Her name was Qingyuan Jiuhong, the heir of the Qingyuan clan. The Peachwood token was her symbol of identity and the key to her clan's secrets. Memories flooded back to Yao Jiuhong, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She sobbed, unable to speak. Yin Zirua, unsure of what was happening, simply watched from the side. Yao Jiuhong turned to look at Yin Zirua, rushing forward to embrace him and cry profusely. Yin Zirua's clothes were soaked with her tears and snot, leaving him speechless. But with a girl crying so heavily, what could he do? He could only stand there, patting her back gently. When Yao Jiuhong finally calmed down, she looked at Yin Zirua. I remember everything now. All of my family's history has returned to me. This place is part of my family's star domain, which is why it awakened my memories. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. I see. No wonder you're so heartbroken. But after the sorrow, we must face reality. The outside world is still under the control of other forces. We can't stay here for long. Yao Jiuhong nodded. Recalling her memories was undoubtedly a good thing, but the destruction of her family meant that seeking revenge would be an arduous task, one she couldn't accomplish at her current level. We need to find a way out of here, Yin Zirua said, his eyes scanning the surroundings with his Tao of space-time. This place is connected to my Peachwood token. Although it has been altered, I can still control it. I can send everyone out. With that, Yao Jiuhong activated the energy within her Peachwood token, causing the formation to undergo a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, the group found themselves on the plains outside, where the air was fresh and clean. That old man is dead, so the Three Peaks demon sect will likely send someone to investigate soon. Let's retrieve the little cat demon, Jiang Yin, and Yuanling Pill, then leave this place. Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed sharply as he hoped the little cat demon, Jiang Yin, and Yuanling Pill were still safe. Let's go, Yao Jiuhong said, and the two set off toward the forest. The forest was now filled with powerful auras, indicating that the queen had tightened security after their earlier disturbance. It's the intruders. As Yin Zirua and Yao Jiuhong approached the trees, someone spotted them and fired a signal flare. Scrambling footsteps echoed around them as three upper divine third-stage experts led dozens of men to encircle them. I don't understand what you're talking about, Yin Zirua said, looking at the group. The people with you have been captured. The queen has ordered you to be taken as well, one of the upper divine third-stage experts said, pointing a spear at Yin Zirua. Get him. The dozens of men charged simultaneously. Yao Jiuhong, already seething with anger, unsheathed her sword and charged at the attackers without hesitation. Clang! In a flash of lightning and sparks, one of the attackers was beheaded, blood spraying across the ground. If that's how it is, then bring it on. Yin Zirua wielded his Sui Xian Rui scale and charged forward, facing off against those who weren't at the true god level. For Yin Zirua, dealing with them was as easy as harvesting crops. Thunder Flame Slash. Against the three upper divine third-stage experts, Yin Zirua swung his Sui Xian Rui scale, unleashing a powerful burst of thunder energy. Boom! The three men's hair stood on end as their weapons were sliced in half, and they were sent crashing into the trees behind them. The ground was littered with fallen men, yet Yin Zirua and Yao Jiahong remained unharmed. "Let's go," Yin Zirua said, stepping into the golden rock step and dashing forward at lightning speed, with Yao Jiahong close behind. The two arrived at the previous settlement, but no one was to be seen. Presumably, everyone had hidden away out of fear. Yin Zirua headed toward the largest tree, where the little cat demon and the others were being held captive. Upon reaching the base of the tree and the large building beneath it, Yin Zirua's eyes widened in fury at the sight before him. The little cat demon, Yuanling Pill, and Jiang Yin were all tied to wooden stakes, with piles of firewood beneath them, clearly intended to be burned alive. These people disrupted the sacrificial ritual, affecting our nation's fortune. "They must be executed," the queen proclaimed loudly, and the citizens cheered in agreement. "Burn them. Only then can we appease the wrath of the heavens." "Yes, burn them." Tens of thousands of citizens, loyal to the queen, shouted in unison, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated. The guards with torches were about to light the fire. Swish! A streak of cold light pierced through one of the guards, and the torch that was about to fall onto the firewood was caught by a hand. "Yin Shao!" the little cat demon called out, her face bearing a red handprint and blood at the corner of her mouth, looking heartbreakingly vulnerable. "Sorry, I'm late," Yin Zirua said. Jiang Yin and Yuanling Pill were still unconscious, with Jiang Yan's breathing weak and injuries evident. Seeing those who had followed him treated so cruelly, a blaze of fury ignited within Yin Zirua. Scrambling footsteps approached as 10 upper divine third-stage experts surrounded them, with a true god first stage and a true god second stage leading the front. "Capture this scoundrel to protect our nation. Attack!" Under the command of the true god second stage, the guards charged forward bravely. Yin Zirua, looking at these lesser opponents, took out the Qingkuan refinement tower, absorbing the three women into it. Then, aiming the tower at the crowd, he began a relentless absorption. Those who were at the upper divine first stage or below were instantly absorbed, their screams cut short. Those at the upper divine first stage could hold on for a moment, but not for long. Only those at the upper divine second stage could withstand the onslaught. "Hold on." The upper divine third stage expert stepped in, constructing divine energy defenses, with the upper divine second stage and first stage joining the effort to resist Yin Zirua's treasure. Inside the Qingkuan refinement tower, there were multiple sections. The little cat demon and the others were taken to a safe area, while the captured guards were sent to the refining section, where their divine energy was converted into Yin Zirua's power. Meanwhile, the two-headed tiger shark within the tower absorbed their souls. Yin Zirua, wielding the Sui Xian Ru E scale, activated the Golden Rock True God technique, moving through the crowd with lightning speed, striking from behind. Chapter 491. Mysterious Key, Instant Kill. Thud. Thud. A dozen upper-level gods were all pierced through their bodies, their divine power defenses collapsing instantly, and they were all absorbed into the Qingkuan refinement tower. Thinking of the miserable state of the three women and the folly of these people, Yin Zirua's mind was filled with rage. She desperately channeled her divine power, watching as a true god of the first rank and a true god of the second rank charged forward. An upper-level god of the third rank, don't be so arrogant. Gale 7 slashes. The true god of the first rank gathered his formidable divine power and charged forward. Thunderfire slash. Yin Zirua's eyes turned blood red, her Tao of space and time locking onto the weak points of his attack, unleashing a devastating counter. Boom. Puff. Boom. In an instant, the true god of the first rank was slain, and even in death, he couldn't believe he had been killed so easily. Yin Zirua was panting heavily, having exhausted all her divine power to kill him. After all, he was a true god of the first rank, and his strength was formidable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a true god of the first rank. Reward, 100,000 points. Ding! Detecting that the host's divine power is exhausted, automatically consuming 100,000 points to convert into cultivation and restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's divine power was restored. She had killed many true gods recently using various methods, and her cultivation had been rapidly improving. Lately, she had felt like she was on the verge of touching the barrier of becoming a true god. The realm of a true god was akin to that of a true deity. The true gods Xianxia had encountered were those who had spent their entire lives, using every means possible, barely managing to break through to the true god level. If she were to face a true god with a solid foundation, of a similar age to her, the battle wouldn't be so easy. Xianxia's formidable combat abilities and strong physique had allowed her to fight until now, and she was close to touching the barrier of becoming a true god. Some said it was simple to break through to the true god level, just follow your own Tao. Others said it was difficult, as it was like a new transformation in life. Xianxia's journey had been one of constant battle, fighting against various levels of opponents, then refining their divine power for her own use. Within this divine power were fragments of various rules, and she kept those useful to her for observation, discarding the rest. This was the benefit of the Qinkuan Refinement Tower. At the battlefield, the true god of the second rank watched as Xianxia exhausted all her strength to kill the true god of the first rank, only to instantly restore her combat power. It was Danfula Tata Thangguan, like an endless output machine. How could they possibly fight against that? The queen, standing on the high platform, was also uneasy. She didn't know what had happened in the secret realm, but she knew that these people had come out, which meant the mysterious old man inside was likely in trouble. What are you hesitating for? Capture him, the queen ordered. Her own level was only that of an upper-level god of the third rank. Judging by her appearance, she was likely just a puppet. You want to capture me? Let's see if you have the ability. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, and she wielded the Thuixin Ruichi, charging forward. Whirlwind dance! The true god of the second rank shouted, swinging his large blade and charging forward. Their figures crossed repeatedly, sparks flying. The onlookers watched the battle with great tension, feeling that they had to capture these people to appease the wrath of the gods. If they couldn't, their kingdom would be in danger. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought fiercely, their divine power surging and wreaking havoc on the entire plaza. People fled in all directions, and the unlucky ones were crushed by falling stones. You're strong, but let's go again. Annihilation! The true god of the second rank shouted, his blade glowing brightly. You're not bad either. Come on. Flame rampage. The two gathered their divine power and unleashed it fiercely, their figures crossing in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire venue collapsed in an instant. Seeing the situation was dire, the queen turned and fled. Yao Jiuhong targeted the queen and followed closely, wanting to ask her some questions. Ugh. The true god of the second rank spat out blood, looking at Xianxia. In that instant, she had seized his weakness and killed him. Her divine power was once again exhausted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a true god of the second rank. Reward, 200,000 points. Ding! Detecting that the host's divine power is exhausted, automatically consuming 200,000 points to convert into cultivation and restore divine power. In a few breaths' time, Xianxia's divine power was restored, though her body still felt fatigued. They had to leave quickly after saving the people. Xianxia turned around and found that Yao Jiuhong was gone. Where is she? Xianxia was stunned. Everyone in the venue had fled, leaving only him behind. Yao Jiuhong still had a mission to complete, but now she was missing. How could they continue? Ah, that girl. Xianxia sighed helplessly, then began using her Tao of space and time to search for Yao Jiuhong's aura. Meanwhile, two powerful auras were rapidly approaching from 100 miles away. They were protectors of the Three Peaks demon cult, of the same level as the old man, a true god of the 8th rank and a true god of the 9th rank. Did Jiang, the protector, really die? Is that true? Lu, the protector, asked, still disbelieving. This is the message from headquarters. We can only carry out the order. There's still some value there. We can't just abandon it, Zhang, the protector, replied. It seems Zhang discovered something in that formation and had been guarding it ever since, Lu said curiously. The message said it was an outsider from another domain. Anyway, this is the territory of the Three Peaks demon cult. We can't let outsiders mess things up. Let's go, Zhang said, speeding up. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua followed Yao Jiuhong's aura to the interior of a large tree, the area where they had entered the secret realm before. There, she saw Yao Jiuhong and the queen engaged in battle. You, an upper-level god of the third rank, dare to challenge my authority, the queen said sharply, wielding her scepter. Is someone like you even fit to be a queen? Do you even see those people as human? You just treat them as tools for your cultivation, Yao Jiuhong said sharply, her eyes filled with disdain for the pitiful people being used as mere tools. Oh, it seems you know quite a lot, the queen said, her eyes turning cold and sinister. I know quite a lot because this place belongs to me, Yao Jiuhong declared, her eyes sharp. Don't spout nonsense. Die, the queen shouted, swinging her scepter and charging forward, her true god of the third rank aura erupting. A dozen upper-level gods were all pierced through their bodies, their divine power defenses collapsing instantly, and they were all absorbed into the Qingquan refinement pagoda. Thinking of the miserable state of the three women and the folly of these people, Yin Zirua's mind was filled with rage. With all her might, she unleashed her divine power, watching as a true god of the first rank and a true god of the second rank charged forward. An upper-level god of the third rank. How dare you be so arrogant? Gale 7 slashes. The true god of the first rank, gathering her powerful divine power, charged directly forward. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua's eyes turned blood red, her space-time eyes locking onto the weak points of the opponent's attack, delivering a devastating counterattack. Boom. Rumble. In an instant, a true god of the first rank was slain, and even in death, he could not believe he had been killed so easily. Yin Zirua panted heavily, having exhausted all her divine power in the forced slaying of this opponent. After all, it was a true god of the first rank, and their strength was formidable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god of the first rank. Reward: 100,000 points. Ding! Detecting the host's divine power depletion, automatically consuming 100,000 points to convert into cultivation and restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zirua's divine power was restored. Recently, she had used various methods to slay many true gods. Her cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Lately, Yin Zirua felt like she could almost touch the barrier of the true god realm. The true god realm was a realm of existence akin to a true deity. The true gods Yin Zirua had encountered were those who had spent their entire lives, using all kinds of methods, barely managing to break through to the true god realm. If it were a true god with a solid foundation, of a similar age to Yin Zirua, the fight would not have been so easy. Yin Zirua's formidable combat abilities and strong physique had supported her in fighting until now, and she was close to touching the barrier of the true god realm. Some said breaking through to the true god realm was simple, just follow one's own path. Others said it was difficult, as it was like a new transformation in life. Throughout her journey, Yin Zirua had been fighting, battling against various levels of opponents, and then refining their divine power for her own use. Within this divine power were various fragments of rules, which Yin Zirua kept and observed if they were useful, discarding those that were not. This was one of the benefits of the Qingquan refinement pagoda. At this moment, on the battlefield, the true god of the second rank watched as Yin Zirua exhausted all her strength to slay the true god of the first rank, only to instantly recover her combat power. It completely shattered his perception of reality. It was as if he were facing an endless output machine. How could he possibly fight against that? At this moment, the queen standing on the high platform also felt uneasy. What exactly had happened in that secret realm? She did not know. But she knew that these people had come out, which meant the mysterious old man inside was in trouble. What are you hesitating for? Capture him. The queen issued the command. Her own realm was only at the upper-level god of the third rank. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a puppet. You want to capture me? You'd better check if you're capable of it. Xianxia's eyes gleamed with sharpness as she brandished the Thlishin Ruyi Chur and surged forward. Whirlwind dance. The true god of the second rank shouted, wielding his greatsword and charging forward, their figures crossing and sparks flying. The surrounding people watched the battle with great tension in their eyes. It was necessary to capture these people to appease the wrath of the gods. If they couldn't capture these people, their kingdom would be in danger. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought furiously, their divine power surging and wreaking havoc on the entire plaza. People around them fled in all directions, and the unlucky ones were hit by falling stone slabs. You're strong, but come again. Annihilation. The true god of the second rank shouted, his great sword glowing with light. You're not bad either, come on. Flame rampage. The two gathered their divine power and unleashed it furiously, their figures crossing in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire venue collapsed in an instant, and the queen, seeing the situation was dire, turned and fled. Yao Jiuhong had set her sights on the queen, following closely behind, as she had some questions she wanted to ask. The true god of the second rank spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Xianxia. In that instant, Xianxia had seized his flaw and slain him. Her divine power was once again exhausted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god of the second rank. Reward, 200,000 points. Ding! Detecting the host's divine power depletion, consuming 200,000 points to convert into cultivation and restore divine power. In just a few breaths, Xianxia's divine power was restored, though the fatigue in her body remained. It was time to leave quickly after saving the people. Xianxia turned around, but Yao Jiuhong was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Xianxia was momentarily stunned. Everyone in the venue had fled, leaving only herself behind. Yao Jiuhong still had a mission, and with her missing, how could they continue? Ah, that girl. Xianxia sighed helplessly, then began using her space-time eyes to search for Yao Jiuhong's presence. At this moment, two powerful auras were rapidly approaching from 100 miles away. They were protectors of the Three Peaks demon sect, of the same level as the old man, one a true god of the 8th rank, the other a true god of the 9th rank. You say Jiang the Protector is dead? Is that true? Lu the Protector asked, still unable to believe it. This is the message from headquarters. We can only carry out the order. There's still some use for that place. We can't just abandon it, Jiang the Protector said. It seems Jiang the Protector discovered something in that formation and had been guarding it ever since. On that planet, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing him, right? Lu the Protector wondered aloud. The message says it was someone from outside the domain. Anyway, this is the territory of the Three Peaks demon sect. We can't let outsiders cause trouble. Let's go. Zhang the Protector said, speeding up. At this moment, Xianxia followed Yao Jiuhong's scent to the interior of a large tree, the area where they had entered the secret realm before. There, Xianxia saw Yao Jiuhong and the queen engaged in battle. You, an upper-level god of the 3rd rank, dare to challenge my authority. The queen wielded her scepter, her tone sharp. You're not fit to be a queen. Do you even see those people as human? You treat them as mere tools for cultivation. Yao Jiuhong's eyes were sharp as she spoke, seeing those poor people as pitiful tools being exploited. Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. The queen's eyes turned sharp, then darkened. I know quite a bit because this place belongs to me. Hearing Yao Jiuhong's words, the queen's eyes sharpened. Don't spout nonsense. Die. The queen charged forward with her scepter, her true god of the 3rd rank aura erupting. Chapter 492, Crisis Situation, Swift Escape. Thinking about the scene she witnessed in the secret realm earlier, Yao Jiuhong felt a deep sense of distress. This place, once belonging to her family, was now being exploited by others, with her people being used as stepping stones for cultivation. It's you who should die. Just as Yin Zirua was about to strike, the peachwood talisman on Yao Jiuhong's body suddenly glowed with a red light. The array on the ground began to rotate in sync with the talisman. What is this? The queen froze for a moment, but by the time she realized she needed to flee, it was already too late. The peachwood talisman had altered the array, transforming it into a powerful killing formation. Swish! A flash of white light pierced through the queen's chest, leaving a crimson hole. Who are you? The queen, glaring at Yao Jiuhong, collapsed to the ground in unwillingness. Yin Zirua was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Through her Dao eyes of time and space, she could see that the peachwood talisman seemed to be a mysterious existence, akin to a key. Since Yao Jiuhong was the rightful owner of this place, everything here naturally obeyed her command. After slaying the queen, Yao Jiuhong, having exhausted her divine power, fainted. Yin Zirua rushed forward to catch her soft body, the scent of the young girl filling his nostrils. He fed her a pill to restore her divine power and placed her inside the Qingquan refinement tower. From above, a terrifying pressure descended. True God rank 8. True God rank 9. The overwhelming aura was filled with killing intent. The reinforcements arrived so quickly. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. His body was already at its absolute limit, unfit for battle. Without hesitation, he drew the void-cleaving blade and tore through space to escape. Two powerful figures descended, only to find the queen's corpse. I sensed a formidable presence here just a moment ago. How did it vanish so quickly? Lu Hufa said, his face turning pale. Being a true god rank 8, he had expected to find someone, but instead, he found nothing, a situation that would surely invite ridicule. Probably that brat sensed danger and fled, Zhang Hufa added, and the two exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua had already left the Blue Sea Galaxy. He was heading eastward, eager to put as much distance as possible between himself and the danger. His priority was to find a safe place to recuperate. Everything else could wait. He summoned a small boat he had obtained from Yuan Lingdan, then released Yao Jiuhong, Jiang Yin, Yuan Lingdan, and Ning, and the little cat demon onto it. All of them were injured to varying degrees and needed rest. Yin Zirua was undoubtedly the busiest, tending to one after another. Despite the urgency, he remained occupied throughout the journey. After an unknown amount of time flying eastward on the small boat, they finally caught sight of a galaxy. Before even approaching, they could feel the intense heat. Yin Zirua glanced at the fiery red planet, resembling a spicy meatball. If we meet, it's fate. Let's head to this planet, Yin Zirua said, and Yao Jiuhong, behind him, showed no objections. The small boat swiftly approached the fiery planet, and as they entered a certain range, a patrol appeared. Who goes there? The patrol's armor was a fiery red, creating a vibrant scene. A wandering cultivator, here to pay a visit. We wish to rest in your esteemed territory. My friends are injured, Yin Zirua explained. The guard conducted a routine inspection. Proceed, they said, allowing the group to pass. They landed on the red planet, where a massive city lay. The city featured mountains and water, and from above, they could see steam rising from hot springs. What a nice place, nestled between mountains and water and even hot springs. Yin Zirua joked, causing Yao Jiuhong to chuckle. Those are hot springs, not just hot water. Can't you see people bathing in them? Yao Jiuhong pointed out, noticing small figures moving in the water. This city looks pretty good. Let's go, Yin Zirua said. They landed on the outskirts and made their way toward the city. Above the city gate, a large sign read, Flame City, in bold, flowing characters. After a brief inspection at the gate, they were allowed to enter without any issues. Inside the city, the architecture was distinctly ancient, with vibrant vermilion rooftops made of solid wood. The streets, filled with ancient charm, were lively with vendors calling out their wares. The people here were simple and kind, with children playing and holding small bugs, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere. Let's find an inn first, Yin Zirua suggested. They soon found a well-decorated establishment on the main street. The sign above read, Fenghua Shui Yu Inn. The name was quite intriguing, and if not for the word in, Xianxia might have thought they were heading to a red light district. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to stay? The attendant greeted them with a sweet smile, his gaze lingering on Yao Jiuhong and the other girls. Do you have rooms available? 3 to a room, 2 to a room, and single rooms? Xianxia asked. Of course, we'll arrange it for you, the attendant quickly agreed. Bring us some good wine and dishes, Xianxia ordered, and the attendant understood. The girls would stay together for safety, with 2 or 3 in a room. Xianxia, being a man, would take a single room. At that moment, Yuan Lingdan opened her eyes. The runes in her right eye rotated, and she gradually regained her spirit, looking at the group around the table. It's been so long since I last saw you, and the moment I open my eyes, you're surrounded by girls again. Yuan Lingdan's voice was still weak, but her teasing of Xianxia was as sharp as ever. Ah, I finally hear that familiar voice again. Who beat you up like this? A heavenly god, perhaps? Xianxia retorted, earning a glare from Yuan Lingdan. Can't you wish me well for once? If I had encountered a heavenly god, do you think you'd still see me here? Yuan Lingdan was exasperated. Did this guy have something against her? Then what happened? Xianxia put on a serious face and asked. I encountered a strange man. He had the aura of a true god rank 5, but possessed powerful secret treasures. I was caught off guard and ambushed, which is why I'm in this state. Thinking of that despicable person, Yuan Lingdan clenched her teeth. If not for the ambush, she wouldn't have been so humiliated. Chapter 493, Coming to Provoke a Fight. I'll satisfy you. It's rare to see you get ambushed, Xianxia commented with a sip of tea. Hearing this, Yuan Lingdan stood up, furious, ready to smack the annoying woman. However, she had just awakened and her divine power was still unstable. Her vision blurred, and she nearly fell. Be careful, Yao Jiuhong quickly reached out to support her, preventing her from falling. Take it easy since you've just woken up. You're still badly injured, Xianxia said with concern. But to Yuan Lingdan, her words sounded anything but comforting. Xianxia looked at her with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Wasn't he just stating the truth? As the tension between them reached its peak, the first dish was served. Having traveled without proper meals, the aroma of the food immediately captivated their senses. Yuan Lingdan ignored Xianxia and dug into the food, while Xianxia wasn't far behind. All of them were famished. The roasted chicken disappeared in an instant, and the subsequent dishes met the same fate, cleared from the plates as soon as they were served. By the time the 20-plus dishes were finished, Xianxia rubbed his belly in satisfaction, and the girls were equally content. Oh, when did the Flame City get such beautiful girls? An out-of-place voice broke the moment. Post-meal exercise, it seems, Xianxia remarked, glancing at the girls, who all had sharp looks in their eyes. The man was dressed in luxurious attire adorned with flame patterns, clearly a wealthy young master. I'm Qin Lang. Would you lovely ladies care to get to know me? Qin Lang approached, fan in hand. Just woke up to see a fly. Little cat, take care of it, Yuan Lingdan said. Little cat was the weakest among them, so the others didn't bother stepping in. The young master was only a first-rank upper god, and he was close to 30 years old. Who gave him the audacity to flirt around? Little cat glanced at Xianxia, who nodded. She smiled and transformed her right hand into a massive claw, sending Qin Lang flying with a single slap. Boom! Qin Lang was hurled 10 meters, crashing into a wall and spewing blood. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? No one in Flame City has ever dared to lay a hand on me. Qin Lang wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with an intense desire for them. Ah, there are so many mad dogs these days, Xianxia sighed, while Little Cat stared at Qin Lang with a surge of killing intent. Qin Lang clamped his mouth shut and turned to run. He didn't want to die. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, we'll check out that hot spring, Xianxia said, heading toward his room. The 5 girls also retired to their respective rooms after a long and tiring journey. Just as Xianxia entered his room, the innkeeper brought in some tea. Sir, be careful. That was Qin Lang of the Qin family in Flame City. They're very protective of their own, the innkeeper warned kindly. Got it, thanks, Xianxia replied, then closed the door and went asleep. Qin Lang returned home and went straight to his father, Qin Guodong. Father, I was beaten by some outsiders. Qin Guodong, a fifth-rank true god and head of the Qin family, was furious. Outsiders dare to lay hands on my son. Jigang, go and capture them. A powerful aura emerged as Jigang, the Qin family's top guard and a second-rank true god, stepped forward. Understood, master, Jigang replied and left for the inn. Qin Lang smirked, confident that none of them would escape. Soon, a squad of Qin family guards arrived outside. The innkeeper was drenched in cold sweat. Where are the troublemakers? Jigang asked the innkeeper. Upstairs. The 20 guards stood outside, their auras sharp. Send 2 men to bring them down. Jigang ordered. 2 guards followed the innkeeper to Xianxia's door. Xianxia opened his eyes. Before the door could even open, his Sui Xian Rui ruler shot out, piercing through the chests of the 2 guards, who collapsed instantly. The innkeeper fell to the ground, pale with fear. Outside, Jigang sensed the deaths of his 2 men and charged upstairs, finding their lifeless bodies. Damn it! Jigang swung his spear, breaking down the door. Xianxia stood there, facing the second-rank true god with a calm demeanor. You killed my men. Jigang glared at Xianxia, his spear radiating a powerful aura. Yes, so what? Xianxia replied nonchalantly. These men had disturbed his rest. Die! Jigang roared, unleashing his divine power, aiming for Xianxia's throat. Xianxia blocked the attack with his Sui Xian Rui ruler. After countless battles, his physical body had reached an absurd level of strength. Jigang was shocked. A third-rank upper god had just blocked his full power strike. This man's body was incredibly strong. Clang! Sparks flew as the spear and ruler clashed, their figures crossing paths. This place is too cramped. Let's take it outside, Xianxia said, leaping out the window, with Jigang following suit. The surrounding crowd watched with interest. King's Spear. Jigang bellowed, his spear infused with divine energy. Primordial divine domain. Thunderflame slash. Xianxia retaliated, unleashing his divine power. The 2 powerful forces clashed, sending shockwaves that devastated the surrounding buildings. In a flash of lightning and fire, their figures crossed paths once more. Jigang looked down to see his chest stained with blood. He glared at Xianxia. Impressive. Let's see how much arrogance you can back up. Die! Jigang roared, gathering terrifying divine power. 100 zhonglong spear materialized, towering in the sky. Fine. Xianxia gathered his power, and his Sui Xian Rui ruler transformed into 100 zhonglong weapon, radiating immense power. The clash shook the entire town. Ugh. Jigang was stunned. This man was uncanny, able to instantly find the flaw in his move and severely injure him with minimal effort. I won't accept this. Jigang charged again. Time-space eyes. Xianxia surged forward, freezing Jigang's body for a second. Swish! The ruler's shadow flashed, and Jigang's right arm was severed. Xianxia, too, had expended much of his divine power. Captain! The guards rushed forward, ready to attack Xianxia. Chapter 494, High Status, Quick Change of Face. Yao Jiuhong, the kitten spirit, Jiang Yin, and Yuan Lingdan rushed down and immediately clashed with the guard squad. The 4 women moved swiftly, and in just a few blinks of an eye, they had knocked out all 20 guards. Standing beside Xianxia, their sharp gazes swept across the scene. Jigang, seeing his men lying on the ground, also showed a slight change in expression. How dare you! Someone shouted, unleashing the divine power of a true god of the 5th rank, which condensed into a point aimed at Xianxia's chest. Ding! In front of Xianxia, a burst of purple-gold light erupted. The pointed finger struck a purple-gold badge, and the powerful divine energy within it rebounded. Seeing the purple-gold badge with its mysterious patterns, the Qin family head's expression changed slightly. He had once had the honor of seeing such a badge. The highest badge of the Divine Alliance. The Qin family head's face changed color. This was the highest badge of the Divine Alliance. If he didn't want to be hunted down by the Divine Alliance, it would be best not to provoke someone like this. I didn't realize you were from the Divine Alliance, young friend. My apologies. The Qin family head's angry expression instantly turned into a smile, faster than a face-changing performance in a theatrical play. Yin Zirua looked at the purple gold badge, surprised by its immense power. You're too kind, sir. I'm merely here for some experience. Since the other party had given him a way out, it was only natural to return the courtesy. There must be some misunderstanding. I will definitely have a serious talk with my troublesome relative. Please forgive me, young friend. I assume you're here for the annual elite assembly, aren't you? Hearing this name, Yin Zirua was slightly stunned, not understanding. You didn't know. The elite assembly will begin in 7 days. It's open to those between the ages of 18 and 28, with a cultivation level between upper god rank 1 and 3. The host is the first family of Flame City, the Fire family. The rewards are 7 treasures provided by the alliance of the 7 great families, including weapons and rare medicinal herbs. Most importantly, those who attend have the opportunity to enter the Flame Mountain, where divine energy can accelerate cultivation. Controlled by the 7 great families, it's only open for a limited time, making it a rare opportunity. Seeing the situation escalate, the Qin family head had no choice but to change the subject, offering benefits to smooth over the misunderstanding. Oh, that sounds interesting. Then I must participate, bringing my friends along. They're all upper gods of ranks 2 and 3, which meets the requirements. The Qin family head looked at the girls, noting their high cultivation levels. 5 upper gods, all so young. No wonder they were from the Divine Alliance. Such a group of geniuses out for experience, and he almost offended them. He must punish his foolish son when he returns. Young friend, would you like to stay at my humble abode? Let me show my hospitality. This was clearly an attempt to make amends for the previous incident. That would be fine. Since the other party wanted to show goodwill, it was only polite to accept. Thus, Yin Zirua followed the Qin family head to the Qin residence, where they met the troublemaker in the main hall. Father? What are you doing? Qin Lang was stunned. Why had his father invited these people into their home? You fool, apologize to young friend Yin at once. Young friend Yin is from the Divine Alliance. Do you think you can afford to offend him? Hearing his father's words, Qin Lang's head buzzed. He had once wanted to join the Divine Alliance, but didn't qualify. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that the Divine Alliance was not something their small family could afford to offend. Please spare me, young Master Yin. I was blind. Saying this, Qin Lang knelt on the ground, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Since the Qin family head wishes to protect you, I'll give him face. Yin Zirua had no interest in dealing with such a minor figure and chose to maintain his dignity. Thank you, young Master Yin. Qin Lang quickly bowed and retreated. Young Master Yin, let me tell you about the elite assembly. The Qin family head briefly introduced the main participants. The 7 great families, Fire, Qin, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and Zhou, were the main organizers, along with a few talented individuals from surrounding star regions, though they were rare. There were 20 slots in total, opening once a year, essentially using up the accumulated spiritual energy in one go. That evening, the Qin family head hosted a lavish banquet. After a satisfying meal, they were accommodated in a side courtyard, each with their own comfortable room. That night, in the Fire family's main hall, reporting to the head, an outsider named Yin Zirua possesses a purple gold badge of the Divine Alliance. He is accompanied by 4 women, all with cultivation levels between upper god ranks 1, 2, and 3. A disciple of the Fire family reported. Seated above was Fire Linglong, the true god of the 5th rank and head of the Fire family, her face veiled, her eyes exuding a seductive charm. Such a talent, to possess the purple gold badge of the Divine Alliance. His strength must be formidable. Below, a young girl sat, her features bearing a 3-point resemblance to Fire Linglong. Mother, I think this man is just a rogue. Out on a journey, he even brings 4 beauties with him. Fire Linglong's daughter, Fire Miaowan, said with disdain. Such men were the most detestable. Fire Linglong looked at her daughter, finding her both naive and adorable. Which wealthy young master doesn't have a harem? It's just that most don't bring them along. This young man dares to bring them with him, either because he has the strength or they are friends. Women are prone to jealousy. If these 4 women can endure everything for one man, it proves his strength. Hearing her mother's words, Fire Miaowan had nothing to say. It seemed her mother was right. Another strong competitor has appeared for this competition. Xianxia, you must be very careful. Fire Linglong looked at her daughter, her most beloved child. Don't worry, mother. I won't be outdone by them. Fire Miaowan's eyes burned with passion. Also, the young master of Xianxia Star, Zhang Lan, has arrived. Hearing her mother's words, Fire Miaowan's expression changed slightly. Mother, that man is so disgusting. He has no manly aura and always speaks in a feminine tone. Why does he keep pestering me? Fire Miaowan's face was on the verge of tears. That's a problem you'll have to solve yourself. Fire Linglong couldn't help but smile, seeing her daughter's predicament as her own trial of love. The night passed quietly, and with the rising sun, everything awakened. Xianxia woke up, aware that the assembly was still 7 days away. He decided to spend the next few days exploring the city, looking for any good items to purchase. Early in the morning, the Qin family head joined them for breakfast. If young Master Yin wishes to go, I recommend the Treasure Street. The prices there are a bit steep, but the items are of good quality. Chapter 495, Commonplace Beauties, Always Asking for a Beating. Upon hearing the introduction from the Qin family head, Xianxia nodded. After the meal, the group of 5 set off directly for Treasure Street. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going, all there to purchase items they needed. Xianxia, accompanied by 4 stunning beauties, naturally drew the most attention. Ahem. This street is so long, let's split up. I feel like I'm being stared at 1,000 times over. Xianxia said helplessly. Throughout the journey, instead of looking at goods, he was the one being looked at. The 4 girls couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll go to the east with Jiang Yin, said Yao Juhong, pulling Jiang Yin to the other side. To reduce someone's burden, little cat fairy, let's go that way, Yuan Lingdan said, pulling the little cat fairy to the other side. For safety, Xianxia placed a Ning inside the Qinkuan refining pagoda. Now alone, Xianxia was no longer surrounded by intense gazes, allowing him to focus on browsing the items. The street mainly sold materials from exotic beasts, with some medicinal herbs, but not in large quantities. There were also many rare ores, all of good quality. The variety was dazzling. Master Zhang Lan, could you stop pestering me? A girl's voice came from ahead. A commotion broke out not far ahead, and as a spectator, Xianxia moved closer to take a look. A man dressed in ostentatious gold followed a young and beautiful girl. The first glance at this girl gave the impression of innate charm, deeply captivating men's gazes. Miaowan, leave such things to me, you don't need to work so hard. I went to your house to look for you, and your butler said you were out. I came to invite you to go sightseeing with me. Please do me the honor. Zhang Lan spoke humbly, his eyes burning with passion for Hua Miaowan. Hearing the name Miaowan, Xianxia instantly recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Hua family, Hua Miaowan. At a young age, she had already reached the 3rd rank of upper god, making her quite famous in Flame City. She was a stunning presence with both charm and strength. Seeing her today, the reputation was well-deserved. The man beside her was likely a devoted follower, but his golden attire, from head to toe, was more extravagant than a woman's. Just a glance was enough to make one dizzy. Such a man would be hard-pressed to be favored by a woman, especially someone like Hua Miaowan, who was very strong-willed. She would likely prefer a hero. These are matters my mother assigned to me. I don't need anyone else's help, and with the competition approaching, I hope you focus more on your combat preparations. Hua Miaowan said impatiently, turned, and walked away, feeling utterly annoyed by this sticky nuisance. Yin Zirua watched from the side, unable to hold back a laugh. Hearing the laughter around her, Hua Miaowan lowered her head even more and quickly walked away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Hey, what are you laughing at? Zhang Lan, already feeling awkward, saw Yin Zirua smile and decided to make him the target. Yin Zirua frowned. So many people were laughing, yet this guy had singled him out? Yin Zirua looked at the man with sharp eyes. I'm laughing at you being so desperate, yet worthless. It's a disgrace to men. If you were strong, women would come to you on their own. Yin Zirua said coldly, taking aim and firing back. What did you say? Zhang Lan, already feeling embarrassed, now felt even more worthless after Yin Zirua's words. His anger surged. You don't get it, let me teach you. With a girl like that, defeat her and take her away directly. You're useless. Yin Zirua didn't hold back, delivering a brutal follow-up. Hua Miaowan frowned. Although Yin Zirua's tone was crude, he had dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Lan. You, rude fellow. Zhang Lan pointed at Yin Zirua with a delicate finger, causing Yin Zirua to smirk. All right. The plan I just mentioned isn't for you. You should just keep dancing for this young lady with your delicate fingers. Hua Miaowan burst out laughing, the first time she had encountered someone so cutting. You scoundrel! Seeing Hua Miaowan laugh at his expense, Zhang Lan's anger exploded. He swung his jade fan at Yin Zirua. Oh, a man's choice isn't swords or spears, but a fan for women's dances. What a unique hobby you have. As Yin Zirua spoke, he summoned his Sui Xian Rui ruler and swung it upward. Clang! The divine power of two third-rank upper gods erupted instantly. Yin Zirua's physical body was extremely strong, approaching that of a first-rank true god. His brute force sent Zhang Lan flying. You! How crude! Zhang Lan's blood boiled with anger as he glared at Yin Zirua with deep resentment. Hearing his words, Yin Zirua felt goosebumps all over. Yes, you're not crude, you're very elegant, as delicate as a woman embroidering. Yin Zirua didn't hold back, delivering another devastating verbal attack on Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan's face turned ashen, while Hua Miaowan struggled not to laugh, but Yin Zirua's words were too accurate, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. You're asking for death. Zhang Lan, enraged, charged again. Yin Zirua stepped forward with the golden rock steps, swinging the Sui Xian Rui ruler to knock the jade fan away. With a kick, he sent Zhang Lan flying, crashing into a shop behind him and smashing many items. Coincidentally, it was a shop selling cosmetics. Look, those colorful cosmetics suit you better, Yin Zirua said calmly, glancing at the side of his face. Hua Miaowan felt for the first time that a man could be so handsome. Even if it was just for show, it was impressive. Zhang Lan lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, while a bodyguard, a second-rank true god, stepped forward. Sir, that's going too far. The middle-aged man held a weapon, its blade glinting coldly. It's not me going too far. Look at your master. He's not even as imposing as you, Yin Zirua said bluntly. The guard's expression also changed slightly. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire his young master's unique style. The young master of the Jiang family is not someone outsiders can bully. Sir, take this. The second-rank true god prepared to strike. Hey, this guy started the trouble with me. This is Flame City, where upper gods from the third rank to the first rank are all contestants. If you attack now, do you think the 7 major families of Flame City are just sitting around? During the competition, it was forbidden for true gods to attack upper gods. The guard's expression changed, and Hua Miaowan showed no mercy. Yin Zirua had helped her get rid of the sticky nuisance, and she was very grateful. She wouldn't let Yin Zirua get hurt at this moment. Chapter 496, Friendly Sparring, the Warlike Man. Zhang Lan, take your men and leave. Don't force me to tell my mother about your behavior, Hua Miaowan said sharply, her eyes piercing. Zhang Lan didn't want to ruin his image either. Let's go, he said, his eyes locked on Yin Zirua with a sharp gaze. He would remember this incident. By the time the competition arrived, he would settle the score. Yin Zirua, who had suddenly gained an unexpected rival, was left feeling rather speechless. With the troublemakers gone, the crowd dispersed. "Thank you," Hua Miaowan said, feeling a bit guilty for causing trouble for someone else. "It's nothing. That guy brought it upon himself," Yin Zirua said nonchalantly, waving his hand as he continued strolling without looking back. Hua Miaowan was slightly taken aback. If it were anyone else, they would have already tried to strike up a conversation by now. But since no one approached her, she felt a small sense of disappointment. She glanced at herself, wondering if her charm wasn't enough. Shaking her head, she continued with her shopping. After spending half a day wandering around, each of them had their own gains. At noon, they returned to the Qin family residence. Lunch was already prepared, and Yin Zirua was treated as a distinguished guest. In the afternoon, Yin Zirua, Yao Jiuhong, and others sat in the small courtyard, leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. "There are still 6 days until the competition. Yuan Lingdan, have your injuries healed?" Yin Zirua asked, looking at Yuan Lingdan. The sudden concern caught Yuan Lingdan off guard. "What's a little injury? It's already healed. A third-grade upper god isn't a match for me," Yuan Lingdan said arrogantly, and she had the credentials to back up her arrogance. Yin Zirua then turned to Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin. "How about your conditions?" he asked the two women. "We're fine too," Yao Jiuhong replied. Although their injuries hadn't fully healed, they didn't want to miss the grand event. Yin Zirua shifted his gaze to the little cat demon. "I want to join too." "Don't leave me out," the little cat demon said, her eyes wide. Despite her unstable cultivation, she could still rely on her bloodline power to fight against upper gods. "In that case, let's all participate," Yin Zirua said with a smile. He suddenly thought of An Ning, who was still asleep, and realized it would take some effort to wake her up. "I have a new move I need to practice. Come on, let's spar." Yin Zirua summoned his weapon, the Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi, and Yuan Lingdan drew her sword. All right. The two clashed head-on. Flame Rampage. Yin Zirua unleashed his divine power. Yuan Lingdan felt the overwhelming pressure and activated the runes in her right eye, setting up a defensive formation in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful attacks slammed into the defensive formation. Crack. The formation shattered with a crisp sound. The shockwaves sent Yuan Lingdan flying 100 meters, crashing into a wall. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to stand up, looking quite battered. "Are you trying to kill me?" Yuan Lingdan said resentfully, glaring at Yin Zirua as she got up. The two onlookers watched the scene, thinking the two of them were quite the pair. "Sorry, I'm still practicing this move. I haven't perfected the intent yet. Next time, you can try defending against more attacks," Yin Zirua said awkwardly, his expression showing a hint of apology. "Humph." Yuan Lingdan glared at him with her Danfeng Yan. Her cheeks puffed out in anger as she brandished her sword. "This isn't over." The two figures clashed again, their divine power waves spreading out. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding walls crumbled, and the pavilion roof flew past Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin, exploding the next moment. In just a few breaths, the courtyard was left in ruins. Yuan Lingdan fought with increasing ferocity, her magical formations continuously unfolding. She was clearly displeased with Yin Zirua. "Watch out! Flame Rampage!" Yin Zirua repeated the move, this time invoking the power of Tian Hua Yao Yang within him. The terrifying force enveloped the entire courtyard. Damn it! Yuan Lingdan's eyes widened as she quickly activated the runes in her right eye, summoning 3 defensive formations, each more complex and powerful than the last. Yin Zirua's 3 powerful attacks slammed into the defensive formations. Crack, crack, crack. The formations shattered one by one, and Yuan Lingdan's phoenix-like eyes widened in shock. Boom. The divine power exploded, turning the entire courtyard into a massive crater. Yuan Lingdan looked ahead to see the golden bell shield protecting her. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured again. Humph. I'm done playing with you. This is murder. Yuan Lingdan glared at Yin Zirua, convinced that he was deliberately trying to embarrass her. I told you. I wanted to test the power of my new move, Yin Zirua said with a calm smile, which only made Yuan Lingdan want to punch him even more. Your techniques are impressive. I would like to learn from you. A powerful figure charged into the courtyard, holding a black spear, his fighting spirit intense. This is my nephew, Qiao Baijian, a man who thrives on combat. Yin Xiaoyu, you can spar with him, just remember to keep it Dandal Wager, the Qin family head said, expressing confidence in his nephew. Since the Qin family head says so, then I'll take it easy. Be careful. Yin Zirua said, swinging his Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua unleashed a thunder flame slash. What a sharp attack! Sky-piercing strike. Qiao Baijian swung his black spear, unleashing sharp divine power as he countered Yin Zirua's move. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying divine power erupted, causing the surrounding walls and houses to collapse instantly. The main Qin family residence was also affected, but most of the force was absorbed by the Qin family head, or else the main house would have been destroyed as well. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Feeling the intensity of their battle, the Qin family head grew even more impressed with the talents the Divine Alliance had chosen. Yin Zirua's aura was stronger, and after the storm subsided, two battered figures appeared before everyone. Good, good. Let's go again. Qiao Baijian's eyes glowed with excitement as he charged forward with his black spear. Yin Zirua activated the golden rock step and dashed forward, both of them possessing rich combat experience. Even if they noticed each other's weaknesses, they could instantly compensate for them during the fight. In the blink of an eye, their figures separated after exchanging hundreds of blows. You're strong. Now I'm getting serious. Qiao Baijian said, his eyes sharp as he gathered his divine power. You're strong too. Bring it on. Yin Zirua's fighting spirit surged as well. Chapter 497. The Grand Gathering begins. Ambush on the way. Fracture strike. Qiao Baijian brandished his black spear and leaped into the air. Flame rampage. Yin Zirua shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy from the heavenly fire yang within her. A blinding blue and red light clashed together. Boom. Flames surged, divine energy surged, and a wave of power rolled out. The Qin Patriarch controlled the aftermath within a certain range, ensuring that the surrounding areas were not affected. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Two battered figures staggered back. You are very strong. Qiao Baijian bowed respectfully, showing his admiration. You're not bad either. Yin Zirua smiled and returned the bow. The fight had deepened her understanding of her flame rampage technique. Indeed, combat was the fastest path to growth. Fighting leads to friendship, and without a fight, things get dull. It's almost evening. Let's have a simple meal together. The Qin Patriarch spoke and led everyone to the main hall for dinner. In the following days, Yin Zirua sparred with the other women, each gaining some improvement and insight. The annual grand gathering of experts began as the day arrived. Upper-level gods of the first, second, and third ranks were all prepared. A glance revealed over 1,000 participants. The youngest were 18, the oldest 28, and they had all arrived. The massive venue could accommodate up to 10,000 spectators, with the high platform reserved for the 7 great families. The Hua family, ranked first, stood in the main position. The moment Yin Zirua saw the Hua family patriarch, she felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, Hua Linglong's appearance, though slightly matronly, still retained her youthful charm, undiminished over the years. Everyone who saw Hua Linglong was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Ahem. Some people's eyes seem to be stuck on her and can't be pried off. Yuan Lingdan suddenly remarked. Yin Zirua gave her a sidelong glance, and the other girls exchanged knowing looks. Welcome, everyone, to the annual grand gathering of experts. This year, I, Hua Linglong, will be your host. The first round of the competition is to venture into the volcanic region and collect 3 special ores. Each participant, please come forward to receive a map. As she spoke, Hua Linglong clapped her hands, and 100 members of the Hua family stepped forward, each holding a tray with 100 maps. All the contestants stepped forward to collect their maps. You have 10 days to complete the task. Only the top 100 will advance to the second round. Hua Linglong's announcement left everyone momentarily stunned. With at least several thousand participants, the first round would eliminate a tenth of them. Those 100 spots would be fiercely contested, requiring the fastest speed and the shortest time to return. Now, I declare the first round of the competition officially begins. With a command from Hua Linglong, dazzling fireworks exploded around them. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with colorful fireworks. 1,000 participants dashed off simultaneously, racing toward the volcano at their fastest speeds. The volcano had an extremely high temperature and was rich in minerals, where various rare ores could be found. Xianxia and the others also rushed to the foot of the volcano, examining their maps. The other contestants were doing the same. I'm heading east. Take this locator, and if anything happens, let me know. After saying this, Xianxia headed east, while the other girls also went toward their respective targets. Using her golden rock steps, Xianxia was undoubtedly the fastest. In just half a day, she reached one side of the volcano. She found the first stone she needed. Just as she was about to head for the second stone, she heard a voice nearby. Zhanglan, I warn you, this is a competition. Don't interfere with me. Hua Miaowan looked at the annoying pest beside her with disdain, but she couldn't shake him off. Miaowan, I'm just here to accompany and protect you. I'm not doing anything. Zhanglan looked wronged, but all he wanted was to stay by her side. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Please stay away from me. Hua Miaowan said with obvious distaste. This Zhanglan was too annoying, always offering water or food. Did she look like a little girl who needed constant care? More importantly, Hua Miaowan was a very strong-willed person. Being treated like this made her feel like a useless burden. Miaowan, Zhanglan called out from behind. Xianxia watched this pair of lovebirds with exasperation. The girl didn't like him, yet the guy just kept following her around. Wasn't this kind of love too self-deprecating? Xianxia couldn't understand it. There was no sense of masculinity, no point in watching. She turned and left, heading to find her second stone. Upon reaching the vicinity of the second stone, she felt two presences locking onto her. Xianxia ignored them and continued searching for her stone. The area was rich in minerals. She also stumbled upon some rare metal ores, which could be refined to repair weapons or used for crafting in the future. Miaozi, hand over your stones. A voice came from behind, and two upper-level gods of the third rank approached. Xianxia put the stone into her bag and looked at the two men. If you want stones, there are plenty around. Can't you pick them yourselves? Or are your hands broken? Xianxia's eyes were sharp, sensing their malicious intent. Shut up. Hand it over. One of them brandished his sword and charged. Xianxia summoned her Sui Exine Rui scale, which glowed red with heat, and swung it directly at the man's sword. Clang! The sword snapped in half, and the man was left in shock. My Chongqing sword. He stared at his precious weapon, which he had spent most of his fortune forging, only to have it broken in an instant. Brother, that Miaozi has a better weapon. Let's take it together. The other man said, wielding a red dagger and charging forward. The dagger was a fine treasure, with a strong aura of spiritual energy. This is a good item. Perfect for enhancing my treasure. Xianxia swung her Sui Exine Rui scale and charged. Clang, clang, clang. 3 strikes, and the fight was over. Ah, my dagger. The smaller brother lay on the ground, his red dagger falling to the ground. Xianxia picked it up and inspected it. It was indeed a fine treasure. Now, the roles of hunter and prey have switched. Hand over all your valuables. Xianxia smirked at the two men. Their faces turned pale, and they had no choice but to obediently hand over everything. Xianxia left them with only their underwear and told them to scram. Chapter 498. Unexpected Encounter, a Woman's Frenzy. Such people, whether killed or not, hold little value. Afterward, Yin Zirua intended to find the third stone. With all 3 stones gathered, it was time to leave. The other girls hadn't sent any messages, which suggested their progress was going well. Yin Zirua turned to head back, but suddenly heard the sound of a fight. Curious, he made his way toward the commotion. What he saw was a scene of chaos. Zhang Lan was kneeling on the ground, being beaten. Hua Miaowan and another person were engaged in battle. Kong Xiaojian, you're despicable. Zhang Lan lay on the ground, utterly humiliated. You're just a sissy, so shut up. This little girl is quite pretty. I'll take her off your hands. With that, he swiftly disarmed Hua Miaowan. As she turned, he threw a bag of white powder at her. Hua Miaowan quickly retreated, but still inhaled some of it. Her complexion turned fiery red in an instant. This is a must-have for life. Zhang Lan, your Zhang family is so powerful, always suppressing my family. Today, I'll take away the woman you love right in front of you. How do you feel about that? Kong Xiaojian's eyes burned with intensity, his intentions clear. You bastard. Let her go. This is between you and my family. If you have the guts, come at me. Zhang Lan's entire focus was on Hua Miaowan, and in his distraction, he was poisoned. He was beaten down, and now his beloved was about to be taken away. Zhang Lan's heart raced with anxiety, but as he tried to struggle to his feet, a foot pressed down on his back, forcing him to take a mouthful of dirt. Hua Miaowan's divine power began to dissipate, her consciousness blurring. What did you use? Hua Miaowan had never encountered such a situation before, her panic evident. Don't be afraid, my little beauty. Soon, you'll be mine. Kong Xiaojian's evil grin loomed large before Hua Miaowan. With her divine power temporarily lost, she couldn't even hold onto her sword, which fell to the ground. Kong Xiaojian acted swiftly, pulling her into his embrace. Hua Miaowan's gaze wandered and landed on Yin Zirua in the distance. The pleading look in her eyes was not lost on him. Kong Xiaojian carried her to a spot surrounded by rocks. Hua Miaowan looked at the man before her, gritting her teeth. If anything happened to her, the first thing she'd do upon regaining her strength would be to kill him. Oh, what a fierce look. But don't worry, you won't bear to kill your own man, or the father of your child. With that, Kong Xiaojian began to undress, quickly preparing to make his move. Oh, it's broad daylight, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Yin Zirua walked over, holding the Sui Xian Rui scale. The sudden voice startled Kong Xiaojian, who hastily stood up to face Yin Zirua. Miaozi, don't ruin my good time, or else I'll teach you how to write the word death. With that, Kong Xiaojian unleashed his upper-tier God Level 3 aura, which was quite formidable. Indeed, this Miaozi's aura was even stronger than Qiao Baijian's. Impressive aura, but still utterly weak. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened as he decisively struck out, swinging the Sui Xian Rui scale. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zirua's upper-tier God Level 3 aura erupted. God Slayer Strike. Kong Xiaojian roared, his sword glowing brightly as it shot upward. Clang. Crash. In the instant of contact, Kong Xiaojian's sword was shattered, and the sharp light of the Sui Xian Rui scale sealed his fate. Kong Xiaojian hadn't expected to be defeated in a single exchange. Yin Zirua couldn't be bothered to look, moving directly to Hua Miaowan's side. At this point, Hua Miaowan's consciousness was hazy. In her blurred state, she saw Yin Zirua. Whether by instinct or necessity, she threw herself into his arms. And so, amidst the flowers and moonlight, their youth burned brightly. By evening, under the twinkling stars, Hua Miaowan opened her eyes, finding someone beside her. Her mind went blank as she struggled to recall what had happened. Looking at the person beside her, she didn't know what to do. Yin Zirua opened his eyes, realizing that when a woman goes wild, it's truly terrifying. However, overall, he had maintained his dominant position, not losing face. Hua Miaowan, outwardly strong, was still a naive girl at heart. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. What could she say? This was an accident. I didn't expect it either. You're beautiful. With that, Yin Zirua dressed and turned to leave. Hua Miaowan hurriedly put on her clothes, looking at his retreating back. Her heart was in turmoil, a whirlwind of emotions. What could she say? She wanted to keep him, but how could she ask when he was leaving? Before she could react, Yin Zirua leaped into the air and left. What kind of situation was this? She had come to help, not wanting the girl to be abused by a scoundrel. But what about herself? Was she just a convenient catch? Yin Zirua was baffled, feeling like he had pushed himself into this. Shaking his head, he headed toward his destination. Halfway there, his locator alarm went off. Something was wrong. Yin Zirua hurried toward the west. 100 miles away, the battle aura surged. Yuan Lingdan and Little Cat Demon were surrounded by 4 men. These 2 women are both beauties. Capture them for me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Nearby, Zhao Shijian, the young master of the Zhao family, eyed the 2 girls. He had a penchant for little Lolas. Roar! Little Cat Demon transformed into her true form to fight. The 4 men were all upper-tier god level 4, with formidable secret treasures. Yuan Lingdan looked at the man with disdain. Men indeed are no good. Yuan Lingdan said sharply, but the man beside her attacked. A flash of cold light sliced through her clothes, and blood trickled from her abdomen. The ring on the man's finger could break her formations, causing her injury. Yuan Lingdan clutched her abdomen and retreated, the blood flowing out dark red. It's poisoned. Yuan Lingdan quickly swallowed a pill to counteract the poison, but the effect seemed minimal. Her divine power began to waver, making her situation even worse. Where is that guy? Yuan Lingdan muttered in frustration. She had already notified Yin Zirua. Achoo! At that moment, Yin Zirua, racing at top speed, sneezed. He could already see Yuan Lingdan and Little Cat Demon's location. 5 upper-tier god level 3s. Interesting. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zirua launched a fierce attack on one of them. The man spun around, wielding his sword, gathering divine power, and quickly counterattacked. Chapter 499. Emergency Call, Total Annihilation. Clang. The sword in his hand snapped instantly, but the ring on his finger saved his life. Not bad, interesting. It automatically protects its owner. Yin Zirua stepped back and stood beside Yuan Lingdan, noticing the bleeding wound on her abdomen. Yin Zirua poured some medicinal powder from his own body onto Yuan Lingdan's abdomen, trying to stop the bleeding, but the effect was poor. This wound is poisoned, Yuan Lingdan said painfully. Yin Zirua's expression turned sharp as he looked at the man in front of him. You dare to hurt my people? You're asking for death. Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed sharply, and his golden rock steps exploded with full speed. Before the man could react, his body was pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. The Xianxia refinement tower, summoned, it directly threw him inside. Then Yin Zirua's hand held a white bottle, and after smelling the powder inside, he sprinkled it on the wound. Yuan Lingdan clenched her teeth in pain. But the bleeding stopped, and her divine power began to recover slowly. Roar! The black and white striped leopard cat roared, its hind leg pierced, blood splattering. Damn it! Yin Zirua swung the Thuishin Ruyi Chi, free and easy wand, and charged forward. Clang! 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 Dozens of strikes rained down, hitting the man's face with sparks, and with a turn, he kicked him away. Crack! The sound of broken bones echoed, and the other 2 realized how strong Yin Zirua was. The 2 joined forces to attack. Yin Nan Kill. Flying Swallow Pierce. Both attacked simultaneously. Flame Rampage. Yin Zirua unleashed the power of heavenly fire radiance, transforming himself into a terrifying heat that transferred to the Sui Xian Ru Yi ruler. Clang! The weapons in their hands snapped instantly. The 2 were invaded by fire energy, their bloodlines burned, and they rolled on the ground, reduced to wrecks. Yin Zirua turned to look at Zhao Ziyan. Have you thought about how you want to die? Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp, his tone icy. You, don't come near me. The speed at which the four were taken down was too fast, and he hadn't even had time to react. Time-space eyes. Instantly, Zhao Ziyan's body froze, and Yin Zirua's image magnified infinitely in his vision. Swish. A flash of cold light, and the head fell to the ground. The five bodies were thrown into the Qinkuan refinement tower. The divine power they provided was negligible. Their secret treasures and weapons were of some value, and this way, no one would know the fate of the five. It saved trouble. The little cat spirit transformed back into human form, her thigh injured and still bleeding. Her eyes were red and teary, looking very pitiful. Yin Zirua quickly applied healing medicine and bandaged her. "Have you all collected your stones?" Yin Zirua asked. "We've collected them all, but these trash blocked our way." Yuan Lingdan's divine power recovered a bit, and her complexion improved. She started to taunt again. Yin Zirua smiled faintly. This little girl was good in every way, except for her sharp tongue. Yin Zirua came over and helped Yuan Lingdan bandage the wound on her abdomen. Why do you smell so fragrant?" Yuan Lingdan asked curiously. Yin Zirua's expression was odd. "What fragrance? It's all in your imagination. Do you think you're a spirit hound?" Yin Zirua retorted, then stood up. "Let's go. It's time to return," Yin Zirua said, walking ahead with some unease. After the little cat Yao's leg injury was stopped, she could move, though a bit slower. After the cat Yao's leg injury was staunched, she could move, though a bit slower. The three of them arrived at the finish line, where Yao Jiahong and Jiang Yin were resting and drinking water. 80th, 81st, 82nd to reach the finish line. The three were handed small badges. "Please don't lose this. It will be needed for the second round," the guard reminded them. The three arrived at the rest area. "You're so slow. Jiang Yin and I have been here for half a day," Yao Jiahong teased, as the event was almost over. "Yeah, we encountered some trouble on the way," Yin Zirua said, looking up and seeing Hua Miaowan. Hua Miaowan also saw Yin Zirua. She clenched her fists, gathering courage to walk toward Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua looked at the girls and took a deep breath. Yuan Lingdan noticed Yin Zirua's odd behavior and turned to see Hua Miaowan. "Hey, you've got quite a few romantic debts," Yuan Lingdan teased. Hua Miaowan reached Yin Zirua's side. Can you come with me?" Hua Miaowan's ears turned red, her heart a mess. But she wanted to talk to Yin Zirua. "If it's something to say it here," Yin Zirua said directly. Hua Miaowan looked at the four girls beside him. Each one was exceptionally beautiful, and compared to them, she was just average. No wonder he would leave. "Thank you," Hua Miaowan said, then turned and left. Her back looked a bit defeated. "Oh, is there something going on? What did you do to her?" Yuan Lingdan started gossiping at Yin Zirua. "Nothing, let's go," Yin Zirua said, not elaborating. The incident was just a coincidence. Yin Zirua and the others returned to the Qin family. Qin Jiazhu knew that Yin Zirua and his group would pass, so he had prepared in advance. "Young friend Yin, you are truly a dragon among men. The feast is ready, please." They talked about many of the contestants over dinner, and Kong Xiaojiang from the Kong family caught Yin Zirua's attention. "You mean Kong Xiaojiang from the Kong family, whose grandfather is at the 9th level of True God?" Yin Zirua's tone intensified. "Yes, but young friend, why are you so interested in such a figure?" Qin Jiazhu was curious. "It's nothing, just asking," Yin Zirua thought coldly, knowing that as long as he didn't admit it, no one could find him. Unless that old man moved against the Hua family, and Hua Miaowan revealed him. But that woman was very strong-willed and probably wouldn't. Even if she did, he had nothing to fear. It would just be a bit troublesome to deal with that old man. In any case, continuing to participate in the tournament and improving his combat power was the most important thing. Everything else was trivial. After a satisfying meal, they each returned to their rooms to rest. The top 100 from the first round were determined, but an old man's expression was grim. Kong Lao Yizi, the 9th level true god from the Kong family, had brought his grandson to gain experience. All 100 spots were decided, but his grandson was missing. He found Zhang Yi, his grandson's attendant. You say my grandson was going to make a move on that Hua girl and then disappeared? The old man glared, his killing intent rolling. Yes, every word I say is true, Xianxia, a subordinate of Kong Xiaojiang and a key figure in the Kong family, replied. You failed to protect the young master. Go back and receive your punishment. I'll go to the Hua family to demand an explanation. The old man was hot-tempered and very protective of his family. Chapter 500. Confrontation. In the start of the competition, night had fallen, and the stars shone brightly in the sky. Grand Elder Kong arrived at the Fire family residence. Fire Linglong, if you don't give me an explanation tonight, I will make sure your entire family lies dead. The aura of a true god ninth stage erupted, sweeping through the entire Fire family. The chilling killing intent made everyone shudder. Elder Kong, why so angry? Fire Linglong walked over, dressed in a red Chong Sam, her hair loose, exuding an irresistible charm. Grand Elder Kong glanced at her, and the primal desires of a man almost caused his divine power to falter. This woman is truly a demon. He cursed inwardly, but did not forget the matter at hand. My grandson has gone missing during the competition. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Grand Elder Kong fixed his sharp gaze on Fire Linglong. Elder Kong, there are many participants from various great families. It's unfair to single me out. This competition is organized by the Alliance of the 7 Great Families. If you have a problem, you can challenge all 7 of us. Fire Linglong smiled, unwilling to take the blame alone. My grandson's subordinates said it has something to do with your daughter. Call her out. Let's confront her directly. Grand Elder Kong's eyes blazed with fury. Even if he had to face all 7 families, he would not back down. Fire Miao Wan arrived by her mother's side. Kong Xiaojiang did attack me, but he was killed by a mysterious person. This person is a participant in the competition. I didn't see his face. Elder Kong, you can investigate yourself. Fire Miao Wan spoke firmly, refusing to mention Yin Zirua, leaving it to the old man to figure out. You dare say you didn't see his face? Fine. Once I uncover the truth, everyone who laid a hand on my grandson will pay the price. The 7 great families? I don't fear them. With those harsh words, Grand Elder Kong turned and left, but the matter was far from over. Fire Linglong looked at her daughter with a complex expression. Mother, why are you looking at me like that? Noticing her mother's intense gaze, Fire Miao Wan lowered her head, feeling guilty. I just feel that you've changed since you returned. Did Kong Xiaojiang really die? Fire Linglong knew her daughter was shy, so she didn't press the issue further. Yes, Kong Xiaojiang was instantly killed. Thinking about what that man had done to her, Fire Miao Wan's heart still burned with anger. Oh, Kong Xiaojiang was ranked among the top 10 in this trial. To be instantly killed, the person must be quite formidable. Get some rest early. Don't let your thoughts keep you awake, or you'll appear haggard when we meet again. Fire Linglong said as she turned and left. Fire Miao Wan's ears turned red, as if her mother had seen through her thoughts. A mother knows her daughter best. For 3 days, Fire Miao Wan stayed locked in her room. Her heart was filled with youthful emotions. Although she knew it was futile, like unrequited love, the ripples in her heart remained unsettling. 3 days later, 100 elites gathered at the competition venue. The first round would eliminate 90% of the participants, and the second round promised to be even more intense. Many were already looking forward to it. The second round of the competition officially begins. Participants will draw lots for free combat. Fire Linglong sent 100 red bamboo slips into the air, and a powerful divine force erupted. The bamboo slips embedded themselves in the stone wall in front of them. A golden mirror reflected the bamboo slips, revealing the numbers written on them. Participants with the numbers announced, please report to your designated battle platforms within 3 minutes. The referee announced. Swish. 100 people moved simultaneously, reaching their respective platforms. The first round of the second competition begins. Fire Linglong's voice was enchanting, filling everyone with motivation. 100 people erupted with divine power simultaneously, and 50 battles began at once, creating a spectacular scene. Yin Zirua couldn't help but smile when he saw his opponent. It was Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Yin Zirua, feeling extremely awkward. Yin Xiao, what a coincidence. Qin Lang felt utterly frustrated. How could he be paired with this formidable opponent right from the start? At least, he still had a chance in the repechage. Yes, what a coincidence. Yin Zirua looked at him, forcing a smile. We've already compared ourselves before, so there's no need to do it again. I concede, Qin Lang said with a smile. Then, to the referee's astonishment, he stepped down and conceded. On the high platform, the 7 family heads had varying expressions. Why did Qin Lang from the Qin family concede so easily? Qin family head, that's not like your family's style. The head of the Qin family spoke curiously, taking the opportunity to taunt since the two families were business rivals. It's fine. My son has his reasons. The Qin family head remained calm. Anyone who faced Yin Zirua and didn't surrender risked being killed. The Qin family knew their place and saw no point in courting trouble. Seeing the Qin family head so composed, the other family heads exchanged curious glances. Fire Linglong also took a keen interest in Yin Zirua. The Qin family ranked second among the 7 great families, with undeniable strength. To concede so easily, either this Qin Lang had a powerful backing, or his own strength was extraordinary. Curious gazes locked onto Yin Zirua. On the battlefield, the referee was still in shock. Can we announce the result now? Yin Zirua said impatiently, having stood there for a while. Oh, yes. Yin Zirua wins. Yin Zirua became the first to win, with his opponent, Qin Lang, conceding immediately. This situation drew a wave of exclamations. What's going on? The Qin family, being the second-ranked family, conceded without a fight. Aren't they afraid of damaging their reputation? Someone voiced their curiosity. Maybe the Qin family knows something we don't, a bystander replied. I've heard that this Qin Lang is treated like an honored guest in the Qin family. He's killed quite a few people on the streets, and the Qin family head still has to smile and bear it. Must be someone of great status. Rumors began to spread. Yin Zirua stepped down first, without even engaging in a fight, looking quite at ease. The other battles were intense, with each contestant giving their all. 2 hours passed, and 50 platforms had their winners and losers. To preserve the combat strength of the participants, battles were scheduled for 2 rounds a day. The second round would be held in the afternoon. Congratulations to the 50 who have advanced. The afternoon competition will also follow the draw system. Please rest well. Fire Linglong's voice, soothing and healing, echoed in everyone's ears. Yin Zirua left the arena with 4 women, while a pair of eyes remained fixed on him. Miao Wan. Fire Linglong came to find her daughter, intending to take her to enjoy a feast. However, she found her daughter staring at the exit, lost in thought. Chapter 501. Making a splash, terrifying background. Miao Wan. Hua Linglong called out again, and Hua Miaowan finally heard her mother's voice. Mother, is something wrong? Hua Miaowan, just finishing a battle, had a slightly pale face. Hua Linglong handed her some medicine to restore her divine power. Take a good rest at noon. The most important thing now is the tournament. Don't let your mind wander. Hua Linglong reminded her, looking at her daughter with a confused expression. It was a bit of a helpless situation, as her daughter's feelings were written all over her face. With a sigh, she turned and left. Hua Miaowan stood on the stage until her mother's figure completely disappeared before shifting her gaze back. Her mother had already left, and Hua Miaowan's heart tightened. How could she have neglected her mother? She hurried home quickly. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua and the others returned to the Qin family residence. Qin Jiazhu still warmly welcomed them, paying even more attention to Yin Zirua. Strength spoke for itself, and Yin Zirua just smiled without saying much. After lunch, they had an hour to rest. Back in her room, Yin Zirua began studying her techniques, knowing that improving herself was crucial. After all, Many who had suffered setbacks during the tournament would likely come looking for trouble. To prepare for that potential conflict, Xianxia needed to be fully ready. As the afternoon session began, all the participants returned to the arena. Hua Linglong rearranged the remaining 50 tokens, quickly listing the 25 pairs for the next round of battles. Following the arrangement, everyone took their positions on the arenas. On the high platform, Lord Qian watched his son and Xianxia step onto the same arena. A smile curled on his lips. This was a perfect opportunity to embarrass the Qin family. Qin Jiazhu, tell me, who do you think is stronger, my son or this opponent who forced your Qin family's young master to surrender? Qin Jiazhu just smiled faintly, remaining silent, as if enjoying the spectacle. Hua Linglong also turned her gaze to Xianxia, curious about just how strong this young man was. Second round, begin. Hua Linglong commanded, and 25 battles started simultaneously. Qin family, Qin Dong. A surge of power erupted from Qin Dong, at the level of a third-rank high god, fierce as a dragon or tiger. In his hand, a long spear exuded astonishing spiritual energy. A primary spiritual weapon. It seemed Qin Dong had invested much effort into his weapon. Xianxia, she declared her name, summoning the heart-willed ruler, a weapon that exuded formidable spiritual energy. Seeing the heart-willed and Ruyi Chi in Xianxia's hand, Qin Dong's eyes burned with desire. Such a fine weapon could be used to upgrade his own. Great Wave Slash. Right away, he unleashed a powerful move. Qin Dong knew this battle was crucial. This opponent was quite famous, and the Qin family had already acknowledged his strength. If he could win, it would signify that the Qin family was stronger than the Qin family. He couldn't afford to lose. Flame Slash. Xianxia was also filled with combat intent, and the two clashed with their powerful techniques. The arena was protected by a defensive formation, with 4 first-rank true gods stationed at the 4 corners to maintain it. Yet, the very first clash of their attacks nearly caused the formation to crumble. The 4 guardians' faces changed dramatically, realizing this was a significant challenge for them. Within the battleground, both fighters retreated. Qin Dong's eyes sharpened. His proud strike had been blocked. This opponent was no simpleton. On the high platform, Qin Jiazhu watched his son's unfavorable situation, his brows furrowing slightly. Then, he glanced at Qin Jiazhu, whose expression remained calm and unruffled. Qin Jiazhu, stop beating around the bush. Where exactly does this person come from? Qin Jiazhu was growing impatient. At this rate, his son might suffer a crushing defeat. This person has an extraordinary background. I dare not speak carelessly. I advise you, Qin Jiazhu, to be cautious. Qin Jiazhu wouldn't reveal anything, leaving them to guess. Hearing this, Qin Jiazhu was left speechless, his anger simmering. He could only watch the arena, hoping his son could turn the tide. Hua Linglong observed Xianxia, sensing that she might become the biggest dark horse of the tournament. The fact that Qin Jiazhu seemed so wary of Xianxia's strength was rare. Moreover, Hua Linglong could see genuine reverence in Qin Jiazhu's eyes for the power behind Xianxia. Meanwhile, on the arena, the two fighters exchanged hundreds of blows in the span of just a few breaths. Qin Dong was in disarray, gasping for breath, while Xianxia remained calm and composed. The contrast was stark. Damn it! Great Wave overwhelming. Qin Dong poured out his divine power frantically, treating Xianxia as a formidable enemy. Flame Rampage. Xianxia's eyes sharpened, and the power of her heavenly flame solar flare surged, enhanced by her technique, doubling its might. Boom! The entire arena was engulfed in flames. The terrifying power caused the 4 first-rank true gods to spit blood, and the protective barrier began to crack. A backup team of 4 second-rank true gods arrived to help, barely stabilizing the array and absorbing the remaining flames. On the high platform, Qin Jiazhu jumped up from his seat, deeply concerned for his son. The sheer power of those flames would have left even him scorched. Qin Jiazhu, the match isn't over yet. If you interfere, it will count as Qin Dong's loss. Qin Jiazhu said with a light smile. Hearing this, Xianxia's face alternated between red and green, but he had no choice but to sit back down. On the arena, Xianxia stood calmly, her attire neat and unruffled. On the opposite side, Qiandong's disheveled figure appeared before the crowd. His divine energy shield was shattering, and his once elegant attire was now tattered and burned. Blood stained his lips, and his weakened divine power showed his exhaustion. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared at Xianxia. If not for the life-saving treasure his father had given him, he might have been defeated. With a fierce clench of his teeth, Qiandong bit into the capsule in his mouth. His eyes instantly filled with blood. This was a secret technique meant for the final decisive battle. But now, it seemed he had no choice but to use it. Xianxia, you will pay the price. Qiandong roared, his aura surging toward the level of a first-rank true god, 10 times stronger than before. This is a pill that temporarily boosts strength. Xianxia, you're really willing to invest in this. Xianxia saw through it at a glance, his expression displeased. What are you talking about, Xianxia? This is just my son's secret technique. Xianxia smirked, confident that his son was about to win. On the arena, Xianxia watched as Qiandong's aura doubled, her eyes narrowing slightly. Good, this won't make it too boring, Xianxia said, unleashing her own overwhelming aura. The power of the heavenly flame solar flare surged under her control. This was a force capable of devastating the world. The expressions of the various family heads changed. None had expected Xianxia to possess such a hidden ace. Even they, true gods of the 5th rank, felt a chill run down their spines at the intense heat. Chapter 502. Perilous Situation, Directly Wrecked. The face of the Qian family head was the most difficult to look at, as his son was in the most danger. Now he understood why the Qin family had surrendered directly. It was a battle they were bound to lose, with no point in fighting at all. Looking at the Qin family head now, he felt even more displeased. The man knew how powerful Miao Zi's backer was, yet he said nothing. Watching him walk step by step into a dead end was truly malicious. On the arena, the divine power unleashed by both sides surged and surged, never ceasing. Qiandong's expression changed repeatedly, but he took it as some secret technique of Xianxia. Just bluffing. One move to decide the victor. Although Qiandong had divine power comparable to a true god of the 1st rank, his body couldn't sustain it for long, as it would bring immense strain. Shake the heavens and earth. Qiandong's eyes turned blood red as he poured all his divine power into this one strike. His strongest attack, comparable to the peak of a true god of the 1st rank. The overwhelming divine power condensed and gathered on his spear. Not bad. Flame slash triple kill. Xianxia's gaze was sharp, fearless, as he focused all his divine power into a single point, pouring all the energy of the heavenly flame radiance he could muster into that one point. The intense battle between the two caused the expressions of the 4 true gods of the 1st rank and the 4 of the 2nd rank to change drastically. The developments on the arena stage became the most compelling spectacle, drawing everyone's attention. These two youngsters are really causing a ruckus. Fire Linglong's expression turned sour. If this energy exploded, everyone around would be affected. Was the match even going to continue? With a movement of her figure, Fire Linglong arrived and reinforced the spatial seal here. Clang. Boom. In the instant the blue and red figures collided, a terrifying shockwave assaulted the eardrums of everyone present. Those with lower cultivation levels suffered bleeding eardrums, while a powerful divine energy storm also erupted. Fire Linglong, a true god of the 5th rank, unleashed all her divine power to reinforce the defensive array. But this wasn't an ordinary energy storm. It was a storm of the heavenly flame radiance, a treasure of the heavens and earth. Fire Linglong's face turned slightly pale. Even for her, calming such a powerful divine power storm would require considerable effort. Can't sit idly by. Seeing Fire Linglong's expression, the Qin family head also stepped in to help stabilize the array and quell the storm. The Qin family head glanced around, unsure whether his son was dead or alive, and finally couldn't sit still. rushing down to help stabilize the array below. He also wanted to know his son's condition immediately. The storm swept out, fiercely Chongji the protective shield. 3 true gods of the 3rd rank had to pour all their divine power to barely stabilize the array. 3 true gods of the 5th rank can barely stabilize the shield. How strong is the storm inside? The onlookers watched with lingering fear, realizing that if such an explosion had occurred, they might not even have been qualified to witness it. Suppress it! Fire Linglong bellowed, and the 3 true gods of the 5th rank exerted their full strength to forcibly quell the storm. The situation on the arena gradually came into view. Yin Zirua stood unstained on one side, while the other side, the Qin family head's heart trembled. Was his son completely obliterated? His heart tightened, and he rushed up, searching everywhere for his son. Clang! A sound of rolling stones came, and a blood-soaked hand reached out from the ruins. My son! The Qin family head couldn't sense his son's divine power anymore, proving his son's condition was dire beyond measure. If his divine power was exhausted, that would be fine, but if his foundation was damaged, it would be over. The moment the Qin family head grabbed Qin Dong's arm, his old face turned dark. You damned Miao Zi! You've ruined my son's meridians, leaving him crippled. I'll make you pay for this. The Qin family head seethed with rage. After all, nurturing such a son from birth had required immense effort and resources. He was the heir to the Qin family. Now that the heir was rendered useless, the Qin family's future was at stake. Old man, he lost because of his own incompetence. Blame me? Yin Zirua's gaze was sharp, filled with killing intent. Did this true god of the 5th rank really think he could challenge him? He was courting death. Seeing Yin Zirua's contemptuous gaze, almost treating him like an ant, the Qin family head's suspicious mind trembled slightly. Could it be that this Miaozi still had some hidden cards that didn't fear him? Qin family head, on the arena, each side faces their own fate. Your son is still alive. Please be mindful. Fire Linglong intervened, stopping him. The 7 family heads were here together to ensure fairness. If the Qin family had attacked Yin Zirua, the other family heads wouldn't allow it. Humph! The Qin family head glared at Yin Zirua, then had to carry his son away, retreating in disgrace. But he was merely biding his time. After learning about Miao Zi's backing, this account wasn't settled yet. Fire Linglong walked up to Yin Zirua, looking at this young man. He was extraordinary in appearance and imposing in presence, fearless even before a true god of the 5th rank. Young man, you are very strong, but the Qin family head is quite cunning. You must be cautious, Fire Linglong advised. Her stunning appearance caught Yin Zirua off guard, and he was momentarily captivated. A woman of her age was still so captivating. You impudent youngster. Fire Linglong glared at Yin Zirua, staring at her, an elder, like this was improper. Ahem. Thank you for your advice, Fire family head. Yin Zirua awkwardly bowed, unable to blame her. It was simply that the woman was too stunning. Although Fire Linglong scolded him verbally, she felt quite pleased with Yin Zirua's attitude. A woman's charm lies in being appreciated by someone who understands. Yin Zirua's gaze was captivated by her beauty, without any vulgar desires, showing a touch of innocence. However, she was inevitably approaching the age of becoming old and withered, so she shouldn't indulge in such thoughts. Declare the result. Fire Linglong said to the referee beside her. Then her figure flashed and she returned to her seat. Come to think of it, if this young man could become her son-in-law, it wouldn't be bad. Yin Zirua wins. As the referee announced, Yin Zirua raised his hand and then stepped off the stage. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, full of curiosity about Yin Zirua. Which family does this Yin Zirua belong to? A middle-aged man curiously inquired, looking quite intrigued. I don't know. I haven't heard of him in this area. Another person replied, also full of curiosity. I do know. He's a guest of the Qin family, but I'm not sure what his background is. Another person excitedly said. Everyone had a feeling that this person might become the biggest dark horse of this tournament. In an instant, Yin Zirua became the brightest star of the entire battlefield, with countless gazes drawn to his figure. The other battles seemed so dull in comparison. Chapter 503. Seize the opportunity. Act on your desires. At the same time, the patriarch of the Kong family shifted his gaze to Yin Zirua. If anyone could slaughter his descendants without leaving a trace, this biggest dark horse of the competition would be the prime suspect. Moreover, the Fire family had also shown significant interest in this young man, suggesting that there must be something unusual going on. This boy is the most suspicious. The head of the Kong family glared at Yin Zirua, as if trying to pierce through his very soul. The afternoon battles, apart from Yin Zirua's, were relatively uneventful. Everyone was talking about this biggest dark horse, Yin Zirua. Many felt sorry for the young master of the Qin family, who had been unfortunate enough to face this dark horse and had his cultivation completely ruined. Others thought the Qin family was too clever, simply admitting defeat without a fight, which was quite shrewd. The 25 afternoon battles each had their winners and losers, as is the nature of competition. As evening fell, under Hua Linglong's announcement, the day's battles concluded, and everyone was sent back to rest, anticipating even more exciting battles tomorrow. As Yin Zirua left the arena, he felt 100 fiery gazes locking onto him. Turning around, he saw a group of women proudly holding up a banner with his name and passionate red hearts. For this old-fashioned yet unique declaration of love, Yin Zirua took a deep breath. The feeling, the sound, was quite overwhelming. To gather such high popularity in such a short time made him the first of his kind in this competition. Oh, how nice. You even have a women's fan club now. Your popularity is even greater than that of the 7 great families, Yuan Lingdan said nonchalantly, always ready to throw a jab at Yin Zirua. Do you think I wanted this? Yin Zirua glared at her, only to hear more cries of, I love you, Yin Zirua, from behind. He rolled his eyes, feeling utterly defeated. Yin Zirua quickly led the group of women away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Hua Miaowan still stood in her spot, watching the distant figure fade away. Daughter, a woman's happiness in life should be in her own hands. Don't miss the opportunity. Sometimes, a missed opportunity means a lifetime of regret. But if you seize it, even if you end up regretting, at least when you're no longer young, you won't feel sorry for yourself. Hua Linglong smiled, her mind drifting to the image of her beloved. They had met in a dangerous star region. He had risked everything for her, putting his life on the line. Their love had blossomed, igniting like a passionate flame. However, she was an ordinary woman, while he was the heir to an unparalleled power. Ultimately, their social statuses were too disparate. They had struggled, they had tried. But fate was not on their side. Still, it didn't matter. She had spent her life remembering him, having a daughter for him. Hua Miaowan didn't know the story of her father, but seeing her mother's full expression of happiness, she understood that her father had loved her mother. That's why her mother had never complained, instead building the Fire family from the ground up. Despite having no father, her mother had given her a happy and beautiful childhood. Mother, I understand. I will try my best. I don't want to miss him. Hua Miaowan's eyes were resolute. She had hesitated for a long time, thought about it deeply, and she didn't want to miss this man she had feelings for. Sometimes, a missed opportunity could mean a lifetime of never meeting again. Hua Linglong gently stroked her daughter's head, her eyes full of affection. Hua Miaowan turned and ran after the figure, determined to seize her youth. At this moment, Yin Zirua and his group arrived at the entrance of the Qin family. Yin Zirua. A voice called from behind, causing Yin Zirua to stop and turn around. The few girls beside him also looked over, seeing that it was Hua Miaowan. The head of the Qin family's expression subtly changed. What was this girl doing here? Hua Miaowan walked up to Yin Zirua. I want to invite you to dinner. Would you do me the honor? Hua Miaowan gazed at Yin Zirua with passionate eyes. Yin Zirua felt a bit awkward and glanced at the people around him. Ah, how nice. So quickly. A beauty has come to invite you. We'd better step aside, Yuan Lingdan said, turning and entering the Qin family residence. The head of the Qin family gave an awkward smile and said, "Since our young friend has been invited, I'll take the rest of you to dinner." The head of the Qin family was not an ignorant man. He understood that matters of the heart were a matter of mutual consent. Xianxia was young and wild, and as a man, he understood. The group entered the house, leaving only the two of them standing there. "You? What is this?" Xianxia was a bit puzzled, not quite understanding what this girl was up to. "Nothing, just that I want to invite you to dinner. Is that not allowed?" After listening to her mother's words, Miaowan no longer hesitated. She knew that Xianxia was a ray of light in her life. Instead of overthinking or regretting, it was better to seize the moment and follow her heart. Xianxia was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "All right, let's go." The two walked down the street together, drawing the attention of many. One was the daughter of the Fire family, so who was the person standing beside her? In an instant, countless eyes were fixed on Xianxia. "Who is that guy? How dare he walk with Miss Fire?" one person exclaimed in shock, knowing that Miaowan was the city's #1 beauty, and her mother, Linglong, was the city's most beautiful young matron. The mother and daughter were both the most beautiful flowers. As they walked, countless eyes seemed to pierce through Xianxia's back, but he was already used to it. They arrived at an inn, which was already packed with people. The business was booming, suggesting the food must be extraordinary. "Oh, Miss Fire has arrived. Please come in. Your private room has been reserved for you," the waiter said, hurriedly but promptly arranging for Miaowan. "Did you book this in advance?" Xianxia asked curiously. "No, this wasn't me. This is the place where my mother and father met. This spot was reserved by my mother." As she spoke, Miaowan's expression grew somewhat sorrowful. She had never seen her father since she was a child. She didn't know who her father was or where he was. Seeing her expression, Xianxia knew this must be a cliched story. They entered the private room, and the owner served the dishes as per Miaowan's mother's reservation. Whenever her exclusive room was occupied, it was always the same old 13 dishes, never changing. The owner served dish after dish, and Miaowan looked at the spread on the table. "My mother said she would wait here forever for my father's return. She firmly believes he will come back." With that, Miaowan poured wine for Xianxia. Xianxia awkwardly looked at Miaowan, hesitated for a moment, then mustered up his courage. "That is, I am a married man, and I have quite a few women. You." Chapter 504. Do what needs to be done, Heaven's Favor and Fortune. Xianxia had initially thought about clarifying their relationship later, but when she saw Miaowan's smiling expression, the words stuck in her throat. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. In such a pleasant atmosphere, was she really going to say something so ruthless? "You don't need to say it. I can already guess. I know it's impossible, but..." Miaowan trailed off, unsure of what else to say, so she just downed the wine in her cup. Seeing her like this, Xianxia thought to herself, as a man, shouldn't she be more open than a woman? "I toast you. You're a good girl." With that, Xianxia downed her own cup of wine. The two of them ate and drank, and the small restaurant was bustling with business. By the end, the floor was littered with empty wine jars, yet the spark in their hearts couldn't be extinguished. "Waiter, more wine." Miaowan slurred. The owner brought in more wine, but Xianxia gave him a look to take it away, and the owner reluctantly complied. Miaowan leaned on the table, her consciousness hazy, and reached out to grab Xianxia's hand. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Was this girl going to make a drunken scene? The next second, Xianxia was stunned. A man should act when it's time to act, without hesitation. Happy Qixi Festival. The night passed quietly, and a new day began. Xianxia looked at the sleeping girl beside him. With the competition approaching, he had no choice but to wake her up. "Miaowan, it's time." Xianxia's gentle voice sounded by Miaowan's ear. Miaowan woke up with a start, still drowsy, and opened her eyes to see Xianxia's handsome profile. She quickly got up, only to find herself in a mess. Hastily putting on her clothes, She realized she didn't remember much of what happened after drinking. What was this? She didn't remember anything. Her face fell. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yin Zirua asked with concern. Hearing the concern in Yin Zirua's voice, Hua Miaowan looked up at him. What happened yesterday? She asked, her expression blank with confusion. Yesterday? You guess. Yin Zirua said with a smile, then got up to dress. Hua Miaowan watched his back, biting her lip, and quickly got dressed. Next time, she wouldn't be so muddled. Tonight, come to my mother's place. She wants to meet you. With that, Hua Miaowan left the room. Yin Zirua was taken aback. Was it really that soon to meet the parents? But, oh well, what had to come would come. He'd go. No one was afraid. In his heart, Yin Zirua gave himself a pep talk. As he arrived at the inn, the waiter gave him an envious look. Last night's noises had been thunderous, not something an ordinary person could achieve. The entire inn had been sleepless, and even the owner had dark circles under his eyes. Watching the two of them leave, everyone's expressions were filled with envy. This was youth. This was vitality. This was passion. Hua Miaowan felt extremely uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, especially when she saw Yin Zirua following behind her with an equally awkward expression. It wasn't hard to guess. The two of them had made quite an impression on the entire inn. The looks they received were filled with admiration and awe, and even envy bordering on madness. Hua Miaowan blushed and turned to run, disappearing in a flash. Yin Zirua also felt extremely awkward, and quickly chased after Hua Miaowan's figure. The two of them arrived together at the competition venue. Yin Zirua was the biggest dark horse, and Hua Miaowan's stunning performance was one of the highlights of the competition. Arriving together, their expressions were clearly out of sorts. Wow, the dark horse is here. Yin Zirua immediately caught the attention of many. That's the Hua family's young lady, Hua Miaowan. Just looking at her stunning beauty is a blessing. The audience on the stands shifted their gazes to the entrance where the two stood. But they seem really close. Could it be? The onlookers exchanged glances, each seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. No way. Immediately, thousands of men who adored Hua Miaowan turned their eyes to Yin Zirua. Forget whether he was the biggest dark horse. Right now, they just wanted to drown him with their spit. As for Yin Zirua, he was already accustomed to these hostile gazes. If there was nothing between him and Hua Miaowan, he might have found it troublesome. But now, with their relationship somewhat acknowledged, he had nothing to fear. With a glance that dared anyone to challenge him, a chill ran down everyone's spines, and they quickly looked away. This guy was not to be messed with. Better not to provoke him. On the high platform, the various family heads watched Yin Zirua with varying expressions. The Qian family head was the most furious. He had already visited the alchemist, but whether his son could be saved was still uncertain. Even if he was saved, his future potential would be limited. The Qin family head looked at Yin Zirua with an expression of anticipation. On the main seat, Hua Linglong looked at her daughter and saw the rebelliousness of her own past. Ignoring her family's objections, she had chosen to be with someone deemed impossible, enduring a lifetime of loneliness, just waiting for that one person to return. But she never regretted it. Now, she wondered if her daughter would follow in her footsteps. But no matter what her daughter chose, as a mother, she would support her. All contestants, please enter the arena. Prepare for today's battle. 25 contestants entered the venue, their expressions serious. Those who had made it this far were no ordinary opponents. This time, Hua Linglong didn't use any exaggerated methods. Instead, she took out a box and drew 12 pairs of combatants, with the last remaining token being the lucky one. The lucky one would advance directly without fighting. The direct qualifier is number 13, Hua Linglong announced. Yin Zirua glanced at the token in his hand and raised it, causing everyone to be stunned. Is this because this guy is too strong, so they're saving him for later? Someone wondered aloud. No, I think the Hua family head is giving him a backdoor. She wants him to take first place and is preserving his strength. Another person grumbled unhappily. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Hua Linglong herself didn't know why this had happened. She had wanted to see more of Yin Zirua's battles. It seemed she wouldn't get to see that today. I never expected the usually fair Hua family head to resort to such tactics. The Qian family head was naturally the most displeased, his son gravely injured while this man advanced. He began to ridicule Hua Linglong. Hua Linglong frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed, but she didn't respond. The Hua family head is right in front of us 6 elders. Do you really think she could cheat without us noticing? Chapter 505. A Man's Mischief, a Grand Show of Sweetness. Besides, Qin Jiazhu continued, if she were to cheat, she should do it for her own daughter. Qin Jiazhu was well aware that Yin Zirua's relationship with the Hua family was already extraordinary, and the Hua family's future would undoubtedly be prosperous. For now, maintaining good relations between the two families was the best course of action. Hua Linglong glanced curiously at the Qin family. The two families, ranked first and second, were constantly at odds over trivial matters. Today, however, the sun seemed to have risen in the west, as the Qin family head was actually siding with her. Then she noticed that Qin Jiazhu's gaze was constantly fixed on Yin Zirua, and she understood. It seemed she was benefiting from the radiance of this prospective son-in-law. What a mysterious and intriguing man he was. Yin Zirua moved to the side to watch Hua Miaowan's battle, while others also entered the combat arena and began fighting. Yuan Lingdan watched Yin Zirua's smug expression and couldn't help but think, what a man who leaves debts of affection everywhere he goes. Just as she was getting over one heartbreak, this man had already moved on to another. Men truly were no good. Yuan Lingdan cursed inwardly. She vented her anger on her current opponent, unleashing dozens of offensive arrays in a frenzy. Her divine power erupted to its fullest, leaving her opponent in a terrible state. The man was completely bewildered. He hadn't done anything, yet he felt an icy aura of resentment surrounding him. Without further ado, the man's bones were shattered, and he was forced to leave the arena. Yuan Lingdan walked up to Yin Zirua. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit, she said with sarcasm. Indeed. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Why don't you give it a try? Yin Zirua retorted immediately. This little girl was his eternal nemesis, always by his side, constantly bickering and opposing him. Now, he was simply giving it back to her. You. Shameless. Yuan Lingdan glared at Yin Zirua before turning and walking away. Yin Zirua didn't care at all. She was just a little brat. Yin Zirua gazed at Hua Miaowan, who exuded a fiery passion that deeply captivated him. Hua Miaowan fought with ruthless precision, defeating her opponent, and then noticed that Yin Zirua's gaze was fixed on her. She became flustered and her eyes darted around nervously. The onlookers were thoroughly enjoying the sight. When had they ever seen Hua Miaowan display such a girlish demeanor? Just as everyone was savoring the moment, a chilling aura of Saji enveloped them. The group shivered, sensing the source of the Saji was none other than the dark horse, Yin Zirua, nearby. They awkwardly shifted their gazes elsewhere, looking at other girls. On the high platform, Hua Linglong couldn't help but smile. Her daughter's charm was no less than her own. It wouldn't be difficult to win over a man. Qin Jiazhu merely chuckled at this. The women of the Hua family were indeed no ordinary women. Even the geniuses of the Divine Alliance, who were men, would fall into the trap of the gentle land of beauty. Yin Zirua walked toward Hua Miaowan, who was momentarily stunned. Seeing Yin Zirua approach her, she began to feel a bit nervous, but took a deep breath. Seeing her mother's confident gaze from the high platform, she mustered her courage and stepped up to Yin Zirua. What a thrilling battle. I wonder how our fight would turn out, Yin Zirua said. Hearing Yin Zirua praise her battle, Hua Miaowan couldn't help but smile. I don't know. I still have some hidden cards up my sleeve. If we were to fight, I would give it my all. You mustn't hold back either. You must respect your opponent, Hua Miaowan said with a smile, her expression serious. All right, I will give it my all. Let me show you my true strength, Yin Zirua said, glancing over Hua Miaowan's entire figure. You deserve a beating, Hua Miaowan said, recalling how Yin Zirua had been so cold and enigmatic before. Now, in front of her, he was being so mischievous, and while she was a bit upset, she was more pleasantly surprised. The two walked together, chatting and laughing. Crack, crack. The tens of thousands of spectators were left munching on dog food and gossiping. Oh my, this is showing off their love. The onlookers wanted to cry. Could they consider the feelings of others? At this moment, the two had arrived at the rest area. Remember, tonight you're coming with me to meet my mother, Hua Miaowan said seriously, worried that Yin Zirua might refuse. I would brave mountains of swords and seas of fire without hesitation, Yin Zirua said with a smile, his expression sincere. Hua Miaowan looked at Yin Zirua, and in their eyes, there was only each other, no one else. I can't take it anymore. My heart is broken, someone in the audience exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. They turned and left the venue, as the highlight of the event, the beauty, had already been claimed. Within just a few breaths, thousands of people left the arena. Only those focused on the battles remained, though they had also been fed their fair share of cringe-worthy displays of affection. The morning battles soon came to an end, with the victors qualifying for the afternoon matches. I hope everyone will arrive on time for the afternoon matches, Hua Linglong said with a smile before dismissing the crowd. Yao Jiuhong, the little cat spirit, and Jiang Yin exchanged glances as they watched Yin Zirua and Hua Miaowan depart. Jiuhong, do you regret it? Seeing how cold and aloof Yin Xiao is, Jiang Yin said, but as long as a girl shows him affection, he still melts. The little cat Yao glanced at the two women, not quite grasping the meaning of their conversation. Don't talk nonsense, Yao Jiuhong said, knowing that she had followed Yin Zirua to uncover the truth about her family. Some progress had been made, all thanks to Yin Zirua's help. As for anything else, she hadn't thought about it, nor dared to. She kept her feelings hidden, not revealing them to anyone. She knew that Yin Zirua's life would never lack beautiful and outstanding women. She was merely one of his confidants. Ah, poor child. Let's go. Let's go back and eat. We'll be full just from the dog food, Jiang Yin said, and the three women headed toward the Qin residence. Hua Miaowan and Yin Zirua spent their time chatting, eating, and enjoying each other's company. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the matches again. Hua Miaowan gazed at Yin Zirua's back, cherishing the moments they had together. What's wrong? Yin Zirua turned around and saw Hua Miaowan standing behind him, unusually quiet, unlike her usual self. It's nothing. Let's go. The matches are about to start, Hua Miaowan said, hiding her feelings. She quickly walked ahead of Yin Zirua, who suddenly reached out and took her hand. After the matches, I will be leaving here, he said. Hearing this, Hua Miaowan's heart sank, and her steps faltered. But I will take you with me. The outside world is dangerous, but it is also full of wonders. Let's go and see it together. Yin Zirua's words were deeply moving. Hua Miaowan turned, astonished, to look at Yin Zirua. Chapter 506, Heavenly Favor. Time to take your medicine. Really? Hua Miaowan blinked, looking at Yin Zirua. Yes, really. Besides, before you, I met another woman in the star domain. My family, including my wife and other relatives, are on my home planet. I plan to bring them all back. Can you accept that? Yin Zirua looked at her with a firm gaze. Hearing that there were other women in Yin Zirua's life, Hua Miaowan's heart ached. But if she were to separate from Yin Zirua, where would she go? The thought of a world without him filled her with loneliness. She leaned more towards following Yin Zirua to see the outside world. What will come, and what must be faced will eventually be faced. Avoidance is not the solution. If it comes to that point, having no place to stay, returning to her mother's side, and enduring the loneliness would be a choice. I want to go out and see the world. Maybe I can find my father too. I'll keep an eye on you. Otherwise, by the time you return to your wife, there will be a whole harem of women. Hua Miaowan said with a cold snort, as if she were standing in for all the other women to keep an eye on him. This line sounds familiar. Who wouldn't fall for someone as handsome as me? Yin Zirua said with a casual smile, causing Hua Miao to burst out laughing. This man had an enigmatic confidence. However, it was true that Yin Ziruo had the capital to be arrogant. The two walked together into the battle arena. This time, it was a 13-person battle, with one person becoming the lucky one to sit out. This time, Hua Linglong had become smarter. She passed this troublesome task to the Qin family head. Qin family head, please draw to decide the battle order and the lucky one. Hua Linglong's attitude was clear to the other family heads. No one wanted to be accused of favoritism. All right, I'll do it. The Qin family head stood up and began drawing lots. Each time, everyone randomly picked a number, and the platform randomly arranged these numbers. Soon, the 12-person battle sequence was decided. The last lucky one was about to be revealed. Everyone stared at the last plaque. Number 6. The Qin family head announced, and a hand was raised. The Qin family head was stunned for a moment. Behind him, Hua Linglong couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect the Qin family head to give this young man preferential treatment too. Hearing Hua Linglong's words, several family heads laughed. The Qin family head's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. This was a blatant slap in the face. It seems the Qin family head is also quite surprised by this result. The Qin family head said with a sarcastic remark. Next time, let the Qin family head do it. I don't believe this kid can get lucky 3 times in a row. On the high platform, everyone had varying expressions. Below the stage, the crowd also had mixed reactions. Did I see wrong? The Qin family head drew lots, and it's this kid again. Someone widened their eyes in disbelief at what was happening. Brother, although I don't want to believe what's happening, it's right in front of us. The two exchanged glances. Yin Ziruo looked at the plaque in his hand. I was looking forward to some warm-up battles. Today is so boring, Yin Ziruo said with frustration. Next to him, Hua Miao couldn't help but laugh. Maybe the heavens think you're too strong, so they're letting you skip a couple of fights and giving us ordinary folks a chance to compete. Hua Miao said with a playful tone. Am I strong? I guess I am pretty strong, Yin Ziruo said with a mischievous smile, looking at Hua Miao. You? Really? Hua Miao's chest rose and fell in frustration. This man, about to compete, was still bantering with her, making her heart flutter like a cat's paw. Yin Ziruo stood beside her, whispering in her ear. Don't lose to anyone before meeting me. Before Hua Miao could react, Yin Ziruo had already taken a seat in the rest area. This scene was witnessed by everyone, stirring up a mix of emotions. It's over. My eyes are blinded. On the high platform, one person covered his eyes. He wasn't just blinded. His heart was probably broken too. Yeah, brother, me too. My eyes are about to go blind. The two brothers lamented their fate. In front of such a large audience, such intimate actions were sure to make many envious. Miss Hua is truly outstanding, even surpassing her mother, the Qin family head said with admiration. In just a few days, the two had gone from adversaries to being inseparable. Their intimate behavior in such a grand occasion was almost as if they were flaunting their relationship. Hee, Qin family head, you speak as if you're immune to me. That's quite a feat. Hua Linglong looked at the Qin family head with a sharp gaze. Hee, men value different things. Some love beauty, some love cultivation, each to their own. The Qin family head took a deep breath, watching the stage. Yin Ziruo was clearly a master of the heart, winning over beauties in an instant. But was it the beauty who won over the man, or the man who won over the beauty? In any case, it takes two to tango. The afternoon battles began, and as they progressed, the fights became more intense. The stakes were higher, and the techniques used were more powerful. Hua Linglong had to step in to stabilize the protective barrier. Yin Ziruo watched Hua Miao's battle. This time, her opponent was quite troublesome. Hua Miao was severely injured, but she revealed a secret treasure for the first time. It heavily injured her opponent, narrowly winning the match. After announcing Hua Miao's victory, before Hua Linglong could move, Yin Ziruo rushed to Hua Miao's side. She was weak, her vision blurred, on the verge of collapsing. Yanzi Ruo scooped her up in his arms. Hua Miaowan let out a surprised cry, her ears instantly turning red. Her small hands had nowhere to go, so she wrapped them around Yanzi Ruo's neck, resting her head on his chest. She didn't want to see the surrounding eyes, especially with her mother right behind her. Hua Miaowan wanted to cry, secretly pinching Yanzi Ruo's back hard. Ouch! You're pinching so hard. I was just afraid you'd fall. Yanzi Ruo said, carrying her to the rest area. Hua Miaowan sat in the chair, and Yanzi Ruo brought out bottles and jars. Come on, take them all. Seeing the pile of bottles and jars, Hua Miaowan couldn't help but laugh. So many? What are they for? Hua Miaowan asked. Chapter 507. End of the battle, meeting the mother-in-law. These are all for healing injuries and stabilizing your breathing, Yanzi Ruo explained as she poured the pills from the bottle. A recovery pill. Just one of these is enough, the rest aren't necessary. A recovery pill was a miraculous item. Even a deity with severe injuries or depleted divine energy could be fully restored with just one. Oh, is that so? Then take this one. After all, it's part of my spoils of war, Yanzi Ruo said, handing it over. The pill had originally belonged to Kong Xiaojian, but she had simply picked it up. After taking the pill, Hua Miaowan's divine energy was restored, and her injuries began to heal more quickly. At this rate, her performance in tomorrow's match against Ming Yu wouldn't be significantly affected. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was observed by Kong Leajiazu, who was hiding in the shadows. When he saw the recovery pill, the fury in his heart was indescribable. However, since the competition was still ongoing, if he were to make a move now, the other family heads would not allow it. With so many people around, it was not the right time. He would wait until the competition ended and Hua Miaowan left the premises before striking. Kong Leajiazu's eyes gleamed with malice, already regarding Yanzi Ruo as a dead woman. By this time, the afternoon matches had also concluded. Both Jiang Yin and the Cat Yao had been defeated. There were still many formidable opponents here. Now, only 7 contestants remained. The lucky Yanzi Ruo, Hua Miaowan, Yan Lingdan, Yao Jiuhong, and 3 from the 7 great families. Today's battles have come to an end. Thank you all for coming. We hope to see you again tomorrow for even more excitement. After Hua Linglong finished speaking, the audience dispersed. Yanzi Ruo walked over to the 4 girls and handed Jiang Yin and the Cat Yao some healing pills to recover from their injuries. I have something to do tonight, so you all go back first, Yanzi Ruo said. Upon hearing this, Yan Lingdan gave Yanzi Ruo a big eye roll. Go ahead, go ahead. He's such a busy man, Yan Lingdan said as she turned and left. The Cat Yao followed closely behind, and Yao Jiuhong helped Jiang Yin walk away together. For beauty's at your side. 火妙婉不知什么时候走了过来，站在了燕子若的身后。Yes, Yao Jiuhong. I'm helping her find her background. Jiang Yin is her friend. The Cat Yao is a child I picked up along the way, and Yan Lingdan is my nemesis, but also a good friend. Yanzi Ruo gave a brief introduction and then turned to look at Hua Miaowan. Let's go. Yanzi Ruo took Hua Miaowan's hand, and the two walked together. After taking the pills Yanzi Ruo gave her, Hua Miaowan's breath had recovered quite a bit. Otherwise, she would have been very uncomfortable moving around. The two did not go straight back. After all, there was still some time before dinner. Hua Miaowan pulled Yanzi Ruo along the bustling street. The two chased and played, just like a pair of young lovers in a passionate romance. Happy times always fly by quickly, and before they knew it, it was dark, and the vendors were packing up their stalls. The two walked along the street and arrived at the gate of the Huojia mansion. From the front, it looked very imposing, worthy of being the #1 family in Huoyancheng. But one should not forget that it was Guo Linglong who supported this family. Hua Miaowan looked at the gate. This was the first time she had brought a man to meet her mother, and she was a little nervous. What's wrong? Yanzi Ruo sensed Hua Miaowan's erratic breathing and asked, getting very close. No, nothing. Let's go. Hua Miaowan blushed slightly, lowered her little head, and forced herself to go in. Yanzi Ruo followed closely behind. In the hall, a stunning figure sat in the seat of honor. Seeing the two young people walk in one after the other, She slightly raised the corner of her mouth. It's so late, and you just came back. Couldn't you have come back earlier? Or are you not planning to come back at all? Huolinglong teased her daughter right away. Mother, didn't I say I'd be back for dinner? Have you forgotten? Besides, he's still standing here. What are you talking about? Huomelwan's voice got smaller and smaller towards the end. The last sentence was almost inaudible, even to a mosquito. Seeing her daughter like this, Huolinglong smiled and then looked at Yin Zerua. Handsome, strong in battle, and a good person. My daughter has good taste. Huolinglong looked at Yin Zerua. Hello, Auntie. My name is Yin Zerua. I'm from Lanxing. This is our first meeting, so here's a gift. Yin Zerua took out 10 small bottles, each containing high-quality pills, and then 10 weapons, all of which were spoils of war, each imbued with spiritual energy, and all valuable weapons. Huolinglong looked at these things. The young man had put in some effort, but these should all be in Zerua's personal collection. They weren't properly stored, just casually placed to the side. It's thoughtful of you to bring such gifts on our first meeting. My daughter's taste is indeed good. She didn't make a mistake. Huolinglong was quite satisfied with Yin Zerua. Such a good young man was hard to come by. Your daughter is also very outstanding, bold, and impressive. Our relationship started by chance, and things got out of control afterward. If I have offended in any way, please forgive me, Auntie. Yin Zerua bowed politely. First impressions were crucial, and showing respect to one's future mother-in-law was essential. Moreover, this was an incredibly beautiful mother-in-law. Huolinglong smiled faintly, recalling the shock on Yin Zerua's face the last time he saw her. Now he had become her son-in-law. It was indeed fate. It's fine. I think you were just stunned by my beauty at the time. Or perhaps, my daughter and I look very similar. Mother and daughter, both stunning beauties. It must have shocked you. With one sentence, Huolinglong had said what Yin Zerua was thinking. Yin Zerua could only laugh awkwardly. Then he looked at Huomelwan, his pleading eyes both cute and funny. But Huomelwan couldn't let her mother continue teasing Yin Zerua. Mother, is dinner ready? I'm hungry, Huomelwan said, clinging to Huolinglong's arm. I just said one sentence, and you're already siding with your husband? Alas, a daughter really can't stay with her parents, Huolinglong said, getting up and heading towards the back hall. Huomelwan gave Yin Zerua a look to follow, and Yin Zerua did so. Dinner was a happy affair for the three of them. It's so late today. Stay here tonight. I've already had the room prepared, Huolinglong said. Yin Zerua was a bit stunned but then nodded. Huomelwan just kept her head down and ate, saying nothing. Whatever she said, her mother would bring the two of them into the conversation. She felt that if she said anything more, her mother would start asking when they planned to get married and have children. Dinner ended in silence, and Yin Zerua went to the guest room to rest. Now, only 7 contestants remained. The lucky Yin Zerua, Huomelwan, Yuan Lingdan, Yao Jiuhong, and 3 others from the 7 great families. That concludes today's battles. Thank you all for coming, and we hope to see even more excitement tomorrow, Huolinglong announced, dismissing the crowd. Yin Zerua walked over to the 4 girls and handed Jiang Yin and the cat Yao some pills to aid in their recovery from injuries. I have something to do tonight, so you all go back first, Yin Zerua said. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lingdan gave Yin Zerua a big eye roll. Go ahead, go ahead. He's always so busy, Yuan Lingdan said, rolling her eyes before turning and walking off. The cat Yao trailed behind her, while Yao Jiuhong assisted Jiang Yin as they left together. 4 beauties vying for your attention, huh? Huomelwan suddenly appeared behind Yin Zerua. Well, Yao Jiuhong, I'm helping her uncover her origins. Jiang Yin is her friend. The little cat Yao is a child I happened to come across, and Yuan Lingdan is my sparring partner, though I suppose she's also a friend. Yin Zerua gave a brief introduction and then turned to look at Huomelwan. Let's go, he said, taking her hand and walking together. After taking the pills Yin Zerua had given her, Huomelwan's breathing had stabilized significantly. Otherwise, she would have been in no condition to move freely. Instead of heading straight back, the two wandered the bustling streets, enjoying the remaining time before dinner. They laughed and played, like a pair of young lovers in the throes of romance. Time flew by in happiness, and before they knew it, the sky had darkened, and the vendors had begun packing up. The two walked along the street until they reached the entrance of the Hua family estate. The mansion was imposing and majestic, befitting the first family of Flame City. But one should not forget that the backbone of this family was Hua Linglong, a woman of extraordinary strength and beauty. Hua Miaowan looked at the entrance, feeling a bit nervous. This was the first time she was bringing a man to meet her mother. "What's wrong?" Yin Zirua asked, sensing her uneven breathing and standing close to her. Nothing. Let's go," Hua Miaowan replied. Her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head and walked in, mustering her courage. Yin Zirua followed closely behind. In the grand hall, a stunning figure sat in the seat of honor. Seeing the two young people enter one after the other, she smiled faintly. "It's so late, and you're only now returning. Couldn't you have come back earlier? Or do you not want to come back at all?" Hua Linglong teased her daughter. "Mother, I said I'd be back for dinner, didn't I? And besides, he's right here. What are you talking about?" Hua Miaowan's voice grew softer as she spoke, almost inaudible by the end. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Hua Linglong chuckled and then turned her gaze to Yin Zirua. "You're quite the handsome and capable young man. My daughter has good taste," Hua Linglong said, looking at Yin Zirua. "Nice to meet you, madam. My name is Yin Zirua, and I'm from Blue Planet. This is our first meeting, so I brought a gift," Yin Zirua said, presenting 10 small bottles of high-quality pills and 10 weapons, all spoils of war imbued with spiritual energy and of great value. Hua Linglong examined the gifts. The young man had put thought into this, though she could tell these were likely part of Yin Zirua's personal collection, as they were simply placed together without any special presentation. "It's thoughtful of you to bring such gifts on our first meeting. My daughter's eyes are sharp. She hasn't chosen poorly," Hua Linglong said, clearly satisfied with Yin Zirua. "Such a fine young man was a rare find. Your daughter is also exceptional, madam. Her boldness and strength left a deep impression on me. Our relationship began by chance, and things have since taken their own course. If I've offended in any way, please forgive me," Yin Zirua said politely, bowing deeply. First impressions were crucial, and showing respect to one's mother-in-law was essential, especially when that mother-in-law was a stunning beauty. Hua Linglong smiled faintly, recalling how shocked Yin Zirua had been the last time they met. Now, fate had brought him here as her daughter's suitor. "It's nothing. I think you were simply stunned by my beauty that day. Or perhaps you were struck by how much my daughter resembles me. Mother and daughter, both beauties. It must have taken your breath away," Hua Linglong said, teasingly voicing what was on Yin Zirua's mind. Yin Zirua could only give an awkward smile, then looked at Hua Miaowan with a pleading expression, which was both cute and amusing. But Hua Miaowan couldn't let her mother continue teasing Yin Zirua. "Mother, is dinner ready? I'm hungry," she said, clinging to Hua Linglong's arm. "I've only said one sentence, and you're already siding with your future husband?" "Ah, a daughter truly leaves her mother's side," Hua Linglong said, standing and heading toward the back hall. Hua Miaowan gave Yin Zirua a look, signaling him to follow, which he did. The dinner, with the three of them, was filled with joy and laughter. "Since it's so late, you should stay here tonight. I've already had a room prepared," Hua Linglong said. Yin Zirua hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Hua Miaowan simply kept her head down, eating in silence. She knew that any words from her would only lead her mother to tease them further, perhaps even asking when they planned to get married and have children. The dinner ended quietly, and Yin Zirua retired to the guest room to rest. Chapter 508. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Originally, the two of them had planned to go out, but now, just as Yin Zirua was feeling frustrated, she heard the sound of a flute coming from outside. The melody carried a faint sadness and a deep sense of longing. Under the moonlight, she discovered that it was her mother-in-law, Hua Linglong, sitting there playing the flute. As the song ended, Hua Linglong looked at Yin Zirua with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "Can't sleep?" she asked softly. I heard the flute and came to take a look, Xianxia replied as she approached. She gazed at the vermilion flute, which was engraved with the words, Asterisk, what is love in this world? It drives people to live and die for it. Asterisk, you remind me of him, Linglong said. Her mind flooded with memories, her eyes moistening slightly. Xianxia stood there awkwardly, feeling the tension in the air. Spending the night with her mother-in-law was it felt a bit strange. I met him in this star domain. After battling together, young and reckless, I chose him, Linglong reminisced. Just like my daughter is doing now, she added, turning to look at Xianxia. How will you treat her? Will you make her wait a lifetime? Hearing this, Xianxia was momentarily stunned. I have a family, I have a lover. As for Hua Miaowan, I think she's a very special girl. I want to take her with me, show her the world beyond here, Xianxia said earnestly. Haha, as long as you have that intention, that's good enough, Linglong said, then turned her gaze to the pond in front of her. It's getting late. You should rest. Mingyue has a match tomorrow. Xianxia glanced around, then turned and headed back to her room to rest. As soon as she entered, she felt that her bed had been disturbed. When she looked closer, the blankets were suddenly thrown back. What? Before she could finish, she was covered by the blankets. This time, however, the room was shielded by divine energy, so the commotion wasn't as loud as before. The next morning, Xianxia woke up and saw Hua Miaowan lying in his bed. Time to get up, we have a match to attend, Xianxia said. Hua Miaowan blinked her sleepy eyes, slowly waking up. Seeing that Xianxia was already dressed, she lazily reached out, and Xianxia helped her up. He helped her get dressed. As they opened the door, Hua Linglong was standing there. Her expression slightly changed, and the servants behind her were all stunned. Mother, Hua Miaowan said, surprised to see her mother at the door. Hua Linglong sighed. After all, this was her home, and the girl was being a bit too careless. Hua Linglong led the group away, leaving the two of them standing there. It's all your fault. Hua Miaowan pinched Xianxia's hand, and he winced in pain. The two of them then rushed to the competition venue as quickly as possible. Everyone arrived on time, and the battles became even more exciting. The audience didn't decrease. In fact, more people showed up. Xianxia and Hua Miaowan arrived last, and everyone could tell that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Wow, they're really inseparable. Someone on the viewing platform couldn't help but comment. Yeah, looking at them now, they really do make a perfect couple, others agreed, appreciating the pair's good looks and talent. On the high platform, the drawing for today's matches began. With 7 participants, 6 would face off in the morning, and 1 would be the lucky one to sit out. Today's draw was conducted by the head of the Qin family, who decided to first draw a bamboo slip to determine the lucky one. Number 2. Xianxia looked at the slip in his hand, feeling speechless as he raised it. No way. How is that possible? It's him again, someone in the audience exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. All 3 family heads have drawn Xianxia as the lucky one. How incredibly lucky can he be? Others muttered, their jaws dropping at the sight. Even though the head of the Qin family was displeased, he remained silent. After all, his own draws hadn't been much better, so what could he say now? This was the first lucky draw, and it just happened to be Xianxia. What could they do? Could they say it didn't count in front of everyone? Once words were spoken, there was no going back. The sequence for the other 6 participants was quickly decided, and the battles began again. Xianxia, once again, became an idle spectator, sitting in the VIP section, enjoying his break. Hua Miaowan, Yuan Lingdan, and Yao Jiahong were all matched against members of the 3 major families. The 3 battles were intense, with Hua Miaowan and Yuan Lingdan narrowly winning, while Yao Jiahong lost to the Sun family's young master. The battles are over. The 4 winners will face off in pairs this afternoon, Hua Linglong announced, and the crowd dispersed. Those who needed to rest did so, and those who needed to recover began their preparations. Xianxia looked at Yao Jiahong. You did well. Who could blame you for facing such a cold opponent? He consoled her. Yao Jiahong smiled faintly, saying nothing. Why don't I see Xiao Mao and Jiang Yin? Yin Zirua looked around but didn't spot the two of them. Their injuries haven't fully healed yet. They're still recovering, Yao Jiahong explained. Yuan Lingdan approached and looked at Yin Zirua. The head of the Qin family was asking about you. Are you planning to stay at the Hor residence now? We're feeling a bit awkward staying at the Qin family, Yuan Lingdan said nonchalantly. I'll be heading back today. I won't stay at the Hor residence, Yin Zirua replied. Knowing he couldn't bring everyone to the Hua family, his mother-in-law was watching, and it would cause some issues. At that moment, Hua Miaowan walked over and stood beside Yin Zirua. If you're not staying at my house today, where are you going? She asked, her eyes sharp. After all, I'm still a guest of the Qin family. I can't just leave my friends there. I can't bring all my friends to your house either, Yin Zirua said, feeling helpless at the situation. Hua Miaowan glanced at Yao Jiahong and Yuan Lingdan, both of whom were equally beautiful. If they all went to her house, her mother might think differently, and it would be quite troublesome. Fine, then I'll go with you to the Qin family, Hua Miaowan said, and Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. Yuan Lingdan and Yao Jiahong exchanged glances, both seeing the realization in each other's eyes. Is that appropriate? Yin Zirua asked, knowing that the 7 major families might seem united on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were constantly scheming. I don't care. I belong to you. Wherever you go, I'll follow, Hua Miaowan declared boldly. The statement left the two women stunned. Yuan Lingdan couldn't help but laugh, while Yao Jiahong's expression became complicated, her gaze on Yin Zirua filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 509. Finally on stage, full-strength battle. Perhaps Jiang Yin was right. This thought crossed her mind. Oh well, suit yourself. As long as you don't feel embarrassed. Yin Zirua shook her head, finding it troublesome. At noon, the group went to eat at the main hall of the Qin family. When the Qin patriarch saw Hua Miaowan, his expression changed, as did Qin Lang's. Miss Hua from the Hua family visiting our Qin family. What a rare guest. The Qin patriarch was quite respectful to the Hua family. Uncle Qin, I came with Yin Zirua. I was wondering if I could stay here tonight. Hua Miaowan got straight to the point, as straightforward as ever. The Qin patriarch paused for a moment, then looked at Yin Zirua, understanding immediately. The most dazzling flower of the Hua family had been picked. Oh, with young Master Yin, you are a guest. Welcome, very welcome. I will prepare guest rooms. As a guest, there was no reason to refuse, and it was clear that he couldn't afford to offend Yin Zirua. At noon, a large group gathered for a meal, making the Qin family lively for the first time in a long while. All eyes were on Yin Zirua, who had become the brightest star. Yin Zirua felt no discomfort and even found it quite pleasant. After lunch, everyone headed back to the battlefield. This time, only 4 remained: Hua Miaowan, Yuan Lingdan, Yin Zirua, and the Sun family's young master. This time, Hua Linglong drew the lots. The matchups were Hua Miaowan versus Yuan Lingdan, Yin Zirua versus the Sun family's young master. Even though you know him, I won't go easy on you. Be careful. Yuan Lingdan's eyes were sharp, taking the fight very seriously. The same goes for you. Hua Miaowan's eyes were sharp, her fighting spirit intense. On the other side, Yin Zirua was more relaxed. Having rested for several rounds, his combat readiness was at its peak. Please enlighten me. Sun Desheng held a blood moon greatsword. Its aura dense with spiritual energy and thick with bloodlust. It was clear he had put a lot of effort into forging this sword. Please. Yin Zirua summoned his bronze Sui Xian Rui ruler, his fighting spirit intense. Having rested so long, Yin Zirua was itching to move. Facing Yin Zirua, Sun Desheng was extremely cautious, knowing the heavy price those who underestimated him had paid. Blood battle under heaven. Sun Desheng shouted, unleashing the aura of a third-rank upper god. Countless shadows of the blood moon greatsword appeared around him, rushing madly toward Yin Zirua. Good momentum. Flame rampage. Yin Zirua didn't waste words, directly unleashing the energy of heavenly fire radiance. Terrifyingly high temperatures swept across the arena, starting with a move that consumed a large amount of divine power. Both wanted to end the battle quickly, a swift and decisive fight. Boom, boom. The terrifyingly high-temperature flames instantly spread across the arena, the crushing pressure even felt by those in the stands. Although the Blood Moon Greatsword had weakened the momentum, the offensive power still spread, and the protective barrier was immediately under strain. The 8 second-rank True Gods turned pale, almost vomiting blood. Hua Linglong was helpless, seeing two juniors fighting so desperately. For everyone's safety, she had no choice but to stabilize the barrier, suppressing the terrifying residual energy to the minimum. This kind of terrifying high-temperature pressure, it must be the level of a treasure of heaven and earth. The head of the Qin family narrowed his eyes. Though he hadn't seen what Yin Zerua used, his intuition told him. This fire was definitely not an illusion created by Yin Zerua's divine power, but a pure energy of the heavens and earth, such as heavenly fire. I have the same feeling, but I haven't been able to figure out how this young man does it. The head of the Sun family narrowed his eyes, also concerned about his son's fate, and he was prepared to save his son at any moment, knowing that the Qin family's heir and his son were evenly matched. Both had their strengths, but neither could gain the upper hand. The current battle was a full-strength fight. On the arena, the divine power fluctuations subsided, and the two figures appeared before everyone. Yin Zerua's clothes were intact, his face slightly pale. The Sun family's young master was in tatters, several parts of his body burned red, in a bad state. I don't believe it. Bloodthirsty 3 feet. Sun Dishing had his own stubbornness, refusing to believe he couldn't defeat this young master. He spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the Blood Moon Greatsword, which seemed to come alive. Absorbing all the blood, the sword glowed brightly, its power increasing several-fold. With terrifying pressure, it descended. Not bad. Origin God Domain. Thunder Flame Slash. Lightning flowed on the Sui Xian Ru-E ruler, vast divine power infused. 100 meters around were under Yin Zerua's control, enhancing his power and weakening the enemy's momentum. The Sui Xian Ru-E ruler condensed an astonishing amount of divine power, ancient runes appearing, two powerful forces clashing instantly. Boom, boom. Two powerful energies collided, divine power intertwined and exploded, the heavenly fire radiance's fire elements becoming the main force of the rampaging divine power. The terrifying residual energy spread wildly, and Hua Linglong's expression grew even more grim. This abnormal divine power, the subsequent chaotic eruption, was the most troublesome. If the barrier was truly broken, it would be even harder to manage, affecting everyone present. The Qin patriarch noticed the situation was dire, fearing a major incident. He had no choice but to help, unleashing his powerful 5th-rank True God aura, stabilizing the barrier, but only barely. The head of the Sun family also stood up, worried about his son, coming to help. With 3 5th-rank True Gods, the barrier's energy stabilized. This guy is a monster. Every time he makes a move, it takes several family heads to stabilize the situation. The fat man next to him wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, the temperature in the arena rising due to Yin Zerua's divine power. Everyone around felt the same. Every time Yin Zerua moved, a terrifying storm was unleashed. The energy storm gradually dissipated. The head of the Sun family anxiously searched for his son, fearing the worst, his forehead sweating, expressing his tense state of mind. As the dust settled, Yin Zerua stood in place, looking at the battered figure before him. Sun Dishing was now like a roasted piece of meat, blackened all over, multiple patches of skin burned. His precious treasure was shattered. Without its protection, he might have become a piece of roasted meat. Chapter 510. Overwhelming Aura, Testing New Moves. Sun Dishing looked at Yin Zerua with sharp eyes, knowing he had no choice but to bring out his final treasure. Dragon blood. Just one drop was a priceless treasure, obtained through various dark channels. Sun Dishing secretly consumed this drop of blood, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His aura, which was originally at the upper tier of the 3rd rank of gods, instantly surged to the level of a true god. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire arena. Young Master Sun is so strong. His aura is already far beyond that of a true god. The onlookers seem to see hope, no one wanting an outsider to continue showing off here. This time, let's see how this dark horse handles it. Everyone was eager to see young Master Sun defeat Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua, seeing the menacing state of young Master Sun, suddenly smiled. Not bad. This is more fun. Yin Zirua's eyes burned with passion, and a powerful energy began to surge within his body. I'll use you to test my new move. Heavenly fire radiance transformed into energy, filling every vein in Yin Zirua's body. Yin Zirua's own powerful energy erupted, catching up to young Master Sun's aura in just a few breaths. Sun Disheng's sharp eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had only achieved such a dramatic transformation by consuming a drop of dragon blood. How did this guy do it? Was it some secret technique? Sun Disheng's eyes sharpened, his face twisted in fury. 1/2 pieces. Sun Disheng gripped his massive blade and charged forward. The surging power within the bloodlight began to surge, accompanied by the pressure of a true dragon. Not bad. Flame Rampage. Yin Zirua had undergone multiple enhancements and intense battles. Now, the pure energy from heavenly fire radiance filled his body to its maximum extent. Clang. Yin Zirua caught Sun Disheng's blade with his bare hand. Rustle. The divine power grinded against Yin Zirua's palm. His enhanced body, like a vessel containing 100 high-temperature volcanoes, melted the blade. Crack. The blade shattered, and Sun Disheng's heart jolted. Yin Zirua turned and kicked him off the stage. At the same time, the dragon's pressure was obliterated by the terrifying flame pressure. Like the most ferocious beast, it was instantly obliterated, its power vanishing. Instant Malsa. Yin Zirua seemed to become an invincible legend. No matter what cards you played, you couldn't defeat this guy. Unbelievable. The people in the stands were dumbfounded. Even from a distance, they could feel the killing intent in that kick. Meanwhile, Sun Disheng, lying below the stage, had his life force growing weaker, like a flickering candle about to extinguish. My son. The head of the Sun family's heart trembled, and he quickly rushed in to check on his son. After feeding Sun Disheng a life-saving pill, he managed to recover, barely avoiding death. Yin Zirua, you're too arrogant. The head of the Sun family turned to attack. Lord Sun, on the stage, each takes their own fate. The head of the Qin family stood beside Yin Zirua. Many people watched, hoping someone could take down Yin Zirua. But it seemed, under current circumstances, that was impossible. Humph! The head of the Sun family could only swallow his anger, but the matter wasn't over. Yin Zirua wins. After the referee announced, Yin Zirua's divine power finally subsided, but his body was under immense strain. Though physically strong, the destructive power was still overwhelming. He needed time to recover, with so many old foxes watching closely. More trouble was sure to follow. Meanwhile, the other battleground was also bustling. Yuan Lingdan's array techniques were endless, and Hua Miaowan seemed determined to prove she was no less capable. Various treasures emerged, showing the rich heritage of the Hua family. From hair to toe, she was fully protected. The two women's fight was intense, and Hua Linglong also stepped in to reinforce the shield. Her expression was strange. One Yin Zirua was already enough of a freak. Now there was another Yuan Lingdan. The outsiders were indeed extraordinary, and the forces that could nurture such talents must be terrifyingly powerful. Hua Linglong looked at the head of the Qin family, suspecting he knew something, otherwise, he wouldn't be so respectful and protective of Yin Zirua. Boom! A terrifying energy storm ended, leaving Yuan Lingdan heavily injured. Hua Miaowan, though disheveled, narrowly won. This was beyond Yin Zirua's expectations. It seemed Hua Miaowan had more protective treasures. Yuan Lingdan, relying solely on her current strength, couldn't match Hua Miaowan. Hua Miaowan wins. After the referee announced, the stands erupted. No wonder she's the first genius girl of the Hua family. Many were excited to see Hua Miaowan. This was a force that hadn't disgraced the Flame City. Who do you think will win the final battle? Some raised the soul-piercing question. Yin Zirua and Hua Miaowan's relationship was complicated. To say the least, they were already a couple. So, what would a fight between a couple look like? Hua Miaowan was known to be a very strong-willed girl. Yin Zirua had never lost. Would he lose to the woman he loved? In an instant, various gossips spread among the crowd. Hua Miaowan stepped off the stage and looked at Yin Zirua. Looks like the final battle will be between us. Remember, respect your opponent. No holding back. Hua Miaowan was very competitive, especially in battles. She didn't want anyone saying girls should be treated gently. Understood. I'll fight seriously in every aspect. Yin Zirua smiled. A man couldn't say no, nor back down in front of his loved one. A man must be strong, able to shield his beloved from the wind and rain. This battle, Yin Zirua wanted to respect Hua Miaowan and fight seriously. Absolutely no holding back. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Hua Miaowan felt much more at ease. Tomorrow will be the decisive battle. Let's all look forward to it, Hua Linglong said. Then, the venue began to disperse. Yin Zirua gave Yuan Lingdan a healing pill, and she looked at him, her expression changing. What if I win, and she loses? Yuan Lingdan just wanted to ask Yin Zirua. Strength decides the outcome. I have nothing to say. Yin Zirua casually replied. Strength was everything. Yuan Lingdan snorted coldly, too lazy to deal with this man who left debts of affection everywhere. Chapter 511. Strange atmosphere, shocking everyone. Hua Miaowan walked over to Yin Zirua's side, looked at her, and extended her hand. I'm also injured, she said. Hearing this, Yin Zirua's lips twitched, and she hurriedly searched for some healing pills. Only after Hua Miaowan received the pills to recover her injuries did her expression improve slightly. Let's go. It's time to head back. Yuan Lingdan couldn't stand the atmosphere between the two and turned to leave. Yin Zirua and Hua Miaowan exchanged glances and then walked together, heading straight to the Qin residence. On the high platform, Hua Linglong watched her daughter leave with someone else without even saying goodbye to her as a mother. Once a daughter grows up, she can't be kept at home, she thought, reminiscing about her own past. It seemed she had left her parents without their consent to be with her partner. The scene shifted to the Qin residence, where the Qin family head's attitude towards Yin Zirua remained respectful. However, tomorrow, these two passionate lovers who are set to duel will finally reveal who will emerge victorious. The news quickly spread throughout Flame City, and even betting tables were set up. Bet on the mysterious young genius from outside, Yin Zirua, to win. Odds, 1 to 100. Bet on Flame City's first beauty, Hua Miaowan, to win. Odds, 1 to 1,000. The criers at the betting table shouted loudly, and many people were aware of the close relationship between Yin Zirua and Hua Miaowan. This was a fact witnessed by everyone present. So, how could any man bring himself to fight against the woman he loves? Therefore, most people believe that Hua Miaowan had a higher chance of winning. If a man were to win, one could imagine the consequences. The woman might not let him share her bed, leaving him to sleep on the floor. In no time, all sorts of bizarre betting games sprang up everywhere. Some people even threw away large sums of money, thinking they could guarantee a win. A strange atmosphere enveloped the entire Flame City. Meanwhile, the two people at the heart of the matter were still lost in their own world of affection and love. The night passed quietly, and many people were eager to know the final outcome of the competition. If their bets were successful, they could turn into millionaires overnight. As a result, many people found it hard to sleep. Early in the morning, people with dark circles under their eyes arrived at the venue early, hoping to witness the scene they longed for and change the course of their lives. Some were so excited that they fell asleep right in the venue, dreaming of grand visions, truly carefree souls. However, it didn't matter much, as they had already bet all their valuables on Yin Zirua's defeat. At the Qin residence, Yin Zirua woke up early and gently roused Hua Miaowan. Wake up, It's time to head to the venue. Hearing Yanzi Rua's tender voice, Hua Miaowan reluctantly emerged from her dreams. The two quickly tidied up and stepped out of their room together. Just then, they bumped into Qin Lang, who was passing by. Qin Lang was also one of the admirers of Hua Miaowan, but due to the relationship between the Qin and Hua families, he could only keep his feelings hidden. Now, seeing Yanzi Rua and Hua Miaowan together, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. However, he knew that Yanzi Rua was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only flatter them. "Good morning, young Master Yin, Miss Hua," he greeted. The two nodded and continued walking down the corridor, paying no attention to Qin Lang. Qin Lang stood behind them, looking at their retreating figures, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Although reluctant, he had to admit that the two of them looked very compatible together. After breakfast, the two headed to the competition venue. Yuan Lingdan and others didn't join them, as they needed to recover from their injuries and didn't want to be constantly subjected to the couple's affection. When Yanzi Rua and Hua Miaowan arrived at the venue, they noticed that the once sparsely populated arena was now packed to the brim. Many people were still sleeping here, their bizarre postures everywhere. Today was the final day of the competition, and everything was about to come to a close. Many people were eagerly anticipating the outcome, and some were even more excited than the contestants themselves. As the two rivals arrived at the venue together, some people even started imagining scenes where Yanzi Rua would step forward to declare his surrender. An atmosphere of unease, excitement, and complexity enveloped the entire arena. Today is the final match. Please, both contestants, step onto the stage. Hua Linglong's voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this pair of golden boy and girl, wondering what kind of spectacle would unfold. Yanzi Rua and Hua Miaowan exchanged glances and then stepped onto the stage. "Begin," the referee announced, and the two drew their weapons. Thunder flame slash. Thunderous rumbles filled the air as blue-white lightning surrounded Yanzi Rua, who stepped forward with the golden rock step, charging at full speed. The offensive aura was even sharper than when facing an enemy, marking the only time during the tournament when Yanzi Rua was this serious. Feeling Yanzi Rua's true fighting spirit, Hua Miaowan's eyes sharpened, and she held the blazing dance sword, radiating with spiritual energy. Double Shadow. Kill. Double Shadow was her unique movement technique, creating two illusory figures that were difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The divine power on the blazing dance sword surged violently. Boom. In the instant their attacks crossed, the overwhelming power of a peak third-grade upper god erupted, sweeping across the entire arena. 8 second-grade true gods spat out blood, and the protective barrier crumbled instantly. The scene left everyone stunned, their jaws dropping. This is a real fight. How can they bring themselves to do this? Thought the fat man with the biggest bet, his heart trembling. Damn, that was ruthless. He's a real man, exclaimed a skinny man standing nearby, equally shocked. The terrifying power of a third-grade upper god swept through the arena, as the two combatants demonstrated that they were not playing around. Hua Linglong's expression changed slightly. These two young individuals were clearly intent on determining the superior fighter. On the high platform, the expressions of the various family heads were mixed. The Qin family head was more impressed by Hua Miaowan's courage. Yanzi Rua's strength was undeniable, but Hua Miaowan's bravery was commendable. Within the dust, the sound of clashing weapons continued. The two crossed paths on the ground dozens of times, sparks flying, before soaring into the air. Hua Miaowan brandished the blazing dance sword, delivering 100 fierce strikes midair at Yanzi Rua, who blocked them with his Thuixin Ruichi. Using the time-space eye, Yanzi Rua sought out flaws in Hua Miaowan's attacks and delivered a powerful kick. Aware of her own weaknesses, Hua Miaowan immediately raised her hands to block the moment she sensed danger. Chapter 512. Cold and Cruel Young Master, Stubborn Little Girl. The impact force could also be reduced significantly. Even so, Yanzi Rua's physical strength was incredibly powerful, as if a mountain had slammed into her. Boom. Her entire body crashed into the ground like a meteor from the sky, causing the entire arena to shatter and collapse instantly. Xianxia stood in midair, her eyes cold. It was as if the person she was fighting was not her beloved from the bed, but a mortal enemy. Hua Linglong immediately stood up, fearing that her daughter might get hurt. However, as the host, she couldn't intervene. That would make the Hua family look like they couldn't afford to lose. "Don't worry, I believe Miss Yin will have her own discretion," the Qin family head said, though his words were more of a comfort with little confidence. Hua Linglong could only force a smile, awkwardly sitting back down. Within the dust, Hua Miaowan knelt on the ground. Xianxia's speed was fast, her strength formidable, and her techniques powerful. How could she possibly defeat such a flawless man? Hua Miaowan looked at Xianxia, her eyes sharp, her mind racing. Meanwhile, Xianxia wasn't idle either. She was invoking the power of the heavenly fire radiance, the strongest version. Feeling the air around her rapidly heating up, everyone knew Xianxia was about to unleash that terrifying fire technique again. Under the pressure and heat from above, Hua Miaowan's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, she felt a shiver run through her. Facing such a powerful man, all she could do was tremble. But she, Hua Miaowan, refused to back down. Even if it meant fighting to the brink of death, she would continue to fight. 3,000 swords of slaughter. Hua Miaowan spat out a mouthful of essence blood, merging it with her fire dance sword. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the fire dance sword was unleashed. To forge this mid-level spiritual weapon, Hua Linglong had invested heavily, seeking help from many master forgers. Now, the advantage of having a good weapon became evident. Hua Miaowan's aura rapidly increased, quickly catching up to Xianxia. Both of them are going all out. Damn, who's going to win? The fat man kept wiping his sweat. If it weren't for his strong desire to see the outcome with his own eyes, he would have left this scorching arena long ago. He felt the air around him grow hotter, making it difficult to breathe. If he stayed any longer, he might pass out from oxygen depletion before seeing the result. On the arena, Hua Miaowan transformed herself into 3,000 doppelgangers, charging at Xianxia. Each of these doppelgangers was protected by a formation, likely an additional effect from the fire dance sword. Interesting. Xianxia looked at the sharp-eyed Hua Miaowan, her fighting spirit intensifying. Flame rampage. Xianxia fused all her flames into herself and charged at Hua Miaowan. She swung her palm, directly striking the tip of the fire dance sword. Dang! The doppelganger shattered instantly under the backlash of Xianxia's scorching heat, but it also weakened a third of her momentum. Around her, 3,000 illusions surged forward from all directions, 360 degrees without any blind spots. Rustle! Rustle! In midair, dazzling fireworks continued to bloom. The 3,000 doppelgangers turned into countless sparks, significantly reducing Xianxia's divine power. Now, the real body took action, the fire dance sword aimed at Xianxia's chest. Wow, this is true love-hate. Many people widened their eyes, eager to see if this strike would land. Xianxia appeared to have eyes on the back of her head. With a flick of her right hand, she used the Thuixin Ruyi Chi to block the sword strike. With a swift turn, she once again brutally kicked Hua Miaowan down. Boom! The already collapsed arena crumbled further, nearly level with the surrounding ground. A terrifying divine power fluctuation spread out, even more powerful than that of a peak third-grade upper god, sweeping across the entire venue. Many low-level practitioners directly spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, hundreds of people were injured. So, if it's not your kind of spectacle, it's better not to get involved. Hua Linglong couldn't sit still anymore. She rushed down and erected a protective barrier around the entire arena. She was concerned for her daughter's safety and didn't want the surrounding spectators to get hurt as well. Dust rose hundreds of meters high. Xianxia stood in the sky above, like an emperor coldly surveying the scene below, looking both cold and stylish. Oh, Xianxia, I want to bear your child. The beauty group beside her began to shout loudly. The group consisted of people of all shapes and sizes. Hearing this, Yin Zirua's cool facade almost crumbled instantly. She looked down. On the arena, Huamiaowan was covered in blood, having taken a heavy fall. At this moment, the secret treasure in her hand, the golden bell, cracked inch by inch. Pooh! Huamiaowan spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the real Yin Zirua, decisive in killing, with sharp methods. She showed no mercy, delivering a crushing defeat that was almost inhuman. This was the man she, Huamiaowan, had set her sights on, handsome, extraordinary in battle. Was she, Huamiaowan, a woman with great foresight? At this moment, Huamiaowan's eyes sharpened. She took out a secret treasure, the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella. She activated the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella. It stood in place, spinning wildly. Within it, 1,000 hidden weapons were released in an instant. Swish, swish. The sound of cutting wind pierced everyone's ears. Looking at the dense array of needles, even a first-grade true god would have to shed a layer of skin to defend against all of them. Good stuff. Void devouring technique. Poison thorn golden bell barrier. Yin Zirua didn't dare to be careless. She could sense that the treasure below was no ordinary item. The void devouring technique rotated around her, while the poison thorn golden bell barrier protected her. Her Thuishin Ruyichi was also poised and ready to strike. Break! Huamiaowan unleashed her divine power, and millions of needles flew toward Yin Zirua, carrying a sense of divine punishment. Dang! Dang! The sound of countless metal collisions rang out. The continuous noise made people's ears tingle. Looking at the scene of the myriad needles, where the void devouring technique passed, the needles were swallowed and disappeared. Between the two black void devouring techniques, the needles struck Yin Zirua's poison thorn golden bell barrier. The poison thorn golden bell barrier rotated and changed positions continuously. These needles were likely crafted from special materials, capable of countering and absorbing energy. They could also gradually reduce the divine power within Yin Zirua's poison thorn golden bell barrier. If it weren't for the constant rotation to different parts to absorb the needle strikes. Chapter 513. Not choked to death, but furious to death. A few needles might be enough to break through his defense. Even so, under thousands of attacks, many silver needles managed to penetrate and directly target Yin Zirua's vital points. Yin Zirua could only swing his Sui Xian Rui ruler to block them. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere, but the speed of defense was still slower than the speed of attack. Soon, blood began to flow from Yin Zirua's body, the first time he had bled since the start of the competition. Flame rampage. This wasn't going to work. He was going to end up like a porcupine. In this desperate situation, Yin Zirua unleashed an all-out attack, charging towards Huamiaowan, who was using her secret treasure. Phantom counterstrike. Facing Yin Zirua's desperate move, Huamiaowan didn't back down either, charging straight at him. A sharp battle aura erupted as the two figures crossed each other. Crack! Huamiaowan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her fire dance sword instantly snapped. Yin Zirua reached out and caught her. Falling from such a height without divine power to protect her would mean certain death. Miss Hua, you've lost. Yin Zirua said with a cold expression. Huamiaowan felt the strong heartbeat of Yin Zirua, her face pale as she weakly nodded. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she directly kissed the arrogant, cold, and charming young master, Yin Zirua. Holy shit! Is this even allowed? The fat man was dumbfounded, foaming at the mouth before fainting. He had become penniless. I'm out. I'm full of dog food, goodbye. The skinny man turned and left, his dream of fortune shattered, and he had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Many people fainted on the spot, while others almost choked on the dog food. The atmosphere in the venue was bizarre. Hua Linglong watched her daughter. Young people should be wild and dare to do what others don't. She was blooming her youth. Hua Linglong smiled, remembering how she too had been like this in her youth, which is how she met the man of her life. The battle is over. The first place of this tournament goes to Yin Zirua. The top 10 will enter the Flame Mountain in 3 days. Hua Linglong's voice exploded in everyone's ears, marking the end of the tournament. A shocking finale, an unexpected outcome, an unforeseen process. Hua Linglong took out a personal recovery pill and threw it to Yin Zirua, then left without disturbing the couple's private moment. She turned and left, leaving the rest of the matters to be handled by others. Yin Zirua gave the pill to Hua Miaowan, and her unstable condition began to slowly stabilize. Seeing how they had wrecked the venue, the two looked at each other and laughed. "You're really strong." Hua Miaowan praised sincerely, this time from the heart. "I've always been strong in all aspects," Yin Zirua said with a mischievous smile, knowing exactly what he meant. Indeed, very impressive," Hua Miaowan said with great admiration. At this moment, Hua Miaowan was incredibly alluring, like a peerless beauty attracting all eyes. If not for the public setting, Yin Zirua would have surely devoured her. "Let's go. Back to business," Yin Zirua said, holding Hua Miaowan and returning at top speed. Hua Miaowan nestled in Yin Zirua's warm embrace, nodding slightly. Young people are full of passion. They do what they want, making the most of their youth. 3 days flew by in an instant. Hua Linglong hadn't seen her daughter even once. She probably wouldn't be surprised if she soon had grandchildren, becoming a grandmother. Thinking about this, she felt a strange sensation, wondering how he, far away, would feel knowing he was a grandfather. If only she could see him one more time, if only. Hua Linglong looked at the horizon, pouring herself a drink. In moments of loneliness, she could only drink to fall asleep. When the appointed time arrived, the top 10 contestants of this tournament gathered at the Hua family residence, led by the 7 family heads to the peak of the Flame Mountain. To protect the abundant spiritual energy here, the 7 great families had expended immense manpower and resources to seal this place with a grand array. Only when all 7 of them were present could the seal be opened. Therefore, every major gathering required the presence of all 7 families. If even one family was absent, the seal couldn't be opened. Moreover, the 7 family heads would be present when entering and leaving, opening the seal each time. Otherwise, those inside would be trapped until they died. Unless they reached the same realm as the family heads, there was no chance of escape. The 7 family heads led the 10 outstanding young talents to the peak of the Flame Mountain. The time to enter here is in the evening, for 3 days. In these 3 days, how much divine power you absorb depends on your own abilities. After 3 days, you must return to the entrance, where the 7 family heads will jointly open the gate for you to exit. Remember not to miss the time. Otherwise, you'll have to find your own way out. Hua Linglong once again emphasized solemnly, and the 10 nodded. After 3 days, the divine energy here would no longer be dense, so staying longer would be pointless. The 7 family heads took their respective positions and opened the massive array. Yin Zirua used his space-time eye to examine the array, finding it extremely complex and ancient. It must have been painstakingly acquired and set up by the 7 great families. Even a true god of the 5th rank might not be able to break free if trapped inside. "Go in," Hua Linglong said, and the 10 simultaneously descended. The rest depended on their own fortunes. Inside the Flame Mountain, the first sensation was heat. Scalding heat, burning bone heat. As soon as the 10 entered, they felt the intense heat, their clothes gradually soaking wet. Yin Zirua turned and saw Hua Miaowan in her white attire, her pink underwear clearly visible. Without a word, Yin Zirua took off his jacket and put it on Hua Miaowan. After all, she was his woman, and there were other men present. Hua Miaowan was momentarily stunned, then looked down and blushed slightly. The other girls, like Yuan Lingdan, quickly found black attire to wear, avoiding further misunderstandings. "Let's go down," Yin Zirua said, taking the lead, his divine power, the heavenly fire radiance, making him immune to such temperatures. Hua Miaowan followed closely, and the others descended one after another. It was unclear what treasures lay within the Flame Mountain that made it so intensely hot. Chapter 514. The Phoenix's Remnant, Astonishing Divine Power. There is still so much divine power left. The group rushed down and only then saw the searing, molten lava below. Yin Zirua used his Dao eyes of space-time to take a look and sensed that there was something extraordinary below. Thud. He jumped down first, and the others exchanged glances before jumping down one after another, using their divine power to protect themselves. In this environment, already drenched in sweat, enveloped by divine power, they entered an even hotter realm. Just stepping into this layer made their skin feel the scorching heat. Everywhere was a fiery red landscape, making it seem as if they were swimming in a super spicy hot pot. And they were like spices in this hot pot. Yin Zirua headed straight for the deepest part, not because something was calling him, but because he felt a resonance from the phoenix egg in the Chinkuan refinement tower. Could it be that something related to the Phoenix clan is hidden beneath this volcano? With this speculation, Yin Zirua headed straight for the depths. The other 9 were unwilling to be left behind and increased their divine power output once more, doggedly following Yin Zirua. They were unwilling to be left behind by such a person. Huamiaowan also increased her divine power output, not wanting to be too far behind this man. After swimming for an hour, everyone's divine power output had reached 5 times the normal effect, and it was still being constantly expended, which put a tremendous strain on their bodies. Then the benefits became apparent. The divine power, after being scorched by the surrounding magma, returned to their bodies, making their auras stronger by a third. Tasting the sweetness of this, everyone continued to charge downwards recklessly, unwilling to stop until they reached their limits. Zhang Yin, Yao Jiuhong, Yuan Lingdan, and Huamiaowan closely followed behind Yin Zirua. The 5 of them advanced rapidly, while the other 5 behind them, unwilling to be left behind, followed closely, their divine energy output reaching even more astonishing levels. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 10 times. My divine power has reached its limit. I'm stopping here, one of the 5 behind them said, while the other 4 continued to press on, gritting their teeth. Yin Zirua still pressed forward without hesitation. With the heavenly flame radiance protecting his body, such temperatures were nothing to him. However, he absorbed a lot of the pure energy from the magma, making him feel even more invigorated. When he turned around again, the 5 behind him had disappeared without a trace, having been left behind at some point. I can't go on. If I go any further, I'll melt, Zhang Yin said, her divine power nearly depleted. If she went any further, she might merge with the magma. Yao Jiuhong came to her side and gave her some medicine to restore her divine power. Although the medicine helped restore some of her power, it was still far from enough. Looking at the seemingly endless, increasingly hot magma depths, she also wanted to go down and take a look. I can help you. Come with me to take a look, but you'll absorb much less of the pure energy. Are you willing? Yin Zirua turned to look at Zhang Yin, considering her a companion who had come this far. Yes, I want to go down and see, Zhang Yin said firmly, her eyes resolute. Yin Zirua nodded and enveloped her with the heavenly flame, reducing her pressure significantly. She no longer needed to constantly use her divine power to resist the surrounding heat, and Zhang Yin could finally catch her breath. The heavenly flame radiance belonged to Yin Zirua, and only he could directly absorb it. The small portion Zhang Yin absorbed was a gap in divine power Yin Zirua left for her. This way, she wouldn't go through the journey without any gains, which would make it meaningless. The group continued on, and soon, Yao Jiuhong couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Zirua repeated the same process. Yuan Lingdan relied on her own abilities to persist, while Huamiaowan stubbornly held on, extremely determined. Finally, Huamiaowan reached her limit and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Zirua immediately surrounded her with a ball of heavenly flame radiance. I know your stubbornness and determination, but please don't joke with your life, Yin Zirua said sternly, and before Huamiaowan could speak, a pill was placed in her mouth to help restore her divine power. He was also very strict with her. He didn't leave any gaps for her to absorb divine power, as Huamiaowan had already injured herself and needed to recover before considering absorbing energy. The group continued to advance, and as they were about to reach the bottom, Yuan Lingdan finally exhausted her strength. Yin Zirua enveloped her with a ball of heavenly flame radiance. You're the same. Yuan Lingdan's face showed embarrassment, but this time she didn't argue for herself. They all needed Yin Zirua's strength now. What could she argue about? After all, she was one of the four, so it didn't matter. The five of them finally reached the bottom. A white energy barrier caught their attention. The aura ahead is extraordinary. Everyone, be careful, Yin Zirua said. Then he turned and entered, with the four women following closely behind. After breaking through the white energy barrier, the scene before them shocked them. These are Phoenix remains, the four women exclaimed in unison. At this moment, Yin Zirua landed on the ground, likely drawn by the aura here that resonated with the Phoenix rebirth egg he possessed. The Chinkuan refinement tower was summoned, and a red patterned egg was taken out. The red egg, sensing the presence of its kind, emitted a resonance. A sharp phoenix cry, earth-shaking, came from the half-skeleton of the phoenix. A phantom of a soul leapt out and directly charged towards the red egg. Yin Zirua was on high alert, but the red egg rushed forward on its own. The massive soul directly entered the red egg. In an instant, the red egg erupted with terrifying energy, and a terrifying energy tide swept across the land. Yin Zirua, watching the energy storm before him, was also shocked. Was this the power of the Phoenix clan? Destruction and rebirth. The Phoenix remains here were only half, meaning it had lost half of its body and soul, so it couldn't achieve reincarnation. The heavens and earth changed, the stars shifted. The piece of heaven and earth where it was buried, through the passage of time, transformed into a terrifying volcano. Of course, this volcano was mostly formed because of the Phoenix's remains, creating such a magnificent spectacle. What a terrifying aura! Hua Miao once said sharply, her eyes sharp. Even though they were enveloped by the heavenly flame radiance, the four girls could still feel how pure and terrifying the energy here was. Chapter 515, True Phoenix Bones, Envy of All. Phoenixes and true dragons have long since vanished from the world, but the title of supreme beasts is not for nothing. Their bones can be forged into the sharpest weapons, and their fur, scales, and feathers are all rare treasures coveted for crafting weapons. Now, such a massive skeleton lies before them, a priceless artifact. The soul has already left this skeleton. If I don't take something back, I'd be doing myself a disservice. With that, Yuan Lingdan started to make her move on the bones. Seeing her impatient demeanor, Yin Zirua was rendered speechless. While the soul of the creature may have been devoured, its remains are still here. To openly contemplate taking its bones in front of its kin, Yin Zirua covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. At that moment, the egg with fiery red patterns also sent a message to Yin Zirua. The remnant soul was about to dissipate into the heavens and earth, and coming here to obtain it was his opportunity. Now, the egg told Yin Zirua that the skeleton was a gift for him, containing terrifying phoenix energy. How to refine it was up to him. After thousands of years, the bones of the phoenix still hold energy. Yin Zirua gazed at the massive, 100-zhang-long skeleton. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like a beautiful work of art, displayed before everyone. The source of the terrifying energy appeared to be the marrow within the bones. Since it's a gift, I won't be polite. Yin Zirua used his Tao of space-time eyes to locate 6 bones brimming with energy. He then proceeded to break them off one by one. Snap, snap. One after another, the 6 best bones were removed and collected by him. The remaining bones, you 4 can divide them. Promise me, no fighting. Yin Zirua looked sternly at the 4 girls. The girls obediently nodded and then began to snatch the bones they wanted. In truth, they cursed their lack of a massive storage treasure. If only they could take the entire skeleton with them. That was what each of them thought. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua sat to the side, absorbing the pure energy. At the same time, he was also protecting the Phoenix rebirth egg with fiery red patterns, acting as a form of guardian. The girls frantically harvested the remaining bones. On these translucent bones, traces of divine substances still lingered. If taken outside, they would be priceless treasures. Yuan Lingdon's storage space was full. Seeing the remaining bones, she grew anxious and broke off a piece, strapping it to her back. Yin Zirua, resting with his eyes closed, opened them to see a 2-meter-long white bone wandering around. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Yuan Lingdan carrying it on her back while searching for more bones. When she got desperate, she even bit into them. Yin Zirua was left dumbfounded. Can you even do that? After a frenzy of looting, the remaining bones had lost most of their divine power. It's almost time. Let's head up, Yin Zirua said. He placed the phoenix egg into the Chinkuan Rui Pagoda. The 5 of them left the protective barrier. Behind them, the energy fluctuations caused the barrier to collapse instantly. They glanced back before departing. Among the 5, one figure stood out as peculiar. Yuan Lingdan, her petite frame burdened with a massive bone. Yin Zirua's lips twitched, unsure of how much chaos this would stir outside. However, with 3 days almost up, they all arrived at the entrance. Sun Desheng's sharp eyes fell on the bone on Yuan Lingdan's back. You found something good down there. Sun Desheng could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Naturally, those who couldn't make it down don't need to know, Yin Zirua retorted without hesitation. The girls laughed upon hearing his words. You. Sun Desheng felt out of place, realizing it was his own fault for not venturing down. Yin Zirua hadn't stopped him. At that moment, the entrance opened. The group exited. The 7 family heads, upon seeing the massive bone on Yuan Lingdan's back, widened their eyes in unison. These are true phoenix bones, they exclaimed in unison. May I ask how you obtained them? Hua Linglong couldn't help but inquire. The 7 family heads had also ventured down before, yet they had never made such a discovery. Picked it up, Yuan Lingdan casually replied. Where did you find it? The Qin family head asked, unable to contain his curiosity. At the bottom level, Yuan Lingdan replied nonchalantly. The family heads exchanged glances, recalling their own fruitless exploration of the lower levels. As long as everyone has their own gains, that's the best outcome. Please return and rest. The competition concluded. Yin Zirua and the others headed to the Qin family residence. Young friend, do you still have any phoenix bones? I'm willing to purchase them at a high price, the Qin family head said earnestly, his gaze sincere. After all, the Qin family head had helped him on numerous occasions, treating him like a distinguished guest. Refusing would be difficult. Family head Qin, you know how rare phoenix bones are. What can you offer to make me interested? Yin Zirua asked calmly. The Qin family head was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, how about this? I'll promise you 3 tasks. What do you say? A promise from a divine realm 5th stage expert was indeed significant. But what could Yin Zirua possibly need from him? Yin Zirua was left speechless, wondering if the Qin family head was just amusing himself. Unwilling to give up, the Qin family head added, Young friend Yin, my Qin family has 100 years of heritage. I'll add another condition. You can choose 10 treasures from our treasury. What do you think? His eyes sparkled, as if he wouldn't rest until Yin Zirua agreed. Yin Zirua's lips twitched, sensing the Qin family head's seriousness. What treasures might the Qin family's treasury hold? Yin Zirua was intrigued. All right then. As long as they're of use to me, please don't be stingy, family head Qin. After all, phoenix bones are far more valuable than anything your treasury could offer. Yin Zirua finally relented. Hearing this, the Qin family head smiled. Of course. Though Yin Zirua's words made the Qin family head inwardly flinch, he was satisfied. Chapter 516. Various treasures, no losses. But it's better than nothing. Then this phoenix bone belongs to the Qin family head, Yin Zirua said, taking out the Chinkuan refinement tower. He extracted a piece of phoenix bone and placed it on the ground. Seeing the quality, the Qin family head happily accepted it. Thank you, Yin Xiaoyu. Let's not waste any time. Come with me to the Qin family's treasury. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. With that, the Qin family head led Yin Zirua to the treasury. This was a sacred place of the Qin family, heavily guarded by many elite experts. A quick sensing revealed the presence of 5 true god-level presences. The steel door opened, releasing a rush of spiritual energy. Inside, there were glittering treasures, spiritual herbs, secrets, metals, and various items in abundance. Yin Ziruo walked in, glancing at the gold and silver jewelry. Such mundane items naturally held little value. He then shifted his attention to the spiritual herbs, which were all well preserved. Ding! Detected rare spiritual herb by Linghua seeds, redeemable for 1 million points. Yin Ziruo was momentarily stunned. Turning around, he saw a dark seed beneath the pile of herbs. This tiny thing was worth 1 million points? After some thought, Yin Ziruo picked up the seed and the herb. "I'll take this rainbow flower," he said, collecting both the herb and the black seed. The Qin family head followed silently, offering polite smiles but saying nothing. Yin Ziruo continued to examine the other spiritual herbs, taking a few that he could use, totaling about a dozen. The Qin family head's expression stiffened slightly, but he maintained a courteous smile. Having finished with the herbs, Yin Ziruo moved on to the various metals, which could enhance the purity of weapons. He looked at the messy piles of stones on the ground, scattered here and there. He couldn't see anything special about these stones. Ding! Detected rare meteorite, redeemable for 1 million points. Yin Ziruo's hand trembled. This stone, considered trash by the Qin family and thrown on the ground, had such immense value. Yin Ziruo looked at the black stone on the ground. Qin family head, what is this stone? The Qin family head glanced at the black stone. It was bought on a whim at an auction, but no one could forge it, so it was left there. The Qin family head had long forgotten about this item, as all attempts to forge it had failed, wasting much manpower and resources. Eventually, the matter was shelved. "I'll take it," Yin Ziruo said, collecting the stone. The Qin family head didn't mind. In his eyes, it was just an unusable stone. Yin Ziruo then selected a few dozen more stones to use as accessories for enhancing his weapons. The Qin family head's expression remained calm. Finally, they arrived at the shelf of secret treasures. Various treasures were displayed, showcasing the Qin family's wealth. Each treasure had its effects and names written on them, making them easy to identify. This one is good, and this one too. Yin Ziruo picked several treasures that could be useful and stored them in his Qinkuan refinement tower. The Qin family head stood behind, frozen in place. Treasures were not like cabbages in a market. One by one, they were all taken. These items were originally meant for the Qin family's coming-of-age ceremonies. Now they were all gone. What would they give during the ceremonies? Money? The Qin family head felt his old face burning with embarrassment. Having picked most of the treasures, Yin Ziruo was about to turn away when a broken treasure caught his attention. For some reason, he felt a connection to this broken piece. Yin Ziruo turned and approached the red fragment. From the remains, it seemed this was once part of an armor, but it still held the power of a treasure. Qin family head, what is this? Yin Ziruo picked up the red fragment. This was the armor of our ancestors. The Qin family's ancestors were one of the great deities who founded this place. The Qin family head said proudly. Since it's already broken, I'll take it, Yin Ziruo said, ready to store it. Yin Xiaoyu, this is an ancestral relic, not a treasure. Would you consider? The Qin family head's expression was troubled. Originally, this was a supreme treasure, but now it was damaged and unusable. The Qin family lacked the resources to hire a master craftsman to repair it. Thus, it was left there as an ancestral relic. If it were taken away, the Qin family head felt his old face would lose its luster. What, are you going back on your word, Qin family head? Yin Ziruo smirked, looking at the Qin family head. The item hadn't even been in his hands for long, and the words spoken seemed to have lost their meaning. No, everything else is negotiable. This is an ancestral relic. Please, show mercy. As a descendant, losing his ancestors' belongings was indeed shameful. I'll take this. They were made for battle. If not for battle, keeping it here holds no meaning. Moreover, if you truly revered it as an ancestral relic, why not place it in the ancestral hall? Yin Zirua's retort left the Qin family head speechless. He could only nod in agreement. Thus, Yin Zirua took this once priceless relic, now broken, into his possession. Yin Zirua then moved to the weapon area, where several weapons with faint spiritual auras caught his eye. Without hesitation, he took those with even a hint of spiritual energy. He emptied most of the weapon storage, and the Qin family head smile behind him had frozen on his face. But thinking of the benefits brought by the phoenix bone, he felt it was all worth it. Having finished selecting weapons, Yin Zirua looked at a corner of the warehouse, filled with miscellaneous items. With strange shapes, it was unclear what they were used for. But being in the treasury, they must have some value. Ding! Detected Dragon Bone Zither, redeemable for 10 million points. Yin Zirua's eyes widened as he looked at the white 6-string zither beside him. It bore the marks of time, made entirely of bone. Yet no one could tell it was made of dragon bone. This was far more precious than phoenix bone. And being crafted into an item, it must have extraordinary qualities. Yin Zirua picked up the zither. Yin Xiao this? The Qin family head seemed ready to dismiss it as trash. All right, taking this, I'm done. Any objections, Qin family head? The Qin family head looked at the zither, hesitated, then shook his head. No, none. Yin Zirua stored the zither as well. By Linghua, meteorite, and the zither were all redeemed for villain points. Chapter 517. The final act, buying some things. Ding. Exchange successful, 12 million villain points credited. Yin Zirua smiled in satisfaction, one step closer to her goal. Master Qin, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. It's getting late, you should rest early, she said, then left without another word. Master Qin wiped the sweat from his forehead, though it was a significant expense. But thinking about the phoenix bone infused with divine power, he felt quite satisfied. It was a rare treasure. Master Qin thought he had gotten the better deal, unaware that Yin Zirua had found a dragon bone, which was far more precious than the phoenix bone. This realization brought Yin Zirua great joy. At least she hadn't lost out. When Yin Zirua returned to her courtyard, she saw Hua Miaowan and Yao Jiuhong in a fierce battle. The two were fighting intensely, while Yuan Lingdan sat nearby, casually eating melon seeds, indifferent to the commotion. What's going on? Yin Zirua hurried over, her expression furrowed with concern. Nothing, just a friendly spar, Yuan Lingdan casually replied, easing Yin Zirua's worries. She didn't want any internal conflicts in her own backyard. Where's that big bone of yours today? Yin Zirua teased. It's on my bed. I sleep with it at night. I don't just bring it out during the day, Yuan Lingdan replied. Hearing this, Yin Zirua's expression changed dramatically. Sleeping with a bone? Was she a dog? I heard there's a grand auction tonight. Are you going? Yuan Lingdan asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Sure, let's go and grab some more treasures before we leave, Yin Zirua said, equally eager for the auction. That night, under the twinkling stars, Yin Zirua and her group set off. Accompanying them was Qin Lang from the Qin family. Miss Yin, if you don't mind, you can use our Qin family's secondary VIP room, Qin Lang said respectfully, lowering his status. In this world, strength was everything. All right, Yin Zirua replied, and the group headed to the auction house. The receptionist, a beautiful woman, greeted Qin Lang with great respect and led them directly to the Qin family's VIP room. The woman walking ahead swayed her hips, her movements like that of a seductive water snake. Ahem. Someone might lose their eyeballs, Yuan Lingdan said disdainfully, glancing at Yin Zirua. With so many beautiful women around her, was she still not satisfied? Hua Miaowan, Yao Jiuhong, and Jiang Yin all looked at Yin Zirua. Ahem. Stop talking nonsense, Yin Zirua said, then fixed her gaze straight ahead. Hua Miaowan, standing behind Yin Zirua, could only sigh in resignation. The handsome image she once admired had subtly changed. The hostess led the group to the secondary VIP box, the best viewing spot. Qin Lang stood beside Yin Zirua, pulling out a chair for her. This surprised Yin Zirua. It seemed the Qin family was trying to curry favor with her. More accurately, They hoped that after gaining a reputation in the Divine Alliance, she would remember the Qin family and look out for them. The other women also took their seats, the entire auction hall visible from their vantage point. Several familiar faces from other factions were also present, indicating they all had the same idea: to acquire more treasures before leaving. Many of the attendees were old acquaintances. There are quite a few factions here today. What's the highlight of this auction? Yin Zirua asked Qin Lang. Today, a secret treasure, the golden armor, will be auctioned as the finale. The golden armor can withstand attacks from a true god-level expert, Qin Lang explained, his expression sharp. Our Qin family's goal is also this golden armor. The family's treasures had already been largely plundered by Yin Zirua, and they needed to replenish their resources. Of course, Qin Lang didn't mention this to Yin Zirua. As the sound of a gong echoed, all eyes turned to the stage. Yin Zirua choked on her tea. The woman hosting the auction was dressed provocatively, radiating heat. Just her entrance had captured the attention of everyone present. Humph, Min, Yuan Lingdan muttered. Yin Zirua glanced at Yuan Lingdan but said nothing. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this auction. You won't be disappointed, the auctioneer said, winking and blowing kisses, her charm irresistible. Even the most composed men couldn't help but admire such a beauty. Yin Zirua suddenly felt a chill down her spine and turned to see Hua Miao Wan's icy glare, freezing her in place. Yin Zirua quickly looked away, trying to divert her attention. The first item, the Ice Fire Sword. This sword contains 2 Earth Dragon essences, with ice and fire attributes, a rare find. The auctioneer said, her gaze naturally seductive. Starting price, 100,000 gold coins. Plus my kiss, she added, kissing the sword in front of everyone. I'll take it. 200,000. A fat man shouted frantically. The bidding began in earnest, and Yin Zirua smirked. Was this an auction of items, or an auction of other things? Yin Zirua shook her head and focused on her teacup. The sword was indeed impressive, but it didn't meet her standards. That concludes the offensive weapons. Next up is defensive armor. Those on the front lines of battle, pay attention. A finely crafted set of armor was brought out. This Cloudstream armor can withstand 3 attacks from a true god-level expert of the 5th rank. Masterfully crafted by a top-tier blacksmith, it's perfect for women, the auctioneer said, running her hand over the material, her touch exuding quality. Starting price, 500,000. Let the bidding begin. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of the armor, but she hesitated, knowing her limited funds. If you like it, go ahead and bid. Since we're all here, everyone should take home at least one item, Yin Zirua said casually, valuing their friendship. Really? Zhang Yan's interest was piqued, and with Yin Zirua's approval, she raised her bidding paddle. 600,000. Any higher bids? The auctioneer asked, scanning the room. Master Sun, I really like it too, the woman sitting on Sun Dishing's lap said, caressing his chest. 700,000. Any further bids? The auctioneer asked, her seductive gaze inciting frenzy among the men. Zhang Yin hesitated, then looked at Yin Zirua. All right, I'll buy it for you, Sun Dishing said with a smile. The woman smiled brightly as she raised her paddle. Chapter 518. Generous spoiling. Feel free to bid. Keep going. Go ahead and bid. Yin Zirua casually said, not worried about the cost since he could afford it. Zhang Yin smiled and continued to raise her bidding paddle. The woman beside Sun Dishing looked at him with a pitiful expression. Young Master Sun, she cooed sweetly, her voice making everyone's heart quiver. It's fine, keep going. Sun Dishing was also being generous in his spoiling. The woman smiled, kissed Sun Dishing, and then turned to continue raising her paddle with a smile. 800,000. It seems all the handsome gentlemen here are very generous in spoiling their ladies. I'm so envious. The auctioneer smiled as she looked around. The higher the bids, the better her performance. Zhang Yin didn't hold back and continued to raise her paddle. 900,000. It seems everyone still loves their women very much, the auctioneer said, glancing in Yin Zirua's direction where a room full of beautiful women was. Hearing this, Jiang Yin felt a bit shy for a moment. Yao Juhong's emotions were complicated, and she could only chuckle at the idea of obtaining the Yuan Ling Dan. Yin Zirua just smiled faintly. After all, they were all under his protection, which naturally made them his as well. Sun Disheng looked at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes. 1 million would exceed his budget. After all, the main purpose of coming here was to bid on the final item. Seeing Sun Disheng's expression turn sour, the woman didn't say anything more. She obediently stayed by his side, soothing his slightly trembling body. 900,000 once. 900,000 twice. 900,000 3 times. Sold. Clang. With a strike of the small gong, the next auction item was brought up. After 10 pieces of combat armor were presented, it was time for the rare metals to take the stage. Combat weapons, armor, and treasures. To make these items stand out, one had to start with the materials. Rare materials were highly sought after. Next up are rare metals. Don't miss this great opportunity. The first item is the Phoenix Flame Goldstone. Legend has it that only stones infused with Phoenix essence have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming Phoenix Flame Goldstone. It's incredibly hard and has extremely pure fire attributes, making it a rare treasure. This is 1 kilogram. Starting price, 1 million. Looking at the blood-red stone, those with fire attributes could feel the pure energy within. This treasure is what I need. Yuan Ling Dan looked at the fiery red stone, her eyes gleaming with desire. Without hesitation, she raised her paddle herself, leaving Yin Zirua speechless. Are you planning to pay for it yourself? Yin Zirua asked curiously. This little girl didn't even ask him first. Did she want to spend his money? Do I need to ask to spend my own money? Everyone outside thinks all the women here are yours. Is the wealthy and generous young master Yin unwilling to spend money on me, a mere girl? Yuan Ling Dan looked at Yin Zirua, the array in her right eye spinning, exuding a strong, threatening aura. Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. This Yuan Ling Dan seemed like his nemesis. Had he brought a little ancestor here to torment him? However, he had to admit, this wildness of hers was quite interesting. Fine. I'll just consider it charity for a poor little girl, Yin Zirua said casually before taking a sip of his drink. Charity for a poor little girl. His words made everyone in the room burst into laughter. You're the poor one. You're the one who needs charity. Yuan Ling Dan widened her eyes, almost ready to charge at Yin Zirua to fight him. Hey, the bidding has started. Be careful or someone else will buy it. Yin Zirua quickly changed the subject. I'll settle accounts with you later. Yuan Ling Dan sensed that this stone was extraordinary and would be very beneficial for her cultivation. 7 million. A deep voice echoed throughout the auction hall. That's the head of the Zhao family. Someone who recognized the bidder hesitated and then put down their paddle. The Zhao family was known for their vengeful nature, so it was best not to provoke them. Yuan Ling Dan snorted and raised her paddle, shouting, 8 million. Her childish voice rang out in the hall. The auctioneer looked at her, realizing she was another little girl from Yin Zirua's entourage. She couldn't help but marvel at Yin Zirua's collection. Even such a cute little girl was among his companions. The head of the Zhao family's eyes sharpened, and the aura of a true god level 5 spread out. Zhao family head, our auction house also has its pride. This is a bidding war, and the highest bidder wins. Another true god level 5 aura erupted, matching the Zhao family head's strength. The Zhao family head's expression changed. Even if he continued to bid, it would only lead to humiliation. For the smooth auction of the following treasures, he could only swallow his pride. But he glared at Yin Zirua, his eyes sharp. He had remembered this humiliation. 8 million 3 times. Sold. The owner of the auction house was also a true god level 5. Otherwise, how could he establish himself here? The auctioneer was very pleased with the price. Phew, finally got it. But I've also made another enemy. Yuan Lingdan looked at Yin Zirua. Offending a true god level 5 was far more troublesome than buying something. What are you scared? Rare to see you scared. Yin Zirua teased her, curious about her reaction. Who's scared? I can just run away if things get tough? Yuan Lingdan sat in her chair, still stubbornly defending herself. Yin Zirua smiled faintly. This little girl was indeed interesting. Many more medals were presented afterward, each rare enough to amaze even Yin Zirua. However, none of them surpassed the price of Yuan Lingdan's Phoenix Flame Goldstone. It was time for the rare medicinal herbs to take the stage. Rare medicinal herbs have always been the focus of attention for everyone. The following herbs will certainly not disappoint you. As the auctioneer spoke, she clapped her hands. A graceful woman came out, holding a tray covered with a red silk cloth. A fragrance that invigorated the soul spread out, making everyone around feel refreshed. This medicinal herb is called Xianxia, red of longing. It can enhance one's cultivation and also be used for saving lives. It's a rare herb, but more importantly, if a pair of lovers consume it together, the effect is doubled. Hearing this last piece of information, everyone's eyes widened. This flower is related to me. Looking at the Xianxia, fragments of memories about it began to surface in Yao Jiuhong's mind. If that's the case, then you should bid for it. Yin Zirua said to Yao Jiuhong, whose memories were still fragmented. If this item was related to her, it was a clue that couldn't be ignored. Yao Jiuhong nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude toward Yin Zirua, and an unusual emotion began to spread within her. Starting price, 800,000. Please go ahead. The auctioneer looked around, stirring up the atmosphere. The three effects of this medicinal herb were very attractive, especially the benefits for couples. 900,000. 1 million. Chapter 519. Offending all. Competitive bidding. 5 million. Yin Zirua turned her head to see who had spoken, and it was Kong Jiaju from the Kong family. Hearing such a high price, Yao Jiuhong glanced at Yin Zirua, who gave her an assuring smile. Throughout their journey, Yin Zirua had plundered countless people, amassing a fortune so vast that it far exceeded the combined wealth of the major families. Just the few weapons she had no interest in were worth tens of millions of gold coins. Let alone this trifling amount, she exuded an air of wealth and extravagance. Yao Jiuhong raised her bidding paddle. 5,100,000. Is there anyone else bidding? The Xianxia red herb indeed had the ability to enable dual cultivation, but only if the two individuals were deeply in love. This detail, however, the auctioneer did not mention. The crowd below assumed that any woman could be used for dual cultivation. It was a pipe dream, but the final effect of the herb drove the crowd into a frenzy. This made the auctioneer's smile even brighter. This was the power of an auctioneer, a single mouth worth a fortune in gold. Seeing Yao Jiuhong raise her paddle, the auctioneer couldn't help but admire Yin Zirua's extravagance. She had seen men spoil their women before, but such a lavish display of affection for multiple women was a first. Inwardly, she couldn't help but send secret glances of admiration toward Yin Zirua, who was a mysterious and powerful figure. Kong Jiaju looked at Yao Jiuhong and immediately recognized her as part of Yin Zirua's group. I may not outmatch you in skill, but when it comes to wealth, I won't yield an inch. 6 million. Kong Jiaju declared with a bold and carefree demeanor. Yao Jiuhong didn't hesitate and directly raised the bid. 6,100,000. Hearing this, many of the women present became curious about Yin Zirua. Which prominent family's heir was this? He had just spent several million gold coins, and now was willing to spend 6 million more to spoil his women. They too wanted to experience the thrill of a man spending millions on them. In an instant, countless women turned their fiery gazes toward Yin Zirua, their eyes burning with desire. Yin Zirua was taken aback by the sudden intense stares, but managed to steady her nerves and stay calm. Kong Jiaju, looking at Yao Jiuhong, felt anger but thought of the herb's effects, which were exactly what he wanted. He was determined not to back down. 10 million. Kong Jiaju shouted, his face red and neck strained. He didn't believe that Yin Zirua, could be so extravagant as to spend millions on every girl? Yao Jiuhong was surprised by the high bid. 10 million was enough to sustain a major family for 10 years without worry. Keep bidding. We may lack other things, but money is not one of them, Yin Zirua calmly said. Behind him, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel smug. That was what true extravagance looked like. 10,100,000. Yao Jiuhong calmly raised the bid, emboldened by Yin Zirua's words. But even she felt a twinge of excitement at the price. 10 million. Not 10,000. 10,100,000. Once. The auctioneer's face was already beaming like a flower. Just the middle of the auction had reached 10 million, and if this gentleman took an interest in the later items, the prices would undoubtedly soar. Kong Jiaju's teeth clenched as he was about to raise the bid when an old servant approached him. Master, the black market price for a Xianxia red herb is no more than 8 million. Hearing the servant's words, Kong Jiaju had to suppress his restless heart. I understand, Kong Jiaju said, glaring at the people above. He silently vowed to make them pay. You may be powerful now, but whether you can leave the flame domain will depend on your luck. Kong Jiaju's eyes were sharp. Those who had returned spoke of Yin Zirua bringing back the bones of a true phoenix. Many hostile forces were plotting to ambush and kill this group, seizing the true phoenix bones. They wouldn't let this opportunity slip away so easily. The treasures of the flame domain couldn't be taken outside. Did these family heads run a charity? 10,100,000. Third time. Sold. Ding. The sound of the small gong rang out, and one item was replaced by another. The medicinal herbs here were of good quality, but none were particularly essential, so Yin Zirua didn't make a move. The later herbs, except for a 7-colored flower that went for 7 million, were all unremarkable. With the end of the herb auction, the next segment was the auction of elixirs. Elixirs were something everyone coveted. They healed wounds, boosted combat power, and enhanced cultivation. Any elixir, regardless of its specific effects, was highly sought after. Next up are elixirs. The first elixir, the Fire Spirit Elixir. Effect: purifies the divine energy of fire-attuned cultivators, enhancing their cultivation. It also has a cleansing effect on the meridians. Most importantly, it helps women maintain beauty and youth. Starting price: 3 million. Hearing this price, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Such a starting price was more than what some small families spent in a year. Hua Miaowan turned to look at Yin Zirua, who nodded. Hua Miaowan smiled. She wasn't short of money, but she wanted to spend Yin Zirua's money. After all, these other girls had been spoiled. She was the one who deserved the most affection. With a hint of jealousy, she raised the bidding paddle and started to bid. Hearing that it could maintain beauty and youth, many women were immediately drawn to it. In no time, the bidding escalated, and the price soared to an astronomical 16 million. The frenzy was electrifying. The auctioneer's smile was splitting her face in two. While the beauty-enhancing effect depended on individual constitution, even the slightest benefit was enough to drive people wild. 17 million. Hua Miaowan raised the bid without hesitation. This attracted many gazes, and people noticed that Yin Zirua was truly lavishing his women with gifts. In contrast, those who followed other masters had nothing to show for it. A wave of jealousy swept through the room. Hua Miaowan smiled. She was getting the best of it. 18 million. A deep voice rang out. Turning to look, it was Qin Jiaju. Beside him sat a young beauty and an older woman. If it weren't for their seating arrangement, one might have mistaken them for a father and daughter. It seemed Qin Jiaju was also indulging his women. 20 million. Hua Miaowan raised the bid fearlessly. The more she spent, the happier she became. Qin Jiaju's eyes sharpened. Even as the head of the Qin family, he couldn't afford to squander recklessly. His personal savings were only 20 million. If he spent it all, what would he live on? The grand elder by his side wouldn't allow him to dip into the family funds. Even a family head couldn't do as he pleased. Miss Hua, truly extravagant. I don't see your mother here. Has the Hua family decided to cling to a powerful leg now? Chapter 520. Frenzied bidding, mysterious figure. The head of the Qin family couldn't stand it, and soon began to mock. My affairs have nothing to do with my mother. I didn't expect the head of the Qin family to be competing with me, a junior. Hua Miaowan looked at the girl beside the head of the Qin family. She was very cute, probably even younger than her. Her eyes filled with even more disdain. Old cows eating tender grass, aren't you afraid of a crash? The head of the Qin family's expression changed several times. 2 million twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer looked around, his eyes filled with temptation. Many people wanted to call out a price, but seeing the head of the Qin family's dark expression, they all kept quiet. No one dared to bid. Everyone felt a fire burning inside, knowing that whoever bought it now would be in hot water. 2 million 3 times sold? Ding! The small gong sounded, and the auction continued. The next treasure was quickly brought up, the Beast Spirit Pill. A pill that grants explosive combat power, unleashing the strength of a beast. Only those with strong bodies can withstand the explosive power of this pill. It's the best choice for survival, with a starting price of 3 million. This kind of pill was made by refining the energy from the body of an exotic beast and condensing it into a pill. In this way, a person could temporarily possess powerful combat strength, which was indeed impressive. Little Cat Demon didn't feel well, and didn't come to the auction. Let's buy this pill, and give it to her when we get back. Saying this, Yin Zirua raised her bidding paddle. The other girls were all speechless. No wonder he's the benevolent young Master Yin. The 3 million gold pill was eventually bought for 8 million gold coins, and Yin Zirua nodded in satisfaction. Then, after a dozen pills were auctioned off, Qin Lang bought 2 pills but didn't make any other moves. Next came the main event. The final 3 items were brought up. The third to last item, the Wind Spirit Art, is a movement technique. Once practiced, you'll move as fast as the wind, leaving no one in pursuit. Starting price, 7 million. Those who like this treasure, please make your move. As he spoke, he even gave the crowd a flirtatious wink. The surrounding crowd was filled with excitement, and various bids were shouted out frantically. Some wanted to learn this movement technique, while others were bidding for a smile from their beloved. In no time, the price soared to 20 million, which was indeed a fair price for such a technique. The one who paid this price was a nouveau riche, a large and obese man. His fiery eyes kept glancing at the auctioneer on the stage. This esteemed guest has bid 20 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer glanced at the large man and even winked at him. The large man was completely entranced, his mouth almost drooling. The other potential buyers were all feeling disgruntled. Damn it, it's that fat man again. Every time he shows up, he spends tens of millions, but no one knows where this tycoon comes from. He always competes at the last moment. Who the hell is this guy? Yin Zirua already had a faster movement technique, so he naturally wasn't interested in this. In the end, the item was indeed purchased by the large man at a high price, eliciting a wave of discontent from the crowd. The second-to-last treasure was brought up. A mysterious black metal, unrated in level, unidentifiable in material, but it carries an ancient, mystical aura. It must be an ancient artifact. If it can be refined and fused into one's weapon, its power will surely be multiplied. Even a Divine Realm Level 5 expert's full-strength attack cannot harm it in the slightest. All eyes were on the black metal block, everyone curious if it was really as miraculous as the auctioneer claimed. In that instant, Yin Zirua's Thuishin Ruyichi, free and easy wand, emitted a hum, something he had never seen before. Got it, I'll buy it. Starting price, 10 million, the auctioneer said with a smile. Just the starting price was so high. Many who wanted to bid didn't even get the chance, as the price was 2 million higher than before. Yin Zirua was the first to raise his paddle. 10 million and 10,000. Seeing Yin Zirua raise his paddle, the auctioneer knew the price wouldn't be low. The others looked at each other. The auction house had a good reputation. If this thing really could withstand a Divine Realm Level 5 attack without a scratch, it truly was a rare treasure. After hesitating for a moment, the others also began to bid. 10 million and 20,000. 10 million and 30,000. 30 million. A low voice sounded. The person was dressed in a black robe. His aura was extremely powerful, with a pressure that came from deep within the soul, at least at the level of a divine realm level 5. Yin Zirua glanced at the person. Flame City truly was a place where formidable experts hid. A divine realm level 5 was already a symbol of power in this city, yet this person's strength was even higher. What was he doing in such a small city? 30 million once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer smiled, her face almost glowing. She hadn't expected such an obscure metal block to sell for such a high price. The treasures here were things the auction house hadn't fully understood, so they thought it would be useless and decided to stir up some excitement. Unexpectedly, this piece of junk could bring such great benefits. Whoever bought it didn't matter to the auction house, as it was useless to them anyway. 30 million and 10,000. Yin Zirua raised his paddle. He liked this thing. 40 million. The black-robed man's eyes were sharp as he raised the bid again, but his gaze contained no malice, only a probing intent. 40 million and 10,000. Yin Zirua calmly raised the price, showing no fear at all. As the two engaged in a fierce bidding war, the others were all speechless. This person's aura is so powerful, yet that young man up there still dares to bid. Just which big family's descendant is this? Does he have a divine realm expert guarding him to be so arrogant? Faced with the intense competition between the two, the others all stopped their actions. Even if they bid, they would just be cannon fodder. Young man, you're quite audacious. The black-robed man looked at Yin Zirua with interest. Yes, with strength. Yin Zirua said without hesitation. The black-robed man snorted coldly and then remained silent. 40 million and 10,000 once. 40 million and 10,000 twice. 40 million and 10,000 three times sold? Ding! The auctioneer happily struck the gong. She was extremely satisfied with the price, so much so that she was ecstatic. Finally, the last item was brought up. The red cloth was pulled off in an instant. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was a set of golden battle armor. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and it radiated divine power, truly a rare treasure. The final treasure of the auction, the golden battle armor, capable of withstanding attacks from the divine realm. Starting price, 10 million. Please, everyone. With the auctioneer's brief introduction, the crowd went wild. Chapter 521. Intervening midway, peculiar habits. This is quite impressive. Not only is it a golden armor, but more importantly, it has a defensive array engraved on it. Although it's damaged, it's an ancient defensive array. Yuan Lingdan, an expert in arrays, expressed high praise for the arrays on the golden armor. All right, I'll take it. Yin Zirua joined the bidding competition. 5 million gold coins. The auctioneer stared at Yin Zirua with wide eyes. That amount was typically the total expenditure of an entire city. Could this young lady own a city? Many people questioned this in their minds. This brat is outrageous. We can't let him run wild. Several people gathered together, pooling their resources. 5,100,000. One person shouted loudly. Yin Zirua watched these people with amusement. It was quite interesting how they could form an alliance. But who would the item belong to once bought? Had they thought about that? 6 million. Yin Zirua threw out a flat price. Everyone fell silent. So wealthy? The auctioneer looked at Yin Zirua with a beaming smile, almost as if he wanted to auction himself off to her. The head of the Qian family shot a sharp glance at the head of the Zhao family, both exchanging meaningful looks. A hidden current surged, brimming with murderous intent. Thank you all for coming. We look forward to meeting again next time. The auctioneer turned and left the stage. Qin Lang stood behind Yin Zirua, feeling no urge to bid himself. He decided to return and report honestly to his father, who would understand. After the auction ended, Yin Zirua went to the backstage, where each girl collected the items they had won. Respected young Master Yin, please make the payment. Seeing the zeros behind Su Yao's payment, Yin Zirua felt a bit awkward. I don't have money. The auctioneer's face twitched. No money? Then why were you bidding so enthusiastically, just to toy with me? Just as the auctioneer was about to lose his temper, Yin Zirua took out the Qinkuan refining tower. The Qinkuan refining tower was a powerful treasure formed by the fusion of 3 powerful artifacts, ranking among the top treasures. This treasure of yours is indeed valuable and can be used to offset the price. The auctioneer's smile grew even brighter. Ahem, you misunderstood, Yin Zirua said, then lightly struck the Qinkuan refining tower. Clang, clang, clang. 100 weapons fell out. These are all my spoils of war. Take a look, are these enough? The auctioneer's mouth twitched. So many weapons, and many of them looked familiar. It seemed they were top-grade weapons specially crafted by the heirs of several major families. If those families saw this, whether this auction house could continue operating would be a problem. However, it didn't matter. They could be sold through the black market. Please wait. I'll have the appraisers take a look. 2 appraisers were summoned, and after a thorough examination, they concluded, these weapons are sufficient to cover the debt. The auctioneer looked at Yin Zirua with an even brighter smile. Here is your VIP card. The excess money has been deposited here. Yin Zirua casually stuffed the card into his pocket. That's good. If it's not enough, I can give you another pile. I have plenty of this junk. Yin Zirua didn't feel the least bit distressed, as these weren't weapons he had crafted himself. The spiritual energy in these weapons was pitifully weak, and even a single breath of spiritual energy could dissipate during refinement. They had lost all refining value, which was why Yin Zirua had thrown them out. Junk. A whole pile of spiritual weapons was called junk. The auctioneer forced a smile. This young master Yin really had a peculiar sense of humor. Yin Zirua led the group of girls as they walked down the road. Qin Lang had left earlier on some business. Having bought nothing, he decided to return and report. The girls played with the items they had bought, all very pleased. Yin Zirua surveyed the surroundings, sensing a hidden presence approaching. Be careful, Yin Zirua warned. The girls immediately went on high alert. In the air, a gentle breeze passed by, and the girls all fell to the ground. Yin Zirua's body was enveloped by the heavenly flame radiance, protecting him from the wind. An interesting young man, able to resist my wind. This feeling is the heavenly flame. A fortunate young lady indeed, possessing such a treasure. No wonder she has the audacity to be so brazen. A black-robed figure appeared, standing before Yin Zirua. Removing his hood, half of his face was covered in black patterns, making him look anything but virtuous. Are you here to rob me? Yin Zirua asked, gripping the Thuishin Ruyichi and storing the girls inside the Qinkuan refining tower. This treasure is also good, capable of storing living beings, almost comparable to a Qinkuan bag. You, young lady, are full of treasures. The black-robed man looked at Yin Zirua with a greedy, wicked smile. So, you're here to steal my treasures? Yin Zirua prepared for battle. No, I'm here to rob you. The black-robed man looked at Yin Zirua with fiery eyes. Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned, feeling a shiver run down his spine. What kind of oddity did he encounter in the middle of the night? I don't have that kind of preference. You should find someone else, Yin Zirua said with a look of disdain, taking a few steps back. Understanding the implication behind Yin Zirua's words, the black-robed man didn't get angry but instead laughed. A sharp-tongued young lady indeed. I am the wind protector of the Three Peaks cult. I wish to take you in. Will you submit? Yin Zirua's boundless talent had caught his eye. No, I'm used to my freedom, Yin Zirua refused directly, showing no face. Humph, that's not up to you. Great gust of wind. The black-robed man stomped his foot forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For powerful gusts of wind surged within a Tinjong radius, capable of tearing through space. So strong. Before Yin Zirua could react, the 4 gusts of wind surrounded him, pinning him in the middle. I told you, in front of me, you only have the right to submit, the black-robed man said, reaching out toward Yin Zirua's head. A true god of the 5th rank or above, indeed troublesome. Void devouring divine technique. Yin Zirua mustered all his strength, creating two dark fissures around him that absorbed two gusts of wind, loosening their hold on him. Primordial divine domain. Open for me. Xianxia's face flushed red as he unleashed all his divine power, finally managing to break free from the restraints. The black-robed man looked at Xianxia, his eyes gleaming. A third-rank upper god breaking free from my restraints. You're the first to accomplish that. The black-robed man's interest grew even more intense. But you used all your divine power just to barely break free. Without divine power, how will you fight me? The black-robed man's side once again gathered 6 gusts of wind, even stronger than before. I have indeed used up all my divine power, but I won't let you capture me. Chapter 522. All-out battle, dangerous evasion. Ding. Detecting danger to the host, automatically exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation to restore combat power. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's divine power had recovered, even stronger than before. The black-robed man was momentarily stunned. Oh, it seems I've been ignorant. Such a powerful secret technique to restore divine power instantly. If I could cultivate such a technique, I could be invincible in the future. Mio, you're destined to be caught. As he spoke, the black-robed man summoned 6 gusts of wind that charged towards Xianxia. Flame slash of the arena. Frenzy of flames. Divine domain of the academy. Xianxia unleashed 3 divine techniques in one breath, pouring out all his divine power. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 gusts of wind were destroyed, but the remaining 3 directly charged towards Xianxia. Can't be caught. Time-space eyes. Golden rock steps. Xianxia's eyes glowed with golden light as he calculated the flaws in the technique at the fastest speed. With a flash of golden light beneath his feet, he evaded the 3 gusts of wind in an instant. Oh, such speed. It seems you've also cultivated an ocular technique to spot that slight flaw. Interesting, very interesting. The black-robed man became even more interested in Xianxia. Storm. Destruction. The black-robed man raised his hands to the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change. A tornado formed in the center, and the surrounding area became his domain. Xianxia pushed his golden rock steps to the limit, using his time-space eyes to the utmost, but his divine power was once again consumed by more than half, leaving little left. Now, under the sweeping force of the tornado, his divine power was rapidly leaving his body, making him lose control. A 7th-grade true god, with every move and gesture, wielded terrifying power. But Xianxia refused to yield. Exchange 500,000. Xianxia shouted inwardly. Ding. Exchanging 500,000 points for cultivation to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's divine power had recovered, even stronger than before. Time-space eyes. Freeze. Xianxia stared at the black-robed man, surpassing him by 7 levels. 8 seconds. In an instant, the black-robed man's body became immobile. Xianxia poured all his divine power into his golden rock steps, reaching the black-robed man's side in a second. Frenzy of flames. Thunderous flame slash. The remaining divine power erupted in these 2 attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Divine power ran wild, and the black-robed man was sprayed with blood 3 feet high. The sound of ribs shattering echoed, and the black-robed man fell to the ground. He looked at Xianxia, his eyes suddenly blazing. Interesting. Astonishingly, you can restrain my movements and my divine power. Mio, you're truly fascinating. The black-robed man stood up, looking at the injuries on his chest. One day more, and he would have been on the brink of death. But a black aura enveloped him, and a sensation akin to wriggling worms repaired his wounds. Mio, it's not just you who possesses recovery powers. Xianxia stood to the side, gasping heavily. Seeing the black aura, he had an ominous feeling. This old man must have more life-saving techniques than him, and his method of healing was also quite unique. This man was a major trouble. Exchange 1 million points. Yin Zirua consumed all his divine power once again, instantly replenishing it. Ding! Detecting the host's need, exchanging points to restore divine power and enhance cultivation, touching the barrier of the true God realm, prompting one. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. It seemed that with all the cultivation he had exchanged recently, he had inadvertently touched the barrier of the true God realm. If I exchange all my points, can I break through? Ding! Exchanging all points can lead to a breakthrough, but the host's current body is extremely weak. Not recommended. Weak. Hearing this word, Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. Was his body really that bad? Yin Zirua took a deep breath, gripping the free and easy divine ruler, seeking the ultimate in the extreme. Battle was the best crucible for cultivation, and he would fight this old man to the end. Come on, old man, aren't you here to capture me? Yin Zirua stared at him, his eyes sharp, his aura stronger than before. Invisible, there was even a hint of breaking through to the true God realm. Interesting, Mio. I see your aura is about to break through. Do you think you can defeat me in this state? The black-robed man waved his hand, and the wriggling worms gradually disappeared, his injuries mostly healed. Such a recovery rate was astonishing. Presumably, those black worms held some secret. Are you shocked? Such severe injuries, and I recovered so quickly. My method doesn't harm myself, but yours must have some drawbacks. If you bow to me as your master, I'll teach you. How about it? Even at this moment, the black-robed man didn't forget to try to recruit Yin Zirua. I'm not on your path. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp, his divine power ready to erupt. Fine, then I'll beat you until you submit. Wind/annihilation. Countless gusts of wind erupted around Yin Zirua, taking the form of skeletal figures wielding large swords, slashing at him. Flame Fox Barrier. Poison Thorn Bell Barrier. Yin Zirua instantly deployed his strongest defenses, pouring all his divine power into the heavenly fire radiance. Boom! A towering pillar of fire shot into the sky. The flame barrier protected Yin Zirua within. Ding ding dang. 100 skeletal figures wielded their swords, slashing wildly. The attacks of a 7th-grade true god, incredibly powerful. Yin Zirua's flame barrier, fueled by all his divine power, finally shattered after enduring countless attacks. Yin Zirua's face turned pale as the attacks hit the poison thorn bell barrier. Countless poison thorns instantly retaliated, annihilating the skeletal illusions. Crack. Boom. The poison thorn bell barrier also shattered in an instant. Flame Rampage secret technique. Yin Zirua enhanced himself, and with the remaining few attacks, he wielded the free and easy divine ruler to withstand them. Ding ding dang. Sparks flew as the swords clashed with the ruler. Yin Zirua endured the final attack, slamming into the ground and creating a crater 100 meters deep. Yin Zirua stood in the crater, looking at the black-robed man standing nearby. A 7th-grade true god was so powerful. Haha. Interesting, very interesting. I was still hesitating whether to save you, but it seems you've endured it, Mio. I see your body has reached its limit. Isn't it time to come with me? The commotion in Flame City had attracted the attention of many family heads. Hua Linglong and the Qin family head appeared simultaneously. Seeing Yin Zirua and the black-robed man, Hua Linglong's expression changed. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in Flame City? The Qin family head knew Yin Zirua's identity. If he died here, the Divine Alliance would come to seek trouble. Flame City, and even this star domain, would cease to exist. Who I am is none of your business. You two 5th-grade true gods should step aside. Chapter 523. Mysterious Reversal. Killed instantly. The black-robed figure's gaze was sharp. Master, this boy is no ordinary being. Even if you take him away, it will only bring trouble. Please, show mercy. Hua Linglong stood in front of Yin Zirua, kneeling before the black-robed figure. Both Yin Zirua and the Qin family head were stunned. The implication in her words suggested that Hua Linglong knew this person, and she even addressed him as Master. Hua Linglong, Don't forget who helped you obtain your current status today. The black-robed figure's voice was cold. Hua Linglong's eyes trembled as she looked at the black-robed figure. This person is from the Divine Alliance. If the master takes him away, it could lead to complications. Hua Linglong continued to defend Yin Zirua. The Divine Alliance may be formidable, but I am not afraid. This boy's extraordinary talent will surely please the sect leader. Do not think that the Divine Alliance can dominate everything. The black-robed figure spoke with disdain. Hearing this, the Qin family head's heart sank. The person before him was unafraid of the Divine Alliance. This meant he was likely from an opposing force. Both sides were forces he could not afford to provoke. Yin Zirua looked at the black-robed figure, realizing he was no ordinary being. Old man, since you're so confident, come and try to capture me. Yin Zirua brandished the Sui Xian Rui Qi and leaped forward. Himph! The wind protector roared, his body surrounded by raging winds as he charged forward. This guy's soul is yours. Act now. Yin Zirua threw out the Qian Kuan Lianhua Tower. The two-headed shark opened its eyes, releasing a surge of divine power. Before the wind protector could react, he was absorbed into the Qian Kuan Lianhua Tower. In the blink of an eye, the wind protector was nearly killed and thrown out. Yin Zirua leaped forward and beheaded him. The two onlookers were left in shock. A true god of the 7th rank, killed instantly? Ding! Killed a true god of the 7th rank. Reward, 700,000 villain points. The Qian Kuan Lianhua Tower absorbed him once more, with his soul going to the two-headed shark. Everything else was refined, and the spoils were claimed. The space was filled with a wealth of items, a truly rich harvest for a true god of the 7th rank. The Qin family's gains were less than 1/100th of this. Even Yin Zirua was slightly stunned by the bounty, but it was all now his. Hua Linglong and the Qin family head exchanged glances, remaining silent. Thank you, both family heads. It's getting late. You should rest early. With that, Yin Zirua left gracefully. The two stood still, exchanged respectful bows, and then departed. Yin Zirua returned to the Qin residence and released the women, who had only been affected by a sleeping incense and would wake up after a rest. However, Yin Zirua was left in an awkward situation, as he had placed them all in his own room. Unable to move them, he could only sleep on the floor. The next morning, the women woke up to find Yin Zirua still asleep on the ground. They exchanged glances and quietly left the room, allowing him to rest. When Yin Zirua finally woke up, it was already afternoon. After a long and arduous battle, his divine power had been depleted multiple times, leaving his body in a state of extreme fatigue. A good rest was essential for recovery. Upon opening the door, he found the courtyard filled with people, all unusually quiet. Why is everyone here? Yin Zirua looked at the women. You certainly sleep well. Yuan Lingdan grumbled, though her eyes revealed a hint of concern. I'm fine. As long as you're all safe, that's what matters. Yin Zirua had just sat down when Qin Lang rushed over. Young Master Yin. Big news. There's a heavenly god's tomb on Jinlan Star. Many major forces have already arrived. Qin Lang hurried over, panting as he spoke. Some say there's an important star map inside. Oh, this sounds exciting. Let's go and take a look. Yin Zirua was eager to join in. Yuan Lingdan's expression was complex, as if something in her mind was about to awaken, leaving her feeling uneasy. Without delay, the group left the Flame Star region and headed toward Jinlan Star. Jinlan Star was not far from the Flame Star region, and it would take only 3 days of travel to reach it. The tomb of a heavenly god was a rare opportunity, filled with treasures and valuable insights. People from surrounding star regions would flock to it. However, only those with the right fortune could uncover its true secrets. On the way, rumors spread that the core area of the tomb could only be accessed by those of the 3rd rank of upper gods. Even a heavenly god would be powerless to enter. This piqued Yin Zirua's interest. It seemed that the inheritance could only be claimed by those with the right qualifications. Not just anyone could lay their hands on it. As they approached Jinlan Star, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. Who are you? Identify yourselves. The leader was a true god of the first rank, accompanied by several subordinates, all of the upper god level. So, you need a background to enter Star now? Xianxia looked at these eager-to-die individuals, while the women readied themselves for battle. Boss, look at all these beauties on their ship. This guy must be exhausted. One of the subordinates, an upper god of the third rank, jeered. The group burst into laughter, causing the women to feel humiliated. Filthy mouths, looking for death. Yuan Lingdan, the most enraged, attacked the subordinate with murderous intent. Oh, a fiery one. Be careful, Lao Lu. If you hurt this beauty, I won't let you off. The leader warned, then turned to Xianxia. Fellow, you seem to be the strongest here. Come and test your skills against me. With that, he swung his meteor hammer and charged. I was thinking the same. Xianxia brandished the Sui Xian Rui Qi and leaped forward. The rest of the group clashed with Yao Jiuhong and his men, sparks of battle flying everywhere. Thunder flame battle. Hammer of destruction. The two unleashed their powerful techniques, surging divine power erupting forth. The moment of impact sent both flying backward. The true god of the first rank was inwardly shocked. A mere upper god of the third rank had managed to push him back. This boy is strange. Finish him quickly. The true god of the first rank gathered terrifying divine power, preparing a devastating move. I'll fear you? Xianxia's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he infused his divine power into the Tianhua Yaoyang. His body glowed with a fiery red light, divine power surging. Heaven-shaking hammer. The true god of the first rank brought down his massive hammer. Break for me. Xianxia unleashed a torrent of flames, and the two forces collided, exploding with immense power in the cosmos. Even the smaller battles were affected, forcing everyone to retreat. Watching the flames burning in midair, they felt a lingering fear. If they had been caught in that attack, even their bones would have been reduced to ash. Within the flames, two figures gradually emerged. The true god of the first rank, whose clothes were a protective treasure, were now burned to tatters. His entire body was scorched, his eyebrows gone, making him look like a wretch. Xianxia, on the other hand, was unscathed, standing calmly and looking at the disheveled true god of the first rank. Is this all you've got for a robbery? Xianxia mocked, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 524. Mysterious Peach Blossom Paradise, Purple Gold Rampant Lion. Ah, you scoundrel. I will make you pay. The first-rank true god roared in fury and swallowed a red pill. Instantly, his body was enhanced, and his divine power surged. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, channeling all his remaining divine power into the heavenly flame radiance. Flame rampage. Flame slaughter. Two divine techniques were unleashed simultaneously, causing Xianxia's aura to double in an instant. The two figures clashed, and the void resounded with the explosive sounds of divine power, deafening and echoing endlessly. Crack. The massive meteor hammer split in two. The first-rank true god stared at Xianxia in disbelief. This third-rank upper god had slain him. Ding. Slaying a first-rank true god rewards 100,000 villain points. Ding. Converting according to host's needs into cultivation to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia regained his combat strength. He glanced at the remaining weaklings. Run. Seeing Xianxia recover his strength so quickly, they fled in terror, as if seeing a ghost. Wanna leave? Xianxia sneered, unleashing the golden rock step. In an instant, he caught up to them and slaughtered them all without mercy. Blood stained the star domain, creating a unique and brutal beauty. The small boat slowly sailed to Jinlan Star. Even before approaching the heavenly god's tomb, they could sense at least 10 heavenly god auras. There were also more terrifying, hidden auras, their numbers uncertain. It really feels like a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Xianxia's eyes sharpened. Things were getting interesting. With only a third-rank upper god strength, Xianxia's team was unremarkable among the many groups. Few paid attention to them. It wasn't until Yin Zirua and his group approached the Heavenly God's tomb that some began to take notice. The Heavenly God's tomb was nestled within the mountains, with various powerful factions stationed on each peak. Many injured individuals were also present. It seemed everyone had ventured into the tomb. The Heavenly God's tomb was filled with surging divine power, existing within its own created space. A spatial gate stood between heaven and earth, its fluctuations constant. People continuously entered and exited, some injured, others full of anticipation. Standing near the gate, the overflowing divine power was palpable even to ordinary people, and for cultivators, it was like a refreshing bath. This divine power, not bad at all. Yin Zirua stepped directly into the spatial gate. Upon entering, a different world unfolded before their eyes. An endless expanse of primordial forest appeared, its spiritual energy dense and tangible. Truly a treasure trove for cultivation. What a beautiful hidden paradise. Hua Miao one couldn't help but admire, as the scenery instantly captivated her. Could the owner of this tomb be a woman? Yin Zirua questioned. The women following him were speechless. Yin Xiao's way of thinking was indeed different from others. Let's go. Feeling a bit awkward, Yin Zirua led the group in a quick march. The primordial forest was vast, with trees towering hundreds of feet, casting a sky-blocking canopy. Roar! A monstrous roar echoed, and not far away, a group was locked in battle. The beast was heavily injured, but still radiated a formidable aura comparable to that of a fifth-rank true god. The group consisted of two fifth-rank true god experts, one severely injured and the other lightly wounded, while the younger members struggled to maintain their ground. Roar! Humans, you seek death. The enraged beast, with purple fur and a golden horn on its head, gathered divine power, exuding a majestic aura. Upon closer inspection, it was a purple-gold rampant lion, a top-tier bloodline among beasts, capable of battling even a seventh-rank true god when fully unleashed. As the lion lunged toward a young girl, Yin Zirua couldn't help but intervene. The other women held back, waiting for the right moment. Thunderflame slash. Yin Zirua unleashed a powerful strike, opening a large wound on the already injured lion. Breaking through the lion's divine power defense was no easy feat, but taking advantage of its existing injury saved much effort. Roar! The purple-gold rampant lion suddenly struck, retaliated fiercely, ignoring its injuries and biting down. Yin Zirua swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler to block. Clang! The lion's massive fangs clashed with the Thuixin Rui Chi, forcing Yin Zirua to retreat 10 steps, his back slamming into a tree. Despite his body being repeatedly strengthened and unafraid of a first-rank true god, Yin Zirua still felt inferior to the physically dominant beast. Yin Xiao's situation is bad, attack? Hua Miao exclaimed, charging first to continue assaulting the lion's wounds. This meddlesome man. If he interferes with every situation, there are countless people in the world. How could he save them all? Yuan Lingdan muttered, but her attack formation was already unleashed. Yao Zhuhong, Jiang Yin, and the little cat demon also launched fierce attacks on the wounded area. Already heavily injured, the lion's divine power defense was breached by the combined assault of the 5 women, further injuring its internal organs. Shattered organs fell to the ground, and torrents of blood painted the battlefield crimson. Roar! The lion, gravely injured and already weak, could only retreat, abandoning its attempt to bite Yin Zirua. It turned to face the women, swinging its massive paw, releasing a purple-golden divine light. Be careful! Yuan Lingdan summoned 10 defensive formations, 2 for each person. Crack! 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 The 10 defensive formations shattered instantly, and the 5 women were sent flying, their injuries varying in severity. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. The beast's last-ditch counterattack was indeed ferocious. However, it was at its limit. Yin Zirua focused on its wounds. You are indeed strong, but you met me. Yin Zirua channeled all his divine power into the heavenly flame radiance. Flame rampage, flame slaughter. Yin Zirua transformed into a small flame figure, leaving afterimages as he pierced through the lion's body. A blackened hole was left in the lion's massive frame. Roar! The lion roared, its internal organs shattered, its aura chaotic, but its ferocity remained. With its last strength, it charged at Yin Zirua, its massive head aiming to crush him before dying. Be careful! Hua Miao Wan's heart raced, but she could do nothing to stop it. Flame barrier. Yin Zirua activated a flame barrier to protect himself. The lion's head crashed into the flame barrier, splattering blood, and the barrier shattered. The Thuixin Ruyi Chi expanded wildly, enveloping Yin Zirua. The lion's teeth clashed with the Thuixin Ruyi Chi, sending sparks flying. Chapter 525. Can't defeat it, time to flee. With a direct bite, the defense was deformed, and blood seeped out from within. Unfortunately, midway through the struggle, the purple gold lion's divine power was exhausted, and it lost its life force. Gazing at the massive, broken body of the purple gold lion, with its enormous head, the eyes of the onlookers gradually dimmed. Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. I am from the Shui family under the Divine Alliance. We will never forget this great kindness. The injured true god of the 5th rank bowed to Yin Zirua. Thank you for saving us. Shui Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the Shui family, stepped forward and bowed to Yin Zirua. For some reason, a sense of familiarity surrounded Yin Zirua. You're welcome. I have connections with the Divine Alliance as well, Yin Zirua replied with a bow. He then went to check on the other women, distributing healing pills and allowing the group a brief rest. Shui Mingyue approached with a golden horn, her expression respectful. If not for your desperate efforts, the purple gold lion would have taken my life. This horn is the best treasure. Please accept it. Initially, Yin Zirua wanted to decline, but the Thuixin Ruyi Chi, a magical artifact, emitted a hum, making him feel awkward. He could only force a smile and say, "Since you are so generous, I will humbly accept it." He then took the horn. At this moment, Shui Mingyue began to examine Yin Zirua more closely, a handsome man with exceptional skills. Having grown up in the Divine Alliance, this was the first time she had seen such an outstanding man. A ripple of emotion stirred in her usually calm heart. I am Shui Mingyue. May I know your name? She asked, her eyes shining with admiration. I am Yin Zirua, a lone cultivator. Are you here for training as well, Miss Shui? Shui Mingyue nodded. You are so young, yet you possess such strength. The Divine Alliance must hold you in high regard. The final strike Yin Zirua unleashed left even the 2 true god elders of the 5th rank in awe. This was the first time Shui Mingyue had seen them praise someone so highly, even surpassing her own achievements. Yin Zirua smiled calmly, not elaborating further. Seeing the other women rise, he knew they had recovered. The opportunity ahead awaits those destined to claim it. My group will proceed first. Until we meet again. With that, Yin Zirua bowed to Shui Mingyue and the 2 elders. Young friend, be cautious ahead. Not only should you watch out for the beasts here, but also other factions, the Shui family's Grand Elder advised kindly. There are elders from the Divine Alliance, even at the heavenly god level. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Farewell for now, and we'll meet again ahead. The Shui family's group was heavily injured and unable to advance in the short term. Yin Zirua had no intention of waiting for them, so the 5 of them continued their journey. How nice, a beautiful romance as soon as we entered. Wherever Yin goes, romance follows. Yuan Lingdan chimed in occasionally, causing Hua Miaowan's expression to subtly change. She knew she had to endure this, but a tinge of bitterness lingered in her heart. Don't talk nonsense. I just felt a sense of familiarity with her. Yin Zirua defended himself, though he felt his words only made the atmosphere more awkward. He could only sigh and quicken his pace. The primordial forest was filled with powerful beasts, and they faced over 10 attacks along the way. Just as they were about to leave the forest, the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Be careful. The atmosphere here is off, Yin Zirua warned, noticing the absence of birds and beasts. A terrifying presence loomed ahead. The little cat spirit sniffed the air. There's a smell of corrosion in the air. Her sense of smell was incredibly sharp. A rustling sound approached, as if something was coming. Here it comes. Xianxia scanned the surroundings with his eye of space-time, feeling a sudden and unfamiliar surge of fear as his hairs stood on end. A silver-white figure shot out, only the size of a palm but exuding immense pressure. A true god-beast of the 9th rank. Hua Miaowan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura for the first time. The silver-white figure charged directly at Xianxia. Flame barrier. Xianxia's scalp tingled. What was this creature? A red barrier enveloped him, but the moment the silver figure struck, it shattered with a crack. Flame rage. Xianxia unleashed his divine power, and the heavenly fire of radiance erupted, enhancing his body. Despite this, the silver figure landed on Xianxia, biting him. Blood trickled down his arm as the intense heat of the heavenly fire burned the creature's lower body, filling the air with the smell of roasted insects. Xianxia examined the wound on his arm, unable to heal, with blood continuously flowing. The silver figure lay on the ground, still only the size of a palm. A silver demon spider. Hua Miaowan exclaimed in surprise. It is said that this creature feeds on human blood, especially those with powerful bloodlines, like an addict, she explained. These little things have incredible defense and combat power, capable of burrowing into the body. Xianxia looked at his arm. And the bite doesn't heal easily. If not for my heavenly fire, it might have burrowed into my body. He glared at the small creature that dared to consider him its dinner. The silver demon spider, with its 8 silver eyes, stared at Xianxia, ignoring the others. It wanted to feast on the best. Xianxia's bloodline enticed it. Feeling irritated, Xianxia glared back. Want to eat me? See if you have the guts. He prepared to strike. Yin, don't be rash. The most terrifying thing about silver demon spiders is that they live in groups. The little cat spirit warned. Xianxia's scalp tingled as he looked at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. A group? The rustling grew louder, and hundreds of silver demon spiders appeared around them. Fortunately, only one was at the true god 9th rank, while the rest were much weaker. But with their numbers, the surroundings were now a sea of silver. Am I, a man of great reputation, going to become spider food today? Xianxia muttered bitterly, scanning the area. Yin, what should we do? Yao Jiuhong asked, feeling a tightening in her chest at the sight of the spiders surrounding them like dinner. Chapter 526, Mysterious Fragrance, Hidden Array. If we can't beat them, then run. Xianxia shouted, summoning the Qingkuan refinement tower and throwing the 5 women inside. He himself waved the void ton blade and fled directly. Swish, swish, swish. The silver demon spiders charged forward, and Xianxia turned around and ran. The spatial rift disappeared, and the silver demon spiders charged into nothingness. Hundreds of silver demon spiders dispersed and continued to lie in ambush, waiting for the next prey. Xianxia brought everyone to the edge of the forest, where another barrier awaited. He stepped into the air, seeing no danger on either side, and glanced back at the silver demon spiders behind him, who hadn't followed. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit of relief. Looking at the second spatial barrier in front of him, it seemed to divide this place into separate areas. Xianxia took a deep breath and released the women. Now it's safe. Next, we'll enter the second area. Looking at the energy barrier in front of them, the 5 women nodded. The first area had a divine god level 9 beast, so they wondered what might be in the second area. Together, they stepped into the second area. Opening their eyes, the scenery before them once again refreshed their vision. Is this a fairyland? The world before them was filled with exotic flowers and plants, and the air was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, invigorating the spirit. This should be the senior's medicinal garden. Yao Jiuhong took a deep breath, enjoying the faint aroma of immortal herbs in the air. Let's go. See if there are any rare herbs. Yin Zirua led the way, and the group moved quickly. The colorful surroundings naturally attracted the girls. I suddenly think you might be right. The owner of this tomb could very well be a woman, Yuan Lingdan couldn't help but say. At the same time, the light orb in her mind trembled slightly, spreading a divine energy ripple. Halfway through, they encountered some spiritual herbs, all with healing properties. However, these herbs didn't have the kind of effect that would make them immediately excited. In the distance, battle fluctuations spread. Yin Zirua took a quick look and saw two teams fighting, each with a heavenly god. With such a lineup, we'll just pass by. So, Yin Zirua led the group to detour. There was no need to get involved in a heavenly god-level battle too early. With such a small team, they weren't taken seriously, and were allowed to pass, at most considered cannon fodder. As Yin Zirua passed by, he saw the center of the battle. True blood phoenix flower. A celestial herb, no wonder both heavenly gods were fighting. The group continued forward, encountering many strange flowers and plants, and saw numerous medicinal herbs. Yin Zirua touched a nearby leaf, which curled up on its own, quite interesting. It was like a fairy tale, making everything seem like a dream. There's a faint, peculiar fragrance over there. The little cat spirit pointed excitedly in one direction. What fragrance? I can't smell it. Yin Zirua looked around, as the area was filled with scents. Over there. That way. The little cat girl ran in that direction, her tail raised and wagging excitedly. Let's go take a look. They didn't encounter any particularly remarkable herbs along the way. Perhaps the little cat Yao's hybrid human Yao bloodline would lead to different discoveries. The group headed westward. The little cat girl led the way, her small nose constantly sniffing the faint fragrance. Eventually, they arrived at the foot of a mountain range, and the sky gradually darkened. The surrounding flora glowed with various hues, and the little cat spirit darted ahead. It's there! She exclaimed excitedly and ran quickly. Hey! Slow down! Be careful of beasts! Yin Zirua shouted, quickly following. The others also quickened their pace, eager to see what had caught the little cat Yao's attention. At the foot of the mountain, the little cat Yao sniffed around, looking very adorable. It's around here, but there seems to be an array blocking the scent. The little cat Yao looked around, her expression troubled. She had brought everyone here, but if there were no herbs to be found, she feared she would be the subject of ridicule. Don't worry, everyone. Look around for any arrays. Yin Zirua said, examining the surroundings. The women scattered to search for any signs of an array. Yuan Lingdan was the most familiar with arrays. She noticed abnormal array fluctuations in the area. However, without finding the exact location of the array, she couldn't be sure. In the shadows, someone was watching this group. Yin Zirua's space-time eyes inspected the surroundings. Between the shadows, he sensed someone watching his group. However, it wasn't time to act yet. They were likely drawn by the treasure. The little cat spirit wandered around, sniffing the air, sensing that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint the exact location. This made the little cat Yao quite anxious. 哎呀！小猫妖一屁股摔倒在地上，看着地上的骨头棒子，低头一看，这里有尸体。这个尸体已经被融化的就剩下一个骨头架子了。根据尸体的衣装来看，应该是别的家族的人，气息是真神无品。一个真神无品的尸体躺在这里，还无人问津，本就古怪的气氛更加让人警戒了。都小心点，这好像是被植物给吃下又吐出来的。袁灵丹说了一句，在这人的身上没有鲜血的味道，却更多的是植物腐蚀液体的味道。一行人更加小心谨慎地寻找。这时一块红色的石头吸引了袁灵丹的注意力。找到了！袁灵丹右眼阵法浮现，破解了红色石头上面的封印。此处的封印也浮现在众人的面前。这是一种灵气封印阵法，想必是不想让这里的宝贝被人发现。袁灵丹不愧是阵法高手，燕子若看着这个阵法，我破解它， 需要一些时间，你们为我护法。说完，燕子若就开始全心全意去破解。袁灵丹等人守护在他的身边，世间一分一秒的过去。燕子若在破解阵法的同时，消耗了大量的神力，这阵法实在是太复杂了。咔嚓，一个清脆的声音响起，眼前的灵气封锁阵法被破解。燕子若的神力也是消耗殆尽，一个天神级别的高手的灵气封印阵法，他能破解已经是实属不易。一股奇异的香味瞬间浓厚起来。Ouch! The little cat Yao fell to the ground, looking at a bone on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "There's a skeleton here. There's a corpse here." The body had been reduced to just a skeleton. Judging from the clothing, it belonged to someone from another family, with a divine god level 5 aura. A divine god level 5 corpse lying here, unclaimed, added to the eerie atmosphere. Be careful. It seems to have been eaten and then regurgitated by plants, Yuan Lingdan said, noticing no blood on the body, but more of a plant-corrosive liquid smell. The group became even more cautious in their search. At this moment, a red stone caught Yuan Lingdan's attention. Found it. Yuan Lingdan's right eye revealed an array, breaking the seal on the red stone. The seal here appeared before everyone. This is a spiritual energy seal array, likely meant to keep the treasure hidden. Yuan Lingdan was indeed an expert in arrays. Yin Zirua looked at the array. It'll take me some time to break it. Guard me. With that, Yin Zirua focused entirely on breaking the array. Yuan Lingdan and the others stood guard around him as time passed second by second. While breaking the array, Yin Zirua consumed a lot of divine energy. The array was incredibly complex. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and the spiritual energy seal array was broken. Yin Zirua's divine energy was almost depleted. Breaking a heavenly god-level spiritual seal array was no small feat. A strange fragrance instantly became stronger. Chapter 527. Mysterious Youth, Powerful Puppet. At the unremarkable foot of a mountain, a 9-colored soul grass grew luxuriantly. This is a 100,000-year-old 9-colored soul grass. Hua Miao exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. It can enhance one's soul power, and it can even save your life in critical moments. Hua Miao said excitedly, her eyes fixed on the 9-colored soul grass. Outside, even a deity at the level of a heavenly god would be thrilled to see such a treasure. Yet it had fallen into their hands. I thank you all for your hard work. A smug voice rang out, and a young man emerged, dressed in a black long gown, holding a folding fan. He looked at the group with a mocking expression. I knew there was a rat lurking in the shadows, but I didn't expect him to show up so soon, Yanzi Rua said with a smile. She had been aware of his presence and had been on guard. Heh, I've been searching for this rare medicinal herb for a long time. The 9-colored soul grass is mine now, the young man said, and with a leap, he made a grab for the herb. Stop him! Yuan Lingdan shouted, activating both defensive and offensive arrays with her right eye. The young man swung his fan, striking the defensive array, while the offensive array behind him unleashed a thunderous force. Forced to retreat, the young man exclaimed, Interesting woman, you're quite the adept at arrays. If I take you back to my master, he'll surely be delighted. With that, he turned and reached out to grab Yuan Lingdan. The little cat demon's eyes sharpened, and she transformed into a striped tabby cat, swiping at the young man with a powerful blow. The young man unleashed divine power, forming a barrier to protect himself. Boom! The tremendous force sent him flying, but he remained unharmed. Oh, fascinating. This little girl has powerful bloodline abilities. She'd make a fine servant for me. The young man's eyes gleamed with desire as he looked at the two women. Roar! The striped tabby cat launched another attack, charging straight at the young man. A ring of black divine power surrounded the young man, and the two clashed, their powers clashing continuously. Yuan Lingdan seized the opportunity to attack, aiding the cat demon. Yanzi Rua sat to the side, recovering her divine power. Ding! Detecting host's need, exchanging 10,000 points for cultivation to restore divine power. Yanzi Ruo looked at the young man, a mere upper-tier deity at the 3rd level, acting so arrogantly. The cat demon's attacks were fierce and relentless, while Yuan Lingdan's strikes were unpredictable. Gradually, the young man began to fall into a disadvantage. Giant spirit god. Appear. A towering figure 2 meters tall materialized. A massive fist slammed into the cat demon's head, sending her flying. Even though Yuan Lingdan quickly deployed a defensive array, it was instantly shattered. A puppet at the 5th level of True God. The towering figure before them was originally at the 6th or 7th level of True God. After being refined into a puppet, it retained its combat instincts but had its level reduced to the 5th level of True God. The massive puppet was completely encased in armor, with only 2 red eyes glowing with terrifying killing intent. Destroy these pests. The young man commanded from behind. The 2-meter-tall puppet began to move, its seemingly clumsy body actually moving with surprising speed as it channeled its immense divine power. In an instant, it reached Yuan Lingdan, delivering a simple yet brutal punch. Venomous Spike Shield. Yanzi Ruo, using her space-time eyes, sensed the puppet's divine power flow and protected Yuan Lingdan a second before the attack. Boom! The venomous spike shield absorbed the puppet's massive divine power, countering with a giant black spike that left a deep crater in the puppet's body. The 2-meter-tall puppet was sent retreating 100 meters, crashing into a tree before stabilizing itself. Yuan Lingdan reacted, summoning 10 offensive arrays to encircle the massive puppet. Various elemental attacks swept out like a storm. Meanwhile, the young man wasn't idle. He charged toward the 9-colored soulgrass. We can't let him take it, Yao Jiuhong exclaimed, drawing her sword and rushing forward. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed, and Jiang Yin joined in to help Yao Jiuhong. Interesting. 2 more beauties. Being with such people is a waste of resources. Why not join me for a dual cultivation session? The young man said, his fan flailing wildly, forcing the 2 women back. He reached out toward the 9-colored soulgrass. Wanting my people and my treasure? Who do you think you are? Yanzi Ruo's eyes sharpened. She poured her divine power into the heavenly fire radiance, unleashing a devastating flame rampage. The overwhelming flames and terrifying heat made the young man's expression change. Despite his full defense, Yanzi Ruo severed one of his arms in an instant. Blood spurted 3 feet into the air, and the young man's face darkened. I belong to the 3 Peaks cult. You dare injure me. The young man's face turned pale as he glared at Yanzi Ruo. 3 Peaks cult? What's that? Yanzi Ruo said indifferently, looking at the young man. Fine. Let's see how long you can remain so arrogant. The young man panted heavily. Boom. Behind Yanzi Ruo, Yuan Lingdan was sent flying as the 2-meter-tall puppet defeated both the cat demon and Yuan Lingdan. This puppet was incredibly strong. Kill them, the young man commanded, and the massive puppet charged toward Yanzi Ruo. A true god at the 5th level, both offensive and defensive, was incredibly troublesome to deal with. Yanzi Ruo's space-time eyes could see through the puppet's movements. Even if she killed its master, the puppet would continue to carry out its orders until its task was complete. Yanzi Ruo took a deep breath, looking at the towering puppet. Her Sui Xian Rui ruler transformed into 2. A puppet at the 5th level of True God? I'll dismantle you into countless pieces. Yanzi Ruo took a deep breath, stimulating the heavenly fire radiance with her divine power, unleashing terrifyingly high temperatures. Her aura rapidly increased as she channeled lightning in one hand and flames in the other. Flame enhancement activated, pushing her speed and strength to their limits. Primordial Divine Domain. The surrounding 100 meters instantly transformed into Yanzi Ruo's domain. Thunder and Flame Slash. Flame Slash. Both attacks launched simultaneously, with the Golden Rock Step enhancing her speed. Yin-Zirua aimed not at the puppet's body, but at its shoulder. The puppet's eyes glowed red as it clenched its fists and swung at Yin-Zirua. Clang! One Sui Xian Rui ruler struck the massive fist, while the other, engulfed in scorching flames, sliced across the puppet's shoulder. Swish! A flash of red light, and a massive arm flew into the air, landing on the ground. With one arm missing, the puppet swung its remaining arm at Yin-Zirua's head, its fist carrying a fierce gale. Venomous spike shield. Golden light enveloped Yin-Zirua. Chapter 528. Complete annihilation. Swift departure. Boom. The poison thorn golden bell shield absorbed most of the force, while the black poison thorns sent the puppet flying. However, the immense power still hurled Yin-Zirua 100 meters away. Young Master Yin! Xiao Maoya exclaimed in shock, and the expressions of the other women grew even more tense. The formation of Yuan Lingdan. Xiao Maoya's claws. Yao Juhong's sword. Zhang Yan's sword. Hua Miao Wan's sword. 5 powerful forces erupted simultaneously, launching a fierce assault on the puppet. The puppet, now with only one arm left, stood there, absorbing the attacks with its body. A surge of divine power coalesced on its surface, absorbing the attacks before violently rebounding them back. Boom, 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 poo, poo, poo. All 5 were sent flying by the terrifying divine power, each spitting blood. Yin-Zirua stood up, his body numb, though this was after his body had been enhanced. He took a deep breath, staring at the massive creature in front of him. Void devouring divine art. Time-space eye. Yin-Zirua once again charged forward with his golden pong step. 2 black spatial rifts opened up beside the puppet, enveloping it in the middle. The time-space eye immobilized the puppet's movements. Yin-Zirua gripped the free will divine ruler with both hands, unleashing a flame rampage. A terrifyingly powerful attack with scorching heat erupted instantly. Swish! The puppet's other arm fell to the ground. As the time-space eye's hold ended, the puppet gathered all its divine power and erupted. Exhausted, Yin-Zirua was sent flying. The young master in the distance, seeing Yin-Zirua being sent flying, had a smug look in his eyes. You were quite arrogant, weren't you? Let's see how far your arrogance takes you without divine power. Although Yin-Zirua's feat of severing the puppet's arm had shocked the young master, it didn't matter. He could have the puppet repaired by the elders back at the sect. Now that these people were injured, he could make his move. Ding! Detecting danger to the host, exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin-Zirua's divine power was restored, and it was even stronger than before. The young master, who had just walked over, suddenly changed his expression. How could your divine power recover so quickly? Before he could finish, Yin-Zirua's free will divine ruler pierced through his chest. Too many words, trash, Yin-Zirua said coldly, killing him. The puppet in front charged at Yin-Zirua. Yin-Zirua repeated his previous tactic. One hand wielding thunder flame slash, the other flame rampage, his entire body engulfed in the power of flame rampage. He maximized his combat explosiveness. Break for me. Yin-Zirua charged forward, his free will divine ruler gleaming with sharp light. The puppet, with its terrifying true god 5th rank defense, was like a walking human shield, crushing everything in its path. Boom, boom, boom. In the moment of collision, Yin-Zirua aimed for the puppet's leg. Swish, swish. With a flash of cold light, the 2-meter-tall humanoid puppet was severed into 5 parts. Even so, the puppet's body still contained terrifying divine power. Yin-Zirua wouldn't waste resources. He took out the Universe Refinement Pagoda and absorbed the puppet into it. The remaining divine power would be refined by the pagoda, eventually becoming a pure energy source for Yin-Zirua. Taking a deep breath, Yin-Zirua also tossed the young master's corpse into the Universe Refinement Pagoda, destroying the evidence and quickly looting the treasures on the young master's body. Turning around, Yin-Zirua looked at the 9-colored soul grass and pulled it up, swallowing it. Leaving it would only bring trouble. He would refine it later. The women watched as Yin Zirua defeated a true god 5th rank puppet. He's truly a monster, Yuan Lingdan muttered, though her eyes held more trust in Yin Zirua. This place isn't safe. Let's find a more secure location to recover, Yin Zirua said. The group quickly moved away. Not long after, an old man arrived at the scene. Who killed my disciple? If I find you, I'll flay you alive. The old man's divine aura erupted, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Yin Zirua felt the overwhelming killing intent behind him. Fortunately, they had moved away. Otherwise, the survival of the entire group would have been in jeopardy. The group arrived deep in the mountains, finding a cave to hide in. Yin Zirua sat down to adjust his breathing, taking out healing medicines. Those who needed them could take them, and the women chose their own healing medicines to recover from their injuries. These past few battles had pushed Yin Zirua to his limits. Vaguely, he felt he was on the verge of touching the barrier to breaking through to true God. To become a true God means to walk one's own path, to forge one's own path to true godhood. For this, Yin Zirua believed only in his own strength, enhancing his body and soul, walking his own path of cultivation. After refining a portion of the 9-colored soul grass's power, Yin Zirua's soul power had doubled, giving him an incredibly satisfying feeling. The next battle would allow him to sense everything within 100 meters with his soul. Then, Yin Zirua began to adjust his physical state. The repeated extreme battles had pushed his body to its limits. The women were also seriously injured, each carefully recovering, not wanting to be a burden to the group. At the entrance, Yuan Lingdan had set up a formation to conceal their presence, making it impossible for anyone to find them. After resting for a day, the group's energy had mostly recovered. Let's go, let's find the next treasure, Yin Zirua said. With his soul power doubled, he also wanted to find some gains for the others. Thus, the group began to move, quickly finding many rare herbs with the help of Xiao Maoya's keen sense of smell. 3-leaf immortal grass. A herb to enhance attributes. Hua Miao one exclaimed in surprise, then pocketed it. Jade bone immortal vine. Yuan Lingdan saw such a herb, almost drooling, and stored it in her bag. Demon immortal fruit. Xiao Maoyak's mouth watered, and without hesitation, she ate it. Green immortal fruit. Yao Juhong saw a herb that was useful to her, and swallowed it without hesitation. This 6-horned immortal cactus is mine, she said, putting the herb into her embrace. Everyone had their own share of gains. As they walked, they reached the end of the second region. In front of the energy barrier, there were several powerful auras, the weakest being at the True God 5th rank to True God 9th rank, with even a few celestial gods present. Noticing Yin Zirua's group, these people glanced briefly before closing their eyes to rest. Chapter 529. Climbing the steps, so much chatter. Why aren't they going in? Yuan Lingdan asked curiously. There's a stone tablet over there, Yin Zirua said as she approached the tablet. It turns out that only those at the 3rd rank of upper god can enter the 3rd level. Let's go, Yin Zirua said, leading the group inside. Before them stood a magnificent castle. Spanning 100 acres and towering 100 zhang high, it was vastly different from the previous 2 gardens. A golden gate stood in the center of the entrance, flanked by 2 enormous lion-like exotic beasts, roaring with ferocity. Upon closer inspection, they were actually genuine exotic beasts, preserved as specimens after their bodies reached a later stage. Judging from the residual aura, they were at least equivalent to a 9th-rank true god. This grand display left everyone deeply impressed. Standing at the entrance, a powerful aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Yin Zirua fared better, but the women's expressions were strained. Let's go. Yin Zirua approached the gate and, using only her physical strength, pushed it open. Boom, boom, boom. The long sealed gate creaked open, releasing a powerful mysterious aura. Beyond the gate lay a magnificent hall 100 zhang away. A path of layered steps led straight to the hall. On either side of the hall stood rows of guards. These guards were uniform and orderly, clad in armor and holding spears, with 100 of them moving as one. Each emitted a formidable aura, all belonging to the true God sequence. What a powerful force! Yin Zirua's eyes lit up at the sight of such a formidable army. One day, he too would assemble a similar force. Leading the way, Yin Zirua and the women behind him slowly ascended the steps. With each step, Yin Zirua could feel the 2 rows of guards releasing their auras, pressing down on his footsteps. He felt as if his back was about to collapse under the pressure. It seems it will take time to reach the main hall. Yin Zirua took a deep breath, enveloping his body in divine power to withstand the immense pressure and continue forward. The women, after taking a step, realized the steps were no simple matter and quickly activated their divine power to support their bodies and continue moving forward. With every step, the pressure increased dramatically. Everyone struggled forward, and the gate behind them closed on its own. Ahead, on the steps, many others were also struggling to advance. Those who made it here were all third-rank upper gods, each more powerful than the last, all vying for the inheritance of the heavenly god master. Yin Zirua advanced step by step, unaware that his back was already drenched in sweat. After 100 steps, there was a resting platform. Other young people were resting here. Seeing that Hua Miao Wan and the others needed more time, Yin Zirua sat down to adjust his breathing, as the pressure ahead would be even more terrifying. As he sat down to meditate, he discovered that his divine power had become even more refined and abundant. This benefit was something Yin Zirua hadn't expected. The process of moving forward had already refined his divine power. Moreover, his physical body had also made significant progress. Climbing these steps had become a form of cultivation. The women reached Yin Zirua's side, their divine power nearly depleted, and they all sat down to adjust their condition. Those women are quite attractive, but the man they are with is too weak. What a pity! An out-of-place voice sounded near them. Yin Zirua opened his eyes to see a young man who had finished resting nearby. Young and quite arrogant. Miao Zi, you don't accept it? Yin Zirua stood up, looking at the young man in white, who looked quite presentable. Who do you think you are? You dare to tell me to accept it? The young man's eyes were sharp. Xian, even though you're the saint of the 3 Peaks demon sect, don't be too arrogant. Another young man spoke up, and Yin Zirua looked over. Don't get angry with him, sir. This guy relies on his master being a heavenly god-level expert, and has always been like this. Another young man in a blue robe spoke slowly. Qing-yi, do you think just because you're from the League of Gods, I won't dare touch you? Xian glared at Qing-yi, his eyes sharp. Enough chatter. Yin Zirua unleashed the golden rock step, kicking him away with a single move, sending him crashing into the gate 100 meters away. Pooh! Xian stared in shock at Yin Zirua, who had kicked him away without a word. He hadn't even had time to defend himself. The speed was too fast. Yin Zirua, having adjusted his condition, was now far stronger than before, with his speed doubling, naturally surpassing these third-rank upper gods. It seems I misjudged you. May I ask which sect you hail from? Qing-yi respectfully bowed to Yin Zirua. I'm a rogue cultivator, Yin Zirua said calmly. Qing-yi was even more shocked. A rogue cultivator had reached such a level on his own. Without the backing of a large faction, all the vast resources needed for cultivation had to be obtained by oneself. This man was extraordinary. You truly stand out, sir. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining the League of Gods. Qing-yi spoke proudly of the League of Gods. I will certainly pay a visit to the League of Gods. Qing-yi, shall we ascend together? Yin Zirua extended an invitation to Qing-yi. Agreed. Qing-yi was also intrigued, and the two stepped forward simultaneously. The second 100-step challenge began, and the pressure this time was even more terrifying than before. Yin Zirua's expression changed drastically as his body instantly felt an immense pressure, as if it were about to explode. He clenched his teeth, determined to take a few steps with just his physical strength. Qing-yi's situation wasn't much better. He too struggled to endure. By the 5th step, Yin Zirua's bones creaked, on the verge of collapsing. He had to use divine power to protect his body and continue forward. Qing-yi did the same, and the two advanced step by step, each footprint marked by their sweat. After completing the 100 steps, both were utterly exhausted, sitting down to quickly adjust their breathing. Behind them, the 5 women also began to move forward. They were unwilling to be left behind. At this moment, Xianxia was adjusting his condition. His physical body had once again grown stronger, his divine power more refined, and his combat power had doubled. There were still many steps ahead. This was a golden opportunity for cultivation. No wonder these people were so single-minded. Xianxia was the first to adjust his condition, while Qingyi still needed some time. "I'll go ahead first," Xianxia said to the women behind him. They all understood that these steps needed to be traversed by themselves, and they didn't want to delay Xianxia. Xianxia continued forward, each step like carrying a mountain. After passing the 3rd set of steps, Xianxia stood on the platform, taking a deep breath, feeling as if his bones were about to be crushed. Chapter 530. Sneak Attack, Sending You to Heaven. The people around Xianxia eyed him with a mixture of fear and caution. After all, he had previously kicked someone down with a single foot. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He wasn't some indiscriminate kicker. Sitting down, he adjusted his breathing and strengthened his divine power. This round of physical enhancement was another monumental leap. After an hour of adjustment, Xianxia stood up. Seeing that those around him had not yet finished adjusting, he had no intention of waiting. Onward. 4th stair. Strengthen. 9th stair. Strengthen. Standing on the 9th stair, Xianxia was drenched in sweat. His bones, strengthened multiple times, creaked and groaned as if on the verge of collapsing. Is that guy insane? Doesn't he know his limits and still keeps going forward? Just wait, he'll explode soon enough. Those behind him eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Xianxia panted heavily, indeed reaching his limit, but it was precisely at the limit that one broke through. Taking a deep breath, the heavenly flame of radiance began to surge, automatically protecting his heart and veins. The Qianquan Refinement Tower also slowly integrated the refined power into Xianxia's body. After accumulating enough strength, Xianxia continued his ascent toward the higher reaches of the 9th stair. Holy crap! He's still moving. Is that guy even human? Those behind him were dumbfounded, as this situation far exceeded their expectations. Many had already tried and failed to withstand the pressure, retreating after struggling for a while. Even after resting for half a day, they hadn't fully recovered. Xianxia, from the start to now, hadn't rested for long, which was a huge blow to the others. Taking a step, the pressure was immense. Standing on the stair, divine power was consumed in vast amounts, non-stop. I refuse to believe it. I must make it through. Xianxia's eyes sharpened as he devoured the medicinal herbs he had collected along the way. Soul power erupted, divine power surged, and stamina burst forth. The medicinal potency accumulated within his body ignited in a frenzy. The heavenly flame of radiance within him became the furnace, refining his entire being. His bones and muscles underwent a dramatic transformation. Divine power became purer and stronger, and his aura shifted. He can do that. Refining power while advancing, doesn't he fear going berserk? The crowd watched, and one among them, with a veiled expression, secretly released a concealed weapon, aiming to disrupt Xianxia's refinement. The black weapon, silent and deadly, shot toward Xianxia, piercing through his body. Blood splattered across the stair. Turning, Xianxia locked eyes with the man among the crowd. You dare attack me in secret? Xianxia turned, stomping hard on the stair. The golden rock step erupted, and with a single punch, he struck down. The man's face changed dramatically, and he turned to flee. Xianxia's punch landed directly. Boom! The man was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the gate behind him, thousands of feet away. Standing on the platform, Xianxia looked at the severely injured man, not yet finished. He wielded the Xianxian Rui ruler and charged forward. Such a vicious person couldn't be left alive to cause future trouble. You dare kill me. My backing is an ancient evil sect, far beyond your reach. The man invoked his powerful backers, hoping to save himself. Himph, you brought this upon yourself. No one to blame. Thunderflame slash. Xianxia unleashed his killing move. The man could only activate the life-saving jade talisman left by his master, containing a protective measure. An image of his master materialized from the talisman. How dare you harm my disciple? You're courting death. This was a projection of a heavenly god-level expert. Even a projection carried the potential for a devastating strike. Old man, just a projection. Come at me if you dare. Flames surged, and Xianxia's own flames roared to the heavens. He channeled all his divine power into the heavenly flame of radiance. A cataclysmic force approached. You're courting death. How dare you defy a heavenly god's authority? A massive palm descended. Break for me. Xianxia roared, his voice shaking the heavens, as he charged upward with scorching flames. Boom. The defensive arrays of the entire hall activated. Dust and smoke filled the air. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xianxia, wondering if he could survive a clash with a true god. Young Master Yin. Several women anxiously watched the dust, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xianxia. Imph, you think you can kill me? You're still too young. The young man stood by, watching the fiery waves, certain that Xianxia couldn't survive. What are you gloating about? Xianxia emerged step by step. How is this possible? How could you survive? At the sight of Xianxia, his heart sank. Xianxia charged directly to his side, and with the Sui Xian Rui ruler, pierced straight through his heart, splattering blood. You. The young man couldn't utter another word, only leaving behind a stunned expression at his death. Xianxia tossed his body into the Qinkuan refinement tower, gaining a wealth of treasures. That single strike had depleted all of Xianxia's divine power, barely allowing him to withstand it. In that instant, he felt the barrier to the true god realm within reach. As long as he reached the highest point, he had a chance to break through. Now, Xianxia sat on the ground, the possessions of the young man containing many valuable items. Xianxia consumed what he needed, and the heavenly flame of radiance began to furiously refine the essence of these items, infusing it into Xianxia's weakened body. At this moment, many wanted to strike at Xianxia, but the women stood guard, glaring at the potential threats. Those above hesitated. This man is strong. If we don't act now, we'll lose our chance. Several exchanged glances and leaped down from the ninth stair, brandishing their weapons. Stop them! Yuan Lingdan shouted, and the women unleashed their strongest moves, charging forward. Xianxia was in the midst of adjusting himself, aware of the events outside but unable to stop. You're courting death. The attackers unleashed their most powerful attacks against Yuan Lingdan and the others. 10 individuals clashed, all powerful heirs of various doctrines, each wielding their precious artifacts. Yuan Lingdan and the women struggled to hold their ground. One sneaked to Xianxia's side, slashing at him with a dagger. Hua Miaowan rushed forward, shielding Xianxia behind her. Swish! A deep gash appeared on Hua Miaowan's body, and she collapsed, on the verge of death. Xianxia reached out to support her. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Chapter 531. Divine Heritage, Heavenly and Earthly Flames. You all must die. Xianxia summoned the universe-refining pagoda and temporarily placed Hua Miaowan inside. Holding the heart-wandering ruler in his hand, Xianxia was engulfed in blazing flames, staring at the 5 people before him. This is bad. We must join forces to kill him. Zhang Xiaotian, one of the ancient evil sect's heirs, shouted. The other 4 attacked with even greater ferocity. Xianxia activated the Golden Pong step, and in the blink of an eye, he charged forward. Zhang Xiaotian's reaction was not slow either. He swung his dagger and engaged in a frenzied battle with Xianxia. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere. Boom! The space-time Dao eyes detected a flaw, and Xianxia kicked out, instantly creating a large crater in the ground. Flame Rampage! Flame slaughter. The flames instantly erupted, and divine energy surged. Yin Zirua swung the heart-wandering ruler and charged forward. No! Zhang Xiaotian begged for mercy, but Yin Zirua's speed did not slow down in the slightest. Swish! Blood splattered 3 feet high, and the round head rolled a few times. Brother! Zhang Haitao, Zhang Xiaotian's younger brother, glared sharply. He wielded his weapon, rushing forward with divine energy surging like waves. Looking for death. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp, and he charged forward. The heart-wandering ruler horizontally blocked. Dang! The deafening collision echoed, and Zhang Haitao watched his precious sword break. The heart-wandering ruler turned into a streak of bloodlight and killed him. This man is too crazy. The remaining 3 changed their expressions drastically. His killing intent is too heavy. We must fight with all our strength. Someone shouted, and the 3 wielded their weapons, unleashing divine energy. Yin Zirua's eyes turned blood red as he charged forward. Because of these troublemakers, he had to stop his divine energy circulation, and his internal organs felt like they were about to burn. These troublemakers were simply asking for death. Void devouring divine art. Space-time Dao eyes. 2 black cracks opened around them, greedily absorbing the divine energy of the 3. Instantly, their bodies froze in place. Yin Zirua transformed into a demon, flashing past the 3. Swish, swish, swish. 3 heads rolled on the ground. Yin Zirua looked around. People on the steps noticed the chilling killing intent and quickly turned away, going about their business. It was better not to provoke this madman. Whoever provoked him would be unlucky. Young Master Yin. The little cat Yao hurried over to support Yin Zirua. I'm fine. Is everyone all right? Yin Zirua looked at the 4 women. Their breaths were not stable. He threw the 3 bodies into the universe-refining pagoda, instantly increasing their gains. He distributed the healing medicines he obtained to everyone, and then they began to adjust their breaths. Yin Zirua also sat down to readjust his condition. His internal organs were injured, which was troublesome. Ding! Detected a fragment of ancient battle armor, worth 10 million points. Among the belongings of these 3, there was a fragment of ancient battle armor, only the size of a palm. But the mysterious power on it was still very strong. Exchange. Yin Zirua said, and the item was exchanged for 10 million villain points. Ding! Detected host's body damage, recommended recovery spirit pill, worth 10 million villain points. Yin Zirua was speechless. It seemed like the system was deliberately taking back the points he just got. All right, exchange. A golden pill appeared in Yin Zirua's hand. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua swallowed it. Immediately, the injuries to his internal organs were instantly healed, and his aura became even stronger. Yin Zirua stood up and looked at the few women still adjusting their breaths before turning his gaze to the front. No one was paying attention to him anymore. Qing Yi from earlier had already reached the 8th step and was about to reach the 9th step. Yin Zirua took a deep breath and looked at the few women. Then he released Hua Miaowan and helped her recover from her injuries. An hour later, I'm going to break through the steps. Be careful, Yin Zirua said to the few women, who all nodded. After all, the opportunity ahead was rare and precious. Yin Zirua leaped and directly reached his original position. His body had been strengthened multiple times. So the second time around, the resistance was not as strong. Yin Zirua returned to his previous position and continued to move forward. Each step was as heavy as carrying mountains and seas, with wave after wave of pressure crushing down. Yin Zirua gritted his teeth and continued forward. After enduring 3 steps, he finally reached his limit. Divine energy erupted, and he continued to move forward. Qing Yi saw Yin Zirua ahead of him and wanted to surpass him, but the immense pressure made him spit blood and unable to take another step. He could only retreat and adjust his breath. Yin Zirua continued alone, his veins popping out. Although divine energy constantly infused his body, the last 9 steps felt like carrying a star. It was so heavy that it made one feel dizzy. Yin Zirua took a deep breath. This was his path. He had to continue. 1 step, 2 steps, 9 steps, a total of 999 steps. Yin Zerua finally reached the last step, his divine energy depleted and his body at its limit. He half knelt on the final step. Congratulations, young man. You are qualified to receive my heritage. A woman's voice echoed. Oh, I was right. I didn't expect it to be a female deity. In the next moment, Yin Zerua's surroundings changed into another world. It was a land of birdsong and flowers, another realm. A woman holding a divine herb looked at Yin Zerua and smiled faintly, making him pause. May I know the name of the senior? Yin Zerua bowed, showing respect. I am the Azure Lotus deity. Since you have passed my trial, you can inherit my legacy. This is my earth flame, Azure Lotus. A green flame danced on the ground. But, senior, I already have the heavenly flame, Radiant Yang. As he spoke, Yin Zerua summoned his red heavenly flame, Radiant Yang. You actually possess a heavenly flame. This is wonderful. My technique, the Yin-Yang burning heaven art, will be even more perfect. To reach its pinnacle, it requires both heavenly and earthly flames to form the Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation. Saying this, she handed the earth flame, Azure Lotus, to Yin Zerua. This sudden fortune left Yin Zerua stunned. What are you looking at? Absorb it, the woman urged beside him. Yin Zerua paused, then swallowed the earth flame, Azure Lotus. Instantly, the two flames in his body clashed, and Yin Zerua was severely injured. Looking at the woman, Yin Zerua even suspected that she was trying to harm him. Chapter 532. Legacy Acquired. Space Collapsing. Don't rush. Just follow the path of the Yin-Yang Flame Heaven's decision. With that, she transmitted the Yin-Yang Flame Heaven's decision to Yin Zerua. Ignoring her severe injuries, Yin Zerua began to follow the instructions. The meridian path of the Yin-Yang Flame Heaven's decision was highly unusual. Despite her injuries, Yin Zerua stubbornly managed to clear these meridians and complete 99 cycles of the celestial circuit. The restless energies of the heavenly flame radiance and the earthly flame lotus gradually stabilized and began to flow along the meridians. Yin Zerua quickly swallowed a healing potion, as her internal injuries were already in shambles. Then, she focused entirely on comprehending the Yin-Yang Flame Heaven's decision. As time passed, her shattered body was gradually repaired, and her aura steadily rose. She was on the verge of reaching the level of a true god, yet she couldn't break through. After multiple attempts, Yin Zerua withdrew from her meditative state. Why can't I break through to the true god realm? Yin Zerua looked at her hands, feeling lost. You still have lingering attachments. Only by resolving them will you truly step into the ranks of the strong. Hearing the woman's words, Yin Zerua understood. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yin Zerua bowed deeply. The power sustaining this world is weakening, and everything will soon vanish into the void. As she spoke, the entire space began to collapse. Yin Zerua was ejected from the space. In that final moment, she caught a glimpse of an astonishingly beautiful face, leaving her deeply shocked. She hadn't expected the one who had passed on her power to be such a stunning beauty. Returning to the main hall, it was now crowded with people. This person has obtained the god's legacy, someone exclaimed, their eyes practically bleeding with envy. Yin Zerua glanced at the crowd below, her expression calm. Even if all these upper god third-grade practitioners attacked, she had no fear. The space behind her began to collapse, and the entire hall quickly crumbled. With a stride of the golden rock steps, Yin Zerua rushed to the side of the women. Let's go, it's time to leave. During this time, the women had also climbed the 999 steps, each reaping significant rewards, making the journey worthwhile. The group headed towards the spatial barrier, while others fled at top speed, as the space behind them crumbled. The God's Hall was collapsing in waves. No matter how magnificent the structure or how terrifying the power, it would eventually be exhausted. Arriving at the third spatial barrier, Yin Zerua led the women through it. Outside, many powerful figures felt the collapse of the power within. Who could have obtained the legacy? Someone muttered, hoping that the inheritor of the god's power would be from their own lineage. Those outside were worried about their own people. As soon as Yin Zerua emerged, she was targeted by a heavenly god from the Three Peaks demon cult, Mo Yun's master, Purple Flame Heavenly God. Wretched creature, return my disciple's life. Yin Zerua turned to see the old man strike at her. Flame rampage. Flame barrier. Yin Zerua reacted quickly, instantly unleashing the scorching heat of the heavenly flame radiance and erupting with divine power. The heavenly flame radiance also had a protective instinct. Boom! Yin Zerua withstood the blow, but her divine power was instantly depleted. A firestorm erupted within 1,000 zhang, drawing the attention of everyone around. An upper god third-grade prodigy withstood a heavenly god's attack. Impressive! The Grand Protector of the Gods Alliance commented. The Shui family also emerged. Grand Protector, please help this young man. He has helped us and is very friendly towards the Gods Alliance. Shui Mingyu said, her expression complex regarding Yin Zerua. Oh, if that's the case, we will protect him. With that, the Grand Protector directly attacked the Purple Flame, heavenly god of the Three Peaks demon cult. Boom! The two strongest heavenly gods clashed, and those around quickly scattered. Old fool! You dare to attack me over such a young man. The Gods Alliance may be feared by others, but the Three Peaks demon cult does not. With that, the Purple Flame heavenly god of the Three Peaks demon cult brandished his war halberd, radiating murderous intent. The might of the Gods Alliance is not something you can question. The Three Peaks demon cult, founded only a century ago, dares to be so arrogant. The Grand Protector's eyes were sharp, wielding a blood-red greatsword, exuding an aura of dominance as he charged forward. The two heavenly gods soared into the heavens, with thunder and fire rolling endlessly. The residual power falling from the heavens was enough to awe everyone, capable of destroying an entire planet. Boom! The two heavenly gods descended simultaneously, both heavily injured, neither faring well. Everyone below, the members of the Three Peaks demon cult, kill this man with all your might. Along with the Purple Flame heavenly god, several true gods had come. Now, they all moved to strike at Yin Zerua. Not a chance. Shui Mingyu shouted, and the elders behind her also charged forward. However, Shui Mingyu's side only had 2 true gods, while the opponent had 5. 2 engaged Shui Mingyu's group, while a true god 5th grade advanced towards Yin Zerua. Prodigy, offending the Three Peaks demon cult is your death sentence. Silent annihilation finger. A black finger pressed towards Yin Zerua. Old man, you think you can kill me? Yin Zerua unleashed all her divine power. The Yin-Yang Flame Heaven's decision rapidly circulated, with the heavenly flame radiance and the earthly flame lotus erupting simultaneously. The scorching red flames and vibrant green flames burst forth like a volcanic eruption. 2 flames coexisting in one body? Impossible. The attacker's strike clashed with the dual flames. The terrifying flames erupted instantly, forcing the true god 5th grade to retreat in disarray. Yin Zerua panted heavily, having exhausted all her divine power in an instant. Ding! Detecting the host's danger, exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation, restoring divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zerua's divine power was restored, and she held the Heart-Soul Ruler. Thunder Flame Slash. Flame Rampage. Flame Rampage Transformation. Yin Zerua charged forward with wild killing intent. Bold. An upper god 3rd grade prodigy dared to attack a true god 5th grade. The true god 5th grade raised his hand, and divine power surged like the Xianxia River. Break. 2 powerful attacks erupted with force. Boom. The heavens and earth changed color, and the terrifying flames raised the temperature by 100 degrees, making everyone sweat profusely. So strong. Shui Mingyu watched Yin Zerua's flames, her heart filled with shock. The true god 5th grade retreated over 10 steps before steadying himself. This prodigy is extraordinary. His face turned pale, and his blood surged. Chapter 533, Deadly Ambush. Only one battle remains. Ding. Detecting the host's crisis, exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's divine power was restored, even stronger than before. Old fogey, who do you want to kill? Void devouring technique. Time-space eyes. Xianxia gave no chance for the old man to catch his breath. The golden rock steps erupted, propelling him to the old man's face in an instant. Two pitch-black void devouring techniques, at the level of a fifth-rank true god, fixed his figure in place, while the time-space eyes sealed his movements. I can't move. The man was overwhelmed with shock, forced to gather divine power to protect himself. But the two black fissures around him mercilessly devoured his divine power, making it impossible for him to establish any defense. The light of the free will ruler flashed, piercing through his chest. Even his secret treasure clothing couldn't withstand Xianxia's killing intent. The restraints disappeared, and the fifth-rank true god unleashed a desperate strike, knocking Xianxia back. Xianxia's mouth was bleeding, his blood surging, his injuries severe, but he was still able to fight. The situation for the fifth-rank true god wasn't good. His heart vein was damaged, and the residual energy of the heavenly flames lingered in his wounds, making it difficult to suppress the injuries. But how could Xianxia give him that time? Ding. Detecting the host's crisis, exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation. In an instant, the weakened Xianxia was restored to peak condition. How is this possible? How did this brat recover so quickly? The fifth-rank true god's eyes nearly popped out. How could they continue fighting? Primordial divine domain. Flame rampage. Flame slaughter. Old fogey, hand over your life. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, charging forward. Towering flames erupted, as if the heavens were enraged. Save me. The fifth-rank true god's expression changed drastically, crying out for help. Others wanted to assist, but Huamiao and the other four women fiercely blocked them, each fighting to the point of severe injury, delaying the first-rank true god's advance. Now you know to beg for help? When you wanted to kill me, did you think you'd be the one to die? In an instant, the fifth-rank true god's body was fixed in place, and Xianxia's figure crossed by. In a flash, a pitch-black void appeared in the fifth-rank true god's chest, visible to all. You. The rest of his words were never spoken. If given another chance, he would never have been so greedy as to attack such a bizarre brat. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, using his last bit of strength to kick the man into the universe-refining pagoda, leaving no bones behind. The heavenly gods of the Three Peaks cult, upon opening their eyes, saw Xianxia's limitless potential. If given time, this youth would surely become a terrifying force that could destroy the Three Peaks cult. This brat cannot be left alive. The purple flame heavenly god instantly reached Xianxia's side, aiming a strike at his crown. Young Master Xianxia, Little Cat Demon and Huamiao and the others turned pale with fear. A purple light enveloped Xianxia, blocking the attack. Old bastard, do you have any shame? Xianxia felt a chill down his spine, almost losing his life. The Great Elder of the Gods Alliance saw the purple gold token. It's the Gods Alliance's purple gold token. Well done. Well done. Three Peaks cult, you dare attack our Gods Alliance's genius. Today, I will fight you to the death. The Gods Alliance's Grand Protector swallowed a red pill and slapped the Three Peaks cult's heavenly god with a devastating blow. Come on then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The two heavenly gods clashed once again, soaring into the heavens. Meanwhile, the two true gods fighting with the Shui family also fought with all their might. They all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. If this brat survived, the Three Peaks cult would face endless trouble in the future. The Shui family elders led their people in a desperate resistance. At this moment, Xianxia was adjusting his breath. His body had strengthened significantly, but 3 bouts of exhaustion had taken a toll. To kill the remaining old foxes, he had to be fully prepared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5th-rank true god, awarding 500,000 villain points. Ding! Detecting the host's need, exchanging 300,000 points for cultivation to restore divine power. Xianxia sat on the ground, hiding his breath, adjusting his state. He was waiting for these old foxes to attack, so he could strike them by surprise. At this moment, a 3rd-rank true god severely injured Shui Mingyu, breaking through the weak point in the Shui family's encirclement, charging towards Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the old man. In an instant, the time-space eyes activated, immobilizing the 3rd-rank true god. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, wielding the free will ruler, piercing through the chest, splitting the man in two. Blood splattered all over him, like a demon from hell. This brat's recovery is extraordinary. We can't give him any breathing room. Another 5th-rank true god repelled the Shui family's Grand Elder. Then he charged towards Xianxia, believing that Xianxia's ability to restrain people must be some kind of time-space technique. He had to quickly eliminate this brat. Kill! With a roar, the 5th-rank true god's divine pressure, like the collapse of the heavens, pressed down on Xianxia. You think you can kill me? Xianxia's eyes were sharp, with the yin-yang scorching heaven technique spinning wildly within him. Heavenly fire radiance and earthly fire lotus were both detonated, red and green flames, forming a protective armor around Xianxia. Xianxia held the free will ruler with both hands, infusing it with the power of the 2 flames. Break for me. Xianxia pointed the ruler at the heavens, fearless. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the 2 powerful divine forces clashed, the heavens and earth changed, unleashing boundless power. Those around them retreated, watching the brilliant red and green sparks at the center of the battlefield, filled with dread. No matter who faced such terrifying flames, they would be stripped of their defenses. No wonder the God's Alliance values this brat. In the future, he will surely achieve great things. The Shui family's Grand Elder watched Xianxia, a mere 3rd-rank true god, unleash such terrifying power. Even he would find it extremely difficult to withstand such an attack. At this moment, a battered figure emerged from the sea of flames. The 5th-rank true god, his body scorched, with only a face remaining. If not for that, everyone would have thought he was a charred corpse. Brat, I want you dead. The 5th-rank true god felt utterly humiliated, being injured to such an extent by a mere 3rd-rank true god. It was an unbearable disgrace. 8th Great Array. God-slaying kill. The 5th-rank true god shouted, taking out all his precious 5 elements, 8 trigrams flags, setting up a mysterious array in the air. The 5 elements complemented and restrained each other, working in harmony. Xianxia watched the array, using the time-space eyes to quickly decipher its intricacies. Chapter 534. Rising Against Adversity, Specializing in Defeating Old Dogs. This formation is quite impressive, but alas, it's a waste to have someone like you wield it. With that, Xianxia leaped into the air. She directly charged towards the death gate within the formation. Mio, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. You actually charged straight into the death gate. Even a true god of the 5th rank would struggle to survive there. The true god of the 5th rank chuckled smugly, as if he could already see Xianxia's impending demise. Lingdan, how do we break this formation? Fire Miaowan asked urgently, knowing that Lingdan was the most knowledgeable about formations among them. The formation is extremely complex. I'm still searching for a way to break it, Lingdan said, studying the intricate formation. Although she had extensive knowledge of formations, this one was particularly complex, and it would take her some time to find a solution. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already entered the death gate. Why is this person still so impulsive? Lingdan was frustrated, but had no choice but to continue searching for a way to break the formation. You insolent brats, dare to stop me. The true god of the 2nd rank unleashed a furious assault on the women. Yao Jiahong and Jiang Yin exchanged glances and charged forward, determined not to let him disturb Lingdan. You can't hurt my sisters. The Xianxia transformed into her true form, using her speed to distract the enemy. You can't hurt my sisters. The Xianxia transformed into her true form, using her speed to distract the enemy. A bunch of brats who haven't even reached the true god level. Think you can stop me? The true god of the second rank was also quite skilled, wielding a magnificent sword. With a single swing, he severely injured Yao Jiuhong and Jiang Yin. As the Xianxia's massive claws descended, he activated a secret treasure to suppress her, then swung his sword towards Ling Dan's head. Not a chance. Fire Miaowan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and rushed forward without hesitation. Only Ling Dan could understand the formation, and she couldn't allow anyone to disturb her. You're courting death. The true god of the second rank showed no mercy, delivering a lethal sword strike that sliced through Fire Miaowan's abdomen, staining her garments with blood. His sword then aimed for Ling Dan's head. At that moment, Ling Dan finally understood the formation and identified the Death Gate as the key to breaking it. Everyone had thought Yin Zirua had charged in blindly, but now it was clear that wasn't the case. Ling Dan turned and unleashed 3 offensive formations, engaging the true god of the second rank in battle. Ling Dan, how is the situation? Fire Miaowan asked, naturally referring to Yin Zirua. Don't worry, the path she took was correct. I'm not sure if it was by chance or if she saw through it, Ling Dan replied, easing Fire Miaowan's concerns. However, their situation was far from ideal. The true god of the second rank was far stronger than they had anticipated, and the situation had worsened significantly. One was battling the Shui family, another was fighting Ling Dan, 2 had been killed, and 1 was locked in combat with Yin Zirua. The heavenly god battlefield in the sky was filled with constant divine energy fluctuations, and no one knew the final outcome. Ultimately, it was the battle of the heavenly gods that would decide everything. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua had entered the Death Gate, where the power of the 5 elements was incredibly strong. After withstanding several attacks, she followed the guidance of her time-space Dao Eye to locate the most crucial part of the formation, the eye of the formation, which also happened to be the most lethal part. It's just a formation. Watch me break it. Thunderflame slash. Yin Zirua charged forward with explosive force, delivering a powerful strike directly at the eye of the formation. Boom. The divine energy backlash was immense, forcing Yin Zirua back 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I underestimated you. Fine. Let's see how many hits you can take. Flame Rage. Flame Slaughter. The yin-yang burning heaven technique surged through her, transforming Yin Zirua into a dazzling figure as she unleashed a frenzied attack on the eye of the formation. Break for me. Boom. A million zhang flame erupted instantly. What? How is this possible? Outside the formation, the true god of the 5th rank was caught in the blast, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing weakly. The formation he had been so proud of had been destroyed by a mere brat. Countless others who had boasted about their ability to break the formation had failed and been consumed by it. How had this brat succeeded? With the formation broken, the 5 element flags within were absorbed by Yin Zirua into the Universe Refinement Pagoda. Emerging from the sea of flames like a fire emperor, Yin Zirua stepped out, 1 step at a time. Below, Fire Miaowan saw that Yin Zirua was safe and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the true god of the 2nd rank remained a formidable threat. All 5 women were injured, and the situation was dire. In the sky, Yin Zirua took all of this in. Old man, is this the source of your arrogance? Yin Zirua looked at him with disdain. Fine, let's see just how arrogant you can be. The true god of the 5th rank charged forward with his sword in hand. Without fear, Yin Zirua charged as well, and the 2 figures clashed like bolts of lightning. The true god of the 5th rank was battle-hardened and possessed immense divine power. Logically, Yin Zirua should have been completely overwhelmed. But with the time-space Dao Eye, Yin Zirua always managed to turn the tide at the last moment, her movements as swift and elusive as a ghost, catching the true god of the 5th rank off guard. I'm so furious. The true god of the 5th rank roared as his arm was slashed by Yin Zirua, blood dripping to the ground. Yin Zirua looked at the old man. Is that all you've got? Yin Zirua sneered, raising her Shin Ruyi Chi and once again gathering divine energy. I refuse to believe I can't kill you, you little bastard. The true god of the fifth rank's eyes gleamed with intensity as he channeled his divine energy into his sword, creating 100 zhang sword light that illuminated the sky. Bring it on. Yin Zirua's crimson and azure flames swirled into her Shin Ruyi Chi, which then transformed into 100 zhang weapon, clashing with the sword light. The collision of the two terrifying divine energies seemed to threaten the very fabric of space. Crack! The sword light shattered instantly, and the Shin Ruyi Chi struck directly onto the true god of the fifth rank's head. With his remaining divine energy, the true god of the fifth rank protected himself. Dong! A clear sound echoed, and the true god of the fifth rank plummeted to the ground, creating 100 zhang crater, his figure in complete disarray. All of this was witnessed by the purple flame heavenly god, who was engaged in the heavenly god battle. Such a feat by an upper god of the third rank was truly extraordinary. His eyes sharp, he directly launched a killing strike towards Yin Zirua. If I let you kill this child right in front of me, I should just take my own life in shame. The great protector of the divine alliance behind him also unleashed his full power. Chapter 535, Hidden Master, Quick Elimination. As the battle raged against Xianxia, the threat of death loomed behind him. Unwilling to back down, Xianxia intensified his attacks on Yin Zirua, his strikes growing even more ferocious. Be careful, Hua Miao shouted, only to be gravely injured by a second-rank true god from behind. Old fool, come at me. Yin Zirua smirked at Xianxia above him. A sense of foreboding washed over Xianxia, but retreat was no longer an option. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy erupted, and it was Xianxia who fell to the ground, not Yin Zirua. The latter stood unscathed in mid-air. No one knew what had just transpired. You, Xianxia tried to speak but died before he could utter a second word. Tianxin, the great protector of the alliance of gods, knew that his full-powered strike had indeed hit Xianxia. But before that, a powerful force had briefly flashed, gravely injuring Xianxia. The latter had essentially run into his attack. Tianxin looked at Yin Zirua, realizing that even without his intervention, the young man would have survived on his own. In that fleeting moment, Xianxia had sent out a soul-deep plea for help, but he was already devoid of life. Perhaps he himself hadn't expected to die so quickly. Who dares to kill a heavenly god of our Three Peaks demon sect? A furious roar echoed as two heavenly god presences descended from the sky, both formidable in strength. The Three Peaks demon sect sure is making a grand entrance for a heavenly god's legacy. So many people for just one inheritance. Tianxin muttered, feeling the immense pressure. Exhausted as they were, the others felt the looming threat of death. Yin Zirua looked up, equally surprised by how dire the situation had become. Did you devour that old man's soul? Yin Zirua asked. I have, but the two above are both at their peak. I can't take both of them on, the double-headed whale shark replied. If it had a physical body, it wouldn't fear two opponents. But as it was only in soul form, and even if its soul recovered, it wasn't suited for prolonged combat without a body. I'll team up with the heavenly god to hold off one, and you take out the other before coming to assist me. Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed with determination. On the ground, he swallowed recovery pills like they were free, then tossed Xianxia's corpse into the Chinkuan refining tower. How audacious, a mere brat daring to touch someone from my Three Peaks demon sect in my presence. The newcomers were protectors of the Three Peaks demon sect, both at the heavenly god level like Xianxia. I did touch him. What are you going to do about it? Yin Zirua retorted, glancing at Tianxin, who understood his intent. They had to carve a path out of this situation by force. I hear you, the prodigy, have claimed the inheritance. No wonder you're so arrogant. Too bad you won't live long enough to grow stronger. Two heavenly gods from the Three Peaks demon sect, Sui Feng and Delang descended simultaneously. Great Protector, you and I will take on Sui Feng Tianxian. Leave the other one to my friend, Yin Zirua suggested. Tianxian smiled faintly. That works even better. The Great Protector swallowed a divine energy recovery pill, though it wouldn't bring him back to his peak. Still, holding off one opponent was within his capabilities. Below, three true gods continued their battles. Yin Zirua stood beside Tianxian. Prodigy, what's an upper god of the third rank doing here? This is a heavenly god-level battle. You're only fit to watch from the sidelines, Sui Feng Tianshan sneered at Yin Zirua. Oh, is that so? Yin Zirua retorted, wielding his free will ruler. You're so eager to die. I'll grant you that. Sui Feng Tianshan and Delang Tianshan attacked simultaneously. Their goal was to eliminate Tianshan. All four moved at once. Tornado of the heavens. Sui Feng Tianshan roared, unleashing a terrifying whirlwind. Heavenly sword technique. Tianshan charged forward. Surging sands. Delang Tianshan bellowed, and waves of water rolled across the sky. Attack! Yin Zirua shouted. From the Chinkuan refining tower, the double-headed whale shark sprang forth. A water attribute beast, perfect. The double-headed whale shark transformed into its true form and plunged into Delang Tianshan's watery domain. This, a heavenly god-level beast, but only a soul form. Delang Tianshan recognized the double-headed whale shark's formidable presence, but wasn't intimidated by its soul form. Boom! The clash of four powerful heavenly god energies shook the sky. In the midst of this, Yin Zirua struggled to protect himself, his time-space Dao eyes fixed on Sui Feng Tianshan. Sui Feng Tianshan and Tianshan fought fiercely, their skills evenly matched. Senior. His left shoulder is his weakness. Yin Zirua quickly relayed the flaw he had spotted. Tianshan trusted Yin Zirua's insight and struck decisively. Swish. Blood sprayed as Sui Feng Tianshan's arm was crippled. Damn it! Sui Feng Tianshan cursed, enraged by the humiliation of being outsmarted by a mere brat. He had to eliminate this threat. In an instant, he was at Yin Zirua's side, slashing with his sword. Aware of the vast gap in strength, Yin Zirua retreated, while Tianshan intercepted and counterattacked against Sui Feng Tianshan. Clang! Their divine energies clashed once more, the shockwaves rippling through the air. Roar! The double-headed whale shark, using the opponent's waves to its advantage, charged toward Delang Tianshan. With a roar, it unleashed a powerful attack. Beast! Just a beast. Delang Tianshan remained fearless, wielding his weapon and charging forward. The double-headed whale shark's two heads attacked simultaneously, one spewing energy, the other biting down. Boom! Delang Tianshan managed to block the energy blast, but quickly swung his sword to gather divine energy and resist the other head's bite. Trident of the Sea God. Kill! In the sky, a massive trident glowed and hurtled downward. This, a divine weapon. Delang Tianshan's expression changed drastically. He hastily tried to defend but was too slow, and a grievous wound was inflicted on his abdomen. The double-headed whale shark transformed into human form, seizing the trident of the sea god and pressing the attack without giving the opponent any respite. It was in soul form, with limited energy for combat, so it had to end the fight quickly. Kill! The double-headed whale shark unleashed a terrifying burst of divine energy, striking directly at Delang Tianshan's head. What is this creature? Delang Tianshan's face contorted in shock. This beast was far stronger than he had anticipated. He hastily constructed his strongest defenses, but they were all water-based constructs. To the double-headed whale shark, such defenses were laughably weak. It was a water attribute beast, and it was the best at playing with water. Boom! In less than 3 minutes, Delang Tianshan's chest was pierced through. Chapter 536, Turn and Counterattack, Paying the Price. Meowsy! The two-headed tiger shark bellowed. Meowsy, with a swift movement of the golden rock steps, arrived beside the great wave god and struck with her ruler. The great wave god was slain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a god. Reward, 1,000,000 points. Special gift box. The two-headed tiger shark immediately devoured the soul of the great wave god, while Miaozi summoned the universe-refining pagoda and tossed the body of the great wave god into it. The actions of the human and the beast were incredibly swift. With a turn, the wind god found his brother gone. I need to rest for a moment. I'll assist you again later. The two-headed tiger shark, having expended too much energy, needed to recuperate. Miaozi accepted the special gift box. Ding! Rewarding the host with enhanced comprehension of all techniques and skills, now at 80%. Weapon spirit upgraded to high-level spirit level. Body refined and reborn, transcending existence. In just a few breaths, Miaozi's aura had surpassed that of a true god of the first rank, and her body underwent a tremendous transformation. Her soul power also saw a massive increase, and her skills became even more proficient, especially the power of the Heart-Soul Ruler, which doubled in strength. Miaozi's dramatic transformation startled the wind god, causing his old face to contort in shock. What kind of background does this Miaozi have? Not even reaching the true god level, yet her aura is stronger than a first-rank true god. The wind god felt as though he was facing a monstrous prodigy. This one cannot be left alive. While Miaozi was reflecting on her newfound strength, the wind god decided to kill her. The heavenly mystery god quickly intervened to stop him. Old man, you want to kill me? Miaozi smiled faintly, holding the Heart-Soul Ruler in her hand, with the yin-yang scorching heaven technique running at full speed within her body. The heavenly fire of radiance and the earth fire of green lotus unleashed terrifying power. The red and green lights merged into one, charging straight towards the wind god. Flame rampage. Miaozi's Heart-Soul Ruler transformed into a 100-zhang-long weapon and swung out. What shocked the wind god was the power unleashed by the heavenly fire of radiance and the earth fire of green lotus. Even a god would struggle to wield the full power of these two treasures to such an extent. Such power was a tremendous burden on both the body and the soul, but the reality was before his eyes. How is this possible? The wind god was instantly blasted away, the terrifying flames piercing through his body, burning half of it to a crisp. The divine power defense on his body's surface crumbled in an instant. He looked utterly wretched. Miaozi panted heavily, having expended all her divine energy in one go. If not for her body having undergone a rebirth through refining, she might have fallen apart by now. The heavenly mystery god, not one to show mercy, launched a relentless assault on the now vulnerable wind god. Ding! Detecting the host's crisis, exchanging 10,000 points to enhance cultivation and restore divine energy. In an instant, Miaozi's divine energy was fully restored. She looked at the wind god. The man had taken her full power strike and was gravely injured. Next time, she would aim for a fatal blow. Are you sure this is the disciple that the League of Gods values? Such a monstrous talent. Can your League of Gods even control them? Having known so many geniuses, the wind god felt an unprecedented sense of threat. The rise of such a being was terrifying. That's none of your concern. He has the purple gold token of the League of Gods, and those above pay great attention to him. The heavenly mystery god was also shocked by Miaozi's display of combat power. No wonder such a genius had received the purple gold token. How many years had it been since he last saw a purple gold token? Fine. If that's the case, then let's fight. The wind god swallowed a black pill, and his divine energy instantly restored, unleashing even greater combat power. Whirlwind slaughter. The wind god relentlessly pursued the heavenly mystery god, each attack deadly. The heavenly mystery god, having fought for so long, was already running low on divine energy. A misstrike, and he was knocked down. Miaozi die. The wind god, his face filled with deathly determination, had taken a pill that fully unleashed his potential. Such a pill could temporarily boost his combat power significantly, but it would hinder his future cultivation. The old man was ready to fight to the death. You want to play? Then I'll play big with you. Ah. Miaozi summoned the two flames and hurled them directly at the wind god. The heavenly fire of radiance and the earth fire of green lotus silently approached the wind god. Explode! Miaozi had already left terrifying divine energy within the two flame sources. This divine energy, stored in the universe refining pagoda and unable to be absorbed, was now thrown out as a bomb. Boom! The red and green lights illuminated the sky. The wind god was instantly engulfed by the sea of flames, his figure nowhere to be seen. Miaozi landed on the ground, her entire divine energy used for defense, as the flames unleashed would not discriminate between friend or foe. Everyone who saw the flames in the sky felt a lingering fear. The heavenly mystery god admired Miaozi's courage. If the opponent had a treasure capable of defending against the flames, there was a chance the two flame sources could have been taken. Now, it seemed he had none. After the explosion, two small flames returned to Miaozi's body. These were the source flames of the heavenly fire of radiance and the earth fire of green lotus. The sea of flames in the sky showed no signs of dissipating, instead growing even more intense. From the sea of flames, a charred corpse fell. Everyone's heart tightened, wondering whether the person was alive or dead. Miaozi looked at the blackened figure. Impressive. The blackened figure, like a cicada shedding its shell, revealed a person stepping out from within. It was the wind god. This is my life-saving technique. To have forced me to such a state, you, Miaozi, can boast about it. The wind god turned and tried to flee, unwilling to fight such a monstrous being. He had no chance of winning and could only await death. Wanna leave? Did I say you could leave? Miaozi appeared silently behind him and delivered a kick. The already weakened wind god fell to the ground once more. The Three Peaks cult had been so ruthless against them. She had no intention of letting any of them go. If not for the two-headed tiger shark, the heavenly mystery god would have surely been killed. Now, trying to escape, did they think this group was kind-hearted? Miaozi, you're asking for death. The wind god, wielding his weapon, charged upwards. Miaozi smiled faintly and threw out the universe refining pagoda. Someone's looking for you. The two-headed tiger shark opened its eyes, having refined the soul of the great wave god, its aura even stronger. Today's harvest is not bad, plenty of supplements. The two-headed tiger shark lunged out and clamped down on the wind god. Chapter 537. Bloody Execution, Preparing for Departure. You are still a soul entity. My Three Peaks cult has a method to help you refine a physical body. If you don't mind, I am willing to assist you. The wind god, sensing the killing intent of the double-headed whale shark, quickly tried to find a way to save his own life. What are you, to worry about my affairs? With that, the double-headed whale shark swung his trident of the sea god and thrust it down. He wasn't afraid of being bodiless, but he feared the eruption of the powerful being behind him. Xianxia's continuous growth had been evident to him. Even if he had to remain a soul entity for the rest of his life, he would never betray this formidable figure. Xianxia was unaware that in the double-headed whale shark's eyes, he had already become a terrifying existence. The double-headed whale shark acted decisively, unleashing a torrent of divine power to suppress the wind god. Xianxia quietly locked onto his position and concentrated all his divine energy. Storm Rebellion. Ah! The wind god roared, causing the heavens and earth to change, with dark clouds rolling in. A powerful energy surged within the clouds. This man has good comprehension. He has managed to harness his wind attribute power to mobilize other natural energies. Tianxian god even praised him, but Xianxia smirked. Was this really the time for compliments? Kill! The wind god roared again, and a storm infused with thunder struck down, targeting the double-headed whale shark. Trident of the sea god. Break for me! The double-headed whale shark, a veteran of countless battles, faced the terrifying natural energy with a roar. He gathered his divine power and surged upwards. Boom! The two immense forces collided. Xianxia finally found an opening and charged forward. Flame Rampage! This time, He concentrated his divine power into a single point, and the power of that point was enough to destroy everything. Foolish brat, don't be arrogant. Feeling the imminent danger behind him, the wind god turned and struck down at Xianxia. Xianxia, willing to take the blow, plunged his flexible and willful ruler down without hesitation. Swish. Splat. Blood splattered as Xianxia fell, heavily injured, after taking the blow. Under normal circumstances, he would have been dead. Fortunately, his body had undergone a transformation, allowing him to survive. The wind god's aura also weakened, his defeat becoming more apparent. The double-headed whale shark, having withstood the wind god's previous attack, also showed signs of weakening. You have some skill. Ha ha ha. With that, the double-headed whale shark charged again. The wind god had no time to catch his breath and could only fight back. Xianxia sat on the ground, adjusting his condition. His injuries were severe, and he had to recover quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to participate in the following battles. Boom! The double-headed whale shark launched a relentless assault, forcing the wind god into retreat after retreat. Xianxia god, meanwhile, recovered his breath, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kill! The double-headed whale shark hurled the trident of the sea god and transformed into his true form, launching a dual attack. The wind god wielded his sword to block the trident, but faced with the double-headed whale shark's massive body, he could only defend. Boom! The double-headed whale shark slammed him from 100 zhang high into the ground. The earth trembled, and those nearby could barely stand. 100 zhang deep crater appeared before everyone's eyes. In the crater, the wind god lay on the brink of death, staring at the double-headed whale shark. You are an ancient beast. Only now did he realize how foolish he had been. Ancient beasts were rare and immensely powerful. He had underestimated the double-headed whale shark's strength. Not bad eyes, you're not blind. Brat, it's time to finish this. Although he didn't know what methods Xianxia possessed, he knew that leaving the final blow to Xianxia was the right choice. As an ancient beast, he felt that Xianxia was even more terrifying than ancient beings. Xianxia sent the flexible and willful ruler flying, executing the wind god. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a god. Reward, 1 million points, plus a body refinement, and a single marrow transformation. Crackle! Xianxia's injuries healed rapidly, and his aura became even more powerful and stable. The double-headed whale shark blinked, devoured the wind god's soul, and returned to the universe refinement pagoda. Xianxia god watched Xianxia's transformation, his astonishment growing to the point of numbness. Young friend, would you like to accompany me back to the League of Gods? Xianxia god sincerely invited. That would be fine. I need to settle my companions first, then I plan to return to my hometown. Xianxia's eyes were deep. To break through to the god level, he had to resolve his attachment to his family. The best way was to bring his family with him, so he could focus on his breakthrough. By the way, the youth conference in the League of Gods is about to begin. If you're interested, you can participate. The rewards are quite substantial. Seeing Xianxia god's mysterious expression, Xianxia became intrigued. All right. Xianxia god presented his prized ship, a massive golden spaceship. The ship was adorned with resplendent gold, making Xianxia's own small vessel seem quite shabby in comparison. Everyone, please. Xianxia god said, and the group leaped onto the ship. The ship had numerous rooms, enough to accommodate 100 people, each with their own spacious quarters. During his conversation with Xianxia god, Xianxia learned that the League of Gods was located in the Xianxia star domain, or more precisely, adjacent to it. The headquarters of the League of Gods was not built on a planet, but in the void of space, crafted from rare metals by 10 ninth-rank gods into a floating continent. What kind of power could create such a feat? The mere act of constructing a continent in space was enough to demonstrate the strength of the League of Gods. The golden battleship traveled at an incredible speed. Normally, a journey would take 7 days, but it covered over 10 star domains in just 3 days, arriving at the Xianxia star domain. During these 3 days, everyone adjusted their conditions, recovering from their battle injuries and stabilizing their auras. "We're here," Xianxia God announced. Before Yinzirua was a continent floating in space, not far from the Xianxia star domain. From afar, the Xianxia star domain was filled with towering buildings, bustling with people who all wore warm smiles. It was clear that those living there were proud and content. Most of the people in the League of Gods are from the Xianxia star domain, but there are also a few talented individuals from other star domains who have come to live here. In short, the League of Gods is never short of geniuses. We focus on cultivating them. The 10 tallest structures on the continent are the residences of the 10 ninth-rank elder gods. Chapter 538. The Alliance of Gods, the Sure Family Descendants. Yinzirua raised an eyebrow. The heavenly god realm is also divided into 9 ranks? For now, Yinzirua only knew that after the 9 ranks of the true god realm came the heavenly god realm. How many ranks there were in the heavenly god realm, he wasn't entirely clear about. The heavenly god realm, like the true god realm, is divided into 9 ranks. However, each step up in the heavenly god realm takes at least 3 years, and sometimes as long as 10. Xianxia heavenly god's eyes were sharp, and he treated every rank in the heavenly god realm with great importance. "Then, may I ask what rank you are, Xianxia heavenly god?" Yinzirua looked at Xianxia heavenly god. Despite the fierce battle with 3 heavenly gods, this great figure had withstood it all. "I am still at the first rank of the heavenly god realm, but I am about to step into the second rank. As for the 3 from the 3 Peaks cult, they are all at the first rank of the heavenly god realm, just half a step behind me." Hearing Xianxia heavenly god's explanation, Yinzirua deeply realized that the difference between ranks in the heavenly god realm was vast, with half a step making a world of difference. It seemed that the path of cultivation was still a long and arduous journey. To stand out was no easy feat. At the main gate, 2 burly men at the 5th rank of the true god realm were on guard duty. Such powerful figures, wherever they went in any star region, would be treated as honored guests. Yet here they were, merely guarding the gate. "Greetings, Xianxia heavenly god." The 2 men bowed respectfully to Xianxia. However, they ignored the group Xianxia had brought with him. Those who hadn't reached the heavenly god realm were not worth their attention. In the Alliance of Gods, young upper-rank gods were a dime a dozen. The Xianxia star region was vast and rich, and the Alliance of Gods, built in the universe, was constructed entirely from void stones. It was a massive undertaking, with 10 heavenly gods at the peak of the 9th rank setting up spatial arrays, creating a vast continent in the cosmos that left people in awe. The buildings inside were magnificent and grand, with numerous spiritual herbs and plants cultivated on a large scale, soothing the mind. Street patrols kept order, and everyone here had to abide by the rules, treating each other with respect and refraining from causing trouble. If a fight needed to be settled, one would go to the Sky Battle Arena, where life and death were decided. On the arena, strength spoke for itself. Even the guards at the gate were at the 5th rank of the true god realm, a testament to the grand scale of the place. Xianxia heavenly god was at the 1st rank of the heavenly god realm, and so were the 3 Peaks cult members he had fought. Just being at the 1st rank carried such immense weight. Each step up in the heavenly god realm required an enormous amount of divine energy to support, though that was a discussion for another time. True gods at the 9th rank were already rare, and heavenly gods were even more scarce. The Alliance of Gods held such a powerful position because of these 9 heavenly gods at the peak of the 9th rank, giving it an unshakable status. Its fame spread far and wide across the various star regions. In ordinary star regions, having a true god at the 5th rank was already considered a top-tier power, an unshakable position. Those with true gods from the 6th to 9th ranks could almost rule over a star region, and heavenly gods could rule over multiple star regions. Yinzirua and the others followed Xianxia, heavenly god, to the entrance of a grand palace. "I'll go and get you an identity token. Hand over your purple gold badge, and I'll arrange a luxurious courtyard for you." Yinzirua handed over the purple gold badge, and the group waited at the entrance. Behind them, the sound of galloping horses approached. The group consisted of at least 5 people, 2 at the 5th rank of the true god realm and 3 at the 3rd rank of the upper rank gods. Well, where did this beautiful lady come from? So charming. From a distance, Shi Yin spotted Yao Juhong. His admiration grew strong, and he deliberately rode over on his horse. Yao Juhong frowned and looked up at the approaching figure. At that moment, Shi Yin also noticed Yuan Lingdan, Huo Miao Wan, the little cat demon, Jiang Yin, and others. But he was particularly drawn to Yao Juhong. "Miss, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink with me?" Shi Yin dismounted and approached, reaching out to take Yao Juhong's hand, his demeanor that of a scoundrel. Yao Juhong took a step back, not liking the man in front of her. "Are you blind?" Yin Zirua stepped forward, pulling Yao Juhong behind him. The two locked eyes, both with sharp gazes. "You seem quite close to that woman. Are all these women yours too?" Shi Yin challenged, his tone provocative. "They are all people I brought here, so they are all mine." Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp. "What a shameless man," Yuan Lingdan muttered, though she didn't say much more. "I've taken a liking to this lady. Are you willing to face me on the arena?" Shi Yan's eyes were sharp. He genuinely liked Yao Juhong and was serious about this. "Sure, since someone wants to get beaten, I'll oblige." Yin Zirua looked at Shi Yin, seeing an easy target for a beating. "If I win, all your women will be mine," Shi Yin boldly declared, his eyes also glancing at the other women. "I won't bet women with you. I'll bet my life against yours." Yin Zirua's tone was calm, but his words struck a chord with the women. "Fine, I'll bet my life too." The two soared into the sky, directly onto the floating arena above. Many onlookers gathered to watch the spectacle. "Isn't that Shi Yin, the young master of the Shi family, one of the 10 heavenly gods? Who is that young man?" "I don't know. Maybe he's someone new to the Alliance of Gods." Shi Yan's staff technique was personally taught by a heavenly god. He's quite skilled. The chances of that young man winning are slim. In the crowd, a man in a rough cloth tunic with a crooked hat stood out. "I'll set up a bet. 1 to 10 odds for Shi Yin winning, 1 to 100 for Yin Zirua winning." In the eyes of the crowd, Shi Yin was sure to win, while Yin Zirua's chances were slim. Those betting on Yin Zirua were likely outsiders who didn't understand the power of the Alliance of Gods. Shi Yin was one of the 10 outstanding young talents of the Alliance of Gods. In this world where power reigned supreme, strength was everything. Soon, many placed their bets. The young man in the rough tunic smiled slyly as he watched the two in the sky. He then approached Yuan Lingdan. "Miss, who do you think will win?" Yuan Lingdan took out her money pouch and threw it into the bet for Yin Zirua. "He will undoubtedly win," she said casually, catching the young man's attention. "Good, Mississippi. You're very confident. I'm curious to see how strong this young man is." On the arena, Yin Zirua summoned his Sui Xian Rui Chi and remained composed. "You should make the first move. Otherwise, you won't get a chance later," Shi Yin said arrogantly. "You're quite arrogant, but I hope you have the strength to back it up." Yin Zirua stepped forward with the golden rock steps and quickly closed in on Shi Yin. Shi Yin extended his hand, and a black staff appeared in his grasp. The staff was made from a rare combination of black iron and gold, materials known for their exceptional hardness. Both materials were extremely rare and far tougher than ordinary weapons. Chapter 539. Disparity in Strength, Crushing Domination. Clang. The collision of the staff and the ruler unleashed terrifying power. Both men staggered back 3 steps. What formidable strength! Shi Yan's eyes glinted sharply. Since childhood, he had undergone rigorous training from his great-grandfather, granting him strength far surpassing others. Yet today, just one exchange had left him subdued. This opponent was no simpleton. Chaos Staff Technique. Divine power surged into the staff, and with every swing, the space around it trembled. Thunderfire Slash. Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed sharply as she channeled divine power into the ruler of spontaneity. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk their figures crisscrossed as they exchanged blow after blow. Within a few breaths, they had clashed over 100 times. Both retreated 100 steps, and Shi Yan's expression was far from pleasant. Yin Zirua's battle experience far surpassed his, and her strength was significantly greater. His advantages were nullified. Where had this monster come from, so powerful? Now, Shi Yan was caught between a rock and a hard place. With so many people watching below, as a member of the Shi family, he had no choice but to fight. Staff smashes the 9 heavens. Shi Yan stomped the ground fiercely, and a powerful divine energy surged as he charged. Flame rampage. From within his body, the heavenly flame radiance erupted with terrifying energy, causing the temperature of the space to soar. Every character on the ruler of spontaneity glowed with energy as the blue and red figures continued to crisscross. The divine power of a peak upper god of the 3rd rank was displayed to its fullest. This time, I was indeed mistaken. This young man is very strong, remarked Elder Shi Zhongtian of the Shi family, his expression serious. Shi Yan was the most beloved grandson of the Shi family's heavenly god, with exceptional talent. If something were to happen to him here, the heavens of the Shi family would be turned upside down. However, the rules set by the 10 heavenly gods made it impossible to intervene on the arena stage. Elder Shi Zhongtian and Elder Shi Zhongqing exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. The situation was dire. Above the stage, the thunderous sounds continued unabated. Shi Yan retreated in disarray, his body covered in wounds, looking utterly wretched. Gazing at Yin Zirua, he was filled with shock, almost being utterly dominated, yet he refused to accept defeat. You are strong, but I don't accept this. Shi Yan gripped his staff with both hands. His face contorted, and the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The great heavenly god of the Shi family, Shi Xianyuan, opened his eyes. This is Shi Yan. Shi Xianyuan's figure disappeared from the high seat. On the arena stage, Shi Yan's face flushed red, and his divine power began to surge wildly, flowing backward through his meridians. The staff in his hand also began to radiate light. Everyone could feel an overwhelming pressure erupt across the heavens and earth. Is young master about to use that move? Shi Zhongtian said. That's a technique personally taught by heavenly god Shi Xianyuan. Although Shi Yan hasn't fully mastered its power, it's still a formidable strike. Shi Zhongqing watched Shi Yan. The men of the Shi family fought to the end, unafraid even in the face of a powerful enemy. At this moment, the hearts of Yuan Lingdan and others tightened. They hadn't expected this rogue youngster to possess such a powerful aura. Will he be all right? Yao Juhong murmured worriedly. Don't worry. He's even killed a heavenly god before. How could he not handle a mere youngster? Yuan Lingdan said calmly. Even if Yin Zirua had fought a heavenly god, she wouldn't think this excessively resilient fellow would come to any harm. The words killed a heavenly god reached the young man's ears. He almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. The opponent was at the upper god of the 3rd rank. Killing a true god might be possible, but killing a heavenly god? He wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Yet, looking at Yuan Lingdan's expression, she wasn't joking. So, what was the truth? The young man looked at Yin Zirua, his mind racing with calculations. If you can withstand this strike, you win. One staff to rule the universe. From the heavens, a terrifying power erupted, carrying the might to awe the world. What a stance. Good. Flame rampage. Flame rampage. Yin Zirua didn't dare to be careless. The heavenly flame radiance and the earthly flame lotus erupted simultaneously, spinning wildly. The violent divine power surged within Yin Zirua's body. The ruler of spontaneity radiated a fiery red light, with each character glowing like a small sun, transforming from the intense red light into a blinding white radiance. Boom! In a flash of blue and red, the two figures crossed paths, and the two terrifying divine powers collided, triggering an explosion. The entire combat arena was instantly destroyed, with millions of shattered rocks raining down, hitting many unfortunate bystanders. But more people focused on the two figures in the sky. Both fell to the ground simultaneously. Yin Zirua's body was protected by the flame rampage, sustaining almost no injuries. Shi Yin, on the other hand, was in much worse shape, with over 70% of his bones shattered and his breathing weak, on the verge of death. This outcome shocked the surrounding crowd. Shi Yin, one of the 10 outstanding youths of the Divine Alliance, has been defeated. Someone stared in astonishment. And it was a complete defeat, another person said, looking at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua stood up, brushing off the dust on his body. The battle seemed to have caused him little damage. According to our previous bet, your life is now mine, Yin Zirua said. Shi Yin tried to speak, but blood gushed from his mouth. He was unwilling, but he had lost. A loss is a loss. Do we, the men of the Shi family, not dare to admit our defeat? A terrifying heavenly god's pressure swept across the heavens and earth. This pressure was the strongest heavenly god Yin Zirua had ever encountered. His knees almost buckled, but he gritted his teeth and used his divine power to steady himself. Shi Xianyuan looked at Yin Zirua, upper god of the third rank, possessing both heavenly and earthly flames, along with numerous divine techniques. A remarkable talent. It's no disgrace for Shi Yin to lose to you. With just a glance, Shi Xianyuan discerned many secrets about Yin Zirua. You flatter me, senior, Yin Zirua bowed, neither humble nor overbearing. After all, this was the other party's territory, and they were merely praising him without any improper actions. Shi Yin has lost to you, so from now on, he will serve as your follower, at your command. Shi Xianyuan could see that Yin Zirua had limitless potential. Even if it meant having his favorite grandson follow him, it was a good thing. In that case, thank you, senior, Yin Zirua bowed. He had thought this elder might be protective of his kin, but such an outcome was beyond Yin Zirua's expectations. The Divine Alliance, upholding justice and acting with integrity, today's encounter proved this saying true. At this moment, Xianxia, having finished his tasks, hurried over. Greetings, heavenly god Shi. Xianxia, being of the lower ranks in the Divine Alliance, had to offer a grand bow upon seeing Shi Xianyuan. Xianxia, is this the person you brought back? Shi Xianyuan asked curiously. No, this young man obtained the Divine Alliance's violet gold token. We met by chance at the heavenly god's tomb, and I invited him here. Hearing the mention of the violet gold token, Shi Xianyuan's eyes lit up. Chapter 540, The Gatekeeper, Seeking Death. It really is the purple gold badge. The previous owner of the purple gold badge has already become a supreme powerhouse. Young man, I look forward to seeing how far you will rise. Shi Xianyuan said with longing. He had been stuck at the peak of the Nine Heavens god level for many years and had little hope of breaking through in his lifetime. The new generation of talents, however, had limitless potential, which made him feel a sense of longing. Youth was indeed a wonderful thing. This young man is quite promising. If you ever need help, just come find me and mention my name, Shi Xianyuan said before disappearing from sight. Coming and going without a trace, this was the power of someone at the god level. Yin Zirua glanced around, knowing that he needed to focus on breaking through to the true god level first. Thank you, Tianxin God. Yin Zirua bowed to Tianxin God. Everything is taken care of. Let's go, Tianxin God said, leading everyone to the eastern residential area. The houses here were all standalone dwellings. These houses are reserved for those who possess badges. The Alliance of Gods occasionally encounters promising talents outside and grants them badges. Badges come with corresponding benefits. Daily supplies are delivered by a dedicated person, and each month you can choose various cultivation resources, which will be sent to you by a special team. The 10 Great Gods also schedule times to meet with badge holders, during which you can seek guidance on cultivation matters. Tianxin God explained many of the benefits that came with the badge, which surprised Yin Zirua. He had thought it was merely a symbol of status, but he hadn't expected so many perks. The annual strong rank competition is about to begin. Do you have any plans to participate, young friend? The qualification is for young upper-level gods between the first and third rank. Yin Zirua thought for a moment and shook his head. I need to bring my family here to help me break through to the true God level. Yin Zirua could feel that he was on the verge of breaking through to the true God level, but he needed a trigger to resolve the worries in his heart. Since you have a plan, I won't say anything more. Feel free to do as you wish. Tianxian God left his address, saying that Yin Zirua could find him if he needed anything, and then quickly departed. I'm going home once. You all stay here and cultivate. You can participate in the strong rank competition. Be careful with everything. Keep this badge safe for me until I return. Yin Zirua handed the badge to Hua Miaowan, knowing it would offer them some protection. Be careful with everything, Hua Miaowan reminded him. When you come back, I want to fight you. Yuan Lingdan said. Be safe on your journey. Don't forget to help me find my lost memories when you return, Yao Jiahong said. Take care, Yin Xiao. Zhang Yin said cheerfully. Take care, Yin Xiao. The little Catyal felt a bit reluctant, but she knew her current level was a burden. Yes, wait for me to return. Yin Zirua boarded his small boat and set off toward home. After being away for so long, he was finally going back. In the shadows, a ship immediately followed Yin Zirua's boat, keeping close behind. Yin Zirua noticed this immediately. Two true gods of the first rank were nothing to worry about. The speed of the boat was fast, and Yin Zirua's desire to return home was urgent. What would have been a long journey was shortened by half, and in just half a month, he arrived at the Jinyao star domain. As soon as he approached, he sensed a powerful true god aura emanating from a special passage. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened, and his boat slowly approached. Who approaches? What is your business here? A deep voice boomed, and an old man sat at the entrance. The aura of a true god of the second rank pressed down on him. I am Yin Zirua. I wish to return to the lower realm. I hope the elder will allow me passage, Yin Zirua said politely, bowing. The old man opened his eyes. This place is now under the control of the holy sect. Without orders, no one is allowed to pass. Leave now. The old man's gaze was sharp, showing no regard for Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua sneered. He had shown respect to the old man's age, but the old man seemed to think himself superior. The lower realm is my home. Why can't I return? Is the holy sect so unreasonable? Yin Zirua took out his Sui Xian Rui ruler, his killing intent surging. The old man opened his eyes, and the aura of a true god of the second rank erupted, like a surging river, crashing toward Yin Zirua. Thunderfire slash. Yin Zirua gripped the Sui Xian Rui ruler with both hands, channeling all his divine power, and directly broke through the oppressive aura. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated, and the divine power rippled outward like waves. This young man has some strength. Would you like to join the holy sect? If you become one of us, I will naturally allow you to pass. The old man stood up, looking at Yin Zirua. If he could bring such a talented youth into the sect, it would be a good thing. I will not join any sect. Yin Zirua's gaze was sharp as he stared at the old man. Oh, then pay 1,000,000 gold coins, and I will let you pass. The old man raised the price on the spot, without hesitation. If the price was reasonable, Yin Zirua could afford it. 1,000,000 gold coins? Was he being treated like a lamb to be slaughtered? Perhaps I have another option, defeating you. With that, Yin Zirua channeled all his divine power. Tianhao Yaoyang and Dihua Qinglian erupted simultaneously. Flame rampage, flame slaughter. Yin Zirua held nothing back against a true god of the second rank, launching his killing move immediately. How arrogant! An upper-level god of the third rank dares to challenge me. Great Luopalm. The old man's eyes were sharp, and he gathered earth-shattering divine power to counterattack. Boom! The old man was forced back 100 steps, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? How can an upper-level god of the third rank have such power? Yin Zirua's current combat power was comparable to that of a true god of the first rank. Against a true god of the second rank, he still had a chance to fight. Old fool, don't be too greedy. Space-time eyes. Void-devouring technique. Yin Zirua stepped on the golden Pong steps, launching a rapid attack. The old man's body was instantly immobilized, and panic surged within him as he instinctively unleashed his divine power to resist. Boom! The divine power exploded, but the void-devouring technique spread out, instantly swallowing all the divine power. Flame slaughter. Xianxia charged forward, piercing through the old man's chest before he could react. You! The old man's expression was one of utter shock. Until the very end, he couldn't believe he had been killed so easily. Xianxia's breath was weak, and his divine power was nearly depleted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a true god of the second rank. Reward, 200,000 points. Xianxia sat on his small boat, adjusting his breath, when two figures appeared like ghosts. Finally decided to make a move, huh? I thought you were going to follow me all the way to my home. Chapter 541. Reunion after a long separation, Mad Dog's barking. Xianxia's gaze was sharp as he faced an attacker alone. Ding! Detecting the host's need, converting 200,000 points into cultivation to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's divine power had returned to its peak state. The sword that was about to land on his head was instantly repelled by the surge of divine power. This man is strange, retreat! The masked man shouted and turned to flee. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take my place for a tea house? Xianxia's gaze was sharp as he swung the Thuishin Ruichi, striking directly at the two men. Seeing the situation was dire, the two had no choice but to turn and fight. The three figures intertwined, sparks flying. Boom! The divine power surged continuously. Two figures fled in disarray. You run fast indeed. If it was a matter of speed, Xianxia's was naturally unmatched. However, the method the two used to escape was not speed but a spatial temporal type of technique. It must have been a secret treasure. Xianxia looked at the entrance, now with no time to deal with such minor characters. First, he would retrieve his family, break through his cultivation, and then deal with these annoying pests. Having made up his mind, Xianxia turned and entered the portal. Father Mingxiao, I'm back. In an instant, Xianxia was filled with emotion. It had been some time since he left home, and he didn't know how his family was doing. Crossing through the national passage, the world below was completely different from what Xianxia remembered. Some places had spiritual energy so dense that it surpassed even some areas of the upper realm. No wonder the holy sect made a move. They must have set their sights on these precious lands. Xianxia's eyes were sharp. In his perception, there were many divine presences, a testament to the holy sect's grand ambitions. A land nurtures its people. Taking advantage of the dense spiritual energy, they could cultivate their own talents, and once the spiritual energy was depleted, they could leave freely. What a clever plan. As he approached the surface, Xianxia sensed even more divine presences. The number was likely greater than even the Xianxia star region. There were also some obscure auras, whose levels he couldn't determine, but the danger they exuded was far from ordinary. I wonder how my parents and Mingxiao are doing? Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart tightened, and he hurried toward the valley where his family lived. The valley was still as he remembered, but the spiritual energy was much more abundant than before. The familiar old house remained unchanged. In the fields, he saw his parents tending to spiritual herbs. Father, mother! Xianxia called out excitedly. It's Xirua. The elderly couple looked up and saw Xianxia, dropping their tools and rushing toward him. To his surprise, Xianxia found that both his parents had reached the level of lower deity. Xirua! A familiar voice called out, and it was Mingxiao. Mingxiao's cultivation had reached the level of middle deity first rank. When he left, her cultivation was still far from this. They embraced, the long mist scent filling their nostrils, and the deep longing in their hearts surged. Before they knew it, Mingxiao's eyes were moist, holding onto the person in front of her tightly, afraid it was just a dream, an illusion. But the solid chest against her told her that it was no dream. He had truly returned. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. Xianxia felt Mingxiao's attachment and was filled with guilt. The two stayed close for a long time, and the elderly couple tactfully turned to prepare a feast. After such a long separation, it was time for a celebration with a few drinks. The breeze blew gently, and the two listened to each other's heartbeats, standing quietly. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Xianxia knew how much Mingxiao had suffered waiting for him. "It's okay. As long as you're safe and back, nothing else matters." Mingxiao held on to Xianxia, feeling a rare sense of peace. Just as the two were exchanging tender words, an unwelcome voice broke the moment. "Who is this scoundrel, daring to touch my woman?" The man was clad in a golden python robe, radiating an air of dominance, and wielded a large saber that exuded a chilling aura of death. "Jianghu, don't push it. I've told you countless times, I'm not your woman." Mingxiao, hearing his words, trembled with anger. Xianxia frowned, looking at the man, a middle deity third rank, who dared to vie for his woman. He was courting death. Xianxia looked at him. Where did this wild dog come from? Barking here? Xianxia's gaze was sharp, and a powerful divine aura surged forth. The man's face changed drastically. "Who are you?" Jianghu had been eyeing Mingxiao for a long time, but those two old fools always ruined his plans. Otherwise, he would have succeeded long ago. Today, upon seeing Mingxiao in the arms of another man, his heart couldn't bear it. "I am her man." Xianxia stepped forward with the golden rock step, charging forth. Crack! A punch shattered the saber, and Jianghu's chest caved in. "You!" The second word couldn't even be uttered before he collapsed to the ground. "This, you can't kill him. He's the eldest son of the Jiang family, and the Jiang family head is already a high deity, very powerful." Mingxiao spoke anxiously, afraid of the consequences. Xianxia reached out and stroked Mingxiao's head. "Don't worry, I'm back now, and I won't let anyone bully you." Xianxia's words warmed Mingxiao's heart. In the years without Xianxia, she, a woman, had been eyed by many men. Fortunately, her parents-in-law were with her, helping and protecting her. Together, they managed to avoid being bullied. However, the passage of time had made Mingxiao cautious, always afraid of something going wrong. Those days of fear and worry were filled with her longing for Xianxia's return. Now that Xianxia was back, he would protect her and give her a sense of security. "I sense your aura is unstable, as if you're about to break through. This spiritual blood flower is for you. Once you refine it, it should help you make the breakthrough." Xianxia casually produced a rare 10,000-year spiritual herb, which made Mingxiao gasp. Such a treasure would drive even the top noble families into a frenzy. Now it was in her hands, the divine energy flowing powerfully, making her heart tremble. Our parents have prepared the meal. Let's eat first, and then I'll refine it." Mingxiao looked at Xianxia, smiling brightly. It had been a long time since she had smiled so freely. "All right." Xianxia and Mingxiao took their seats at the table, where the elderly couple inquired about Xianxia's experiences in the upper realm. Xianxia briefly recounted his journey. Chapter 542, Dog Beating, Breakthrough in Cultivation. Upon hearing that Xianxia had slain a true god of the 5th rank and survived a life-and-death ordeal, the two elders showed concern on their faces. "I'm alive and back now. This time, I intend to bring our family to the Xianxia star domain, settle all attachments, and break through my cultivation level," Xianxia said, reassuring them. The elders nodded in agreement. "Strength is paramount. We also want to see the world beyond," they replied. Xianxia nodded in response to his parents' words. Mingxiao quietly gazed at Xianxia. While she had been at home, anxious and fearful, he had been out fighting, drenched in blood. Now that he had returned safely, it was the greatest happiness. The meal was filled with mixed emotions, feelings of nostalgia, relief, and excitement. After finishing the meal, Mingxiao went to refine the spirit blood flower. Xianxia turned to his parents and said, "These are two 10,000-year spirit herbs. Please refine them. We will soon be heading to the upper realm, and the stronger our cultivation, the better." Seeing the spirit herbs, the elders nodded and returned to their rooms to cultivate and refine them. Yin Zirua looked around the valley. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, which was quite rare. Noticing the divine energy fluctuations in the room, he took out the Xianxia refinement tower and gathered spiritual energy from 100 miles around into a Tinjiang radius around the room. This would make it easier for Ming Qiao and his parents to refine the herbs. After arranging everything, Yin Zirua sat down to adjust his breathing. Previously, when fighting against a true god of the second rank, he had exhausted all his divine energy to quickly kill the old man. Later, when ambushed by the two, he had no choice but to quickly recover his divine energy. This approach had significant drawbacks, as the sudden disappearance and reappearance of divine energy put immense pressure on his meridians. Yin Zirua began to regulate his breathing. At the Jiang family estate. What did you say? My son's soul tablet has shattered, roared Jiang Tianlei, the head of the Jiang family, his eyes blazing with fury. The elder kneeling on the ground trembled, his hands shaking. The loss of the young master was a blow to the Jiang family's future. This is the truth, patriarch, the elder said, presenting the shattered soul tablet. Jiang Tianlei's heart ached. The Jiang family had poured countless resources into cultivating Jiang Hu to the level of a middle-rank god of the third rank, hoping he would lead the family to new heights. Now, all those hopes were shattered. Whoever killed my son will be ground to dust, Jiang Tianlei roared. A guard standing nearby trembled with fear. Why didn't you follow the young master? Jiang Tianlei demanded, addressing the guard, Lin Yu. Reporting to the patriarch, the young master ordered me not to follow him. He said he was going to the back mountain to look for a beauty and didn't want me to accompany him, Lin Yu replied, his voice shaking. Hearing this, Jiang Tianlei slapped Lin Yu, sending him flying. Useless. All of you are useless, he bellowed before grabbing his Zhen Tian great blade and heading toward the back mountain. He would see who dared to kill his son. The Jiang family had become the most powerful clan in the region, having secured the backing of external forces. Jiang Tianlei, the family head, had been rewarded with pills that elevated him to the level of a high-rank god of the third rank, a fact known to all. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua was still adjusting his breathing when a powerful aura rushed toward him. Who killed my son? Jiang Tianlei demanded, his eyes sharp as he glared at Yin Zirua. He sensed a dangerous aura. Who are you? Jiang Tianlei asked, holding his Zhen Tian great blade and questioning Yin Zirua. You're shouting at my doorstep and asking who I am? Did you leave your brain at home? Yin Zirua replied, his expression displeased. Fortunately, he had used the Qinquan refinement tower to isolate his family. Otherwise, this man's loud voice would have disturbed their refining process. You say this is your doorstep? Then you must be the son of that couple. Jiang Tianlei deduced, his eyes narrowing. Yes, Yin Zirua replied, summoning his Sui Xian Rui ruler and releasing a surge of killing intent. Jiang Tianlei understood the situation. Murderer, pay with your life. Watch my blade. Jin Tian slash. Jiang Tianlei, known for his fiery temper, launched a full-powered attack. You're seeking your own death. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua unleashed all his divine energy in a powerful counterattack. With a loud thud, Jiang Tianlei's blood flowed from the top of his head. In a single move, he was slain. A mere high-rank god of the third rank, with weak and unstable energy. He was as weak as a chicken, good for nothing but his loud voice. At that moment, Ming Qiao emerged after refining the herbs. She had reached the level of a middle-rank god of the second rank, her aura significantly stronger. Not bad. My wife is even more beautiful now. Yin Zirua teased with a smile. Nonsense. Was I not beautiful before? Ming Qiao shot him a glare. Beautiful, both then and now, Yin Zirua said, pulling her into an embrace. Ming Qiao's gaze fell on Jiang Tianlei's corpse. That's the head of the Jiang family, she exclaimed, hurrying over to check. The man was already dead. You killed him? Ming Qiao asked, her expression anxious. Yes, a mere high-rank god of the third rank. Killed him like killing a chicken. What's the problem? Yin Zirua replied casually. After all, Even a true god of the 5th rank couldn't intimidate Yin Zirua, let alone such a weakling. Ming Qiao quickly searched Jiang Tianlei's body, finding many useful items. Although these items were beneath Yin Zirua's notice, they were a valuable treasure for Ming Qiao. Ming Qiao, I'll get you even better things later. These aren't of much use, Yin Zirua said. He had a stash of treasures looted from others, as any true god would have a rich hoard. These may not be much use to you, but they are valuable to me, Ming Qiao said, collecting the items and returning to Yin Zirua's side. Breaking through to a higher level is a significant event. You'll need plenty of herbs and spirit stones. How can I feel at ease if you don't prepare properly? Ming Qiao said, her words warming Yin Zirua's heart. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, but even separated by thousands of miles, as long as our hearts are connected, we will meet again. This sentiment perfectly captured the moment. You're right. I must prepare thoroughly for my path to becoming a true god, Yin Zirua said, his eyes lighting up. The lower realm was known for its rich spiritual energy. He wouldn't hold back. He would take full advantage of this rare opportunity to return and gather as many resources as possible. After all, resources would eventually be taken by others. It was better to use them for his own benefit. Meanwhile, the Jiang family was thrown into chaos. Just moments ago, the soul tablet of their family head had also shattered. The Jiang family's grand elder had no choice but to crush the jade pendant of the 13th protector. Welcome, 13th protector. A figure in his 30s appeared, radiating the aura of a true god of the 1st rank. The entire Jiang family knelt in reverence. Didn't I say not to use this unless it's a matter of life and death? The 13th protector said, clearly displeased. He had been on his way to handle an important matter when he was abruptly summoned. Please, 13th protector, save the Jiang family from this crisis, the Grand Elder pleaded. Chapter 543. Requesting reinforcements. May the Elder protect us. The Great Elder wept profusely, tears and snot streaming down his face. What happened? The 13th protector, realizing that the head of the Jiang family was absent, sensed something was amiss. Today, the Jiang family's young master's tablet shattered, and the head of the Jiang family went to seek justice. Now his tablet has also shattered. Please, 13th protector, stand up for the Jiang family. The Great Elder bowed deeply, pleading earnestly. The Jiang family had been the greatest benefactor to him, a loyal pawn that had served him well. Now that they were gone, he didn't feel much sorrow, but this territory was under his protection. If other protectors were to laugh at this failure, it would be a great embarrassment for him. Where is that person? Before the words had even left his mouth, a mournful cry echoed from outside the door, and the guards at the entrance were sent flying. Yin Zirua, accompanied by Ming Qiao and her parents, strode in confidently. Jiang family, come out and face your death. Yin Zirua bellowed, her voice filled with dominance. The 13th protector frowned. Although Yin Zirua was only at the upper-level god rank 3, she exuded a dangerous aura that made him uneasy. Who are you to dare cause trouble at the Jiang family? The Great Elder of the Jiang family frowned. But when he saw that the intruder was at the upper-level god rank 3 and noticed Ming Qiao behind her, he quickly turned to the 13th protector. 13th Elder, the Jiang family's young master was killed by this person, and it's likely the head of the family was also slain by her. Please, 13th Elder, protect the Jiang family. The Great Elder's face was filled with grief and indignation. Did you kill the Jiang family members? The 13th protector asked Yin Zirua, his heart uneasy. Yes, I killed 2 mad dogs, Yin Zirua replied casually, as if she were talking about slaughtering chickens in a village. Do you know they were under my command? The 13th protector frowned, finding her arrogance unbearable. I didn't know, and even if I did, what would it matter? I was just killing a dog. Yin Zirua summoned the free will ruler in her hand, showing no fear. With so many Jiang family members watching, the 13th protector had no choice but to fight. Fine, let's see what kind of arrogance you possess. The 13th protector summoned a blood-red greatsword and charged forward, unleashing the divine power of a true god rank 1. Don't worry, I can handle it, Yin Zirua reassured Ming Xiao, who was worried about her. With a step of the golden rock, she exploded forward.